All right. I am here. Are we live? Is it working? Okay. I'm here. I'm at a Denny's. I'm going to be here for 24 straight hours. Yeah, that's right. 24 straight hours at a Denny's right here in St. Louis, Missouri. I'm TommyFreezePops, Vegas Insider podcast host, producer. And I'm going to get comfortable here. I'm going to be joined by a lot of really cool people throughout this experience. You're going to hear diner stuff going on in the background, people getting dinner, breakfast, whatever you want to call it, because we're here 24 hours, so I don't really know what you call a meal at 3 a.m. Is that it might be breakfast for some, it might be dinner for some. But I got a bunch of people joining me throughout the sports media world. In the first part of this stream, I'm going to be joined by my podcast partner and my friend in life, Morton Andersen. He's going to be joining me in just about 15 minutes. Then I'll be joined by my lovely fiance, who's actually sitting to my left right now. She helped me get set up, and so she's hanging out for a little bit. Going to be joined by Mike Golick Jr., Clinton Yates. Going to be stopping by. I'm going to pull up a list, actually, because I have booked approximately 50,000 guests for this night, so I want to make sure I'm not missing anybody. Amin's going to be joining me at 9 o'clock Eastern. BK, my friend from DraftKings, Brandon Cristal is going to be joining me at 10. My buddy Julian Council is going to be joining me at midnight. Just after midnight Eastern, I'm going to be joined by Rob Parker from FS1. Everyone from my DraftKings family is going to be joining me, so that's going to be awesome. Tommy Mack from the 90s boy band No Authority is going to be joining me. If you guys remember that, they toured with Britney Spears. This guy's legit. He's got awesome stories. Big Ben Maller from Fox Sports Radio. My man Big Brother Jake is going to be joining me late night. Joe Ryan's going to be joining me from Copenhagen. He's going to teach me about soccer because I don't know anything about soccer, and he's pretty much an expert on that thing. Gonna be a long day. We'll get into more guests later. I have a few more asks out, so we might be adding people throughout the day. I don't want to spoil anything. So here we are. The reason why I'm here, I came in last place in fantasy football. And the punishment this year for doing that was to actually take the SATs in a full tuxedo and have the entire fantasy league stand outside the high school where I'd be taking the SATs. And unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess how you look at it, the pandemic did not allow for that type of punishment to be done. And so we've done this punishment in the past. Ryan Pariseau from my fantasy league was the first person that had to do that. And he did it a few years ago. He survived. So I feel confident that I can survive. So we replaced the tuxedo SAT punishment with this. And here I am. And it's going to be a long day. I'm going to probably pull people from around the diner in and just kind of see, hey, why are you here at 3 a.m.? What are you doing? What are you eating? We'll talk some fantasy football because obviously that's the reason why I'm here. We'll talk some gambling. I'm going to have all of my Vegas Insider handicapper friends that join me on Great Dane Nation joining me throughout the night. I got Paul Bovey joining me from the Ukraine. It's going to be 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Well, no, not Eastern. Ukraine time. So that should be interesting. Server's going to come and ask me what I want right now. Yeah.
Hi, Maddie.
Maddie, you want to come on camera here? We got Maddie. She's going to be serving me here. So I'm going to do a Sprite. I already got a water here. So this can count for the first drink. We'll go over the prop bets here in a second. I'll do a water and a Sprite. And then let's just get the first meal out of the way. Might as well eat dinner. Let's do a Grand Slamwich. A classic. So not the Grand Slam plate. This is the sandwich version of that. I'll read you guys the description of it here on the menu. And then what does that come with? Like hash browns? Okay. Okay, I'll just do hash browns. That's cool. Yeah. All right. That's good for me. Thanks. Oh, yeah. So, okay, Grand Slamwich. Here we go. Scrambled eggs, sausage, bacon, and American cheese on potato bread grilled with maple spice spread. It's delicious. One of the best sandwiches in America. So, since we're talking about this is America's Diner, Denny's. So, since we're talking about ordering food and getting into it here, really settling in. So I talked to my friends from Vegas Insider before we got this thing going, and I wanted to see if they could help me come up with some over-unders for prop bets related to the stream. So we're going to go ahead and throw those up on the screen right now, and you guys are going to be able to see what I'm working with here. So as you can see, plates of food set at 5.5 for the 24 hours. Coffees set at 6.5. Bacon strips are going to be set at 9.5. Pieces of bread, 6.5. All drinks in total, 14.5. Napkins, 15.5. Bathroom trips, 9.5. Server visits, 23.5. Guest no-shows. So, look, I have faith in my friends to show up, but who the heck knows? Things happen. 4.5 is the number there. And Great Dane Nation plugs going to be set at 23.5. So I've been on here for about 6 minutes, and I probably have already done a few of these things. I know for a fact I've plugged GDN at least once. So I'm actually going to keep track here for you guys, and you can keep me honest. We'll update it throughout the night. I'll keep a list here. GDN plugs is already at 1. Grand Slam, which puts me at 2 pieces of bread already early on. So bread is at 2. And I believe they put multiple strips of bacon on the Grand Slamwich. So actually, I'll ask Maddie right now. Maddie, how many pieces of bacon go on a Grand Slamwich? Do you know?
I believe it's 2.
Okay, 2. So we're at 2 strips of bacon early on here on the live stream. No coffees yet. I have the water, so we got 2 drinks already early on. So you had to imagine that some of these numbers were already going to fill up early, but look, it's not going to be like this the whole night. I'm not going to just be ordering food constantly because that would be crazy. How's it going? Good. Yeah, we're just doing our thing over here. It's all good. People are going to be walking by all night. It's going to be hilarious. So 2 strips of bacon, and we have 2 drinks. All right, let me take this graphic off the screen so you guys can see my lovely face. Here I am. Just trying to learn this program as we go along here. You guys can throw questions out, comments. I got a running ledger of all of the comments coming in here. Officer Ramsey, Steve from my fantasy league, loves my order off the bat, the Grand Slamwich. I mean, it is the seminal item, I think, at Denny's. I know some people opt for the Grand Slam plate. I myself am a sandwich guy, and we can get into my sandwich theories at some point later on.
I'd rather not, honey.
Morgan off screen does not like that.
Not when you talk about hot dogs.
No, look, I think a hot dog's a sandwich.
It is not a sandwich. It is a hot dog.
We'll get into that at some point. James on Facebook said, had to be the Grand Slamwich. No chicken tenders instead of fries, though? Disappointing. So there's a story behind that. When I was working at ESPN, we used to go to Denny's at like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning after our late shift on Saturday nights for like a whole summer. We did it every Saturday. We get a crew together. It was actually really fun. Wild characters at the Bristol, Connecticut Denny's at that time of night. And James was one of the people that was always there. And our friend Dennis, who I'm sure will be popping in here at some point. He's now producer down at Sirius XM. When he first started, he, the new guy, you want to show him the ropes a little bit. You want to introduce him to your friend group. We were like, you know what? Why don't you come with us to Denny's? Denny's makes sense. And he's the best, like one of our really good friends at this point. Was very early on after he started at ESPN. So we invited him to Denny's, and as a way of not like, I don't want to say we hazed him per se, but we're like, hey, you're the new guy. Like, you're going to pick up the tab. The new guy always picks up the tab. But in reality, there really was never any other new guy. He was the first new guy. So Dennis came with us, Denny's, and I was just trying to think of a way to mess with him. So I asked if the waitress could sub out fries with chicken tenders as a side. And each chicken tender cost like $3. And I think I added like 5 tenders to the side of my meal. And Dennis, no hesitation, picked up the tab. And now we're, all really good friends with Dennis. So it's kind of funny to look back on. So James, no, I did not get chicken tenders as a side with the Grand Slamwich this time around. My mom checking in saying, Mom and Dad watching on the large screen TV. Lol. My mom will be joining me tomorrow. I believe we have her scheduled for 11:30 Eastern. So, I mean, you guys that have been following me for years always know I love to work my mom into whatever I'm doing, whether it's a podcast or a radio show, because she's ridiculous and she'll fire off takes left and right. Hates Tom Brady. I still love Tom Brady. We're going to have to hash that out. We're going to have to see if she's had any 24/7 diner experiences, which I'm sure she did. She was working the graveyard shift as a nurse for a long time. So here we go. I'm going to drink a Sprite here. And I hope you guys are ready for me to like eat on camera and stuff. Like, this is not going to be pretty here, folks. I have to be here for 24 hours. It's daunting. Just thinking about it. So, Tipton over on Facebook, Michael Tipton saying, I'm adding tenders to all of my meals at Denny's moving forward. Can you see that comment on the screen, guys? I'm just trying to learn this program here. I think it looks awesome. There we go. Let's see. My dad saying Morgan needs to make an appearance. She will. She'll be on with me after my interview coming up with Morton here in about 3 minutes. She's going to just slide over on the bench and join me. She actually hasn't met Morton, even though I do the podcast every week. Great Dane Nation, plug number 2 there for you. Great Dane Nation is recorded in our 1-bedroom apartment. Oh, wow. The sandwich is already here. Wow. Okay.
Did you need anything else?
I got ketchup already. Okay. I am a ketchup supporter. I don't care what people say. Thank you, Maddie. I appreciate it. All right. I got a sandwich here. I feel like I want to just start eating. So wait a second. We'll get the ledger here. 2 Great Dane Nation plugs. We have the 2 pieces of bread, the 2 strips of bacon, and we have 2 drinks. So for those keeping score at home, that's where we sit. So I'm going to add some ketchup. So when it comes to hash browns, I actually just put ketchup over the top. And I know people are very, polarizing when it comes to ketchup and potato products. Some people like to do the dunk method. But like hash browns, and we're not talking like McDonald's hash browns or like cafeteria hash browns. Like we're talking like breakfast potato type hash browns. It's too hard to dunk it. So I just throw a little drizzle on top. Morgan does not approve, I guess.
I disagree.
So you dunk hash browns like that?
You put the ketchup on your fork.
I don't know how you do that.
You put the ketchup on your fork first to have it be like the claw, and then it catches all of your hash browns.
So you dip your fork in ketchup
first, and then you
scoop the potato?
And then you catch the potatoes.
Okay. All right.
I'm not a drizzler.
But okay, here's the thing. I typically am not a drizzler either, but in this scenario, I have to be. Okay, before we get into more ketchup conversation, I'm going to bring in my dear friend and podcast partner, the man, the myth, the legend, Morton.
Dude, that looks like a good setup.
You like this right here? So, Morton, I hope that you're okay with this. I'm going to just start eating.
Yeah. That's what you're supposed to do at a diner.
I think that's what you're supposed to do, right? So
I'm taking the over that you're going to gain 10 pounds during the next 24 hours. What do you got, like a grilled cheese? You're laying out with a grilled cheese?
So I went with the Grand Slamwich. So we've got like a piece of.
That sounds really good.
Yeah. We got like a piece of ham on here. We got some sausage. Actually, so on the menu it said there's bacon, but this only has bacon bits. So I'm actually going to retract the bacon strip number here down to 0 because there's no bacon strips. It's only bacon bits. So that doesn't
Bacon
count,
is
right?
the great equalizer. Bacon is like a happy.
The international language.
You could pretty much like liver and bacon. Come on, I would eat liver with bacon.
Liver?
Yeah, because it's got bacon.
I gotta be honest. I don't think I've ever had liver in my life.
I used to eat liver all the time back home. Liver and onions. It's old school. It's good. My mom and dad used to say, "Oh, eat liver and onions. Good for you. It has a lot of iron." I'm like,
I don't think my parents have ever forced me to eat liver and onions. So I guess I have good parents.
So what's the first review, Freeze Pops? How's it tasting?
So it's really good. I mean, I personally believe that the Grand Slamwich is one of the best sandwiches you can get in America. Right here at America's Diner, Denny's. I'm doing plugs for Denny's. I'm not even getting paid for that. But
that's coming, brother. This is just the beginning of the entrepreneurial journey that you're about to embark on, my friend.
It's the first of many 24-hour streams from Denny's.
I want you to take a screenshot of yourself or like a 30-second video of how chipper you sound right now. And then when I check in with you tomorrow at 6 p.m., it's going to be a completely different Tom Carroll sitting there.
It's going to be so brutal, dude.
How busy is it? Is it pretty busy?
Good question. So there is currently, in my view, there is one other guest. So at 6:17 Central, there is only 2 guests here at the Denny's. Well, unless you count Morgan. So 3 guests.
Your lovely, your lovely bride to be. Yeah.
Yes, she'll slide over here at some point and say hi.
Yeah. She's gonna bail. Let's face it, she's bailing around 8 p.m. because she's got some show to watch.
Oh yeah, she's going home to watch Desperate Housewives.
She's not married yet. Let's face it, she's going back to a real comfortable bed.
Hey,
are you in a booth? Are you in a booth, Freeze?
She's not married yet, but she's
got
committed.
The rock.
You see that?
Yeah. That's a lot of bling bling. I like it. Are you in a booth, a chair? Set it up for me. I'm sure you already did this. But
I am. There's a booth here. And then I have like a long bench here that I'm kind of in 2 spots at once because, like I said,
that's a good move on your part to get the bench
cushion
because we know what's going to happen. Is there a pillow involved, perhaps, for your ass? Do you have an ass pillow?
Okay, I definitely have.
Say that? What?
I can say ass. Yeah, I got an ass pillow, but I'm not allowed to sleep, so. We'll see if that actually happens.
Can you lay down and stream? Like take the computer and lift it up and just like lay down? By the way, Great Dane right here, just in case you hadn't noticed.
There you go. Where do I buy one of those?
It's cool, right?
I love that. So Maxine brings up a question
be our
here.
Shirt going forward.
We should have pod shirts. So Morton, I'll ask you this question. I'm curious what you think. Maxine asks on YouTube, why aren't you wearing a ring, Tom? So it's my understanding that the guy doesn't wear an engagement ring, right? Have you ever heard of that? Did you wear an engagement ring?
I
don't think they do.
Well, it's different. Like
if they get proposed to by a girl, which is during the leap year.
Okay, so Morgan says if she proposed to me, then I would be wearing an engagement ring. But I'm not going to let my fiance propose to me.
You're not gonna let her one up you on that.
No.
You know what? I think you're right. I did not wear it, but in Denmark, the wedding band is actually worn on your right hand. Hold on. It's worn on the left, and when you get married, it's transferred over to the right hand.
I did not know that.
So it's opposite. It's like the toilet bowl thing in the water in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, in Australia, the toilet goes the other way.
They'll come in handy later for you as you take the toilet culture of Denny's in.
So I haven't.
You'll notice that it's either going clockwise or counterclockwise. Now I'm in doubt. What is it? Counterclockwise in the United States?
I think
no, it's clockwise.
A toilet flushes clockwise. Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't checked out the bathroom situation here yet. That is one of the prop bets. So I'm
Yes.
hoping to hold
How
off
many
on that.
times? I saw it was a
It's
huge
the opposite
number.
way in the southern hemisphere.
One second. I want to hear what Morgan's saying here. Say again, Morgan.
It spins clockwise in the northern and counter in the southern hemisphere.
Okay, gotcha. Here we go. By the way, my future in-laws have just showed up. The Menners are in the building here. They're going to have dinner at the Denny. So I'm going to bring you guys on the stream at some point here. So enjoy your dinner. No, you can say no, but you're coming on. So I saw you got a little vino going, Morton.
A little vino, just to I'm supporting you. I see a little water going there. You're gonna need some alcohol, by the way, later. There's no question.
Yeah. So there was talk of to get drunk during this.
Do they have a liquor license?
And
license?
I don't believe this Denny's serves booze or any Denny's.
Can you have it snuck in somehow?
If I was to do booze, I'd probably just do like the little mini bottles and then pour them into the Coke. I'm obviously not going to be drinking here. To the Denny's employees hearing me say that.
No drinking.
No. So, by the way, my in-laws showing up now brings the total number of people here to 6 in the restaurant. So, for those wondering.
So, by the way, was there an over-under on how many people were going to actually be in person visiting you?
I am not
during
proud of this moment. I'm very embarrassed.
There was no over-under set for that because
that would have been a good one,
I didn't have an expectation.
Yeah,
totally. That would have been the easiest money. Like you can't put a bet on the board that it's gonna hit. It's almost a guarantee. So my brother chiming in on YouTube here and says, "Who's gonna watch your stuff when you're in the bathroom?" Tim, that's a great call.
What kind of stuff do you have? What stuff do you have?
I got the laptop. I got the mic. Okay. I got the headphones. I got a bag of stuff. I brought deodorant with me, cologne. Okay. I got my ass pillow, as we've discussed. I have a hat. Got a whole bunch of chargers. We got backup computers.
Do you have wet naps? Because you're going to get sweat in places you haven't thought of.
No wet naps, but I should have brought a towel. That's actually a really good call. So, hey, we're just going to have to be moist here at the Denny's.
Green Bay towel, if you know what I mean.
So, here we go. She hands me another napkin. I'm not going to use that one yet, though. I don't want that to count towards the prop bets here. But, Morton, I got a question for you. So, you played in the NFL for 25 years. I assume you've had a few late nights in your day. How many times have you been to a 24-hour diner, and do you have any specific stories that you could share that are safe for stream at these types of diners? Like, what's your best 24-hour diner experience?
It's gross. It's really gross. And to answer your first part of your question, yes, please enjoy that lovely sandwich. Can you describe the sandwich? What's in it? Like egg, scrambled egg, cheese, melted Velveeta, bacon.
We're gonna get the official reading again here.
I'm really hungry. I'm actually postponing dinner. I'm having grilled fish tonight.
Oh, very nice.
With a beurre blanc
What type of fish?
And a chilled rosé. Thank you. No, I'm kidding. I'm just trying to make you feel bad. Go ahead.
Morton is breaking up on my end. It's probably my Wi-Fi. I am here at a Denny's, remember, so not the best Wi-Fi. Grand Slam with scrambled eggs, sausage, bacon, ham, and American cheese on potato bread, grilled with maple spice spread.
That is a low-cal rendering.
It's not diet food, that's for sure.
Well, who's counting right now? The more important thing is that you can play at least 4 hours, come on the other side, be a different human being.
Yeah, look, calories don't count when you're doing a 24-hour stream at a diner.
Right. All right, so you ready for my story, my 24-hour diner story?
Hit me with your story.
We're playing the Niners. And so when you travel to the West Coast from the East Coast, and you you don't get done with the game until late afternoon California time, which is 3 hours later East Coast. So we wouldn't get back. We would red-eye back because Monday would be film and light workouts, Tuesday day off, and then we'd get home like, we'd land at 4. We'd get to the facility around 5. It was about an hour from the airport. So absolutely starving at 5 a.m., And right across the street was a diner. I'm not going to name them because, for obvious, I don't want to be litigated against. So let's just say it's a very well-known chain.
Okay.
Not Denny's.
Okay, good. As long as we're on the same page.
Yeah. And we go in there, and I order my buddy Dan Straczynski, who holds my footballs. Sorry.
Of course.
Yeah. He orders whatever he orders, and I order a breakfast sandwich with, I said, please, no cheese, because I don't like cheese. I don't like melted cheese unless it's just melted cheese. I don't want it on top of other stuff.
Interesting. Okay.
Anyway, that's just me.
I don't know if I can get there on that one, Morton, but that'll be another conversation. I love melted cheese.
You with me? Okay.
I'm with you.
This is great. Thank God I'm not interviewing like, Jerome Bettis or somebody.
Jesus.
All right. So I order a breakfast sandwich. I want to say it's like, sausage, scrambled eggs on toast. Pretty simple, I know there's going to be 3 ingredients. There's going to be bread, eggs that has been scrambled on a pan, and sausage that somehow has been manipulated on fire or, on a pan or a grill, and then placed on top of each other and presented in 2 triangles. That's what I'm hoping for, with no cheese, no melted cheese.
None of that.
The waitress comes over and delivers, Dan's food and then my food, and my food clearly has melted cheese on it. So I said, I'm so sorry to be, a bother, but I asked for no cheese. He goes, I'm so sorry. She turns around, no gloves, and she takes 3 fingers. She lifts the bread off, and she scrapes the melted cheese. I can see 3 finger lines through the cheese on both. Like, she doesn't attempt to make a new sandwich or turns it over to the grill master. And I'm like, I can see your fingers just run through that cheese. I'm not eating that. I'm out of here. So starving, I blow out of there. I'm PO'd, and yeah. 3 fingers through the cheese.
You almost have to respect the fact that she did that without thinking twice about it.
How?
Like, you gotta, like, she gave 0. She gave 0 Fs. 0. Oh, you want no cheese?
There was no forethought.
3
fingers. That was literally her. It never crossed her mind to actually go and say, we need a reorder, or, you would have to reorder because the cheese is all over the sausage and the eggs, and you're not going to be able to pick that apart.
Oh,
you know how Velveeta melts? It melts.
Oh, yeah. I like Velveeta. You're out on Velveeta, though.
Yeah, I just told that story. My wife's chiming in. Coming in a little late on that party, babe. The Velveeta scrape party. Here comes my beautiful bride. You'll have to say hello to Jennifer.
Yes. Yes, Jennifer. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
He's very chipper right now.
You
it's early.
You had the maple syrup, didn't you?
Not yet. We haven't had the maple syrup yet. Actually, my server just came by, so that's another server visit. We got to mark that down. That's 3 server visits early.
Count.
Morgan is here taking.
Is Morgan keeping count for 24 hours? I don't believe that.
No, definitely not. When she leaves, she is done doing that.
So who's going to keep count? You're going to try to keep count?
Yeah, I'm going to try and multitask here. I'm going to try my best.
Because there's betting going on, so you're going to be fudging the numbers.
I personally have not placed any bets on this stream.
I've been very active. Been very active.
Morgan
Putting that
even
5 on you, Tommy.
yes.
Oh.
Thank you, Jennifer. But here we go. Another server visit. Here we go. We're already at 4. So the hammer the
that's
over
gonna
on
be the
that
over
one.
so much on that.
Because it's America's Diner. We're good
Can
for
we
now.
can we
Thanks.
get a server on screen, please? Come on.
Next time Maddie comes by, she'll hop on screen.
I mean, the viewers are gonna want the 4 viewers right now. I'm kidding. How do I know how many viewers are actually
my
watching?
mom, my brother, and my sister want to know what
How
the
do we
server
know
looks like.
how many can
I don't know how accurate the streams are because I'm in like a studio portion of the app, so it's hard for me to tell.
I got you.
But
You know what? I think you're very lucky to have a TV. Because you know what? There's going to be quality television on at 3 a.m. Auto auctions or what channel is it on? Is it on PBS? Please tell me it's not on PBS. Although they got good programming.
all of my favorite infomercials air at that time. So I'm in for a good time here at the diner. So we got Alex K on Facebook saying, "Go Bucks." Do you think the Bucks are going to repeat?
You know, I mean, who knows? They're certainly back with almost the same squad, right? So you would have to say until somebody throws, somebody kicks them off the pedestal, they're still the ones, the champs,
I mean,
And Brady seems motivated.
It's hard for me to pick anyone other than them or Casey at this point.
Did you hear the Brady when they got their Super Bowl rings or whatever it was, and he said, "You know what's the sweetest ring of them all? The next one." That's
classic Brady line
from Brady.
Absolute classic Brady line.
That guy's something I would have said.
That does sound like a Morton inspirational.
Having never gotten one of them. So,
hey, you got close. You got closer than anyone that's watching here or anyone that I'm going to talk to today. So,
who do you have on the program? Do you want to tease anybody?
Yeah. So here we go. I'll pull up. I will pull up a schedule
and Godspeed to you out there.
Adam Amin from Fox Sports does play-by-play for them.
Nice.
Going to be joining me at 9:00 Eastern. Brandon Cristal, who does reporting on the Broncos out in Denver. I work with him at DraftKings. He's going to join me at 10. Clinton Yates from ESPN going to join me at 10:30. Mike Golick Jr. going to join me at 11.
Yeah.
Some of the other guys recognize. Rob Parker going to join me at 12:30 a.m., so right after midnight Eastern. Here we go. Got some friends from Vegas Insider that you would recognize going to join me.
Got Kevin Rogers or any of the boys?
Kevin Rogers going to be stopping by. Paul Bovey, Tom Cunningham, Brian Edwards. So we got VI handicappers on deck. And then one of your former teammates, Morton, Danny Cannell, going to be stopping by.
Danny, great.
2:30 in the afternoon. Yeah, love Danny. I worked with him back at ESPN.
Yeah, he's great.
He's the best.
College
football. We're going to have to get him on the pod.
Yeah, Cannell definitely would be great on the college football vibe, right?
Yeah, 100%. And look, he was in the league for a little bit. He wants some he wants some NFL respect too, bro.
Oh yeah. No, he's legit. Cannell's great guest.
Danny's awesome. Jason Fitz from ESPN is going to join me. The voice of the Patriots, Bob Sosi, is going to join me tomorrow afternoon. Greg Wyshynski, a hockey reporter for ESPN, one of the best in the business at that, is going to join me tomorrow afternoon. And then Freddie Coleman, who hosts late nights at ESPN, been doing that for 15
what a
years.
lineup, bro.
Yeah, man. So we got some good people on deck. And then friends from DraftKings and Vegas Insider sprinkled throughout the day. So
you got boys. I mean, let's face it.
You gotta have your squad on deck.
Gotta have the hometown boys for sure.
Yeah, 100%. So, what's Jennifer saying?
I don't know. She's asking if there's a charitable arm involved in this. Are we raising money?
Unfortunately, no charities wanted to attach themselves to me sitting at a diner for 24 straight hours. Not great for the brand.
Well, I think we could have been creative and gotten with the food bank or something.
It would have been smart. Now I kind of feel bad for not doing
People
it.
could have brought in like canned foods, and Denny's could have gotten involved on a corporate level. I'm just saying, we could have been a collection point for food for the hungry.
Morton, this is why I need to involve you in more conversations with stuff like this.
This would have been such a layup, but you know what? It's all good. It's all good. You're doing it. This turned out. Let's face it. This turned out to be like just a boys' prank, right? Like a
100%.
little boys group getting together, picking fantasy football, and to make it a complete bigger shit show, if you will, then you have to. It's got to be more forethought. Oh, we got the marketing genius here.
She's back. Yes.
Are you going to be doing fantasy football this year?
So if I didn't do this, I was going to get kicked out of the league. So 100%. I got to come back.
You should just step out. I'm just saying. Advice from a friend.
I'm going for first place. I'm coming back and going for that #1 spot.
Come in strong. Got it.
No filter, man. No filter, bro. This is.
She might be right.
Every day for me.
I will say this: I won another league the same year I came in last, so I do kind of know what I'm doing in fantasy sometimes. But it's such a crapshoot. Actually, that's a good question. You were in the league forever. Are dudes like aware of fantasy? Like, do you care about that at all? Like, dudes in the locker room playing fantasy? Did you ever have a fantasy team? How does that work with players?
I think they do now more than, again, I'm maybe a bad example because when I came into the league, there was no World Wide Web. There was no internet. There was no social media. There was no fantasy football. Mm-hmm. I mean, I was the first kicker on Tecmo Bowl, which was before Madden.
Oh, that's cool.
And I just re-upped with EA Sports and Madden for the 22.
Awesome.
Madden 22 as a Legends kicker. So I think there's something in the Madden game where you can unlock Legends for points. I don't know how it works, but
you're in there.
But I'm in there. I'm one of the guys, which is so cool. And it gave me, street cred. I think we might have talked about it at some point doing one of our pods.
I think we have a pod coming up with PFT Commenter, and we talked about how, and maybe this was off air, I forget, but you are the only all Madden kicker ever. And John Madden gave you that award because you spoke multiple languages.
I'm talking about the video game.
Right. But still, you've got tons of Madden cred.
Well, Pat Summerall, because he was his partner in the booth, and then I got on the All Madden team because I spoke a foreign language. I mean, this is the most ridiculous criteria, but I love it. And it's the greatest. I mean, it's a bronze plaque that is so heavy.
That thing's legit.
Oh, it's legit. I mean, it's heavy. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah,
I love
that.
So
you just gotta love John Madden and what he stood for and what he was, and yeah, it's just an amazing guy.
He's still fighting, man.
Oh yeah, man, he's still there.
He's still out there kicking.
It'd be a fun guest.
I know. So. You and I are going to meet in person for the first time in Canada.
Yeah, I look forward
week.
to it, man. Yeah, can't wait to COVID hug you. I don't know how.
I was going to say, so do we hug? Do we shake hands? Like, how does this work?
We come in for the bro hug.
we come in for the hug. Okay.
Not a big sloppy one, but a good tight.
Might get sloppy.
Yeah, the good tight squeeze I think would be in order. I feel Jen said she was willing to do a wraparound. I'm not sure what that means.
We could do a full group hug. The whole Andersen family could get in for it. Bring it in.
Kids won't be there. It'll just be my wife and I and some dear friends. So
there we go. Even better. But anyways, we got distracted. So did you ever have a fantasy team while you were playing? Do you have any stories about guys?
No, I didn't do fantasy. I never got involved with the fantasy, although I really liked it. And I thought it was really interesting, like the way that you engaged with fans changed when fantasy football became really popular, because fans would engage with you and say, hey, I got you on, instead of saying, hey, you're a favorite player of mine and I like you and I love the Saints or I love the Falcons or I love the Giants or whatever. It would be, hey, I got you on my fantasy team and, you're doing great or you suck. But there would be an interaction with the fans and they would engage with you differently. like an owner, you know, I'm owning this team and you're part of my team, and why are you screwing it up? What's going on? Fans looking for like inside information, you know, injury. Are you feeling good? How you feeling? You know, it was insane.
They're getting like almost too invasive.
Yeah, but just I mean, I would never engage on that level. Obviously, wouldn't divulge any of the inside stuff because that's unethical. I mean, unless it was a buddy of mine, you know.
Right.
But you know, or got cut, you know, and then I didn't care because I was cut. You know, I'm onto the next team, you know. And
Right.
I did get cut, as you know, several times.
Right. Hey, when you play for as long as you did, you're bound to get cut at some point.
Reassigned.
That's
Like
how-
Tom Phillips says, you either get fired or you get hired. And, you know, I did both. I got fired and then I got hired. You know, they call it different things. Fired, released, let go,
Cut.
waived. I mean, yeah. It all means
Bought
the
out.
same. Yeah. No, it's not traded. But basically, it all means the same thing. You got your ass fired. Relocated.
Relocated's another good one.
Yeah.
So Scotty Fabo on Facebook saying, very important to clear that up prior to meeting, avoids awkward handshake pound dilemma. Yeah, he brings up a good point.
It's the turkey.
Always, because if I come in for the pound and you're like, hey, and then it's Morgan,
It's like
It's turkey.
or like, or if I come in for like just the handshake and you go in for the hug, it's just
not good.
Cringy.
I say we do the you know, the hey man, and then the hug. And I'm gonna go to the left side. You go to your left side.
Okay. Yeah.
No, we don't want like and then
We don't want to hit heads or you know, accidentally
lips
kiss because that'd be
too
weird.
early for that stuff.
I mean, I just met you. It's the first date, you know.
I wouldn't be mad.
Morgan said she gives me permission to kiss you, so there you go. So what do you get in Thursday?
What does that mean? Hold on.
I tried to
Morgan.
change this. He
Morgan,
wants to know
what
what
does
that
that mean?
means. He wants to know what does that mean.
Morton is just so famous. It's okay.
Oh
Maybe
gosh.
Wow,
NFL Hall
you've
of
reached
Famer.
the famous level enough where it's okay if you and I kiss on.
I was hoping
Morgan's
for,
side.
you know, like a compliment, but not just like a validation of like,
Nope, just fame, pure fame here.
dang it. All right, well, I'll take it, I suppose.
Going to take a look at what some of our friends are saying here in the chat. Just a lot of people sending along well
Uncomfortably
wishes.
changing the subject matter.
Yeah, I'm 100% changing the subject matter here. Things are getting. It's only 6:42 Central here, and things are
Let me
already
take a look
getting
at
weird.
Morgan. All right, let me see what, you know.
Morgan, you wanna get in here?
Marrying. Come on, Morgan.
Okay, wait. Give us 1 second. She's gonna sneak around.
Because I know you got other guests and you're kicking me off in a couple of minutes.
We'll get my next guest is actually Morgan, just hanging out with me for like an hour here. So here she
Hi,
is.
Morgan. Hi.
Wait, let me take the headphones out here.
Congratulations on your impending doom with Freeze Pops.
Hey, Morton, you got us?
Sure, got you.
Oh, okay, here we go. Nice.
Morgan, great to meet you, and congratulations on your, you know, the impending doom with Freeze there.
Yeah.
I know, I see that. I am not wearing any bling right now, but
No bling.
But he'll see that up in Canton, you know, when we
Oh my God.
convene.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great to meet
Do
you.
you have
and good- Hmm?
Thank you. Do you
Yeah.
have your jacket up in dry cleaners?
It's a good
The
question.
gold
Well,
jacket?
it's been at the dry cleaners, and now it's getting ready to be you know, shipped up to the hall.
Okay.
I don't wear it on the plane because I just think that's a spectacle.
That's kind of a
Yes.
power move, though.
Yes.
Like you,
It would
you
be a
had to
flex.
approach
It would be a
that
flex. It would be a flex. What? Yeah, no, that would definitely be a flex. But you know, we just wear it on select occasions, and obviously the 5 days in Canton, good reason to wear it. We probably
Does
have
that thing
about
stink by the end of the
130.
weekend?
Wrap your head around 130 gold jackets, Tom. Will that be okay with you?
It's gonna be
Oh
insane.
my God.
How bad does that gold jacket smell by the end of the weekend?
Well, you got several, so you can just change them.
Oh, good point. Good point. You've got what, 3?
I do have 3. One has red wine and cigars on it. Another one got ripped in the Superdome. So the third one is still clean. So I'm gonna bring the ripped one. It's got a little shoulder rip because the story is so good, with Jimmy Buffett.
I was just gonna say, so was it Jimmy Buffett that spilled wine or you, or was it Jimmy Buffett?
No, that was just a fan, and then a Sharpie, and then
I'm gonna eat it from you.
Yeah, and then some cigar ashes that kind of got messed up in there, but the Rip was in the Superdome doing the NFC Championship game a couple of years ago. When they played the Rams, we got beat by the refs. You remember that play? And
that wasn't great.
St. Louis Rams?
No, LA Rams.
LA Rams. They were back in LA, yeah. And anyway, big rib in my shoulder. But I'll have a couple of jackets options. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh my God.
Wait, actually, Morton, we got a question here on YouTube from Evan. Evan saying, Mort, are your toes effed up from so much kicking? Has anyone? All right, I'll get rid of that one. Are your toes messed up, Morton?
Yeah, that my feet are definitely affected. I think I have a little bunion on my left big toe. I'll show you my feet, but I don't know.
No. I'm eating, Morton.
I know. I hear you. I don't blame you.
It's okay, Morton. Tom likes pedicures. It's okay.
Who doesn't like a pedicure?
Yeah, come say hi to Morgan.
Here we go.
Guy. I don't like. I like a foot massage.
Hi.
Yes.
Jennifer, hi. Such a pleasure.
The girl that puts up with the other one.
The band is back together for the first time.
I love it.
Yeah.
Reunion concert.
She hears me yelling on our end when we record the podcast. I'm sure you occasionally hear Morton yelling on his end when we're recording the podcast.
We should start a club.
What would the name be?
Club, yes.
What would the name of the club be?
It would be the Significant Other's Deaf Hearing Club or something. Because I cannot hear anything.
I think we should just call it what?
Yeah.
What? Question mark?
Huh?
That's it. Yeah. Or huh? I like that one.
I like how better.
We're preoccupied, we're recording things.
I know you are talking to like Bill Murray and my secret celebrity crush, Charles Barkley.
She has a crush on Charles Barkley.
I do. I love him so much.
He was a really good guest.
He was awesome.
Yes. The sweetest human being.
And Morton, I wish that we could share what his nickname is. I mean, not his nickname, his email. I obviously won't say it, but how great is his email address? I'll let people's imagination run wild.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good, but we're not going there.
Obviously, we're not going.
I have a new list for you for the next series of podcasts. Just saying.
Let's hear it. What is it?
No, we're not.
Let's have a show meeting.
Anyway, we're gonna somehow tie Mark Wahlberg in there. Just saying.
Okay. Well, Mark Wahlberg actually.
He played basketball once.
He did?
I don't know.
Yeah. My wife's got a Wilt Chamberlain story she wants to share.
Let's hear it.
Would love to.
No, that's not happening right now. But it's a good one. That's more of a in-person kind of story.
Okay, we'll save that for another time.
Yeah, and I didn't make a chapter, which was good.
All I'm going to say is my wife's about 5 feet tall, and Wilt was, 7? They called him Wilt Still.
7'1", something like that.
Oh, my God.
So just let your imagination roam freely on that one.
If I had a flat head.
Oh, geez.
All right, I'm out.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That went terribly wrong.
So, Morgan, you want to? She's having some food over here off camera. You want to finish up your meal and
Yes.
What are you eating? What are you eating, Morgan? Nice to meet you.
I'm not even kidding. I'm having hash browns and a bowl of fruit.
You're having what?
Hash browns?
Yeah, I love hash browns.
Hash browns. Love hash browns. And then literally a bowl of fruit. It had bananas and apples and grapes and what was the one that I gave you?
Cantaloupe.
Cantaloupe.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, have fun. Great to see you. Hope
Thank
to
you.
obviously see you soon. And
yes,
I can't wait. Awesome.
all my best to you and the family and everybody else.
Thank you, Mort. I appreciate it. Still my favorite kicker of all time.
Favorite kicker of all time. I wonder how you got that distinction.
You're making her say that. I get that. It's pandering. It's called pandering, Tom.
It happens. Yeah, I mean,
It's called Tom. It's called pandering. It's all right. I get it. I've been in the game long enough.
People pander to the Hall of Famers. It's fine.
How do you like my Tervis? Do you like the Tervis?
Oh, that's sick. Do I get cool stuff when I show up, or do I just am I just lucky to be in the building?
I don't think you get anything. But I mean, you know, you never know. There might be some swag coming your way.
All right, I'm cool with that.
You know, I'm sure we can make something happen.
I just want to be a fly on the wall for the weekend. Like I don't want to get.
What are
in
you,
the way.
double X, XL, double X? What are you?
2X.
Yeah. That's what I figured. Yeah, we have some flexibility on some merch up there. So
Nice.
I think there's a good chance that you know you'll be flying home to St. Louis or back wherever, you know. Get some swag.
I'm actually going to be flying from Canton to New England
wow.
to go on vacation for a week with
Awesome.
My future in-laws and my family. We're all getting a place on the Cape for a week.
So we need to we got to record a couple of episodes, you know, Great Day Nation.
We're gonna bang some stuff out.
Yeah,
We'll definitely get in touch about that.
Yeah, we'll have to because we're starting our second season, which is pretty exciting.
I'm very excited for it, dude. We have such good guests already in the can. I'm cool with sharing it. At least, I mean, we talked about PFT commenter. We recorded with. He was hilarious. We recorded with Jerome Bettis the other day. He was awesome, and a guy named Roger Goodell joined us.
The most powerful man in sports is what you know. That's what they call him. He doesn't like that at all.
He really didn't. How sick is his office, though? He's got a sick setup.
It's very long. It's deep.
My favorite part of that interview was the first 3 minutes of it, where there was fire trucks going the entire time, and I had to awkwardly cut in and say, "Hey guys, can we start from the top?"
I think we should have just kept that, and it's part of New York.
It was so loud though, dude. It sounded so bad. Couldn't hear anything.
Do you have the outtake?
I have the raw audio.
So we should keep the outtake from that.
I got raw audio on everyone, Morton.
We should put. You know what we should do? We should put an outtake show together. 2-3 minutes, or even 30 seconds, a minute from each show. I mean, we got 45. How many shows? 46.
I think we're about to air. We just aired 47 the other day.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a pretty good body of history there. At least from the past year, we could grab 30 seconds. You know, we could make an easy hour show out of
100%.
It would not be a lot of work for you either.
By the way, I just because I'm eating while we're doing this, I accidentally just spit a small piece of potato that is now lodged in my mic. And I don't know if you guys can hear me trying to scrape it out of the mic, so I apologize if you do. But it's kind of gross. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get rid of that at some point.
Air. You have an air horn you can put on
one of those spray things.
Yeah, for your computer, for your keyboard, for your computer.
How to get rid of this potato that's in my. I don't want to stare at that the rest of the night.
It's going to be 23 and a half hours. 20. Well, you only got 23 hours to go almost.
That's it.
7 minutes.
It's going to be. I don't know when it's going to really set in. It's going to be at maybe 6 a.m., 7 a.m. where it's I have still an entire day ahead of me.
Well, let me ask you this: are you a morning person or a night person?
I'm like a mid-afternoon guy. I like the middle of the day. That's when I thrive. But I do stay up late too. Because I worked so many jobs where I had crazy hours over the years. I'm just my body doesn't let me go to bed early.
You totally strike me as a night guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm a late night guy for sure. I'll retract my statement. I'm a late night guy because I stay up very late.
Yeah, I don't see you as a mid-afternoon. I see you as a napping in the mid-afternoon guy.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to bed till 2-3 in the morning.
True, because I mean,
and then you wake up at the crack of noon and do the same thing again. That's how I see you. Is that totally off base?
Well, the only off base part of it is I do get up early, because things got to get done more. I got to figure out just like getting more sleep in general. Because I stay up late and I kind of wake up early.
Cat naps, man. You got to sneak cat naps in there.
He's a very hard worker. I'll give him that always.
Thank you, Morton.
Very well.
Yeah.
But yeah, the cat naps are huge. I took one before this, but my thing is, I don't think I napped long enough. I took like a 2.5 hour nap this afternoon.
That's too long. That's way too long.
You think it was too long?
How much did you sleep last night? What you got to do, you got to think about this as a game.
Okay.
And your game starts at 7, and it's 24 hour long. Good luck. But
well, that's why I took a long nap.
Yeah, but you should have been preparing for this. Like you should have been doing a couple of training runs at home.
So just staying up for 24 hours at home.
Yeah, you should have done that once a week for like a month, and then you would have been in training. Now you're gonna suffer.
It's gonna be so bad.
Yeah, you're gonna suffer, but because you didn't earn the right to really be in that diner for 24 hours, because you were not up for 24 hours at your house training, and you were not trying to make your dominant behavior positive.
I don't have unconscious competence.
Correct. You're right now at a level of conscious incompetence.
I'm so screwed.
You're host.
I'm so
You're not host right now, but it's going to rear its ugly head in about, I might check back in around midnight just to see what the live stream was like.
Yeah. Just pop back in. Say
when the
hi.
when the carb coma hits you and like you start ordering like soft drinks with caffeine in them or coffee.
I know. Yeah.
And then
so
the coffee gets your stomach upset. Oh yeah, it's gonna be ugly.
The coffee over under here. I'll put up the odds for you. The coffee over under is 6.5. I haven't drank any coffee yet. I'm kind of waiting to drink coffee because I feel like once I start, it's going to send me on a bad path, both bathroom trips wise and coffee dependency wise. Like once you start crushing the coffee, yeah, it's good. It could be bad.
Wow. All drinks 14.5. I think that's 14.5. That's low because you're going to drink more water. So one glass of water is one drink. Over on that for sure.
Yep. Yeah, I think that. So I don't want to give anyone. I mean, look, the odds have locked at this point. But if I personally was gambling on myself here, I would say over on plates of food, under on coffees, under on bacon strips, under on pieces of bread, over on drinks, over on napkins, over on bathroom trips, over on server visits, because we've already had 4. And look, it's America's Diner. They take care of you here. I'm going to go under on guest no-shows because I am trying to think positively. And I'll go over on Great Dane Nation plugs because, I mean, I've already lost how many times we've mentioned the podcast in this one interview alone.
It's going to be over. But let me ask you on the guest no-shows. So in your mind, who's going to not show up? Because you obviously think somebody's not showing. Who's it going to be? So let's bet on that.
So on the DraftKings Dream Stream last night, I was talking with my buddy Glash, who I do a lot of broadcasts with, and he was theorizing which DraftKings people were going to bail on me. And again, I'm trying to think positively. He didn't have high hopes for like any of our DraftKings coworkers. I personally think they will join me, but he thinks he was going high. He was like 6 to 7 are going to bail on you. Dude, come on. And of course he says this as a guy that's not coming on with me because he's going on vacation.
Right.
So easy for him to say. So what's for dinner?
I'm there for you. I will not no-show. I will be there for you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern?
9 a.m. and then 6 o'clock tomorrow night. So I got my teammate helping me out at multiple
I'll be there
points.
for you. If there's any research you need me to do in the meantime to be ready for 9 a.m., So what kind of state of mind and physical state will I find you in at 9 a.m.? What's your prediction?
I think at 9 o'clock it could be kind of a rough scene. But
Yeah.
I think the last 12 hours are going to be really hard. I think the first 12 I'll be fine. I don't know if that's like a hot take to say, but I think first 12 I'll be okay.
Yeah.
Next 12, not so much.
So I have more follow-up questions, but they're more relevant to the end of the 24 hours. So maybe we'll just save it.
Well, how about this? Why don't you ask me those questions now, and then I'll see if my answers change throughout the day.
Okay, so the first question I have for you is, what is the first thing you're going to do when you leave the diner?
Sleep.
You're going to go straight home and sleep?
I might shower and then sleep. So shower, then sleep.
Yes, you are. Because I just
Okay.
Morton, I don't know if you
Morton.
guys heard that. Yeah.
Are you, okay, how long are you going to sleep? 4.
That's a good question. So
And what does your day look like tomorrow?
So tomorrow I'm here all day until
till
7 o'clock. So Saturday I have
that's what I meant.
I have a DraftKings broadcast that starts at 11 a.m. my time. So when I get out of here at like 7 o'clock tomorrow night, I'll hopefully be in bed, showered, and dead asleep by like 8 o'clock Eastern.
Okay.
And I plan on sleeping until like an hour before my DraftKings broadcast starts on Saturday. So.
Okay, what are the 3 things, and this is just, I'm giving that to you now, you can think about it because you'll have plenty of time to think about it.
Yeah.
Do you have
I'm sure my answers
you
might
have a
change.
notepad? No.
Yes.
What are the 3 things you hope to take away from this experience, and what would you recommend other losers of fantasy football if they were to embark on this journey?
So 3 things to take away. I hope to.
You don't have to answer me now. These are the questions I will be.
Yeah, you know what? I'll stew on it.
Yeah.
I'll stew on that one because that's
Right.
a good question.
Right, and then how much are you going to tip the staff?
That's a great question. I mean, I was going to kind of look at what the total was and then just give them a super fat tip because they're going to be.
What's a super fat tip?
I mean.
20% of the whole
20, probably 40%, honestly.
Wow.
I mean, I'm going to be sitting here for. No, I'm going to throw it on a card. I don't carry cash. Come on. What is this?
You're millennial. You don't carry cash.
I'm old school, man.
I have a $2 bill in my wallet for good luck.
Okay. All right. And then you're doing this in St. Louis. So what other city would you love to do this in again?
If I had to do this again, I would love to do it in my near my hometown at a diner called the Patriot Diner.
I'm guessing that's up in the Northeast, maybe in Boston.
So it's in Woonsocket, Rhode Island. And the reason why I'd like to do it there is it's kind of like the first.
Is it close to North
24 hours.
Kingston? My wife was born in North Kingston, Rhode Island.
So Woonsocket and North Kingston aren't like neighbors per se, but in the grand scheme of things, it's everything in Rhode Island's close. If you can get from Woonsocket to North Kingston in like I don't know half an hour.
Sure.
So, but I would pick Patriot Diner. Have some good memories from there.
I think a diner, Camellia Grill in New Orleans would be a really good fit for you. They have a chili cheese omelet that is really good at like 2 a.m.
Sounds really. I'm sure there's lots of good places like that.
That's actually with cheese, but that's an omelet.
Are leaving.
My in-laws are leaving. Goodbye.
That was a quick stop by.
Hey, they got some food. They got some food to go. They got their masks
They're out
on.
of there.
Being safe. I didn't hear what he said because I got the
He
headphones
said,
on.
"This is what you get for being in last."
This is what I get. That's right. Yeah, it's a well-deserved punishment here. See you guys. So Morton, we actually got a question for you here from Ivan
I gotta
on
go
YouTube.
because I gotta eat dinner.
Okay, so how about this? I'll give you this question, and you can answer it when you get back tomorrow morning. Ask Morton if he has some kind of ghost story or anything eerie he'd like to share. You did play in New Orleans. There's lots of ghost stories that go along with that city.
That would be, that's a story from St. Francisville in Louisiana, which is a very haunted, a lot of plantation homes with that are haunted. Yeah. So I do have a good story there. Should I share it now or later?
We'll hear it tomorrow morning.
Just remind me when I tune in at 9 a.m. We'll start out with the San Francisville, and I'll ask you if Denny's has any ghosts.
I love it. All right, dude.
Go hey, Godspeed, have a lot of fun, man. Enjoy yourself and make the best of it. I know you will.
Enjoy the fish.
Stay awake, bro. Don't lose the bet because you didn't stay awake. Coffee.
Jennifer, tell Jennifer thank you for joining us as well.
Jennifer, thank you for joining the show with TommyFreezePops, 24 hours at the diner. And don't forget to watch Great Dane Nation. Let's get that going.
Exactly. Let's get another Great Dane Nation plug in. Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Great Dane Nation. Go check it out. Morton, go eat
Vegas
dinner.
Insider, baby. All right. Sounds good, man.
See ya.
See you, bud.
All right. The Great Dane. There he is.
Hi, Maddie.
Hi, Maddie. Hey, Maddie, why don't you come on camera here? Let everyone see you.
See you again.
This is our server, Maddie. She's taking care of me today.
So well. How were my parents? Was my mom a pain in the booty?
No, they were great.
Wow, I'm so
There you go. Excellent.
She got one of my favorite breakfasts, banana cream breakfast.
Oh, very
that
nice.
Is one of my mom's favorites.
Banana cream.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
If I
Good
find
stuff.
anything with like bananas on it and all that stuff. Yeah.
Ooh,
All right. Grand Slam, which is great so far. I got I'd probably say 4 or 5 bites left. So thank you. All right, so that was Maddie, our great server, who's going to be with us for a long time here.
Yeah, she said she's working into the night too.
Cool. So that was Morton Andersen, my podcast partner. He's going to be back with me in the morning for breakfast. So,
in the Mortoning. No.
Nice. But in the meantime, we are going to be right back. We are going to take a quick break as we readjust our camera here to fit an in-person guest. So Morgan is going to join me for a full segment here before Amin joins us from Fox Sports. So in the meantime, let's revisit that interview that Morton and I were talking about. Him and Charles Barkley talking about betting on the Super Bowl. To have this type of money to bet on the Super Bowl, ridiculous. So take a look at that. We'll be right back. And it's not playing.
Turner's contract with FanDuel allows you to talk about gambling.
People. So I'm going to continue to try and make this work. And it's not.
Turner's contract with FanDuel allows you to talk about gambling on TV now.
So we're going to try.
Never thought that day would come, man.
Hey,
come on.
You taking a fat kid in a candy store.
Oh, that's right.
Hey, Morton, I love gambling. The highlight of my year is football season. And then I did something stupid for the Super Bowl. I bet against Tom Brady. That was beautiful to watch.
I hope it wasn't a big number.
Yeah, it was a big number. This is my 24th straight year going to Vegas for Super Bowl. It's the best place in the world to watch the Super Bowl. It wasn't the same this year because of COVID. Because normally I'm in a room with 10 to 15,000 people and they're going nuts. Everybody in the room is bet on something. The room is electric. They got every alcoholic beverage. They got every food in the world you want. And this year, you couldn't have a bunch of people, so it wasn't great. But the last 23 years, it's the greatest place to watch. You're in like an auditorium, and everybody in the room was bet on the game, and it's just awesome.
What was the bet? What was your bet? Do you mind me asking?
I bet $100,000 on the Chiefs, and I knew
on the line.
And I knew it was over right away. It was a friend of mine with me, Derek Andersen. He said, "Chuck, do not bet on the Chiefs." And he says, I said, "Derek, what do you think?" He said, "Charles, they're going to kill Patrick Mahomes." And he played quarterback in the NFL for between 12 and 13 years. He says, they're going to kill Mahomes. They got 3 offensive linemen out. The kid up in Canada who's doing some amazing things in the medical field. And then they had the 2 injuries. He told me this Friday night, and Saturday. We played golf Saturday and Sunday. He said, Chuck, I'm just warning you. They're going to kill Patrick Mahomes. And I'm like, what do you know? You only played quarterback in the NFL for 12 years. And when we were flying back home Monday, I said, yo, man, I should have listened to you because I got more respect for Patrick Mahomes after that beating he took than when he's going out there throwing for 400 yards and 5 or 6 touchdowns, because there was a couple of times I thought they were going to kill him when the game was over. But you could tell after the first quarter they were playing that zone, so Tyreek Hill could not get behind them. No. They didn't even have to bring in the linebackers. The defensive front was just going to had him running around for dear life. So it was really kind of a boring game, but I knew after the first quarter, oh, shit, I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
Can cook? Yeah. He goes, it's John that put you on the shirt. He knocked you out.
All right, we're back. Hi, guys. I don't have headphones on, so now I can hear how loud I'm being. No, I'm going to adjust this a little bit so we don't have as much glare on the screen. Is that better?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, you like that?
Works for me.
So I'm off to the side here, though. See, we're learning here. We're adjusting.
That odd, like, dust
It's such a tough. It's a tough time of day. Yeah. Like, is that too much glare? What do we think? What do we think?
No, you kind of look like saintly. Like, yeah, look at this. There.
Like an angel.
That is so funny.
So we got Ty DeRaider joining us on YouTube saying, Tommy took a break from the sim to say what's up. Ty, I'm going to need your help, man. This is going to be a long, long day. Long day. Alex K saying that was electric. Chris Horde saying, are you trying to explore the whole menu during your time there? It's a good question, Chris. I don't think so. I mean, that's a lot of food. And I don't want to die at a Denny's. Like, that wouldn't be a way to go out, right?
Yeah, heart attack by Denny.
No, that probably wouldn't be fun. You can see the potato I was talking about now, right? You can see that little tiny...
Oh, we can fix that.
Yeah, it's just a little
We'll
potato in there. When you're trying to eat and talk at the same time, you got a mic in front of you.
Yeah, you need one of those spit shields like rappers have, you know? Like when you're
Or just-
Eminem, like, you know.
So they sell things that they look like big like puffs that go over the mic.
Oh, well, there
Those
you
are
go.
called wind socks.
No, it's not.
Yeah, swear to
You
God.
made that up.
Wind sock.
It's called a spit stopper. Shouldn't it
A
be
spit stopper?
spit
Okay.
stopper? That makes more sense than
Okay.
whatever
A wind
you said.
sock. Actually, here go. If I sit here,
Okay.
less glare.
Then scoot over and not.
There we go.
Okay.
So I'm in the corner for this one.
Okay, then I'll be directed.
Jason Rossi, one of my DraftKings buddies,
Hello, Rossi.
asking on YouTube, how many wardrobe changes can we be expecting? It's a good question. I probably won't change unless I really feel like I have to. Like,
You're just gonna suck it up, buttercup, and
yeah, like it's just going to be a greasy, sweaty day.
Yeah.
I'm fully expecting that. I'm fully prepared for it. I did bring at least one shirt. I brought a sweatshirt if it for some reason gets cold in 100 degrees St. Louis, Missouri. I brought some deodorant in case I start kind of stinking to a level that
turning right.
is, not what I want to hang out with. Got some cologne. Brought a hat.
Mhm.
Love me a hat every now. Maybe if I want to switch it up, throw a hat on.
Yeah.
But no, not too many wardrobe changes.
Yep.
Not going to be like a costume party here. Good idea though for the future. 24-hour costume party.
We should have every hour. You should change into something like our Guy Fieri t-shirts.
Yep.
That would have been fun.
Yep. Shout out to Guy Fieri. This is something he would respect.
He would respect the hell out of this.
I think
feel.
he would enjoy doing this.
It is America's Diner.
Well, he goes to so many like really cool vintage diners that.
And why would he come here when he has his own restaurant? Like many.
True.
Several restaurants.
He probably just eats at his own restaurants.
He's like, you know my face.
Yeah.
I am the guy on this side of this building.
Hi.
Hello.
We went to the guy's restaurant in Kansas City.
Yes, we did. We
was
sure
cool.
did.
It was cool.
I want to meet him in real life. I would like to have him at a dinner party, if you will.
That's a good question.
On my dinner party list, who would be top 5 in your dead or alive, Thomas?
Well, okay. If you have yours ready.
Mine is at the ready.
Okay, you give yours. I'll think about mine.
Okay, mine are Steve Carell, John Krasinski, RuPaul, Pauly D.
Pauly D from Jersey Shore.
Pauly D.
Okay.
And my last one is Guy Fieri.
Wow.
Yep, those are my top.
That would be a hell of a dinner.
Isn't that fun?
Okay, explain why you want each of those people.
Okay. One, everybody should know I love The Office. The Office is God's creation to earth. It's, nectar of the gods. So I believe that Steve Carell is one of the funniest comedic actors of all time. Again, personal opinion. I love him, adore him. I would love to meet him in real life. Same goes for John Krasinski. Always wanted to be Emily Blunt and marry him. It's fine. And then
What?
Sorry. He's okay.
Sorry, I understand. He's very handsome.
Okay. He's very, very handsome. Shout out to Ben and Haley. Then, who would be next? DJ Pauly D. I know he's from your home state, from your stomping ground.
That's true. Johnston, Rhode Island. Stand up.
And I just feel that DJ Pauly D is just one of the nicest human beings. I think he's so funny, and he is just loud and crazy. I would love to have him at that party with that group of people, with those select few people. Then RuPaul, I'm obsessed with RuPaul's Drag Race. RuPaul does so many good things for the LGBTQ whatever community. I just love and adore him and his show and all he has done to accomplish his drag life, etc. And Guy Fieri.
We just love Guy.
We just love Guy. I mean,
love
what
his
is
energy.
Not to love about Guy. He raised $2 million during the restaurant relief efforts when COVID happened. All around great guy.
So it's a great list, and I can vouch for the fact that you watch The Office all the time. You're obsessed with it.
What did I
You
watch
watch
today?
The Office. You
While
love
I was working.
RuPaul's
Don't
Drag
tell-
Race.
Don't tell people I wasn't building my Chick-fil-A. So
You shouldn't say these things publicly.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you'll learn.
Sorry. Just slip of the tongue.
You watch RuPaul's Drag Race quite a bit, and Pauly D is just a legend.
Yeah, I just love him. He's just
Great
his
energy.
Great energy,
Yeah.
and his comedy is just on par with ours. I just feel like he would be a great guest.
A good hang.
Good
Tida
hang.
Raider asking what my first meal was. It was a Grand Slamwich.
Yep.
Which was finished during our break.
That's true.
It's just one of the best sandwiches you can get. It mixes
Yes.
everything that you're looking for here.
Yes, Thomas gets it every time. We've only been here twice, so every time.
Yeah, she says that like I come here all the time. We don't even live all that close to this Denny's, to be honest. It's just the only Denny's that's around. I mean, so just to take people behind the curtain, I tried to do this at a Waffle House because if you guys remember, there was a story a few weeks ago where a guy had to sit at a Waffle House for, I think, 24 hours because he lost in fantasy. And for every waffle that he ate at the Waffle House, it took an hour off his stay.
Yep.
And he only ate 9, I think, and people were ripping him online for it. There was a lot of discussion online. So I figured, oh, okay, people are into the whole Waffle House thing. I'll try and do a Waffle House. And if people work at Waffle House or know things about Waffle House on the stream here, you can fill me in. I was told by multiple managers at multiple Waffle Houses,
Yes.
because I drove around to try and find one, that no Waffle House has Wi-Fi.
Correct.
It's a thing.
No guest Wi-Fi. At all.
Throughout Waffle Houses, around the country, no Wi-Fi.
Nope.
And look, we're not rocking with the greatest Wi-Fi in the world here at Denny's, but it's working. I'm on the air.
Yep.
But Waffle House has none. So Denny's over Waffle House right there.
All day, every
If
day.
we're making the rankings here.
Yes.
So that's why I'm at this Denny's. I drove up the street from the Waffle House that I was trying and found this awesome Denny's with great booths and an awesome staff. And
Yeah, and I would say this is fairly-ish newly renovated.
Yeah,
ish.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's definitely on the newer side. It's definitely more comfortable than the Waffle House I was going to try and do it at.
Yeah, I was very scared.
So not good. But I want to give you my dinner party guests. But before we get to that, Officer Ramsey on YouTube. Sorry, I keep putting up the wrong comment. I'm still learning here. He says, Tom, there's a secret Denny's menu item, the French toast grilled cheese. I need a review. Did not know that, and now I will definitely be ordering that. Not yet.
We'll ask Maddie if that's real.
She'll be able to hook it up probably. I did just finish a Grand Slamwich, so it'll be a while before I.
Bacon ice cream though.
You got bacon ice cream here?
Remember Bacon Fest a few years ago?
Okay, in St. Louis?
Everywhere, all the time.
Okay. Oh, okay. So there was like a thing, Denny's.
They're getting exclusive.
Okay.
Bacon shakes, bacon ice cream.
Well, bacon ice cream doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world, though. Little sweet, little salty. Yeah. What's your name, sir? Mike. Mike works at Denny's here. He's the cook.
Oh,
Here we go.
Thank
So
you.
Mike's hanging out. What? You drinking some coffee, hanging out before your shift? There you go. Exactly. So
Fueling up for a night. Yes.
I love it. I would try bacon ice cream. I mean, there's donut places that do the bacon on
My
the
bakery used to do it.
Donut Palace, Ellisville,
did.
Missouri.
Sure did.
I'd try
We
it.
did. It had like the maple glaze, like icing, and then you put bacon on top. Yeah.
So we got a couple comments I want to hit on here. Tyda Raider saying, I would have eaten 30 waffles. They probably don't have Wi-Fi to get people out faster, or they're just cheap. I think it's a combination of all those things, Ty. That's a good call.
Yeah.
Rossi on YouTube saying, can't wait for the clientele at 4 a.m. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting scene here.
I will be asleep.
You're not gonna watch the whole thing?
No, honey. I love you, but no.
What do you have better to do?
Sleep. I get.
You don't want to keep me on in the background?
No. I get that all the time, anyways. When you play DraftKings, not play, but when
Play
you,
DraftKings,
when you,
yes.
When you scream DraftKings.
Scream DraftKings. Yeah. So
Yeah.
there might be some people watching right now that watch the DraftKings Dream Stream, and Morgan says scream DraftKings because I do the games, as you guys know, from the kitchen,
Uh-huh.
and we
didn't
live.
bring your microwave.
Oh, the mini microwave. Yeah, forgot to bring it. But we live in a 1-bedroom apartment, and there's no doors in the apartment between the bedroom and the living room. It's kind of like living room / kitchen is over here. Sorry, I'll be on camera right here. And then there's a long hallway, and then there's a bedroom here. So it's loft-ish style, and there's 2 definite separate rooms, but it's really only one room
It's
that feels like 2 rooms, if that makes sense.
technically a loft studio.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes. So,
But it's big, and it feels
ginormous.
like a 2-bedroom
yeah,
place, but
it's
it's
1,000 square feet.
not 2-bedroom. It feels like a 2-room apartment,
Correct.
but it really is only technically 1, and there's high ceilings. So
14 footers.
she hears me yelling, as she says, into the mic, but I call it broadcasting. You have to project when
Yeah.
you're on the air. So yeah, it keeps her up. It keeps her up at night, we'll say.
So,
Your sister chiming in on Facebook
Jordy Pants
saying that
shout
she's
out.
going to chime in at 3 a.m. All right.
Oh my God.
I'm going to hold you to that.
Yep, I hope so, Jordan. You and Boomer. Send a picture of Boomer, please. Thank you.
Okay, so here's my 5.
Okay, I'm ready. Oh, I don't think I've ever known this. He's known
And
me
I'm-
5 for a long time. I don't know if I've.
I'll be completely frank with you. We're flying by the seat of our pants deciding this 5.
Okay.
Guy Fieri's one of them.
Yes. Good answer.
Love Guy. Love everything he does. And I got to be honest, he has my dream job. and I know that you and I have talked about this before.
Yes, and
And-
I can't wait to comment. So go ahead, proceed.
She loves to take a dump on my dreams and say
I just think
that
there's-
I'll never be Guy Fieri because I'm not a chef. I can't cook. And that is true. I can't, and I'm not. But I do love food. I have a passion for food. I enjoy the culinary world.
Did
I
you
think
do-
that what?
somebody saved me because Tom's idea of if you've seen The Office, he's like, Andy, oh, this food is bad. Oh, this muffin is
No, give me more credit than that.
no. You're just like, I think you overshoot it. You're like, again, like Michael Scott, like, oh, this I can't do it. I can't say that because that's inappropriate. But what I'm trying to say is when you try to critique a food item, I don't know if you necessarily know what you're talking about.
Wow. Okay, give me an example.
I would love to. Whenever we love to go to one of our places in St. Louis, we love to go get tacos. And obviously, let's talk about it. So,
Nice. I see what you did there.
thank you. So, when we go there, he's just like, oh, this cilantro is overpowering.
It
I'm
is.
like, trust me, I hate cilantro as much as the next cilantro hater, but then you're just like, oh, this meat is good. Oh, this, like, there's just like no like true critique in the food. It's just like, oh, I like this and no, I don't like this. Oh, it's hot, it's not hot. Oh, it's spicy, it's not spicy. You know what I mean?
Okay. I hear you,
Yes.
but what I'll say as a defense of myself
You're
is
like, you'd be like, oh, this ketchup is red. Oh,
okay.
this ketchup is saucy.
If
Oh,
I was on the show,
Mm.
I would have much deeper analysis. I'm not going to go into a full breakdown when you and I are just crushing some tacos at Mission
So
Taco.
I don't get that full analysis.
No, we saved that for the air.
Okay, so if you're going to save that for the air for anybody else, ergo, you will not be able to have a freaking TV show.
No, when I'm on,
People know what you're talking about. Oh, this sauce is red. Oh, this ketchup is ketchup-y. Like,
okay.
anybody else has eaten with Tom before?
If
please?
I was to
That's
have a
correct.
show, I would definitely have training and
Haley help.
have better words to say.
Uh-huh. See, like whenever, if you were to be a chef and maybe, make your fiance something sometime, Thomas, maybe then we would know things a little bit more about the food world.
Okay, so what you're saying is you want me to like go back to culinary school?
Go to culinary school, sure. That's what you want to do. Go for it. I'll support it.
I don't though. I just want a TV show about food
Well, you
where I
can have a
travel
TV show.
around and eat awesome food and talk to cool people. Why can't I do that without just being like a normal guy? And why do I have to be a chef for that?
Unfortunately, your palate is not as sophisticated as a chef or a Guy Fieri or somebody in the food industry because they were chefs and they know what they're looking for with texture, taste, smells,
Okay,
palate.
but here's my other defense.
Okay.
We're just going to debate this for the
I
next
would
hour.
love to.
People watching at home aren't chefs, so I feel like I'm more relatable than this 5-star chef going to a restaurant at a hole in the wall. So
But
maybe,
that's something I can do. Like, okay, let me go have a show then.
yeah, and maybe that's the appeal.
No. I don't think that's how it works. I don't think so.
Okay. Well, Guy Fieri would be at my dinner.
Okay. Who's next? 'Cause I know we talked about this before.
Benjamin Franklin.
Very cool. Do you want to talk about his mistresses?
Wow, you're about to put him on blast
Yes,
immediately.
his-
I just think Benjamin
his-
Franklin is like the most interesting American we've had. One of the founding fathers, lived over in France for a while, did his thing, wore funny hats,
Did his thing.
didn't wear like the weird powdered wigs like the other guys, just had flow for days.
His flow was on point.
He was an inventor.
Proceeding an inventor.
He invented
Very
lots of
smart.
stuff. an important part of the beginning of this country. I think he was the alpha male in the room.
I have glasses because of Benny Frank.
The bifocals.
Yeah, I don't have bifocals, but
He,
just shout out. My dad does.
I think that if he wanted to, he probably could have been president, but he didn't want that responsibility. He wanted to be able to go out and party and have a good time.
Women.
Yeah. Like, he didn't have time for that. Absolutely not. So, absolutely. But by the way, before I continue to give my 5, let's shout out Officer Ramsey on YouTube saying that his dinner party would be Margot Robbie, Dave Portnoy, Gordon Ramsay, The Rock, and Tim Carroll, my brother.
Oh my
That
God.
is a wild 5.
Trim.
You've
Trim
got-
would be a fun time.
First of all, I've had many dinners with Tim. Overrated. Margot Robbie, one of the great actresses
yeah, she's cool. She's
out
cool.
there right now. Beautiful, obviously.
Squeeze me. Want to try again? I'm just kidding.
I mean,
I don't care.
Dave Portnoy,
She is. She's-
running Barstool,
she's a smoke
obviously super interesting. Hear that backstory, behind the scenes curtain,
Yeah.
look.
I wonder why Gordon Ramsay. Oh, because he's a chef and he tastes food. And he knows what he's talking about.
I mean, I understand your point, but I don't know. I think a show about an average guy with a normal person palate going out and trying foods around the country would be kind of interesting.
Okay. I double dog dare you to try to pitch that to Food Network.
If anyone has a contact, let me know.
LMK.
All right, the next
Okay.
person on my list, Tom Brady. I mean, it's probably not a revelation to hear me say that. He's the greatest quarterback of all time. I love him with every ounce of my being.
Oh boy.
I would do anything for that man.
Oh my god.
It's just,
Do you want to go propose to him, honey?
and I am of the thought that even though he plays for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I still love him. I still root for him. I don't really care. I'm going to root for him regardless of who he plays for the rest of his career. He could go play for, well, I was going to say he could play for the Jets. I probably wouldn't root for him there.
My favorite.
It doesn't matter who he
part-
roots for. Who he plays for, I'm rooting for him.
My favorite part is that Giselle is worth more than Tom Brady.
Yeah. Talk about a power couple.
Yeah.
I mean, good God.
I think her legs are insured for like $1 million or something.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Absolute legend. So Brady, I mean, it's almost not interesting to throw him in the mix.
Yeah.
On that one.
This is too predictable.
Way too predictable.
Okay, next.
The next person on my list, Paul Pierce, Celtics legend, my favorite Celtic of all time.
Larry Bird. That's all I know.
Morgan does not know a lot about basketball, but Paul Pierce
We
would
don't
be
have
there.
basketball in St. Louis. We just have
True.
college.
No NBA teams.
Yeah.
We all know he likes to have a good time. He lost his job at ESPN recently because he broadcast to the world how good of a time he likes to have. But you throw Paul Pierce in the mix there with Ben Franklin, also legendary for having a good time. Brady, who, you hear stories of him winning beer chugging contests amongst his offensive linemen early in his career. I'm
Let's make
sure.
everybody's shots are up to date, please. and thank you.
Yes, of course. Guy Fieri, I mean, come on. He screams good time. And then the last person I would like to have at my
No.
dinner party is my
Guys, he reached
fiance.
for the hand
Yeah, it's
under
the wrong
table.
hand.
No, it's not. Wrong hand.
There you go. That's the one. Morgan
Oh.
Menner.
I would like to know. I would like to talk to Benny Frank because he's just quite a guy. I would talk to him all night over all of your people, I think.
Even though Guy Fieri was at your dinner party and he's also at mine.
Yeah, I'd just be like, hey, nice to see you again. I'm going to go talk to Benny Frank because we haven't spoken yet. I'm going
Ever.
to introduce myself. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I can go catch up with the guy later. I already have his number. I already invited him.
So are you surprised by the amount of people at this Denny's right now? Like,
Honestly,
you thought there'd be more, less?
Time check.
So the
7:34.
crowd has grown since we got here. When we first got here, there was 4 to 6 people
4 to 6. That's it.
total, because I can't really see around the corner there.
Yeah.
now we're looking at least that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, almost 20 people here probably. So
Yep. For a Thursday night in South County, that's where we are.
Mhm.
That's what you call this part of St. Louis, is South County. I'm not really surprised. I think this is the exact amount of people, like the exact number of people that we were kind of estimating, because there's a Costco right across the street.
yeah, true.
And Target.
Hmm.
And like an Ulta and Hobby Lobby. This is a big hot spot. Oh, and an Aldi's.
Mhm.
So this is a big hot spot of an area where a lot of St. Louisans like to shop and adventure to. And on the other side of the highway, there is a mall. So, and a Chick-fil-A.
True.
I cannot claim I built yet.
No, but you do build Chick-fil-A's for your job.
Yes, I do.
So sick flex.
Yeah, but my friend Trina built that one. So
There you go.
Pretty cool. Yeah.
So my mom weighing in on YouTube under my dad's username saying I would have dinner party with The Rock, Jerry Seinfeld, Sebastian Maniscalco, I think I said that right, Julian Edelman, and Morton Andersen.
Worth the tour.
Okay, I like that. I like that 5. You got some comedians in the mix.
Yeah. Who's
She
the
has
one
a
from London?
huge crush on The Rock. He's a comedian, stand-up
okay.
comedian. What are your feelings on The Rock? Are you into like the? Okay.
I love The Rock. One, I feel like he's like a triple threat. One, he got into a field where it was very like physical. Obviously, we all know it's fake. Let's be honest, but
He's still jacked.
yeah, but it's very physical, and I felt like it was a lot of physical acting. I guess like not physical comedy, but physical acting with the whole wrestling thing. And then for him to kind of convert over to the world of actually acting in movies and series and commercials and all that stuff, I feel like he is just really, really optimizing his brand. They're optimizing his physique. Like, I think it is so smart for him. That's why he was like, I think one year, like one person is like the most valued or like the most paid person of the year, like celebrity wise. Like
Yeah.
1 year was like Will Smith. 1 year, well, The Rock got it one year.
Oh, really?
Too,
I feel like he's got to be in the mix for that every year.
Yeah, because he is like such like a triple threat for everything.
Yeah.
He is everywhere. He does everything. He's like I don't know. This is probably a poor example, but like the Shaq of the
No, it's actually a good
like,
example.
Is that a good
No, it's good.
comparison?
I think
like,
it's a good example.
Yeah, like how he's in every commercial you can dream of. He's in Disney movies where it's like applicable for kiddos, so they get to see him. He's in, the Fast and Furious.
The Fast and Furious franchise. Yeah.
The franchise. And then he's also still attached to the WWE world. He bought,
The XFL. Yeah.
So hopefully we'll get our, our
Battlehawks. You had to throw that out there.
Sure did. I invented it. I would like it to be trademarked, hopefully here soon. So I just feel like he is just dipping his toe in so many places because he is really building his internal resume in the world of fame. The end. I love him. I love The Rock. I think he's so cool. I hope he keeps his like look clean. I hope he stays out of anything that's bad.
Yeah,
especially
I
with
think
kiddos.
he's old enough now where you're not gonna have to worry about The Rock jumping into anything nefarious.
Yeah, Yeah, I hope he stays like
He's
that.
kinda
I think,
young guy. I mean, not a young guy.
yeah, I think it'll be great. I really hope he stays like that and makes his daughters proud and all that stuff. I think. And he donates a lot too.
He does. He gives back a lot.
Yeah, so big fan of The Rock. So when people say The Rock, I'm like, ooh, big fan. If I can have more than 5, he's on the list.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so you mentioned your love for The Office.
Severely, yes.
Am I going to get kind of a chalky answer when I ask you who your favorite?
Character is?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But it is still Mike Scott.
Okay.
Yepers.
I mean, he's for my money.
Fire truck.
Yeah, there's a fire truck going by. Maybe the greatest character in the history of television.
In my opinion, and I will
So I mean,
get, slammed for it.
Yeah.
But by
It's
far, comedic actor. in a series.
Maybe even not just comedy.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's a chalky answer, but
Very true.
I mean, you can't. When they lost him after season 7, it never was the same.
Every time.
That's the saddest episode, not the finale.
Yep.
That is by far the saddest
1,000
episode.
million,
Yes.
billion%. Yep. 1,000%. So I would like to formally announce that Michael Scott is my favorite character.
Okay, fair.
I think I know every single one of his lines. I think I know everything. I wish I could just do his mannerisms. I'm Prison Lawyer. It's the Dementors.
So I watched it when it was on TV, and then I rewatched it this year.
Yes, before it got on Netflix.
Yeah. Or so maybe it was late last year. Whenever it was, I rewatched it semi-recently.
Yeah.
And I found myself really reappreciating Dwight. Like, Dwight is just
amazing.
Every aspect of Dwight is hilarious. Like
Just-
the subtle little details about Dwight's life that he just tosses in.
It's so good. It's
So
so good.
classic.
Like one of my favorite things that I love to like read about or snoop on are fun office facts. And one of the things is like Dwight, he's like best friends with Pam, and then like his best man is Jim, and how, you know, over time like they get there, and like the Angela thing, it's just so beautiful how it comes around. Honestly,
It's such a good show.
it's just the best show. Watch it on Peacock if you like.
It is on Peacock Premium if you don't want the commercials. Peter Long saying he got his wife there. That's right. Fiance joining me here until Adam Amin joins us at about 9 o'clock Eastern. And let's pull up
Oh,
the.
your dad gave top 5.
Oh, here we go. My dad's top 5: Conan O'Brien, Bill Belichick, Barack Obama, Jesus, and Tim Carroll. Getting Tim Carroll in the mix there again.
Shout out to my future brother-in-law, Trin.
I'm telling you guys, overrated dinner guest.
Girls, if you're single and ready to mingle,
True.
my future brother-in-law is ready for you.
He is
Please
single.
DM
He's
me.
ready to mingle. He just lost 100 pounds.
Yep.
Ready
Shout
to
out.
roll.
Yep.
Hit him up.
Yeah, hit him up, hit me up. I'll introduce
Slide
you.
into those
Like, yep,
DMs.
feel free to slide. He's ready.
So let's take a look at the prop bets here because I want to bring something up. Talking about guest no-shows. So Adam Amin is the first guest that I think has a chance to add to that number. And look, I love Adam. I worked with him at ESPN when I was doing remote broadcasts, like play-by-play stuff. I was back at the studio in Bristol, and he would be a play-by-play guy on site. So I got to know him there, kind of just talking through the audio board. But like, I don't know Adam all that well. Like, we've never met in person, but I know him professionally. I've booked him for radio shows before. He's never bailed on me there. But look, this is different. It's a busy night. The NBA draft is tonight. He is the voice of the Bulls in Chicago. So, I mean, I just throwing it out there. I could see Adam, even though he's only my second guest of the evening. Well, third if we're counting Morgan, but I feel like it's second or third, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, no worries.
I could see Adam not bailing on purpose, but being a busy guy and just, having something else to do, something coming up.
And the Olympics are on.
Maybe he's just
I'm very
watching the
interested
Olympics.
Gymnastics is on, which is my favorite.
Maybe he's just watching the Olympics. So here we are. It is 8:43 Eastern,
43.
7:43 Central.
It's true. We still have a little bit of daylight out in the Midwest.
Yep.
Good old St.
It's
Lou.
very nice out at this time of night here. It's been unbearably hot. Actually, right now, it's still 91 outside. And that actually feels good for how hot it's been in recent days in St. Louis.
Oh yeah.
There was a heat advisory where they were like, just don't go outside.
They're like,
If you can-
no, not even
If you can
dogs.
avoid it, don't go. Okay, loud and clear. Stay inside.
Like air conditioning.
Air conditioning's great. Our air conditioning.
I want to ask Ben Franklin about how he experienced life without air conditioning. I think it's fascinating because I would die.
It's actually pretty funny when you go to, because when we're in New England,
Yes.
we talked about possibly going to Plymouth
Yes, I would like to see
Plymouth Rock when we're coming back from the Cape. And I've warned them, it's not really anything that interesting. But there's a thing in Plymouth called Plymouth Plantation,
Yes.
and it's them living as the Pilgrims, and they act like
a
they're
simulation.
yeah, like they
They
act they act like they're pilgrims.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Do they churn butter?
Yeah, so they do all like the
The whole thing.
the pilgrim life stuff.
Yes.
They sew things, and they
we have something.
wear bonnets on their head. And,
Oh my god, we have something similar to that in St. Louis, where there was a battle fought here. It's called Jefferson Barracks, and it's like where we house soldiers ready to go into something. Civil War, maybe? Don't quote me.
you'd know better than me. I don't know.
Something like that. We used to go to reenactments in elementary school, and they showed, like you said, they wore the whole outfit, the whole getup, and they would shoot cannons off, and they would churn butter, and they would show you how to cook meals in like a wood burning stove over like kettle fire. Like it was very fascinating. Yeah, we have one of those here too. Plot twist.
So it's like that up there, and
Yeah.
the point I was going to make.
OGs were not.
True.
See, yeah.
Pilgrims were here first.
Yeah.
When I was there for a field trip in probably like the 7th grade or something, maybe earlier, I was being a smartass, and I asked
You
the
and
pilgrim.
Ben, shout out.
Shocking. I asked one of the pilgrim play actors what it was like to live without air conditioning, and they were like, they pretended like they didn't even know what I was talking about. They're like, "What is air conditioning, my young lad? I do not know what that is." And then I just pointed in the corner of the room where they literally have like a massive air conditioning machine for this old like pilgrim, cabin. And the person was like, I don't know what you're pointing at. They were pretending like they couldn't see it. It's an air conditioning machine like the size of, I'm off camera here. There you go. It's like that big.
Like a window?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. It was like it was a part of the wall.
Oh, okay.
Because they weren't gonna. They wanted the windows to be visible to look like pilgrim windows.
Trademark. Pilgrim window.
So, that was smart ass 15-year-old Tom riling up the pilgrims. My brother chiming in. Shout out to the Carrolls just coming out in force here.
Oh yes. Shout out to my fam.
Timothy Carroll saying top 5 dinner guests: Genghis Khan, Winston Churchill, Prince, Einstein, and Michael Jordan. That's the best 5 we've gotten yet. Maybe this is why people keep throwing Tim on their dinner party lists. So let's break that down. Genghis Khan.
Okay, should we talk about it or no?
I mean, Genghis Khan basically ran the world for a while, and we can talk about it in more polite terms than
What
we say when we're not on a broadcast. Genghis Khan had many partners, and he helped populate the world to a degree that is still a part of society. I don't know if you have. Do you have the number handy? Why don't we get research on that?
Research.
Essentially, there's a percentage of people that are related to Genghis Khan still today, and when I say a percentage, it's like way higher than you'd think. It's something like 2 billion males are related to Genghis Khan in some form or fashion.
Would you like to read?
Why don't you read it to us?
Oh, Lord. Okay.
And while you're looking for it, Sand Farmer on YouTube saying, I'm under on bathroom trips. Does server visits include how you doing? Yes. How you doing does count for server visits. And he says, if so, I say over. So, by the way, we're already at, I believe, 6 server visits, 5. So, yeah, that's going way over. I might even count those moving forward. I mean, it's going to be an egregiously over on that. Do you have that Genghis Khan fact yet?
I do, but it's kind of long.
Okay, but what's the number of
Like the
people or the?
summation?
Yeah, we don't need
Okay.
the the whole paragraph.
It says, blah, blah, blah. So Genghis Khan died around 750 years ago. So assuming 25 years per generation, if you read all the facts, look it up online, Genghis Khan descendants, okay? So assuming, okay, you get about 30 men between the present and that period. In more quantitative terms, around 10% of men who reside within the borders of blah, 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 sorry. So about 16 million individuals possess this Y chromosome that he produced. So therefore, around 16 million people are men, specifically this Y chromosome, are related to Genghis Khan.
There you go. So it's way less than 2 billion, but 16 million people,
16 million men.
males, are related to Genghis Khan still today. So I guess it would be interesting to have him at a dinner party to be like, hey man, like, how'd you navigate that?
Yeah,
Also,
so it
how
says,
did you not like catch something and die?
at Ben Franklin, LOL. So,
Wow, taking a shot at one of our founding fathers.
R.I.P. So, the title is 1 in 200 men are direct descendants of Genghis Khan.
Okay, so that is a much bigger number than 16 million.
Okay, well, I apologize.
One in
Maybe I read
1 in 200, you said?
1 in 200.
1 in
men.
200 men in the world are related to Genghis Khan.
Because of this Y chromosome that he produced.
Okay, so that's a much higher number than 16.
That's the title of the article. Please
Yeah.
read. Reading is fun.
Google it. So, we are 9 minutes away from Adam Amin joining us. Like I said, I think that there's a chance Adam isn't able to come.
Would you like me
I'm-
for another hour? Or I can go home and go to bed. It is past my bedtime.
No, I won't. I will not make you stay. No, that wouldn't be very nice.
It's up to you.
I'll mingle with the crowd here.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I will be happy to stay. Maybe
No.
we'll get some more questions.
No.
Are you kicking me out?
Yes.
That is be rude. We can talk about things that we need to talk about, like wedding stuff.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
we're
we talk about our
getting
vacation coming up.
married next year
Yes.
in October of 2022,
Yes.
Providence, Rhode Island,
Yep.
and we're very excited. We have everything planned. We're ready to go.
Yep.
It's we still got. I was looking at our wedding website the other day, just like fixing something on there, and I think we're 449 days away.
Wow.
Yeah, so
it's
there's
getting
still
closer to like the 365 mark. I
Yeah.
think that's what we've been waiting for. Because when we first started, it was like 689 or something. So it was a
really long time.
time.
Yes. So
Yeah.
it's still got a ways to go, but
Yeah.
we're coming up on it, and the closer we get, the more and more excited I get about it. But
Mhm.
we got to mentally prepare ourselves for the fall.
What do you mean?
We have 5 weddings
Oh, this fall.
in
yes.
7 weeks.
Yeah. Thomas is popular.
We're both invited to all of these weddings, so they like you as well.
No, it's not that. It's mostly like your invitations plus one. Anyway, well, one's mine. Shout out to Morton Polex.
There you go. So
He just went to one. Shout out to Joe Winstein. He's my work husband. It's fine.
it was fun. It's actually right up the road from here, so that was a fun time.
Right there.
But the wedding thing this fall is going to be so crazy. Like, I just
5 and 7.
okay. I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Oh boy.
Who wins the Super Bowl? As someone who watches no football and knows pretty much nothing about it,
Okay.
who you got winning the Super Bowl as a complete outsider knowing nothing about the sport?
For a joke, St. Louis Rams. LOL. Still have shirts. Still have jerseys.
Really?
I
So
think
you
my
didn't?
parents do.
They didn't just throw that stuff away?
I don't think so. I think my parents still have stuff from my
I don't
brother.
know how I would react if my team ever left my city. Like, how do you cope with that?
Well, it's pretty okay when your football team's not the best and you have 2 other teams that do pretty darn well.
True.
It's okay. It's just like, in my
Blues won the
opinion,
Stanley Cup a few years ago.
Yes.
Cardinals, one of the best franchises in baseball.
second most winning. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Put her there.
And the Rams were bad for the last, what,
Be long. I'd say
15 years they were here? You were about to say year?
half of my life. No, I was about to say that. I was about to joke and say 85.
It was really pretty much after they lost in the Super Bowl to the Patriots.
Yeah, what was it?
01. So February of 02 they lost.
I was in the 4th grade.
Yeah, and ever since then they were mediocre to bad.
Yes.
And now they're in LA, and everyone here hates the NFL because of it. They hate the NFL and they hate the Rams.
When the XFL came, there was the biggest whoosh of
Yes.
the sneaky football lovers that essentially just came out of the woodworks and started supporting the.
People like the sport of football here, and that's why the XFL took off. People do not like the NFL. They hate the NFL.
Yeah, they are so team XFL. They're dying for The Rock to put some things in gear and in motion so we can get our team back.
Yep.
Hopefully they won't change the name. There was a lot of cool swag stuff we all get.
Another Office reference. There you go. Choke on Funny asking on YouTube, who is this chick? This is my fiance, Choke on Funny. There you go. Yes.
Maddie.
We will take some more water. So that would be, this is going to be my third drink. If we want to add that to the drink total.
Yes.
And this will be trip number, what do you add here? 6.
Yeah.
So you're killing it, Maddie. Maddie, if you want to come over, over and say hi.
Here, pop your head in.
Maddie chiming in again. Thank you, Maddie. I appreciate it.
Do you guys need anything else?
No, we're good.
Right now we're good.
We're good. Thank you.
Having a little water break.
She's doing a great job. People here at
Maddie's
Denny's are
crushing
doing great.
Maddie is crushing.
It's a good vibe here.
Yep, she helped my parents have
It's
their
true.
dinner.
Yeah, so they left before they were able. I was going to make them come on camera, and they left.
Almost you say no in 8 different
I was going to make
languages.
them come, but Morton was there. So,
Yeah.
well, Morgan, I'm going to bid you adieu because we have a guest.
Yeehaw.
Adam Amin is standing by.
He sure is.
We will be right back.
Yes.
And when I return, I will be joined by Fox Sports, voice of the Bulls, my former ESPN teammate, Adam Amin. Morgan,
Awesome.
love you. Mwah.
Just kidding. Bye, honey.
See ya.
Have fun. Be good. Be safe. Text me if you need anything.
Okay.
Call me. Whatever.
I will call you.
Bye, fam. Please be nice. No trolling.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, Morgan's going to be out of here.
Love you.
We'll be right back. Going to readjust the camera.
I don't even have words.
All right, we're back. Adam Amin is here. What is going on, Adam?
This is actually happening right now. This is a real thing that you are doing.
Yes.
I want you to look around and recognize that this is a real place and this is a thing that is actually taking place for a long time now.
Yes.
How are you hanging in? It's been 2 hours? How are you hanging in?
So it is almost 9 o'clock Eastern, so about 8 o'clock Central. We are, like you said, 2 hours into this thing. I'm fine now. The thing I'm most worried about is coming up on that next 12 hours. The first 12 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Cruising, having a good time.
Sure.
Chatting with friends. Oh, sure. Refill here. Oh, yeah. Chat with my friends there. But tomorrow morning will feel like when it should be over. And then I still have an entire day ahead of me.
Yeah. This is so dumb. And I mean this in a fun way, obviously.
No, it's incredibly dumb.
But this is so dumb. I can't believe this is what you're doing right now.
When you got that text, what was that the first thing you thought of? Wow, this is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
100%. I was like, I can't believe he's gonna put himself through this. Cannot believe it. But I get it. Like, listen, you
love
finish
shit
last.
like this.
We have to. I have to encourage this behavior in people that I like and I enjoy and I want good things for, so that I don't have to eventually do something along those lines.
Yeah. Okay. So it's like you're trying to give yourself good karma here.
I want to manifest good energies so that I don't have this come back to me at some point karmically. Because if it does, I don't want to have to try to survive something like this, because I would not do well.
So as someone that calls games, and I mean, these teams and these players across all sports so well, do you just dominate fantasy? Do you even have time to play fantasy? How does that work?
I've been in the same fantasy football league for the last decade. It's with all of my college friends. We started doing it like junior, senior, whatever it was. We're doing it ever since. And it's the only fantasy football league that I play, and it's the only one that I really care about. And I don't even really care about it. For the last 2 years, my team name has been Set It and Forget It, and my profile photo has been Ron Popeil from the Showtime Rotisserie and Barbecue with the flavor injector and whatnot. It's because the slogan was Set It, and then the whole crowd in the infomercial goes, Forget It! And it's because I would set the lineup week 1, and then NFL season would start, and I'd be on the road, doing, when I was at ESPN, when we were teammates, I'd be doing college football on Thursday or Friday or Saturday or whatever, and then I'd go do my NFL game on ESPN radio on Sundays, and I would just forget every week. And like week 1, 2, 3 go by, all right, week 4, oh shoot, I should probably make sure nobody has a bye week this week so I don't completely get crushed on this game.
Wait, Adam, before we keep going, I think we have a new server coming in the picture here. So
Awesome.
Maddie's taking off. Who we got now?
I take off at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
She gets on. That's Jelly, and today's her
Jelly. You want to come on screen and say hi? You have a crown on. You have to come say hi. Our new server, Adam, is wearing a crown. Jelly is wearing a crown here at Denny's. We're going a full turn here.
She's got a crown on. Oh my god!
She has a tiara on.
That looks so good. I love that. I love that. That looks fantastic.
Jelly, thank you.
Do you get that if you make it
come over?
You okay though?
We're good right now though.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry. We had to bring Jelly on the street.
I love that. I absolutely love it. Now, like, do you get the tiara when you finish? Like, is this your trophy?
I think I might have to negotiate that because
I think that's a good move on your part. Debbie, let me ask you this. So, what is the tenor of like those staff that is seeing this guy sitting in the corner booth, I'm assuming, or like corner booth, so you don't bother anyone.
Pretty much, yeah.
Corner booth at this joint. Like, what's the tenor of the staff right now?
So I got to be honest. When I came in here on Monday, trying to figure out if this was even possible, way nicer than I thought they were going to be. It was like, oh my God, this is so fun. We love it. And I think it's because it's just so different than their regular weeknight that they'd have at Denny's.
Sure.
That they're super down for something so ridiculous like this. So they were wicked nice. They gave me the employee Wi-Fi. So I know I'm sure people that have been watching are probably like, oh, it's not even that good a Wi-Fi. Look, guys, I'm at a diner. You can't expect to have the 5G amazing signal here. We're working with it. But
I see your silhouette. I know I have an idea of what you look like. That's all we need. That's all I need.
That's all that matters. If people can hear me, they see you. That's all that matters.
We're golden.
We're working with it. So, but no, the people have been incredibly nice. Every single new person I see, just like Jelly, just then, very, very accepting of it. They want to come over. They want to hang out. They want to come on camera. So I absolutely love it. But to your point about fantasy, it makes total sense. Like, you set your lineup week 1, and then you're probably the guy that, like, the friend is texting in week 12, like, hey, dude, can you drop the guy that you've had in your flex spot? I really need you to, like, actually beat this dude so I get in the postseason. Like, you're that guy.
Undoubtedly, I'll get, like, a few weeks in, like, hey, don't forget, like, I'll forget, like, one thing, like, this guy's on a bye, and I didn't take him out week 5, and, Josh, our commissioner, is going to be like, so are you going to play, or are you just going to, half-ass your way through this like you always do? I won the league our first year, all the way back, way back when. I won the first one.
Back when you weren't as busy.
Back when I wasn't as busy. Won the first one. Have not even come close since. Not even close since. So everybody that I play fantasy with is actually like every week they look forward to playing me.
They're
It's
like,
like
yes.
maybe this is the week that he just completely forgets to put in his lineup, and I win like 110 to 40 or something. You know,
they're like Ronco's on the schedule. Set it and forget it, baby.
Yeah, Ronco's coming up. That's a win. We got to chalk that up as a win. We're essentially, I don't know, who's the worst team in the NFL last year? You know, like we're
coming up. It's going to be. I think it's going to be Detroit or Houston next season. I don't know about you.
That's what it's feeling like, especially if like the person, like I don't know what Goff's going to look like in Detroit. I don't know what the quarterback situation is going to be in Houston if they get the, if they unload Watson like they seemingly want to do. I'm not sure what the situation is going to be.
It's looking like that he's going to be moved. All the odds in Vegas are moving in a direction that makes you think that Deshaun Watson's going to play for someone else. None of us know anything about that situation. That's the craziest thing about this is there's no word on like what the league wants to do with this guy, what the Texans want to really do with this guy. That he's been quiet since all of the allegations have come out, really, other than a few things on social here and there. But I can't remember a story like this with a player that good that there's been no chatter about for such a prolonged period of time. Like, why is this guy not on the commissioner's exempt list already? Why did that happen?
That's kind of what it feels like. You know, the Bauer situation in Major League Baseball has kind of played out this way as well, where they keep extending the administrative leave because they just don't, there's not a lot of chatter about it because I'm sure Major League Baseball doesn't want anything out about it. Just the less talk about it in their perspective, they think is better. And for reporters, it's hard to get any information right now because, you're in a situation where the case isn't being discussed just yet because it hasn't gone to trial yet. When they're on administrative leave, the parameters have been set, so it's really hard to try to get any new news unless you're speculating or something really explosive is going to come out in the next couple of weeks. It's a weird situation to be in, and we've got kind of paralleling stories in that sense. But you're right, Tommy. It just doesn't seem to have a whole lot of traction, and I think we're all in wait and see mode to see how both leagues kind of approach and handle this, and what the teams themselves are going to do as well.
And you're a guy that, at least before he was a professional broadcaster, was a guy that rooted for the Bears, if I'm not mistaken. And you're still in Chicago. You probably were like, you know what, Deshaun Watson, I'd take him as my quarterback. But now you got just my man Justin Fields, who I think is going to be awesome. How pumped are you for this guy? I mean, he's already among the highest selling jerseys in the league. I think I saw 3 of his jerseys are in the top 5 for jersey sales already. Bears fans are going nuts over this guy.
Going nuts for this guy. They're in a good position. They actually, and I do the Bears preseason game, so we're getting ready to go. Right. It's on our calendar. August 14th is the first week of the preseason.
Andy Dalton, QB1.
And that's what I was going to say. Like, he did his press conference the other day. He met the media, and he said, like, I'm excited for Justin. I'm going to give him everything I can, but I expect to be the starter because that's what I was told. And I think if you're the Bears, if you can get away with starting Dalton as long as you can, because every front office, for the most part, unless you've got a Trevor Lawrence or a Zach Wilson, and you're like, clearly this guy is going to have to start day one. He's going to have to be ready as a rookie. You're in an advantageous position. I know Bears fans just want to throw Fields out there because they need excitement for that position. There hasn't been a draft pick of this quality. Yeah. I cannot remember a draft pick of this quality that the Bears have had at quarterback. And listen, I know Cade McNown was a high pick, but there was even then there was a 50-50 split. And this is pre-internet, obviously, but there was a split amongst what the feeling was about a guy like him. Same deal with somebody like a Rex Grossman. Cutler comes in from a different organization, and you're wondering, all right, well, this guy at least has some pedigree, and he put up, the second or third best numbers in Bears history, and the first guy since Luckman to do X, Y, and Z.
He's become underrated, Cutler. I do believe that over time, he's viewed not as well as he should have been.
I think so, and I think his attitude probably had a lot to do with it. I think there was, and as a reality star, I love him. I think he's hilarious, and I thought, I would watch that show strictly for Cutler's segments. I had a girlfriend at the time that loved that show and was like, you need to watch this because Cutler, you're going to die. You're going to crack up at all of Cutler's stuff. So I was like, yeah, I'll watch it. And I enjoyed it because he was acerbic and he was a jackass and he was the contrarian, and it made me laugh constantly. But as I think the attitude kind of shifted some of the perception of him. So even then, he's not looked at for all the great play that he had when he was healthy and he led the Bears to some really good seasons. He's not going to be viewed the same way. Fields has this entire like breath of fresh air type of perception to him because he is a high quality quarterback. There were a lot of people that were saying he is worthy of being a number 2 pick or a number 3 pick behind guys like Lawrence and Wilson or ahead of Wilson. People thought Lawrence and Fields could be the first 2 quarterbacks off the board. So it's the first time in forever that there is this level of excitement, and the Bears are in such an advantageous position to where they don't have to play Justin Fields out of the gate. And I know Matt Nagy probably doesn't want to do that. And I think Ryan Pace probably doesn't want to do that. Maybe part of that is because there was a lot of talk around the front office and around Nagy that this is a lame duck year for them, that they're going to be there and we're going to be looking for a new front office. We're going to be looking for a new head coach next season. Maybe if they prolong some of this hype and they can hold off on maybe playing Justin Fields and get a good year out of Andy Dalton, now you feel like, all right, well, our jobs are saved. We've saved the young quarterback and let him learn from a good – Andy Dalton's a quality veteran QB. You let him learn. There's a lot of advantages to this, and you still hopefully get him some good reps come the 14th, the 21st, and the 28th in preseason.
Yeah, and while I agree with you, I think that is a way to preserve their jobs maybe another year. It also could go the other way too, right? Like, let's say it's week 10 and the Bears are 2-8 and – they haven't started Fields yet, and then he comes out firing in the second half of the year and they miss the playoffs by a game, or they get a low seed and they get bounced early. I could see Nagy him and Pace are in no-win situations right now. Yeah. Because unless Fields turns out to be incredible.
They're trying to flip the odds, I think. I think the odds are not necessarily in their favor at this point with just what the perception has been. And I think they've handled obviously it's a great move to make this move and to be bold like this. That won them a lot of goodwill, and rightfully so. You've earned some goodwill with that, and at least you're forward thinking at this point. So that's good. That's good for the perception of the front office. It's good for the perception of the coaching staff. And again, you're in an advantageous position because you're playing with house money. Now, let's say Dalton gets off to a rocky start. Let's say they're 2-4, 2-5, 2-6, 3-5, 3-6. You're getting to the halfway point of this extended season. You might say, now is the time. Why not? What do we have to lose? And now you get this guy some reps. He's learned. You put him in lower pressure situations. Kid, don't worry about it. We're not here to win or lose games at this point because the season could be a wash. Let's try to get you some reps and set up the future of this organization. So there's a lot of – I think there's more good. There's way more good than bad comes from at least setting Dalton at the top and having Fields be the backup, at least to begin the regular season.
So you've been with Fox and NBC Sports Boston for how long now? How long have you been gone from ESPN, and how have you enjoyed kind of venturing out away from the mothership after years of grinding there, doing every sport imaginable?
It was nice to slim down the portfolio a little bit. Obviously, that was
got it. Probably.
It was just nice to be able to focus on, in particular, pro sports. I'm doing baseball and NFL for Fox, and doing the Bulls this past season full time has been awesome. It's the arena's a mile and a half from my apartment. Going to cities for Fox, for football and baseball, and the travel's a little bit easier, and the ease, of the schedule, the prep work's a little lighter because it's the same teams and the same leagues, and it's just minimized a lot of my focus. And I'm home a little bit more, and then it's been great. It's been a year now at Fox. It's in fact July 25th of last year was my debut with the network doing a Cubs Brewers game. And since then, it's been great. 12 months to be able to enjoy the job, to be able to travel again for NFL. We're getting set to go here soon, faster than I even realized that it's going to creep up on us pretty quickly. But it's been a blessing, man. Like I don't use that term as a strictly a cliche or whatever. It's fitting, and I'm very thankful that we've got a good setup. We work with good people. I miss my friends, definitely. The friends I made at ESPN that when I was becoming an adult, I grew up in front of a lot of people and became an adult in front of a lot of people. So those friendships don't go away. Those relationships will never go away. I root for people. I root for the people that I worked with. I root for people to do well and to have, successful stretches. And I'm happy doing what I'm doing. And that's all I hope for anybody else.
That's awesome, man. I root for you every step of the way. You were always such a blast to work with when you were do games with radio, and whenever you were working with ESPN Radio in any capacity. I always had a blast working with you. We actually just have a little bit of breaking news here. Just finding it out on our chat here. Max Scherzer and Trey Turner to the Dodgers. WTF from Tim Carroll on Facebook. Dodgers making moves, baby. That's what the Dodgers do.
It's been a big trade deadline already between the Rizzo news, the Cubs making their moves and uploading a couple of big names, Gallo going to the Yankees as well, and now this Scherzer deal. The Padres. I thought
that was done. I saw Rosenthal tweet it before this started,
and it looked like everything was in. Now again, Scherzer had a no trade. He could veto any trade that popped up. So maybe he wanted to go to LA. Maybe this was a play to, raise his value in the NL West. But that's a division shifting move, to get Turner and Scherzer. Obviously, like Turner's had, another cycle this year. He plays excellent defense. We know what type of contact hitter he can be. He's got a little bit of pop. It's an important piece for a Dodger team that just continues to get guys to play very versatile baseball. That's the biggest key for this LA team. They've got diversity. They got versatility. They can move around multiple pieces in multiple spots. 5 or 6 spots can be filled by multiple players. There's only a couple of spots on that roster that are everyday spots. There's the shortstop with Seager and Betts in right field. And other than that, Muncy can move. Now you're probably going to put Trey Turner up the middle to be a double play tandem with Seager when he's healthy. And other than that, you can fill in anybody anywhere. And now you've got another top-of-the-line guy. There's no reason that the Dodgers aren't the favorite again in the West. They should be the number 1 seed. Anything less than that, if they end up in a wild card situation, is going to be tough. But obviously they've got plenty of options to throw in a wild card game. Scherzer probably goes to the top of the list to throw in a wild card situation if you need him. So it's a big – that's going to be the toughest part to figure out. What happens now in the rest of the West if the Giants or Padres make a move to get back into
I don't know if
with the Dodgers again.
Adam dropped on my end. Adam, I think we lost you there for a second here.
No, all good.
I think
No worries.
Okay, here we go. You're back. My thing on the Dodgers, I was saying this the other day. I think on the DraftKings stream, I was talking with my buddy Matt LaMarca, and they just have it built perfectly right now with homegrown talent, free agents. They take swings on big money guys. They're okay with the rentals. I mean, it's the perfect mix of everything. Dave Roberts is perfect for the job there. Ownership is invested in making it work. It's a big market. I mean, the Dodgers are just cooking with gas on every level. Like, they are the model franchise to me in sports right now. Not the Patriots, not the Yankees, especially not the Lakers. Lakers, that's kind of a mess over the last probably 15 years, we'll say. LeBron, that has helped that thing out a lot. I think the Dodgers, man, model franchise.
And again, they have the revenue stream to do it. They have the money to do it. And they have the star power and the great locale and all that stuff. Listen, Russell Westbrook got traded to back to Los Angeles today. So people want to go out to LA and live in Los Angeles because they make a lot of money and they can afford to, and it's a great place to live. I get it. I understand all that. So they're in an advantageous spot. Are they going to be? Here's what the Dodgers probably worry about. What's the perception going to be if they don't win? Because the Cubs now are selling pieces. Yep. They're selling off some major players that have been, key parts of a lot of success. But they only won once in that entire period of time with Baez and Bryant and Rizzo and Contreras. They won one. Schwarber was there. They only won one. And are the Dodgers, if they don't win another World Series, are they going to be looked at as you put in a lot of chips and walked away from the poker table without winning the bracelet? Like that's going to be the perception. You can go in and make money and have good seasons and have good runs, but if you don't come away with championships, there's going to be some restlessness based on what this organization has put in resource-wise.
Mm-hmm. And, until they won last year, that was sort of the perception, right? Like, oh, Dodgers are the bridesmaid, never the bride, and they finally got over that hump. But now they have to win a couple here to
It feels
really
like it.
to really meet the mark that they're setting as a franchise right now. You brought
I
up the
think so.
Westbrook thing. We haven't talked about that on this stream yet. Russell Westbrook going to the freaking Lakers. The NBA, everyone likes this league, man. That's a this league moment. Russell
100%.
Westbrook heading back to LA to play with LeBron. How in God's name is that going to function?
I think if you look at how this past season went with Beal, and I think that was some of the same questions that people had, like, well, how are these guys going to coexist? Now, Beal's a true 2, and Westbrook's a true 1. And I understand what the hesitance might be, but you got to understand that LeBron, to his credit, to his ultimate credit, one thing that he's always been is. My apologies if we were dropping a little bit there, Tommy, but I think we're all right.
I've got you, Adam.
Yeah, so I think with one good thing about LeBron, he's always been a very functional teammate. Like, if you need him to be a point guard, he can 100% run the point. If you need him to play in the post, if you need him to play a 3, move to a guy who's going to take more shots. He's not really a true 2. He doesn't really act like a 2. Usually he's playing with guys that have like a shooting ability or a scoring ability that fill that spot. But he can play the 5, the 4, the 3, or the 1. And that versatility allows somebody like a Westbrook to come in, and the way he proved this past year with Beal, he can still be as productive as anybody. He can still, if you need him to score 40, 50, whatever, he's going to get you the rebounding numbers. LeBron and Westbrook are both triple-double type players, and I think LeBron, one credit to him is that he's willing to take not the back seat, but at least the passenger seat to somebody if their skill set is more attuned to running the show. And I think that's going to be a very functional relationship because Westbrook wants to win. LeBron doesn't care about it. Well, LeBron's trying to get other guys rings. He's trying to finish out his career with as many titles as possible and every scoring and rebounding record and defensive mark that he can get. Westbrook wants a title, and it's that simple. That's going to be a very motivated group in Los Angeles this coming year. Plus, Westbrook's going back home. He's an LA kid. This is going to be a nice transition for him again. It'll be a good mix, I think.
Yeah, and plus LeBron wants to play with his son. Let's not forget that. Let's see if that actually happens.
He's almost there. He's almost there.
It's getting close. I bet. So I don't know if I'm weird or not for following his son on Instagram. But I do. Me and about a million other people do so. He balls, man. Like Bronny's good. That might
He's a good
happen.
high school player.
He's
a
good.
good high school player, and
he's got to grow though. He's got to grow.
If you're a top 5 to 10 high school player, this has been the case for a long time. Ever since these recruiting rankings have been out, those are the kids in the one and done era. Those are the kids that 2 years later are going to be potential lottery picks. So this is the world of basketball the way it is right now, and who knows what it's going to be like in the next couple of years with NIL and Bronny can make plenty of money already. Not that he can't now, but he'll be able to make plenty of money for a year. Get his own. He can kind of carve his own path in a way, and he may have been able to do that if he had the same level of skill and just wasn't LeBron's son. He might still be a top 5 to 10 player in the country and might still be a potential lottery pick down the line. So I think that'll be an interesting twist in the next couple of years to see what this modern era of social athletics looks like.
Yeah, our former employer is just going to explode when that starts to become a real story.
Easily,
oh my God.
undoubtedly.
Just wall-to-wall coverage. All right, so I want to show you this graphic of the over-unders that we have associated with my 24 hours here at the diner. And I want to get your take. And I can clue you in on what the number already is for a few of these.
Hit me.
So right now, plates of food, the number is 5.5. I've had one already, so
okay.
I don't know what the pace is there. Coffee, I'm at 0. The number is 6.5. Bacon strips. So I thought I was going to get at least 2 bacon strips in the Grand Slam, which I ate, but there were bacon bits, so that doesn't technically count as a bacon strip in my mind.
Fair.
So we're at 0. The number is 9.5 there. For pieces of bread, 6.5. We're at 2. Drinks, we're at 3. The number is 14.5. Napkins, 15.5. I've only used 1 napkin so far, shockingly. Server visits, I think Yeah, it is actually really surprising. Server visits, we are going to crush this number because we're
I mean, this is a good server. It seems like it's a good staff. They're going to check on you more than once an hour. It feels.
Dude, it's crazy. We're already at 7, and I think that's just going to go through the roof. Guest no-shows, we're at 0, so hell yeah, fist pump to that. Numbers at 4.5, because you know how it is in this business, man. People get busy, and
sometimes it happens.
And podcast plugs for Great Dane Nation, my podcast with Great Dane Nation. That actually counts as a plug there. We are now up to 7 overall. That number, I'm going to hammer that over if you haven't already. So do you have any thoughts on the numbers here? Do you have any locks? You kind of already have it's a cheat code knowing these numbers where we stand, but
yes,
knowing what you know now that you have that knowledge, live betting, what would you do?
I think the napkins, especially depending on what type of meals you end up getting going forward throughout the day, and I feel like if you're going to get something that's like a handheld, any type of sandwich, burger, whatever it may be, I think that napkin number may pop up a little bit. But that's me because I'm a heavy napkin user. Like
Same,
I'll go 1 or 2 bites. Like Scott's saying he hammered the over on everything, right? Like that's not a bad call in all honesty. I kind of agree with them because I think a lot of it is food dependent though. Again, obviously the number of plates that you get, but I think the items that you do get are going to have a significant impact on how many napkins you end up using.
And I am a big sandwich guy, so like I think you're totally right there. And it's nice to hear there's someone else that uses a ton of napkins in this world because I always feel bad at the end of the meal when they come to pick up the food. It's almost like they need to bring a second,
yeah,
like a full plate of all my napkins.
Here's what I do too. So I go, I was back in the suburbs today of Chicago, where I'm from originally. Went to my favorite Mexican restaurant, my favorite taqueria, and like they have this great, it's the best quesadilla I've ever had in my entire life, right? And I always get it when I go there. So I'm eating this quesadilla, and the hot sauces that they give you are awesome. Yeah. These homemade hot sauces. And I put so much sauce on these, and I just love that. Like, it's the flavor so good. I'll eat it. I'll wipe my hands with it like a little napkin, and then I'll wipe my mouth. There's so much sauce already on this, and I don't want to just like stick it on the table. So I'll grab another napkin, crumple up the used napkin, put it inside the fresh napkin, and wrap that up, and then put it aside. And this ball just grows throughout, and it ends up being like a 10 to 20 napkin ball that I just end up creating somehow while eating this quesadilla. So if you have one of those meals, I think you're going to smash the over. It's not even going to be close.
Dude, you're speaking my language here on multiple levels. I do weird shit with napkins throughout meals all the time. I'm like, is someone else noticing this weird idiosyncrasies I have with napkins? And then also the hot sauce thing. I'm a huge hot sauce guy. I'm not like the guy that's going to be like drinking habanero sauce to the face and burning my mouth off. But I love some kick. I love the flavor that you can get with a hot sauce. So love to hear that. Love that you're just stopping by the taqueria for lunch here.
No, man, awesome. It's awesome. I'm so happy for you. I know. You had to do this, but you turned it into something fun, and I'm thrilled that you're knocking it out. And I'm happy to be a part of it today, bud.
Dude, this is what it's about. My thought was, if I have to sit at a diner for 24 straight hours, I might as well do something like this. 100%. I have a job that allows me to do something like this, so why not? So that's why we're here. But dude, I've kept you long enough. Go watch the draft and go prepare for the upcoming NFL season. Just go relax. Go hang out. Go do your thing. Go out in Chicago. Get out of here,
man. That's the plan. We appreciate you, brother.
You're the best. Thank you for joining me here on the Diner Stream. See ya.
Later, bud.
All right. Adam Amin. And he kind of showed me. I said that I was afraid he wasn't going to show up. So I was wrong. So the over-under on that at 4.5, if you took the over, you're probably not feeling good about it right now. Let's check out what we got going on here in the comments. My friend Adam Kaufman stopping by a short while ago saying, "Hey, Tommy, see you in a few hours." And it's interesting, Koff, I don't know if you're still watching, but I was talking about this with Glash yesterday on the Dream Stream, and he has low expectations for our DraftKings teammates in the way of them showing up on time or just showing up at all. And he actually targeted you as someone that was not going to be either one of those things, showing up or showing up late. I personally have great confidence in Adam Kaufman showing up on time. We work together too much for him to do that. You know, like, I don't see him putting himself in a position where he's going to have to work with me on a broadcast like 2 days from now, and he didn't show up to this thing he committed to doing. It's just not that type of guy. So I have faith in Kaufman being a good teammate, showing up. Let's check out more of the chat here. Shelby Wetstein. I got to be honest, Shelby. I always mispronounce the last name, even on the wedding day. Whenever we were at the wedding, Morgan was making fun of me because I always get it wrong. Sorry. I think it's a New England thing, but we love the support. Thank you for watching. I know you guys are tuned in all the way through. CJ71 saying Koff's still on the Dream Stream. So there you go. Koff's calling a DraftKings. So he'll be on. He'll be there. My buddy Andrew Brightman, one of the best weathermen in the country, calling sorry. I was going to say Louisville in my head, but I was actually saying Louisiana correctly. It's early in the night for these types of mistakes being made. Louisiana, that's Andrew Brightman's home right now. They have crazy weather down there. I follow Brightman on Facebook, his like weatherman Facebook page. It's crazy hot there all the time. So good for you guys that can survive that. I barely survive it here in St. Louis. It's been insanely hot. I would never be able to survive without air conditioning. But Brightman used to be a weatherman in Cheyenne, Wyoming. And it seemed like the weather was even crazier there. But it was more of like the swings of it being -20, and then it was a tornado, and then it would be snowing like 1,000,000 feet. He doesn't have to deal with that anymore, but now he's got the intense heat down there in Louisiana. So there you go. Happy to have everyone on board. Morgan, one of Morgan's bridesmaids, chiming in, saying, so happy to watch this. Woohoo. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for tuning in. My weatherman fan, Brightman, I need this content to survive the heat. I hope this is cooling you down, brother. It's going to be a long night, man. It is going to be a long night. I'll give you guys the lay of the land here at the restaurant as we speak. Just one table. Couple of dudes hanging out to my left. I think a few tables are just laying there. They're not bussed yet, but we'll get to it. It's not that busy, so it's probably on the to-do list. And not gonna sit here and criticize anyone's table bussing abilities when I'm sitting here for as long as I am. Brightman saying, I miss you, dude. Morgan asking, are people staring? Morgan, yeah, some people are. There's not as many people as there were about an hour ago. So currently, I would say no one is staring, but people were staring at a certain point. I mean, you've got a dude being super loud, screaming into a laptop in the corner of the restaurant. It's kind of hard not to stare. We're going to have to get some of these waiters and waitresses on with me at some point here. They're singing, having a grand old time. There's all sorts of shenanigans happening back in the kitchen. So I kind of feel like I'm missing out. A little FOMO. Andy Brightman saying he's heading to bed. I mean, he's going to tune back in when his alarm goes off at 2:15. That's what the life of a morning weatherman is all about, man. Go crush it. Go to bed. Get out of here. Do not waste any more time with me. So Russell Westbrook going to the Lakers, huh? That's insane. I know Adam broke it down and made it like a palatable move for me, but I see that going poorly. I see that being a thing where you have all of the reports come out, but you never have anyone publicly really call anyone out. Seemingly the same way it ended in OKC with KD and Russell Westbrook. Like there was never really like a public war of words while that was going on, but all the reports came out later on that those two didn't love playing together. I can see that happening with LeBron and Westbrook too. Just, I personally love watching Westbrook play, but I do feel like he is the type of teammate that you wouldn't want to play a lot of basketball with, because there's just an incredible track record of the guy putting up huge stats and losing basketball games. That's the type of guy I want to play with. I don't want to play with a guy that's going to dominate the ball and we're not going to win. I want to play with a guy that's going to dominate the ball and win like LeBron. So you mix those two together, it's like, ugh. And look, I get what Adam's saying. LeBron can do what he needs to do. Like if they need him to play the 5, he'll go do that. If they need him to go guard a wing, he'll go do that. If they need him to play the point, he'll do that. But he's never had a guy like Westbrook on his team before. LeBron is always definitively the alpha. Even with Dwayne Wade, LeBron was the alpha of that team. Even with Kyrie Irving, LeBron was the alpha of that team. He's, of course, the alpha between him and Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis is not like a, I don't know, loud leader. He's injured a lot. So I feel like it's hard to be the alpha when you have that type of setup health-wise. Westbrook and LeBron. Whew. Crazy. I mean, someone was saying this in one of the group chats I'm in earlier today. I think it was Eric. Shout out Eric if you're watching. All of these leagues having the trade deadline and free agency all at the same time right now, with the draft happening in the NBA because of the weird schedules because of COVID, is pretty wild. Like, it's unprecedented. So going to be a crazy week for movement. Shelby on YouTube saying, not a fan of Westbrook to the Lakers. He seems a little selfish on the court, but can't blame him. I mean, I agree with you. He's the type of guy that knows he can take over a game and has the ability to take over a game. But is he the type of guy that's going to win a championship doing that? I just don't know. I'm going to say no. I'll be curious to see if he adjusts his game to fit around LeBron at all. Because when he played with Kevin Durant early in his career, he was still a young guy and he felt like he was the best player on the court and whatever. I understand that. And that's probably why he was unwilling to kneel to Kevin Durant and let him be the alpha. As his career has progressed, he has always been, probably in his mind, the best player on the team post Kevin Durant. And obviously playing with James Harden, that wasn't the case. James Harden's one of the best shooting guards ever. But I feel like Westbrook, in his mind, could make the case to himself, oh, yeah, I'm a better overall player than Harden, so clearly I'm the alpha here. So now that he's with LeBron James, who is arguably the second greatest player in the history of the sport, some people call him the greatest, I have to imagine he's going to sit back and say, okay, can I continue to be the Russell Westbrook that nobody wants to play with, that doesn't give up the ball, that rips rebounds away from my post players because I need a triple-double? I don't know. We will see. I will say this. I am shocked, absolutely shocked, that I've only had one napkin used at this point. I was talking with some people earlier today and thought that was going to be the bet that I hit the highest over on, and we are not trending in that direction in any way, or with plates of food for that matter. But I mean, I'm going to be here for 24 hours. So that's at least 3 meals. And then you add in maybe 2 snacks. So we're talking 5 plates of food. And then you got that floating 6th plate that maybe gets in the mix here. I don't know. We will see. Wes chiming in on YouTube, asking how many cups of coffee have you had thus far? 0. So I'm not a big coffee guy. I will say this, at some point I am going to have to drink a coffee because it's going to be really hard for me to just stay up for 24 hours and talk nonstop. That's not an easy thing to do. So I'm going to have to mix a coffee in here at some point. I don't want to do it because I don't want to be running to the bathroom, you know, kind of ruin the fun of this thing. But I mean, I got to stay awake. There's probably going to end up being long stretches on this thing where I am just a zombie, just not talking, getting some stuff ready for later on in the broadcast on my phone. So, Major Tackle Right saying, smash the like. Yeah, that's what we do on the DraftKings Dream Stream as broadcasters. We constantly ask people to like the Dream Stream. You know, hit that thumbs up button. So if you want to do that on YouTube for me as well, I'd greatly appreciate it. Or if you're watching on Facebook, hit the like. I mean, it's not really all that important if you don't want to do it. But yeah, looks nice. Looks nice if you add that little thumbs up to the broadcast. My cousin, Johnny Woodsmall, saying, tea, go to tea. That actually isn't a bad call. I might mix in tea with coffee. I feel like, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like coffee is going to elevate my energy level faster and more intensely than if I just stick with tea. I mean, I don't think that's a hot take. There's just more caffeine in coffee, but I do like the tea option. It's going to be less painful on the stomach here. I do have the last, so it's a good thought, Johnny. I'll definitely keep it in mind. Major Tackle Right saying we're here for you. DK Sim Fam always shows up. So for those who don't know, who maybe are just Vegas Insider YouTube subscribers or only consume content from our podcast or just don't know, I also do work for DraftKings, the daily fantasy website, the company that they also have a sports book that's legal in X amount of states. I mean, it's one of the largest sports gambling brands in the world. They have Madden simulations on their YouTube channel, and they have teams of broadcasters call the games like they're real games. It really turns into like a live podcast environment. It's sort of a non-traditional broadcast, but I work as color commentator on the DraftKings Dream Stream, talking about Madden games and talking about whatever the chat ends up wanting to talk about on YouTube and on Twitch and on the DK Game Center and everywhere else that we broadcast games. So that's a ton of fun. And the community feel of the DraftKings Dream Stream. Oh, thank you for another water. Appreciate it.
Would you like another Sprite or something else?
I think I'm good for water right now. Great, thank you. Gonna add that to the drink total. Getting another water in the mix. That puts me at, let's see, 4 drinks. We're at the 2 hour and 43 minute mark for those keeping score at home. But I highly encourage anyone that has not checked out the DraftKings Dream Stream and those Madden simulations, if you haven't checked it out, go look at it. It's a ton of fun. They run on an average day at 6 sims a day, and the community there is a great one to be a part of. Everyone's having a good time talking sports, having fun with the broadcasters. I've truly been absolutely blessed to be a part of that for a while. Major Tackle Right asking me to do a Mount Rushmore of DK broadcasters. So, asking me to play favorites here, Major. It's tough. It's tough. And I don't want people to be mad at me. It's hard when I have to face these people. It's like the columnist that doesn't want to go in the locker room after they write the tough column. So let me think about this one. Let's go. The two guys I do the most broadcasts with are Adam Kaufman and Brendan Glasheen. And I feel like I'd be doing a disservice to this question if I didn't have them on the Mount Rushmore for DK sim broadcasters. So I'll put both of them up there. And that might sound like pandering because, again, I do more broadcasts with them than anyone else, but they're great. They do a great job. So I'm going to put them up there. I'm sure a lot of people will be like, oh, why are you gassing up Kaufman? His head's already big enough. But no, they do a great job. I'll put them both on the Mount Rushmore. Then I'm going to put, this might be controversial, but I'm putting Jeff Ulrich up there. One of the founding fathers of the DK Madden Sims, been there since the very beginning, holding it down up there in Canada, a crucial part of those broadcasts on nights and weekends. He popping around on The Sweat, golf expert, hockey expert. He does a great job, and he's authentic. I love doing games with Jeff. He's going to be joining me at 1:30 Eastern here on the Dream Stream, so I'm looking forward to that. Great dude. And anytime that you can have someone in the mix that's not in the country that you live in, it's a great time. I mean, Canada's right above us, but it's a different world up there. It truly is. So that's 3. Number 4. So there's a few names that I'm considering for this. And no, it's not because these are the people joining me on the Dream on I almost called this the Dream Stream. On the Diner Stream. It's going to be either Emerson, Matt LaMarca, or Jason Rossi. Those are the 3 guys that I'm considering for this final spot. I'm not going to put myself on there. That wouldn't be fair, but we all know I'm kind of deserving. Just kidding. And honestly, you could just give that 4th spot to our producers and ops team. Like, just they get their own head on the Mount Rushmore for how important they are. But we'll keep it to broadcasters. I'm going to go with Emerson. Again, been there since day one. No one else like him. Crazy energy. The dude just gets it. He has a good time, keeps it light. I love working with him. He's going to join me tomorrow. So I feel strong about that. Those are the 4. Koff, Glash, Jeff, Emerson. There you go. So I hope no one else is mad at me. I do feel bad about leaving off my man LaMarca and my man Rossi, though. I wish we could extend the Mount Rushmore. But this is why the Mount Rushmore thing is so difficult. And Rossi and I talked about it a lot throughout the offseason when we were doing the Mount Rushmores for the broadcasts to eat up innings. You can't have everybody. And people would be like, oh, this person was snubbed and you forgot this guy and blah, blah, blah. No, you're an idiot. And, you can't have everybody. That's just not how it works. So, I'm sorry. So, coming up next in about 10 minutes, another one of those DraftKings broadcasters, Brandon Cristal, his day job. He works as a reporter in Denver, reporting on the Broncos, Nuggets, Avs, CU. So he's got things to say, and he knows people. The guy knows everybody. So he's always good for story time, and love hanging out with BK. Don't get to work with BK enough because he's so busy, and he does a lot of day-side stuff. I do more nighttime stuff for DraftKings. So excited to chat with him. And CJ71 says, I am right about those 4. Those are the OGs. Thank you, CJ. And CJ71, I see you popping up in the DraftKings YouTube chat all the time. So that means a lot knowing that you agree with me there. So nice. I feel like I nailed it. But BK is a guy that's done so much stuff in this industry. I think he was working in New York at a time with Sirius XM as a producer. I think he's done some field producing for Westwood One on the radio side. So the guy has so many stories. Every single time I end up doing a broadcast with that guy, I feel like I don't even pay attention to the game because I'm just listening to that dude tell stories. As far as the teams he covers now, and I'll get his take on this, I feel like in order, the teams that are closest to winning a championship, Rockies are in the mix too. They're going to be at the bottom of this list. Spoiler alert. Closest to winning a title, Avs number 1, Nuggets, Broncos, Rockies. Rockies are just a joke of a franchise, dude. Anytime they have anyone that's worth anything, they get rid of them. It's really sad. Like, if you're a Rockies fan, God bless you. How? I guess that's the question. How are you still a fan? Could never root for a franchise like that. I am spoiled growing up with Boston sports teams, but yikes. That is as a joke of a franchise. And it's funny. People in St. Louis almost feel like it's their birthright. Like, anytime there's a player that's good in Colorado, oh, they'll be a Cardinal. Larry Walker, Matt Holliday, now Nolan Arenado. I guess before I moved here, the joke was always that Troy Tulowitzki was one day going to be a Cardinal. That ended up not happening, but Cardinal fans were obsessed with Troy Tulowitzki for a time, I guess. So that's my ranking. I just think the Avs are loaded, and at a certain point, talent is going to win out. I mean, we saw it took years for the Caps to kind of push through, and they're not as loaded as those Caps teams, but I just think in the NHL, if you have talent at that level, at a certain point, the puck luck is going to go in your direction, and you'll get one. So I like the Avalanche to win a cup before the Broncos winning a Super Bowl or the Nuggets winning an NBA Finals. And I have the Nuggets number 2 because they have the MVP of the league on their team. Jokic is incredible. I think the Western Conference Finals and the playoffs in general look a lot different if Jamal Murray isn't hurt. I think he just, and it's not a hot take to say this, absolutely brings them to another dimension. The guy's one of the best shooters in the world. So you don't have him in the mix, it's hard to win any playoff series. It truly is, even as good as Jokic is. So I do like the Nuggets. If they come in and they're healthy, I think they could contend in the West because Jokic is just a different dude, man. Dude is just unreal. So I just got a text from my friend BK, Brandon Cristal, who's set to join me in about 7 minutes. He says, would you rather I use my microphone in DraftKings normal setup or my AirPod Pros in my phone in that setup? I'm going to tell him to use his normal DraftKings setup. See, I don't want you guys to think I'm just like texting and not paying attention to you on the broadcast. We're breaking the fourth wall here. So I'm going to say go with DK setup if you can. Yeah, you guys want a nice little setup here. Adam Amin had a nice little home setup. That was nice. Gave us some time there. Joe Nero on Facebook saying, long live the butt waggle. That was one of our unstoppable street football plays. So, Joe, yes. Respect. I don't know why more football teams in the NFL don't do it. The butt waggle. Unstoppable. With Joe at quarterback and me at tight end. I loved playing two-hand touch in our, I say front yard, it was really the street. We would use the cable box as the front of the end zone, and then the end of our neighbor's driveway as the back of the end zone. We didn't even have like a line. We just eyeballed it. And then the front of a curb to the start of the basketball hoop was the other end zone. Maybe it was just curb to curb. I think it was curb to curb. And it's a wonder that none of us like broke a tooth or a leg playing on concrete and just pushing each other down, even though it's two-hand touch. You know, a hard two-hand touch tackle can do some damage if done the right way. It's shocking. Tim chiming in, my brother, saying he's a soft player. I don't know if he's talking about myself or Joe in regards to the butt waggle, or if he's talking about Jokic or Jamal Murray in regards to the Denver Nuggets. I'm going to go with the Nuggets thing because, of course, he's not talking about Joe or myself. We were not soft players, okay? We dominated in two-hand touch football. Watch the tape, Tim. We dominated. So I'm going with the Nuggets for that second spot. And the Broncos are interesting to me. I feel like if they get the right quarterback, and this is not a revelation, but the talent they have on that roster on both sides of the ball, if they just could figure it out under center, I think they'd be one of the best teams in the NFL. I really, really feel strongly. And Joe saying we won, that's all that counts. I agree, Joe. If like there was these rumors about Aaron Rodgers all offseason and how Denver was a great landing spot, it seems like he's going to do his thing up in Green Bay now. We'll see how that goes. And I'll talk with BK about that because I had some conversations about Aaron Rodgers throughout the offseason. They're not winning anything with Teddy Bridgewater or Drew Lock as their quarterback. And I've said this on DraftKings. I'll say it here. I firmly believe that there shouldn't be a quarterback controversy for the Broncos this camp. I think it should be Bridgewater's job to lose. I think he's earned that as a pro. I don't think that Drew Lock has shown us anything to let you know that he is going to be a winner in this league. And Bridgewater has straight up won games in this league. Not at a high level, but he's a consistent winner. And he's not going to lose you football games. So I think that Bridgewater is a perfect bridge quarterback to whatever they have coming up in the future here. Executive sessions with the crying face emojis from YouTube. Executive Sessions is a member of the DK Sim fam, checking in on the diner stream. Thanks for hopping over, buddy. Appreciate you. So BK is going to be popping up here in about 2 minutes. See what he says about my Colorado championship odds rankings there. But like Jerry Jeudy, I was reading this the other day. He maybe didn't have like crazy good numbers, but the dude when he was effective, showed that he can be an elite level receiver if he has the right help and gets the right targets and gets put in the correct positions. Because maybe you're thinking, oh, well, if this and if that, but that's how it is with receivers. Receivers need to have dudes throw them the ball. Like it's quarterbacks are important, whether people like it or not. And I've had this battle with people before on the Dream Stream when I quote unquote overvalue quarterbacks. And, oh, you forget about offensive line. Trust me, I'm not forgetting about offensive linemen. I love offensive linemen, but you need that quarterback to stir everything up. They touch the ball on every play. Very few teams in the history of the league have won a Super Bowl with a bad quarterback. It doesn't happen really that often. Oh, the 2000 Ravens. Oh, the Broncos won a Super Bowl with the corpse of Peyton Manning. I get it. It happens occasionally. But you need to have a really good one to win in this league, just straight up. So I don't think Bridgewater or Drew Lock is that guy, but I do think that roster is loaded with talent. And once they get that guy, it'll be a good situation in Denver, although they're still going to have to play that guy Mahomes a couple times a year. And that's tough to do. That guy doesn't lose much. So Viper on YouTube chiming in saying, hi, TommyFreezePops. Wanted to bookmark this pod. Catch you again after Madden After Dark. There you go. We will still be here, Viper. We're going to be here all night. Adam Kaufman saying, smash the like button. Yeah, go ahead, guys. Give me one of these on YouTube. That's what we do on DraftKings. Got to hit the like. Or on Facebook or wherever you're watching. I think I'm on Twitch as well. My personal Twitch, which I think is at TommyFreezePops. I think we're periscoping this on the Vegas Insider Twitter. But it was supposed to go on a bunch of other Twitters, and I don't think that worked. That's enough of that. Let's talk to my friend, Brandon Cristal. What is going on, buddy? Joining me live from Denver, KOA Radio, DK broadcaster, and my friend, BK. What's up, dude?
What's up? Should I change my display name to my Twitter handle so more people start following me?
You know what? No, watch this. Look at these things I created. Watch this. Wait, I got to pull it up. I'm still learning this technology. Boom.
Hey, look at that. That's nice.
Look at that. And then look at this.
All right. Admittedly, I don't use my Instagram enough. I need to use it more because of how popular it is and how beneficial it is. In fact, I've got that podcast with Shelby Harris and we have a new.
Oh, you mean this one?
There you go. We have a new sponsor. We have a presenting sponsor, and our numbers aren't through the roof like yours is with Morton Andersen or Bill Simmons or something like that. But we still have a sponsor because people want to be in the Shelby Harris business. And the sponsor, Aspire Dental, I'll shout them out. They have three Twitter followers, 3 on one account and 5 on another, but they have over 1,000 on Instagram. So, and Shelby, who has like 20 or something on Twitter, kind of like I do, has 40 something on Instagram. So I need to kind of get with the times. But you know what? Most of the time I feel younger than my age. Sometimes I feel 43. And, my 14-year-old is playing high school football. This is, I'm sure, not where you wanted to go. But I asked him, hey, how?
I love it.
I was like, hey, this is out of the blue, too. He hadn't played football since 5th grade. And he emails the coach, and he lets me know he emails the coach. I'm like, all right, go play. Like, he's taller than me, and he's gonna, we'll see how it goes. But I was like, hey, are you guys doing a lot of TikTok? Is that big with your team? And he goes, TikTok's big everywhere. There's 5 billion people. I was like, that's not what I meant. I meant, are y'all making TikToks in and around practice? Not, is TikTok big? I get it. So anyway.
God, Dad. What a dumb question.
I know. Yeah. Anyway. So what's going on, man? How many hours into this thing are we?
So we are approximately 3 hours and 3 minutes into the
Do I get to come back tomorrow when you're way more loopy?
No way. You only get to see me as a freshly polished and excitable, exuberant member of this stream. I'm not making you see me as a corpse. Although,
So,
who the heck knows? Maybe you could just pop back in and say hi.
Recap for me why you're doing this. 24 hours. What it's benefiting. I hope it's benefiting something. And how often do you have guests? Do you have guests? Because I saw your kind of lineup, but is it every half hour for the 24 hours? So do you have 48 guests, give or take?
Yeah. So came in last place in fantasy football. To stay in the league, I have to sit at a diner for 24 straight hours. And I thought, if I'm going to do that, I might as well turn it into content because this is what we do, right?
Sure. What diner or where's the diner?
So I am at a Denny's in St. Louis.
So look, nobody loves Denny's as much as me. The Super Bird, I'm all about it. I've been to Denny's more of the times than I can count. And in my single days, my theory was always, you don't go to Denny's because you're hungry. You go to Denny's because it is really your last ditch effort to try to hook up with someone, right? Like when you wake up the next day, are you a little less hungover because you had some moons over my hammy? Maybe. But could you've also just passed out? Sure. Yeah, so it's funny that in St. Louis, that's the diner you chose.
So the original plan was find a Waffle House to do it, because if you remember a few weeks ago, there was some story about a guy who tried to eat all these waffles to take time off of a similar punishment at a Waffle House. And I was thinking, oh, okay, well, there's a little buzz there. Maybe I'll go to a Waffle House as well, see if I can do it. But I found out that after going to a couple Waffle Houses, 2 different managers told me this, and if the chat knows differently, let me know. Apparently, Waffle House nationwide doesn't have Wi-Fi at its locations. It's like not a thing.
That doesn't surprise me.
It was crazy to me that they had that like info on the ready, but I guess maybe they get asked by customers all the time what the password is.
I could believe that.
So that's how they save money, and that's probably how they kick people out of Waffle House. They don't want people hanging around like I am here. So after failing on a couple Waffle Houses, I stumbled across this Denny's. It's a beautiful Denny's. I have to imagine this thing was renovated within the last 10 years or so. Great booths.
Where in St. Louis?
It's in the South County area. So we're just
you
south
told me
of the
like
city.
Clayton or something. I'd be like, oh, that's probably where when Joe Buck has had a couple pops, he and Michelle go over there.
Yeah. No, it's definitely in more of a blue-collar area than Clayton, for sure. This is definitely more like salt of the earth, like my type of people down here in South County. But it's good, man. It's a great spot. And, hey, it's Wi-Fi. It works. I'm here. The service has been great. The people that are here have been, all been looking over and laughing and having a good time with it. So
awesome.
We're going to try and make it through it.
How much money do you plan on spending? I'm sorry for cutting you off.
Like
how many meals in 24 hours, and you enjoy eating? There's no question.
No doubt.
So how much are you going to spend?
Let me actually pull this up for you, because I think
you made a spreadsheet.
Well, no. So we got prop bets. So as of now, I'm only at 1 plate of food. The over/under is 5.5. My thought process is, okay, 3 meals in 24 hours plus maybe 2 snacks, and then you leave that floater meal in the mix, because at a certain point I'm going to run out of things to do here. So I feel like I might hit that over, although I'm only at 1 now. So we'll see.
All right, so you lost fantasy football. How bad was it? And give me the main reason why you lost.
So I wasn't like the last place team. Sorry, I should pull this menu closer because I want to ask you some questions.
Your menu's ringing?
No, that was one of the customers. But the main reason why I lost is I had a lot invested in the Cowboys with my squad last season. I had Zeke and I had Amari as 2, and we lost BK. I think he accidentally exited out of the stream. So we'll get back connected with BK. Here he is.
That's right.
There you go. I think you cut yourself out.
Zeke was the last thing I heard.
I had Zeke and Amari Cooper, and when they lost Dak, sent them in the wrong direction.
Well, not only Dak, too, even for Zeke, who obviously became the workhorse. Tyron Smith banged up most of the year. Zach Martin moving guard to tackle banged up.
Lost a lot of
Lyle Collins. Yep. People want to bag on my hometown Cowboys, and I've got behind me, somewhere nearby, I definitely have a Cowboys autographed helmet. It's weird that it's not in reach. I'm sure it is. In fact, I have a Patriots helmet. Can you see that?
Oh, nice. No, I don't.
Because there's a Vegas Insider logo.
Oh, okay.
But here's why.
Who we got?
Well, see it. No, I need to grab that. It's key to my foosball table. But see if you can read this autograph.
Oh, let me see. Autographs are tough. Is that TB12?
Oh, well, that's TB12.
Wow.
You know, he actually plays for the Bucks now.
Yeah, I'm aware. I still root for him though. I don't know if we've ever talked about this, but I'm still a Brady fan.
Well, I get that, and I heard I've heard Matt Damon doing a lot of promotion for his new movie Stillwater, and he said if it's Brady versus the Patriots, Dan Patrick asked him this. He goes, "Oh no, Brady. He's a Brady fan more than he's a Patriots fan." And I don't know if I've ever had a player like that. Charles Barkley when I was a kid, but it was never an issue when I was a kid. Mavericks versus any team Charles on. I guess the Suns played against them, but when Charles was on the Suns, the Mavs had Tim Legler, Mike Izzolino, Derek Harper at the end of his rope. Then he went to New York. Donald Hodge out of where was Donald Hodge out of? Temple. Terry Davis from Virginia Commonwealth. Doug Smith, the 4th pick overall out of Missouri. Like the early 90s Mavs before J. Kidd and MASH. So that's who Barkley would have been playing. Anyway, but otherwise, I've never had. I mean, obviously, you do this long enough, you kind of make friends with people. But most of the guys that I'm friendly with or friends with are in Denver, so it's good for business. Like I don't have, and I guess I've had guys that I like that have left, but never to the point where I would cheer for them against. Really, the only team I cheer for is the Jayhawks or my hometown Cowboys. I haven't gotten there yet, or even some friends coaches I'm friends with, but I'm sure at some point it'll happen.
So Tom Brady, for me, against any team other than the Patriots, I root for him. But that's where I'll draw the line. Now, we'll see week 4. I say that now, but when he comes to New England and they go head-to-head, what am I going to do in that moment? I don't know.
What's going to happen. And the game's going to happen, and you're going to find yourself cheering for the Patriots. It's human nature.
Let's go.
For sure, you'll be cheering for the Patriots. It's kind of a non-issue. The way I look at it, you can see my Jayhawk over my shoulder.
Yeah.
As a proud KU alum, I love my Jayhawk basketball team. I grew up in Dallas. My whole family went to Texas. The only reason I didn't go to Texas because I would have joined same fraternity with the same Jewish kids I grew up with in Dallas, and it would have just been more of high school. Not that Texas isn't a great institution, and Austin is the coolest city in Texas, no question. So when they play each other in football, at least for another year, we'll go with this year for sure. After this year, all bets are off, right?
Who the heck knows?
The only time I cheer for Texas over Kansas in that game is kind of based on Texas's record. If they have somehow beaten OU like they did with the Vince Young team that won the championship, I'm pulling for Texas. The year they went to the Rose Bowl, I guess they went to the Rose Bowl 2 years in a row, but the year before they won it all, so 2004, they had lost to OU. Then they went to KU, and the refs kind of screwed the Jayhawks. That's where Mangino famously said, "We know what it's all about. BCS, dollar signs." And that game, I was definitely cheering for Kansas. Mm-hmm. So I think ultimately you'll realize your emotions will go with the team you've cheered for the longest. As much as you love Tom, even in a week 4 game, that game will matter more to the Patriots in terms of trying to win that division or get one of the 7 playoff spots. I don't think they will because I don't love their roster, even with all the money they spent. I feel like they've overspent, but you'll be fine if they beat Tom. Now, if Tom throws for 5 touchdowns and the Bucks win, you're not going to lose sleep because you're going to realize at that point the Bucks are the Pats are 1-3, and maybe it was more about the players than the coach in the first place.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm not huge on the Patriots heading into this season, and it pains me to say that, but I do think they overspent. I don't love a ton of the pieces they brought in. I like the aggressiveness. Like I understand what they're trying to do, and they're working with the market. I mean, it's not like the market was flushed with all this great talent. They went out and signed the best guys they possibly could for a lot of money. It still feels like a 500 football team to me.
Let me ask you, name me a team, and I kind of am cheating, but name me a team that you can remember spending a boatload of dough in the offseason where all of a sudden you're like, yep, look at what they just spent, and now they're in the Super Bowl or in a deep playoff run. It's not that you don't need to add pieces in free agency. You absolutely do, but that's the point. You need to add pieces.
Right.
When you're adding wholesale 4, 5, 6 bodies at top dollar, and that's what they had to do. because without Tom Brady, you're not getting a discount for Cam Newton or Mac Jones, and Mac wasn't there at that time.
Mhm.
Can you think of a team? I'll give you an answer in a second, but can you think of a team where?
So one team that comes to mind. Well, the answer is no. It rarely happens in sports, but one team that pops into my head is the 07
Eagles dream team with
Well, that
Vince
team was
Young and Mike
horrible.
Vick. No.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
which
yeah.
team? Which team?
It was the 07 Pats that went out and got Wes Welker and Randy Moss and Adalius Thomas. I mean, a lot of those guys were trade acquisitions, but regardless, it was like wholesale kind of adding. Like,
but I'm talking about, but especially when you talk about
to the
straight up
roster.
cash. When you talk about cash for players,
it rarely happens. It
Rarely.
rarely happens. I don't even really have a good answer for you.
So I have a good answer. And the only reason I know this because one of the Broncos PR guys reminded me of this. The Broncos get their teeth kicked in Super Bowl 48, right? 43-8. Von Miller didn't play with a torn ACL. Chris Harris, partial torn ACL. Derek Wolfe didn't play. Ryan Clady didn't play. Chris Cooper didn't play. That's 5 guys they were definitely counting on the start of the year.
There's
They
five
still
of,
have
like the 10 best players on the roster.
and they still have a historic offense going into that game. So John Elway sees the Legion of Boom, has a lot of room because all those guys are still on rookie deals, and he signs DeMarcus Ware and Aqib Talib in the same day, then adds a Pro Bowler in TJ Ward, then gets Emmanuel Sanders' agent on the phone, gets him to leave Kansas City where he's about to sign. He's in the building in KC. He says, you have to leave. You have to get to the airport. The Broncos want you. Well, he says the Broncos want you for a little less, not a lot less, but a little less. He goes, oh, I get to play with Peyton Manning? I'm going. He's like, you have to leave that building. So they signed those 4 guys. DeMarcus Ware, going to be wearing a gold jacket in 3 years now, if my math is right. DeMarcus Ware, Talib will be close. I don't know when he gets there, but it won't blow my mind if he does. He's second all time in returns for touchdowns on interceptions and fumbles. TJ Ward, great player. And then Emmanuel Sanders, 4 Pro Bowls, if my math is right, or a couple Pro Bowls, 2, 3 Pro Bowls. Right?
I am good. Thank you.
Perfect. Do you need anything else?
No, we're all set.
Tommy's
Thank
getting
you.
in order right now for those of you watching the stream. So they had those 4 guys, all 4 make the Pro Bowl that first year in 2014, where they obviously come up short against the Colts. John Fox and John Elway agree to part ways. Adam Gase goes with Foxy to Chicago. Coobs comes in, and we know in 2015. But that was 4 guys added for top dollar, not bargain. I mean, I get Emmanuel was a little less than KC was paying him, but they didn't get him for $1 million. They got him for 8 instead of 9 kind of deal a year, or whatever, or 6 instead of 8, whatever it was. They added 4 guys, but here's the thing. They had crazy young talent, not good young talent like the Patriots have some pieces. They had a future Hall of Famer in Von Miller, a guy like Chris Harris, who's going to be certainly a Ring of Famer here. Derek Wolfe is maybe one of the best non-Pro Bowlers. You had guys like Noshawn Moreno on offense at the time. And I'm just going through CJ Andersen on offense. Ryan Clady was getting healthy again, right? So, and you had a quarterback named Peyton Manning, and you had Eric Decker, and you had Demaryius Thomas. And at that point,
he was loaded, man.
And then a year later, they added Wes Welker, if my math is right. So it's one of the people Peyton Manning was key, and I guess I'm going to talk to Eric what he's trying to do or what he said he's trying to do. But in general, a long way to get to. The Patriots did it a way that you're not really supposed to do. And the difference was, with apologies to Cam Newton, the Broncos had Peyton Manning at the time.
Yeah, and also talk about the guys that the Broncos added to the roster there. All of those guys would be the best player added to this Patriots roster.
Sure, they were all better than any player the Patriots added because Jonnu Smith, nice player, right? You're like, oh, it's a third option as a tight end. Derrick Henry's your first option. Even Brown and Corey Davis, who's essentially the 4th option at the time, right? And then Hunter Henry, love his talent. His issue is that he was in San Diego /LA, where you spend more time being hurt than on the field, unfortunately. And then who else did they? Who they had on defense? Judon, right? Judon said he wanted to lead the league in sacks a couple years ago. He has yet to do that. I'm glad he wants to. It's better than not wanting to. It's like, again, my 14-year-old telling me he wants to have straight A's. I mean, I want $1 million, but I'm not going to get it that easily. And you're not going to get straight A's just because you want it. Matthew Judon isn't going to lead the league in sacks just because he wants it. So who am I missing? So that's 3 of the 5 they added. Who are the other 2? They added 2 more.
They added the corner from Philly, who I'm blanking on. and they added like Kendrick Bourne and Nelson Aguilar, who
Right.
neither one of those guys really do it for me.
Right. Nelson Aguilar proved that he can catch a football better than he could in Philly. Still don't know about catching babies. That'll be determined down the road. Kendrick Bourne's good on Madden. I don't know if he's good in real life. I'd rather have Jason Bourne or Matt Damon or both. And then the corner that you're talking about, I'm not even sure who you're. It's not that I don't remember. I just don't remember. So
yeah,
long way to get to.
They got the D tackle from the Dolphins, who again I'm blanking on. He's got like the Cajun last name.
Just
not
who did they add?
Not moving the
yeah.
Not moving me towards picking them.
We're doing
AFCs.
Yeah. All of a sudden we're doing Office Space. Let's see here. Who did they add? Oh, you know who I like as a Jackson kid, the corner. Not Raekwon McMillan. Raekwon McMillan, by the way, fun fact. I learned this doing the Madden Sims, named after Raekwon the chef from Wu-Tang Clan.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's on.
Now that is a fun fact.
I don't remember the corner. Anyway.
Yeah, it's and that's the point, right? That proves our point. It's a whole lot of just dudes. And personally,
Jalen Mills with the funny hair. And then Devin Gottschalk, who you're talking about. So
that's who I'm talking about.
Yeah, Devin Gottschalk and Jalen Mills has cool hair. Is usually dyed green in Philly. We'll see if it's blue and red. Have we seen it? Patriots camp? Is it dyed? I'm gonna look it up real quick. Or is he like I'm with Bill Belichick, like being with the Yankees and the facial hair?
I don't know. I actually would prefer if it was dyed green. I think that would kind of look cool with the Pats. Yeah, the Pats blue
photos. Okay. Do you want to talk Broncos? We've spent 20 minutes not talking Broncos.
I actually.
Or do you want to talk anything?
I brought this up before you came on, and I want your take on this. So my rankings for the Denver teams that will win a championship next.
Okay.
Nope. I had number 1, Avs.
Yep.
Number 2, Nuggets. 3, Broncos. 4, Rockies.
Absolutely. That's and if you were going to do the Rapids would be ahead of the Rockies as well. The MLS team, no question. The Rockies are headed in the wrong direction. I was on the radio in San Diego today, and what's funny is, look, this is kind of even day 2 in the Broncos training camp turns into Groundhog Day for me. Between doing morning updates that start at 4:30 into a all-day practice, it was 100 degrees yesterday, which is hot lots of places. But in Denver, when you're closer to the sun and you're not used to 100-degree days, it was a record-setting day yesterday. It was in the 90s today, but at camp, I'll admit, it was cooler today because there was cloud cover. We've got a little storm coming in. It's going to be in the 70s over the weekend, which would be really nice, in the 80s next week before I see you at the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
But it's just, I get into Broncos mode. Meanwhile, the Avs are making a million moves. They're signing guys. I'm having to track that. The Nuggets are drafting, and the Rockies, they traded Michael Givens from Bell Give DeVoe. I'm just kidding. I made that up. But they have yet to trade Trevor Story and John Gray. So I go on the radio in San Diego, and I get the text like while I'm in the middle of Broncos post-practice, and I just write back on my watch what time works. I just literally wrote the time. And then he's like, all right, Rockies are in town. I'm like, oh, crap. Rockies. All right, let me dial back, my Rocky stuff. And on my way home, admittedly, I talked to the voice of the Rockies, Mike Rice, who's one of the, and we talked about the trade deadline. It was just total coincidence. So I was able to kind of fake it. But your rankings are right as of now. A couple things that can change it. One, Drew Lock can figure out how to string good days together, which he has not done yet. He had a good day yesterday, bad day today. 2, Jamal Murray doesn't get back, and it's just Joker, and next year with LeBron, and now Westbrook added, which I don't love, but I'm such a huge LeBron fan. The Nuggets don't get as far as they did. The Avs are absolutely number 1 on the list, and they should be. And adding Darcy Kemper, I know he may have played his best hockey behind him, but they may not need his best hockey to win it. With McKinnon, with McCarr, they bring Landeskog back. I know I've listed all the hockey players anyone knows for the Avs, but those are the 4 you need to know. And so I'm with you. The Avs are number 1, Nugs number 2. The thing about the Broncos, and ESPN did this a couple weeks ago, I think it was Bill Barnwell maybe, they ranked the rosters without quarterbacks. The Broncos ranked 12th. Now, that's not top 5, but that's 12th. That's a playoff team. There's There's 14 playoff teams. That puts them well within the margin of error. And if you want to break down the Broncos roster a little bit or chat about it a little bit, there's a lot of guys that every team wants or every team, has tried to get or has had.
No, right before you came on, I said this. If they had a different quarterback situation, it doesn't even need to be, the best quarterback in the league in Aaron Rodgers. I think that roster is good enough to make noise in the NFL right now. And 12th that might even be a little too low. Might even put it
people
higher.
around here have said that because if Von Miller returns to form, Bradley Chubb started in the Pro Bowl, all of a sudden you might have the best pass rush duo in the league. I don't know how many people remember this, and it came up on Twitter the other day because somebody wanted to throw Strahan and someone else out there had 31 sacks. Keith Millard and Chris Dolman had 39 sacks in 1989. Chris Dolman, the late great Hall of Famer, 21. Keith Millard went to the Pro Bowl that year. They had 21 and 18. Al Noga inside, who kind of, was there before our guy John Randall. He preceded John Randall. He had 11 on the inside. That 89 Vikings, the got after it. So can Von Miller and Bradley Chubb challenge that? 21-18 is a lot of sacks. And Vic Fangio told us today, he pulled a Dick Vermeil kind of stat. Passing attempts are only up 4% over the last 30 years. Since 1980. I would have thought it was a crazy number, but Vic Fangio said today, here, I'll read the quote because
that doesn't feel right to me.
It doesn't feel right. And then I actually followed it up with, are you sure? But here's what he said. Why people believe the NFL is a pass first league. He goes, it has gone up a little, 4.5% to 5%. No, this I guess the year before, or the quote before is about Melvin Gordon. He said, I did a study of it this year. Do we think he really did the study, or he commissioned the study? But I did a study of it this year from 80 to now, 1980. So 41 years, passes have increased 4-point-something%. You still have to be able to run it and stop it. Some teams rely on one more than the other, but running the ball is very important. So I said, and I even referenced like Dan Marino. I'm like, why do people think it's a pass first league? He goes, it has gone up a little, 4.5%, 5%. And then he said, you're in charge. You're part of the narrative. Ask yourself, and started laughing. But let's use that Dan Marino stat. Honestly, Dan Marino threw for 4,000 yards and what was that, 84 or whatever? He threw 50 touchdowns. Is that number right? That his second year when they lost the Super Bowl?
when they went to the Super Bowl,
Yeah, but how many guys throw for 4? Here, I'll just do it real quick. The NFL passing leaders last year, there had to be 6, 7, 8 guys, and maybe last year's not the best year just because of the pandemic, although the offenses were at historic rates a year ago in the first 8 weeks, right? So here, your NFL passing leaders 2020. So look at this. Deshaun Watson won 48-23. Mahomes 47-40. Brady 46-33. Ryan 45-81, Allen 45-44, Herbert 43-36, Rodgers 42-99, Cousins 42-65, Wilson 42-12, Rivers 41-69, Carr 41-03, Stafford 40-84, and Kyler, who we know runs the ball plenty and then got hurt a little, still 39-71, so 29 yards. Daniel Jones, or Jared Goff right behind him, 39-52.
Yeah, so, Vic Fangio's lying.
13, 4. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I should come back at him tomorrow and be like, hey, Vic, how is that possible? Or maybe this is the other thing, and it's sort of the evolution of the game. Quarterbacks know how to read defenses better. You're checking down more. Like Elway's, if you look at Elway's passing percentage compared to Mahomes, and I get in this fight with Chiefs fans all the time, Elway was throwing 55% of his passes complete, or 58, 60 on his best year. Whereas Teddy Bridgewater, who's here now, and no one would take Teddy Bridgewater over Elway, is completing 64% of his passes. But I watched him today, and he had a much better day than Drew Lock. 2 yards, 3 yards, 8 yards, 7 yards. Elway was definitely boomer bust, but when the game had to be won, he went and won it. So I don't know. I guess I do need to follow up with Vic. The problem is with COVID, we can only get so much interaction. Now, I will talk to him every Friday during the season in the morning on Friday morning. So maybe I'll save it for that.
Well, BK, we got to run, but let Vic Fangio know that I think he's lying.
All right, I will. Absolutely, I will. if I were to check back in tomorrow, when are you doing this till? Give me a
7
time zone.
o'clock, 7 o'clock Eastern tomorrow night. I will still be here.
So I am on our Madden Dream Stream on DraftKings at 6 o'clock Eastern. So maybe right before that, I'll just chime in. Will it put me in next to it? Well, let me ask you this: where's your list?
The new stream.
If you have, do you have any friends of ours that'll be on? Will Koff or Glash or any of those guys be on tomorrow that I can crash in the afternoon?
So let's see.
Or even Emerson early in the morning. Like I'm up at 4:30 Mountain Time doing updates. So that's 5:30 where you are.
We got Tara Lynn Asak and Ducey joining us in the morning. I have Emerson Latia joining me right around.
Not because I don't. It's not because I don't love him. It's just because it'll be a total disaster.
It'll be a disaster. I get it. I'll text you. I'll text you the link and whenever you can pop in.
When's Emerson coming on? What time zone? What time and what time zone?
It'll be 1 o'clock Eastern. He'll be joining me.
Oh, I'll be right in the middle of Broncos practice. That's not going to work. So we'll find a time.
We'll figure it out.
To crash it, buddy. Have fun at Denny's. Grab a moons over my hammy and. I would say on me, if you want, I'll give you $12 when I see you at the Hall of Fame. But maybe I'll check back.
I'm going to hold you to that. All right. See you, DK. We appreciate it.
All right.
All right. I'm bringing in my next guest right away. We're going right to him. It's Clinton Yates joining me from Los Angeles. I think you're in Los Angeles right now, right?
No, you're so lucky that I am committed to the pit. You know where I am? You know where I am?
What? Are you at a fucking Denny's right now?
I'm at a fucking Denny's, okay?
Oh my, I love you so much.
Just for this bit, okay? I want you to know that. There's one up the street.
I love you.
And I came to Denny's for you.
You are the greatest. So you live near Denny's? What?
I just got the PM drive. By the way, great day in Los Angeles sports radio, sidebar, obviously.
Really? Seriously?
I mean, and being from DC, it was like, okay, every single thing I know is important right now. So
coming home.
Right. So we talked basically about those things for 3 hours. And if you walk, I don't know what cardinal direction is, but I call it north because it's towards downtown. If you walk north, there's a Denny. And I've walked by this thing a million times. I was like, you know what? I was killing time. I was like, you know what? I'm waiting for this idiot freeze pop. Why don't I just go to Denny? You know what I'm saying? So here I am. I ordered T-bone steak. I was
the greatest. Oh my God! Wow. Well,
what's up,
Clinton
man?
Yates.
What the hell are you even doing? Why are we even doing this? What's going on?
All right. So the elevator pitch is it's not the pitch. This is what's happening. I lost my fantasy league. I came in dead last. We do punishments every year because of COVID. We had to adjust what the punishment was. The original punishment was I was going to need to wear a full tuxedo and go to a high school and take the SATs. I'm glad that I don't have to do that, but the alternative is I need to now sit at a Denny's for 24 straight hours. So my thought process was, if I have to do this, I might as well turn it into some content.
Yeah, no, that's smart. That's smart. And it's more fun that way.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, my God. This would be so brutal if I didn't have people. Dude, you're the absolute best.
So hold on. You know what there is in here? There's like a claw toy machine.
Oh yes, yeah. I don't have any toys. I don't have any like arcade games here, but I don't even think I'd have time to do it because I booked myself out so much. But maybe I'll take a break and tell someone to not pop on. Dude, that's
on people.
I just got water right now. So you're crushing a coffee. Here, let me throw this up.
Going with the water with lemon, just so you know.
Okay. In the cup though. So I kind of wish I was doing the same thing. Then I could have the Denny's. This is amazing, dude. Wait, let me show you this. So here, I want you to weigh in. Here are my over-unders for.
Oh my God, look at you. You got graphics?
Yeah, man. We're going all out here.
Okay. This is my kind of carrying on, as we like to say.
Hey, man, you're committing to the bid on your end?
Yeah. Oh, well.
I'm committing to the bid on my end, man.
I'm going way over on bathroom trips. That's a bad line. You kidding me?
Yep.
You're not even setting bathroom trips at double digits? What Vegas doing here? You know? No way.
So
you're going at least 20 bathroom trips. Maybe 15.
Here's the thing. I'm 3.5 hours in and I haven't gone yet. So what's that pace?
That's gonna catch up with once you get around to it, you're not.
And once you go once you go once, you're fucked.
Yeah, that's a break the seal situation. Guest no shows. That's a pretty low number too. I'd have had that around 7. I'd have had that around 7.
Yeah, the middle of the night is going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, people are going to legitimately fall asleep. Plates
Yeah, it happens.
5.5. That's a pretty good number. Because you can sort of go on plate. You know what I mean? Like you're not necessarily going to shove everything down right then.
Right, exactly. I'm only one plate in as of now, and I feel like that's going to hold me over for a while. Like I'm not.
Bacon seems low.
Yeah. So, interestingly enough, the sandwich I ordered, I got the Grand Slamwich, one of the great sandwiches in American dining.
Oh.
It's amazing. They didn't have like straight up bacon strips on the sandwich. It was bacon bits within the egg, so it didn't technically count as a strip. So I thought I was going to be two bacon strips in the hole right away, and we're sitting at 0 right now. So I too thought that would be So I think napkins is low, although I've only used 2 napkins as of now.
Okay.
So
all right, Tommy, let me tell you something.
See.
I heard Kate was on earlier. There's no chance I'm doing any hardcore sports talk.
No, we're not.
Training camp stuff. I was like, what are we doing here? I'm not doing that. I just want you to know that.
Dude, I didn't expect it because I just want to catch up with you, dude. Like,
yeah, man.
So
where are you? Where do you?
Yes.
What's going on?
So the last time I saw you, I was living in Boston producing the Celtics. You were at a Celtics game. I think you were doing a story for one of your million jobs you have at ESPN. I think this was before you were on Around the Horn regularly too. So you were really grinding. You were really like journalisting hard still at that point.
Oh, it was the World Series, of course. And there was a baseball. Yeah, there was a basketball game. It was the first time I'd ever even been to the Garden.
Yes,
which is
that's right.
Train station. I learned that time. I was like,
North Station. Yep.
Yeah.
I remember this now because it was like 5 days before I was moving to St. Louis. So it was like it was like a quarter break, and I ran down and we talked quick, and then you had to run back to do media stuff, and then I had to run back to do beer, and so I moved out here to work on the ESPN affiliate morning show to be the third voice on the show. Had a good time. Did that for about 2 years. Pandemic happened. Jobs go away. Things happen. And lo and behold, this amazing job at Vegas Insider falls into my lap. I now work as Morton Andersen's co-host on his podcast for Vegas Insider. So I'm doing that for VI, and I do stuff for DraftKings. So it's been kind of a wild ride. I'm still in St. Louis.
Okay.
I think I lost you for a second, Clinton.
Hold on. Should I call back in?
And he's off. I think Clinton is not rocking with the employee Wi-Fi like I am. So he will get back in. I mean, he's at a Denny's, for God's sakes. So I have to imagine that he's going to want to get back in here and rejoin the session after getting bounced out. Here he is. We're back. See, Clinton, you're not on the employee Wi-Fi like I am, so you don't have the benefits.
I don't have those kind of perks. We're not on press row.
When you hit up the Denny's manager ahead of time, you get those perks. But yeah, man. So I'm still out here in St. Louis doing my thing. We're moving back. Me and my fiance, I met a girl out here, got engaged, did that whole thing. So she's coming to New England with me. We're moving back on Labor Day because both of our jobs are remote now, so we can live wherever. So we're getting back out to New England. Going to be on the coast.
Well, that's cool, man. Are you in Boston, or are you going to pick somewhere else? You're going to pick them up. You're going to be in Boston.
So we're actually going to go to Rhode Island. Because my parents are in Rhode Island still, so we're going to be about 4 miles from my parents, just north of Providence. it's just much cheaper. And
Yeah.
I actually think that being closer to my family is going to help Morgan with the move, because like we're not going to really know. I mean, I'm going to know a million people. She's going to know, my family and then my friends, but it's just she's going to want that support system in place. So, and I haven't lived in Rhode Island since high school, so it's going to be kind of cool to like move home in a way,
Discover the place as an adult.
Yeah. It's like
cool.
I've always gone back to Rhode Island, obviously, to hang out with friends and see my parents, and I spent a few summers there in college. But when I left for school, I never moved back. So being there now as a 29-year-old, it's just going to be a whole different experience. So I'm pumped about it, man. It's going to be really, really fun.
That's a good reason to be back in your hometown as any. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah,
wherever,
man. Hell yeah.
That's awesome, man.
So it's going to be cool.
I mean, like, I'm out here. I moved out here about a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I got here like as soon as the world shut down. It's one of those deals where I was like, thank God, because if I had moved, I would never made it. And it was one of the most important things I ever did in my life. I'm 10 times happier now.
Awesome.
Like it's easier, in our job, especially when you're working in the morning, like staying up late to watch these damn games. Like, bro, I'm in the bed at 10 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? Maybe 11. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like, just for my mental health, that was a huge part of everything. Like, I'm really happy. Like, sorry, I'm missing all the morning sports radio shows on the East Coast. I listened to those for 40 years. I mean, that's not a knock on anybody. Like, a lot of people and a lot of my friends do that, but like,
no, I got you. I understand it.
Ecosystem in order for me to be happy or smart. You know what I'm saying? So,
I'm with you.
Wins on Around the Horn. Is that what that guy did? He clearly didn't watch today because I won today, and now it's
wow, you are a monster, dude. That's 86 wins. You've been doing it like what, 2-3 years at this point? I mean, it's a crazy pace, dude.
2017, man. Fun show, man. It's made me a better sports writer. It's made me a happier person. I got a lot of friends there. You know what I mean? It's a good group of people. So, shout out to Aaron Solomon. Shout out to Jock Hard. Now shout out to Tony Reality, man.
Yeah, they do it right. And when I was in Bristol still, there was an initiative to have us all like shadow different departments and stuff. And I took that as an opportunity to get them to pay for me to go to New York for a few days. I was like, oh, I'd like to shadow Around the Horn. And they were like, my boss was like, well, you could just go do NFL Live. I'm like, no, I would like to shadow Around the Horn. I'm spreading my wings. So, so I got ESPN to, they were probably, it's one of those throwaway comments in the big town halls. They do, go shadow someone, go take advantage of this great company. And then I'm like, great, you're paying for me to go to New York for 3 days and hang out with my friends. So I hung out for the day with Tony and Pablo when I was, less than a year into being at ESPN, super young, and they were the nicest dudes to me. And the funny thing is, I just fired off an email to Tony Reale because it was like, I don't know even who to ask to set this up.
Right.
Sent him off an email. It was like, hey, they want us to shadow, blah, blah, blah. I wrote him this big long thing. It took him a while to get back to me. He probably emailed me like 10 days later. And all he said was, you got gumption, kid. Sure thing. Let me know when you want to come.
Right.
And I was like,
I mean, that's
okay.
The battle. If you're showing up, you might as well get
just
showing
gotta
around.
show up. Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but that was when they were back at the old, Good Morning America set. And it was kind of eerie because no one else was there. It was just him and makeup people and Pablo.
It was a weird setup. I remember that because I did the show from there a couple of times. And it was just weird enough for me to be like, I hope this changes. Because, I don't
it was kind of depressing, honestly.
But, it wasn't the nicest deal. Yeah. And
no, it was dark.
I said it to compliment Tony because he really did a good job, handling that show from that sort of interim setup. It's not as easy to being able to breathe and to move and all that.
How's the thing in New York? Is it sick? The whole setup in New York looks awesome.
Oh, well, I mean, the whole Seaport studio is like a whole thing. So, battery's dying here. If I get to 5, I'm out of here because I got to get an Uber home. So,
dude, it's all good.
10% right now. The whole Seaport studio is like a whole other part of ESPN. I mean, not to get too far into it, I'm not telling company secrets here, but the energy with the different bureaus are different. I mean, Bristol is headquarters. Everybody knows
corporate.
That, LA's got a different vibe. Newport's got a different vibe. Charlotte's got a different vibe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, there's some cool outposts that, like, you know, it's what makes comedy what it is. You know, there's a lot of different people doing a lot of different things. And I appreciate that, you know?
Yeah, no doubt. I just remember, because I know your phone's about to, not allow you to stay here, but I wanted to make sure I brought this up. It was right before I left Connecticut, I think, and you were in town. I don't even remember what year or month this was, but you were in town for something, and like we met up for a beer at the hotel that Four Seasons near the headquarters. Like, or what is it? A DoubleTree? No, it's a DoubleTree. And like we were hanging out, just like crushing. Yeah, the DoubleTree. And like I feel like because of this New York thing, this type of like crowd would never get together again. But it was like me and you, and then across the bar from us was Mike Gundy, and then across the bar from him was Zach Lowe and like Rachel Nichols. It was, and I was like,
I forgot
what is this crew?
I will never forget that. Gundy was on my floor that trip.
Oh,
and
okay.
I saw Gundy like a bunch of times because it was during their media days. And they were doing
with the mullet.
Trip. And I saw Gundy like a bunch of times, like not just in the lobby, not just in the bar, but like pointing it out of my room. And I was like, oh my God, what's he doing here? He's haunting my dreams. I mean, I love that guy. Again, I'm a man. I'm 40.
I'm 40.
I could not wait to post that Gundy. But that's a funny one. That's the kind of stuff that happens at me. Happen in other places.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And like it's so weird. Like dead middle of Connecticut, nothing going on. DoubleTree hotel bar. You got Clinton Yates and myself crushing some beers.
Last thing I'm going to ask you: who else among my friends is on this show? I saw Adam Amin. I saw Gojo. Who else do you think I know?
You know what? That might be the extent of it. I'm gonna just put her on blast. I did not get a text back from Mina Kimes. Kind of salty about it.
Mina's got better things.
Yeah, she's an extremely busy person.
Denny on a Thursday.
You are committed to the bit, sir. Hey, Mikey C joining me at 5 a.m. Outsider Mike. 5 a.m. Eastern.
Okay. Mikey C smoking heaters. I talk to Mike every week, every once in a while on Marty McGee now. I love Mike.
I love it. I want him to. I told him he has to smoke a cigarette on the stream.
Oh, that's a must. What are we doing? What did we pay our tickets to see? You know what I'm saying? Mikey's got to burn a heater. You know,
right?
Anyway,
Jason Fitz is joining me. Freddie Coleman is joining me, and the Puck Daddy Greg Wyshynski is going to pop on with me.
Nice.
He's the best. Danny Cannell, formerly of ESPN Radio, is going to pop on. So we got some people. We got some people, man. It's going to be fun. But I don't think anyone else is heading to a Denny's, dude. Like, this is ridiculous.
No, hell no. Again, reminder. I'm fucking years. All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
That's right, baby. All right, Clinton.
All right, I'll see you soon,
love you, buddy.
Good job. Yep. Later.
See you, dude. Wow. I got to be honest. I did not expect Clinton Yates to be at a Denny's in Los Angeles. I mean, what the hell, man? How does that happen? That was fantastic. So Clinton's one of my favorites. Whenever he first started at ESPN, he was doing overnight radio, fill-in radio stuff, and I think he was really committed to just like showing that he'll do anything they ask him to do. So for even the most ridiculous shifts, he would fly in he was living in DC at the time, and he would fly into Bristol to do an overnight shift and then fly home because he just wanted to show that he was going to be their guy. And now less than 5 years later, he's a regular panelist on Around the Horn, and he's hosting radio for them in LA, and he's got a podcast that just launched for the Undefeated, senior columnist there. So Clinton is the absolute man. I wish his phone wasn't about to die, but he was literally walking home and stopped at a Denny's. So I respect the hell out of that. Coming up in about 13 minutes, the man, the myth, the legend, Mike Golick Jr. going to stop by. I'm getting a text from one of my closest friends in this universe, Gemma, who calls New York City home. She wants me to review the food. So far, all I've had is the Grand Slamwich, 1 plate in. So I'll read you guys the description for those that weren't here earlier. Scrambled eggs, sausage, bacon, ham, and American cheese on potato bread, grilled with maple spice spread, served with hash browns. I'm going to give the sandwich, I'm going to give it a 7.5 out of 10. It's really tasty. It's hard to mess that up. It's bacon, it's cheese, it's sausage. Now, as far as the prop bets go, it did not really have an enormous impact on the bacon strips portion of the prop because, as you can see, we have that prop set at 9.5. So if I eat 10 bacon strips, that hits the over. The sandwich typically has 2 strips of bacon on it, but this one in particular, for whatever reason, had bacon bites cooked into the eggs and the cheese. So I actually am still at 0 for bacon strips. And a lot of people in the lead up to this thing were saying that I was going to 100% hit that over, on bacon strips. How's it going? Yep, people still are in. How's it going? What's going on?
Oh, everybody's watching your live feed.
He's got me on the YouTube.
On the YouTube. I was on your YouTube messaging on there.
Yeah, I love it.
You watch, so I said
Hey, keep watching. I love it.
I would. I said commenting on there.
That's awesome, man. What's your name? Gordon?
Yes.
Gordon, nice to meet you. And what's your name?
Heather.
Heather. There we go.
Thank you.
So we're in here, man. We got the whole squad pulling along. We are 3 hours and 50 minutes into a 24-hour stream. Do you guys think I'm gonna make it?
You'll make it.
Okay.
You'll make
Are you gonna help me make it? How long are you gonna be here for, Gordon? Are you gonna stay the whole 24 with me? I need a teammate.
Oh, he's staying a long time,
I can't afford to eat that long.
I love it. I love it. We appreciate the support. You guys want to stick around?
I probably could because the alternative is sleeping under a bridge.
Sleeping under a bridge is not what you want to be doing. So,
Especially with the heat.
no. I would not want to, with the heat or the cold, sleeping under a bridge, not fun.
Like 3 days in a row with
The heat index.
3 days in a row of just barely being able to sleep.
Ugh, dude, it's not bearable outside right now. It is still, so it's 9:51 right now. It's still 86 degrees.
I said I feel like temperature is 99.
Oh, it still feels like 99 outside.
Yeah,
Wow.
Put my windows up and, it's supposed to rain.
Yeah, right. It looks like it's gonna rain. Brutal.
That's why they have so many problems with air conditioning. It just can't keep up.
The summer's tough, man.
30-year-old air conditioner just.
It's tough.
82 on that side and 62 on this side.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So I'm getting some text here. My friend Jake Bennett wants me to have him on as a 4 a.m. guest. He gets up early. Look, Bennett, if you want to chime in around 4 a.m., we'll see what the guest docket looks like. Yeah, I'll throw you on here. Shoot me a text. We'll see what we're looking like. And Gemma wants me to rate the mozzarella sticks. I have not eaten the mozzarella sticks yet, but maybe because Gemma wants me to rate them, I'll order them because why not? I have to kill 24 hours. My brother on YouTube chiming in saying he's going to bed. Good luck the rest of the night. Tim, thank you. Thank you for being an active participant in this feed so far. It's been nice. Been nice to have the fam here early on. And Heather, who was talking off screen, she mentioned on YouTube that she's here working. I love it. I love that the fam here at Denny's is showing the support. And again, I don't really know what the feed looks like for you guys at home, but the Wi-Fi is holding on strong for me. It seems like the customer Wi-Fi at the Denny's in Los Angeles that Clinton was at wasn't so hot. Big Mr. Fancy Los Angeles doesn't even have good enough Wi-Fi to stay on, but he's the best, dude. Like, he's a guy that he's continuing to climb in this media field. Like, I'd get on that Clinton Yates train while you can before all the stock is gone. He's a star in this biz. There's no question. Actually, let's take a look at the apps. Now I'm curious. Gemma has piqued my interest here with her text about mozzarella sticks. I will say. So the starters portion of the menu, it's let's see, it's 10:54 Eastern. I'm already reading the menu, so I'm in for the long haul here. I was saying to Morgan earlier, I might just start reading the menu from front to back to kill time. That might happen. All right, so mozzarella cheese sticks in the starters menu. 8 golden fried cheese sticks with a side of tomato sauce. Okay. Pictured here. There it is. Wow, I'm really bad at showing things on the screen here. There it is. It's throwing me off that everything's backwards on the screen. I need to get better about that since I'm going to be here for literally 24 hours. Eric saying tomato sauce. Yes, tomato sauce. It is not listed as marinara or a bolognese. Tomato sauce. So we'll see how that is. And if I'm going to be frank here, instead of going just straight mozzie sticks, I'm probably going to go with the sampler. There's a build your own sampler option here in the starters section. You can pick 4 or pick 3. I'll go with 4. I'm going to be here for a long time. I'm not going to do this yet. I'm not hungry yet. But we'll probably do the mozzie sticks as requested. I'm here to take requests all night, people. So throw them out there. We'll do the buffalo wings as well. Obviously, I have an extensive history with that product. They're listed as boneless buffalo wings here in the menu. And I actually got an Instagram comment earlier today from my friend Sana, who said that the chicken tenders are really good here. So I might double up on chicken product in the sampler. And let's see. Maybe chips and queso as the 4th item there, just so I can try the queso at Denny's. I can't imagine many people are out here sampling the queso at Denny's. Shelby saying that she supports the sampler idea, Tom. Thank you, Shelby. Shelby, Morgan and I were actually talking on the stream about your guys' wedding, but before the stream started earlier today, we were talking about how fun that was. What a great night. That was one for the record books. And literally right at the Aviator Hotel. I can almost see it from my seat here at Denny's. So continue to chime in if you want here on YouTube, on Facebook. You can fire off some texts. So I'm being told that I'm going to get diarrhea at some point. That happens. It's fine. I mean, the bathroom number is set at, let's see, 9.5, I think. So, like Clinton was saying, at a point in time, or maybe it was BK, I'm already losing track. At a certain point, the levee's going to break. And we're going to be making multiple trips to the restroom here. On the podcast this week, actually, Great Dane Nation, there's a plug for you. I think I actually got a plug in with Clinton as well. So that counts as 2 more plugs. We're at 10 overall so far. Almost 4 hours in. was talking with Tom Cunningham, one of the great handicappers we have from Vegas Insider, on the pod this week, and he was saying that he doesn't feel comfortable, of course, his handicapper mind. He's like, I don't have enough information. What does the bathroom look like? Is it dark roast coffee? Blah, 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 all these things. I haven't seen the bathrooms at this Denny's yet. So depending on how nice the bathroom setup is, maybe I take more trips. Is it just a toilet? Is there a urinal? These are things that need to be considered. People chiming in here on YouTube. Shelby saying she's crying, talking about her wedding. It really was. It was a great time. Really good time. Mike Bizzle saying 1,380 calories in the sampler, treating this stream like Thanksgiving. Yeah, look. No one is counting calories here on the 24-hour stream at Denny's. If you start counting calories and you have to sit at a Denny's for 24 hours, you're going to lose your mind. So I am going to live the mantra of every plate of food starting from zero. And I probably am not going to eat for a while after eating so much greasy, gross. I mean, look, the food's not gross here, but when you eat so much grease, it becomes gross. I'm not going to take a shot at Denny's like that. It's America's diner. Love this place. Love these people. Wes saying it's only how many times you go, not how bad the trip is. That is a great call, Wes, on Facebook. It doesn't matter what the trip entails. It matters how many trips it took. Mo saying, Tommy, on YouTube. What's up, Mo? Jake Bennett saying, Shelby, he loves his sweets. So Jake Bennett's a good friend of mine. One of my best friends in the world. This is an ongoing thing. It's been a thing for a long time. I'm not a big sweets guy. I never have been. You will not see me order dessert on this stream. It's not going to happen. Never. Just, sorry. No cake, no pie, nothing. I don't even know if you can get dessert here. Okay, yeah, you can. It's on the back page. Dessert. So, I'm not a big sweets guy, but that doesn't mean that you can never have sweets. And that just doesn't calculate with some people. So anytime, you're at a social gathering, you don't want to be rude. Okay, sure, I'll have a piece of cake. Okay, sure, I'll have a cupcake. Oh, okay, I'll have a cookie here and there. People start to say, oh, he says he's not a big sweets guy. Oh, I'm going to take a picture. And then it just sends you down a spiral. And there's like a case file now. It's become a thing. I can't even have like a piece of pie in peace in front of my fiance without her feeling the need to take a picture and fire it off to the keeper of this case file, Bennett. So I'm not a big sweets guy. I'm going to go to my grave with that. Again, you will not see me eat desserts here. So we are in the buffer zone here for Mike Golick Jr. Remember, guys, that prop set at 4.5 for guest no-shows. He did text me back and here he is. Mike Golick Jr. in the building, rocking the tank.
What's up, buddy? How you feeling, man? You all right?
What have I done in my life to be in this moment?
Listen, I ask myself that question a lot here. I haven't done it yet from where you're sitting, but I say yet because I can't rule anything out.
So, you love diners. You love eating. This is why we bonded when we were at ESPN together. We talked a lot of food. Have you ever spent 24 hours at an establishment? I'm guessing no, but I figure I'll ask because, if there is someone I know that would have done this, it would be you.
Yeah, no, that's a more than fair point. The scouting report would have this in big bold letters for me. I say truly, unfortunately, I have not because I know this came up when that one reporter spent 24 hours in the Waffle House.
Right.
And honestly, I am curious because you and I are very like-minded here. I said that seems like something that would be a great time. So far, how has it actually been?
Okay, so it's been great because I've been just hanging out with dudes that I'm reconnecting with that I haven't been able to talk to in a long time. Like, just got off the stream with Clinton Yates, who I hadn't seen in years. I was talking with Amin a little bit ago. So, like, hanging out with the boys has been great. First 12 hours are probably going to be awesome.
Yeah.
The next 12 is going to suck so bad. Like, it's going to be brutal.
And I think that's just it. It's the 24-hour nature of it. Like, I've never done 24 hours in a diner, but I've done 3 24-hour marathons at the ESPN. And that absolutely tracks is that last 12 hours.
Yes.
Like, I remember getting towards hour like 22, 21. And those were the times where I was like, they're putting us on air. And I am absolutely punch drunk. Like, this is going to get me fired.
Yes. I've seen you in those moments, and it's like you and a couple of other people that are like doing the same thing, and you guys are, it's like you're legit, like you said, punch drunk, but it's like you're actually hammered. Like, you're not making any sense.
No, and thankfully in my role in those, I was never asked to make sense, but I remember looking over distinctly in the first fantasy football marathon that we did, and Adam Schefter was legit green. Like, Shefty and Matt Berry were doing a hit every hour as actual analysts, like expected to give information. Me and Stu Gatz were on Fantasy Island. We were in Studio X in front of
Right, it was Stu Gatz. I was trying to remember if it was Fitz or Stu Gatz. It was Stu.
Yeah, no, obviously one of like the short goblin looking types. You're not wrong on the general paradigm for either of them. Stu Gatz is just like corrupt Fitz. He's like Jason with enough cigarettes in him.
Yeah. No, Jason is just like is way too kind of a person to ever be Stu Gatz.
They're truly like the angel and demon. It's like Stu Gatz is just dark side Fitz. That's all he is.
Yes. I love this. I love this comparison. And it's funny because I still listen to Levitard from time to time. It's a fantastic show. I mean, why wouldn't I? It seems like Stu Gatz, since leaving, is like fully embracing the heel role in a way that I didn't even know was possible. It's amazing to watch.
It's remarkable. He has only become more and more Stu Gatz. That's what you want to see for everyone, like them unlock their full potential.
Yes.
But now that we're talking this out, I'm really bummed that Stu isn't at our network for a number of reasons, because he's a great friend, but also because I would love to now produce the segment of Angel and Demon where I've got a sports take and I've got him giving me the absolute demon take on one side and Fitz on the other shoulder, being the little angel telling me to do the right thing here. It's so tailor-made for ESPN Plus, and now we can't do it.
So how have you liked doing the ESPN Plus stuff? Because I feel like that's, since all the radio shows are now on Plus instead of news, has that like unlocked something different because it's not like traditional cable? I saw the hockey stuff you and Matlack have been doing. It's like the best segment I've ever seen.
I think that's just the thing. Also, part of it is too just like where we are. Like, obviously, you know this. It's the morning show is the bread and butter of every radio lineup, and so I think we're certainly afforded just like a little more leeway. Like, we're there in the afternoon, and they're not going to worry about us as much here, and so we get to kind of do some of that stuff. But I think that is the fun part with Plus is we do have a lot of creative people, and like a lot of our like buddies in radio are over helping produce on the TV side.
I've heard.
So we got people we've got people throwing stuff together on that side. We've gotten pretty creative with it. So it's been fun. And they just put out that new like the streamer commercial for the Disney bundle. And if you look very closely, when they are flipping past the ESPN Plus version, Shenanigans Jr. featured very prominently on that screen. Now, I don't think I'm getting any residuals from that or anything, but it is still technically where my paycheck comes from. So
that's baked into your contract somewhere in really fine print where it's like we're allowed to use your big dumb face no matter what you say or what you think. We're going to put you – and plus you're with Shanae, so like she's going to like carry you along here. She's so good, dude. Like
I was just watching her on the NBA draft coverage on ABC tonight, and I'm like, what am I doing?
Like when I was producing the show in St. Louis, obviously when I drive in to do morning, I would listen to First and Last, one of the best, most underrated ESPN radio shows ever. And when she would come on with you, I'm like, why is this not just a real? No offense. Why isn't this a real radio show? Like First and Last with you just hanging out, having a good time. It was fun and it was a radio show. But like when she'd come in studio with you, I was like, oh, this shouldn't be on at 4:30 in the morning or whatever it was.
Hey, listen, we agreed, and I was willing to ride whoever's coattails I needed to out there. So hers ended up being great there. But you're right. Like I always said this about Janae, and this speaks to like I wanted to call when we started doing the show. I wanted to call it One and Done since she was the number 1 overall draft pick, and I was done playing sports much sooner than a good player.
I
would
love
be.
that. I love that.
But like the whole thing was every time we would get to, because this is her first time hosting a full-time radio show. But the minute you show her how to do one thing, she starts doing it better than anyone else.
So good.
Like, oh, that's why you were a number 1 pick, because in addition to being like very kind and generally curious, you also just pick stuff up way better and way faster than everybody else.
Yeah, she's fantastic. So I've always been incredibly impressed with her, and just watching Malika Andrews this NBA Finals was like stupid how good she is at what she does. Like
it's disturbing, and she's like 26. Like I always think, because I got to get started here pretty young.
Yeah,
and I always look back at that and how like the first time I ever was getting up to fill in. I think I was filling in for like an hour at the end of Mike and Mike. So I was filling in on Mike and Mike in the morning at that time. I slept for 45 minutes. Are you eyeing up a plate right now? What just got delivered here?
I just got my first. It's got my first receipt. 1976.
Oh,
okay.
Excellent one. Wait, so what's the itemization here? What'd you go with on this receipt?
Okay, so we got the only thing I've eaten so far is the Grand Slamwich, which is for my money one of the best sandwiches you can get in America. Yes.
We had got a call from a customer asking about 2 streams. He said do it on our order for dessert food.
Say again about dessert food? Someone called saying they want to order dessert food for me?
Yeah, but they're going to do an online order. And once they get the online order, I got to go and get the dessert.
Well, look, I'm not going to turn down the dessert, but I know what he's doing. He's framing me here because I'm not a big sweets guy, and I try and prove that at all times. But if dessert is going to be bought for me, I'm not going to turn it down.
Okay.
So, Jelly, I will take the dessert.
Okay, I'm going to put the order in.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Jelly. So it's Jelly's birthday. She has a tiara on. She came on camera earlier. Yeah, we'll get her back on before you're off.
That's awesome. Yeah, happy birthday, Jelly.
Jelly, Mike Golick Jr. says happy birthday. Thank you. She says thank you. So I got a Grand Slamwich and a Sprite earlier. And it's interesting. My fiance was with me. Oh, yeah, by the way, I'm engaged now. And she got a fruit cup and a side of hash browns earlier because she was starving before we got things going. It's funny, that ended up on my receipt. So
listen, man.
First
off, congrats on the engagement. That's awesome news. Second off, that seems like perfect.
That's how it works
for the rest of your life.
Yeah, she left 3 hours ago, and now it's on my receipt. They definitely were like, "Oh, do you want to come?" Oh no, just throw that on his.
No, he's got it. He's gonna be here. Why? He won't even notice in like 6 hours.
Of course.
That's awesome, man.
Maddie, are you leaving? Is that why you guys printed this for me? Okay, cool. I want to make sure I get Maddie. She's been great, dude. I'm tight with everyone in here now. That's what this is all about.
That's truly the most important part of this. Like any situation is you got to immediately bond with whoever's in the bunker with you.
Yes.
So you've already approached this with the right strategy.
So what were we saying? Oh yeah. So when you first started, I mean, dude, she's so good. But whenever we all first start these jobs, we suck so bad. So when I see her doing that at the NBA freaking finals, I'm like, wow, like we're different species. Like you are just better at life than me.
It was, and I remember the moment that cemented it too, because Malika's done a lot of great things since she's been here, but it's the NBA Finals. As they, I think, pointed out, she was the youngest analyst or broadcaster to ever handle the trophy ceremony at the NBA Finals. And you're dealing with the commissioner, you're dealing with these people in the happiest moment of their lives, and you're down there where it's difficult to hear. Like, this is all stuff that she made sure no fan was ever going to notice these things. But all of us that watch this from the industry side, when she got up there and she was getting ready to introduce someone from the Bucks, and the crowd started getting really loud, and she just stepped back for a second, and she let them go. I was like, that's like, no matter if you're in the booth, if you're down on the sideline, that's like live event broadcast 101, which is let the crowd, let the moment breathe. And she just hit that there so calm, and then went back into it. And I was like, she's seeing like Matrix zeros and ones already. The rest of us are so screwed. She is so good at this.
Dude, and it's funny, like, it's not an on-air example, but it's still sort of in that same vein. So the first day I was running the board for Rosillo Canales, like my full-time role, because I had been there, like their first backup for a while, and then finally they just put me on there 5 days a week. And I was so excited. I'm like, yeah, I love being on this show, blah, blah, blah. It's a great time. The first 3 minutes of that show, dead air, was not being broadcast on radio. Because I didn't take the chain. You know how it is. I did everything else. I did the update perfect, and I got everything. I'm like, I'm feeling good. I'm like laughing. Oh yeah. And then like, you know, one of our managers, I think it was Chich, scurrying into this. Are we not on the air right now? And I'm like, no.
First off, that's a phenomenal Chich impression.
Yeah.
Second off, I'm amazed it made it that long. But three, and most importantly here, so like Rosillo and Canal, both great guys, but Ryan Rosillo is an intense dude. You know this. Like, he's a guy that takes this all very seriously. So how was the reception from Ryan on that?
I don't think he was ever told that it happened, because they were just doing their show, you know? And like, so behind the scenes, we kind of kept that close to the vest. Because, you know, he's the type of guy, and I love Ryan, but he'll come in the studio and be like, crush that segment.
Yes.
You know? So
absolutely.
like, you don't want him to come into the control room and have that like mentality and be like, dude, the first 3 minutes, that sick take you had, no one heard it.
It's so funny, because that's so true. Like, everyone who's on air, like, it's constantly just protecting our fragile little psyches.
Yes,
and
exactly.
it is absolutely true. But what you just brought up, you'll appreciate this. So you saw, I'm sure, the Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Contest that me and Fitzy were on the call with this summer, and how during the last 5 minutes of the men's contest, there was an issue with the feed going out. And it was the same thing. We never knew in the broadcast booth that any of that was happening. And so I know people were pissed off at the end, like, why didn't they acknowledge or anything? Like, we didn't know because they didn't want to tell us. And the same thing, no joke, I got my phone in my pocket while I'm on the call, and the phone is vibrating like crazy. And so we're in the home stretch, and all I'm thinking is, man, I am nailing this. My phone is blowing up. People are loving it.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, and I open my phone, it's my parents and my family's group chat, like, oh, what's wrong with the feed? What's going on? I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that's about right.
Oh my God, it's classic. And by the way, I said this, I think I replied to either you or Fitz or both on Instagram or Twitter, I forget, but and you've done the hot dog contest, I think once or twice, okay. Every time, and Fitz has done it a few times too. Every time I see you guys post about it, I comment this, and I mean it. That is my dream job. Like, that is my dream industry job. My true dream job, and I was talking with Morgan about this earlier, and she was saying I have no chance because I can't cook, but we'll talk about that in a second. Guy Fieri's job is truly my dream job. Traveling the country, eating amazing food, talking to cool people. Like, why wouldn't that be anyone's dream job? But my dream industry job
is the perfect show, yes.
It's a perfect show to have on in the background, too. Like, if you have friends over and you're just hanging out and you're just, you know, having some beers, put Drivers Triple D, we'll call it. I'm not going to get it right. I always mess it up. Throw Triple D on in the background, and just, you got great food on in the background. And then occasionally you look up, oh, that looks sick. And then you get back to your convo. But anyways, my dream industry job is to be a part of that broadcast as a talent one day, the hot dog eating contest. I think it's attainable.
Oh, yeah.
I just got to keep climbing.
If I'm doing it, it's attainable. Like, the fact that the step down that they took, because that's the other crazy thing is, I'm doing play-by-play for this. I do not do play-by-play. I am like an analyst when I do football games.
Yeah.
So the fact that they went from Adam Amin the year before to me calling that hot dog contest means that anybody can do this. They just know I'm fat and brand is really strong.
Yeah, 100%.
The first year I did it, I remember I was talking to Adam like all in the lead up, but I called him the night before at like 11 o'clock, and I was like, dude, tell me how to do this. Just please tell me how to do this.
Play-by-play is so freaking hard. It's so hard.
It's just, well, and you know what, like, you'd appreciate this, like, it's not all too dissimilar from driving a radio show and you do that as a host, just because you got to get it in and out, like, you got to do those mechanics of it. But I said it, and I remember Joe Thomas talked about this as far as like a right and left hand sits. It's like wiping your ass with the other hand doing play-by-play. Because
so hard.
Now instead of coloring things in, I'm drawing the lines around things. So it's nerve-wracking because you're just trying to go through this checklist of stuff to do. It just happens to all be hot dog related.
Okay, two points I want to touch on. I mean, people know where I stand on the hot dog sandwich argument. I think I want to get your take. I'm sorry, we're just going to go there. But before we do, actually, the dessert has arrived. Thank you, Jelly. Jelly, you want to just pop on screen real quick and say hi to everybody? Jelly's here.
Hi, Jelly.
She's got the tiara going. It's her birthday.
Yeah.
Jelly. So what is this like? Is this like an apple strudel type thing?
Apple crisp.
Apple crisp. It's hot. It's really hot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let it cool down. I will eat it on camera. I mean, if someone's gonna buy me food, I'm gonna eat it.
Oh, hell yeah. Come on,
now. I actually don't know. Let me check my texts. One of my friends might be claiming this. This is a good troll by them. No one has claimed this via iMessage. So whoever did this, good on you. Oh, I'm missing a fork. Wiping your ass with your left hand. Let's talk about this. Okay. So when I was playing high school football, I hyperextended my dominant arm, my right arm, and it was hyperextended to like a level where I had to wear like a brace type thing for a week. And with that, I couldn't wipe my ass like I normally do. And I had to, resort to the left hand. One of the more difficult weeks of my life.
Dude, I can't even imagine. Like, because like every once in a while, like just doing everyday things, you bring your left hand into the equation, and generally it's capable of more than we give it credit for. That's one where you're also inverting it. So like you're going south of the border, so now the directions are all backwards here. It's just the thought of it right now. I'm trying to like.
It's so brutal.
And you know what it is? I have a bad power gauge with my left hand.
Mm-hmm.
Like like this one, I have all the touch in the world.
Yeah.
But this, I remember again, this weirdly Jason Fitz in a lot of like moments of my life. Fitzy and I were filming the promos for ESPN 8 The Ocho that went out digitally, where we were going and demonstrating a lot of the sports. And there's one sport that's basically like slap tag almost. And so I remember for the shot, I came running up the stairs at Fitz's apartment, and I went, and I was supposed to slap him, and I want to slap him super hard. So I used my right hand, and I just kind of like tried to lightly lean in, and they're like, just because of the camera angle, we need you to do it with your left hand. So again, I've got no strength control over this, and Fitz had just chirped me about not hitting him hard enough. So I came up there and hit him.
And we're talking like, for people that don't know, and you've probably seen these two standing side by side at some point if you're fans of ESPN. Fitz is short. Gojo's tall.
I am a
Gojo is large.
former offensive lineman.
Yes.
Jason Fitz is like a 5'9"
former violinist
who went to Juilliard. So it's already a gross mismatch. And so I walk up there and I just like I go with my left hand and it's big and dumb and clunky. And I look up and Fitz like wipes his mouth and blood's coming out of it. I was like, you guys all saw this on camera. They asked me to do this, so you can't go to HR.
And it's your weak hand too, but it's just you have no power gauge, like you said. And the same thing applies on the other end when you're trying to, like you said, south of the border with the left, and you're trying to clean things up. It's like you don't know what you're doing. Like I almost felt like I wanted a bidet when that was happening, but you can't just get a bidet on deck. When you're
you're generally pro bidet too, right?
Oh, come on, of course.
Just making sure.
So, Morton, my podcast co-host, Morton Andersen, legend. him and I were talking off air about his wife bought him a bidet for his birthday, his 60th birthday last year.
Wow.
His wife bought them a bidet that like connects to the toilet. And he's yeah. And he said, dude, it's life-changing. Absolutely life-changing. So and he kept forgetting that he told me that, and told me that same story like 6 times over like a 4-month stretch. So it's ingrained in my mind. Like whenever I'm looking to just make a fun purchase, I'm going to buy a bidet that I attach to my toilet.
Well, and see, now that you brought this up with him, because my dad's like 58 years old, so he's like they're right in the same age range.
Yeah, Morton just turned 60, yeah.
I appreciate him, because I don't know if he came to the bidet earlier in life, but the fact that was a 60th birthday gift, and he was like, oh yeah, I'm about this. I don't know if my dad would be necessarily as up for that. Like, my dad is God love him, is as meat and potatoes as everyone comes.
Yes.
So he is going like a traditional ass wiper, I'm sure. And so I'm not sure how open he would be to the bidet, despite the fact that I think he, like everyone else, would love it.
Yeah, you obviously know your dad a lot better than I do. I filled that on Mike and Mike maybe a dozen times when I was there. I think he would be like resistant at first, but then after like one try would be all in.
It's like that. It's like the line by Garth from Wayne's World. It's like a new pair of underpants. At first, it's constricted, but then it becomes a part of you.
It's the way I feel about most things in life. I hate change. I just hate it. I can't deal with change. Anytime there's any sort of, even if it's for the good, I'm like, I don't know about that. But then you try it, you're like, okay, it's fine. So I brought this up. We're gonna have this conversation because I feel like you're gonna come out of this agreeing with me, and I need you to be on my side here. I'm gonna force you to be on my side. I believe a hot dog is a sandwich.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Good.
Oh, absolutely. And to me, this was always something like I understand it's become one of those things that's like been part of the zeitgeist for so long that you've got to have you're supposed to have your firmly entrenched take. I'm just like, listen, what is the harm in admitting that it's in a sandwich? Like, it's got so many similarities to other things, to hoagies, to different sandwiches that, yes, technically aren't two different pieces of bread. Like, we've put it in a similar role before with meat and other things in here. So I don't know who at Big Hot Dog hurt these people so much, but they're wrong.
It's one of those things where whenever the argument kind of started becoming an online thing, I was very open-minded. I said, look, I'll hear anyone out. I just want to hear the arguments on both sides. Every argument for a hot dog not being a sandwich is weak as hell. Oh, well, you don't think of a hot dog as a sandwich. Okay, that doesn't mean it's not a sandwich. Oh, well, it's on one piece of bread. So it's like, okay, then what's a lobster roll? You're telling me that's not a sandwich? Oh, well, a roll isn't a sandwich. Yes, it is. Like, don't try and confuse yourself here. Okay, well, then what's a wrap? A wrap is a sandwich. It's a type of sandwich. Everything, they're all sandwiches.
Right, like, again, what you think of doesn't matter. Like, it's the whole it's like the whole tomato is a fruit or vegetable thing. It's like, listen, I don't care what you think it is or what it, like, it connotes. What is it technically? And once we start busting out actual terms here, all their stuff falls flat. By the way, which one is a tomato again? I always forget.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think we're back here. I think you froze up for a second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you are. You're back. Yes. Okay. I'm glad you're on the same page as me with this because I subscribe because I've had this argument so many times now. I now have a thing called the sandwich of life theory instead of like the tree of life. It's like, okay, so you get the sandwich tree, and then each branch of the tree has, the different types of sandwiches. So on the cookout branch, you got your hot dogs, you got your burgers, etc. Then you have your traditional deli sandwiches. Then you have your subs and your hoagies and your cheesesteaks. Then you got your breakfast sandwiches. That's a branch. And then I'll even go as far to say the Mexican branch, including tacos, burritos, etc. They're all just sandwiches. You can throw wraps in there too. Wraps is like a sub branch of burritos, or maybe burritos is a sub branch of wraps. However you want to do it, it's like we're all living beings. Everything is a sandwich. Thank you.
I like this a lot. So I think, and exactly what you've hit on here seems like I always forget which, like I'm so dumb at this point. So all the knowledge I had left in school is when when you're describing different like living beings, it's kingdom, phylum, class, order, genus, species.
Yes.
I forget which of that is the top end. So is it species is the bottom of that, or kingdom is the bottom of that?
I think kingdom is the bottom, and it all goes up from there. I think.
Yeah. So that like but the umbrella term would be species, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Sandwich is the species here, and we're just going on down from like class, order, phylum, all that stuff to the kingdom, which would be the hot dog kingdom.
Mm-hmm. Dude, you're speaking my language. We need to go on tour with this, like as like an essay tour or lecture tour at colleges, and tell the good people hot dogs are sandwiches. And it really it's going to help people open up their minds and be more inclusive of everything. Like when people get mad about it, I'm like, dude, I'm just more inclusive than you. Like I'm just more open-minded than you. Sorry.
Sorry, snowflakes. Your facts don't care about your feelings.
Exactly. So I want to run this by you. We have prop bets that were set for this 24-hour stream, and I can give you the updated numbers here. But,
okay. Here we go.
I've only had one plate of food so far. Well, actually, you know what? I have to update that because I'm now eating this dessert, which was bought for me, confirmed by my friend Jake Bennett, who wanted to frame me as a big sweets guy. And honestly, I don't even know if I want to finish this, but whatever. We'll keep it around. So I'm up to 2 plates, and we are 4.5 hours in. So the over looks pretty good there.
Yeah.
I haven't had any coffees. There were no true bacon strips on the sandwich. Therefore, still at 0 there. They were bacon bits. 2 slices of bread so far because I had the sandwich. 4 drinks, only 2 napkins. So I'm actually surprised by that so far.
Yeah, the napkins one seems really low to me.
Right, but I've only used 2 napkins so far. I don't know what's wrong with me. Literally, I'll show you it off camera. I got this one crumpled up napkin. That's it. I'm only on to napkin number 2.
I guess that's what I mean, because the over-under number seems right. Your usage rate right now is just crazy low for some reason. I don't know how you are at restaurants. I abuse napkins.
Dude,
I am very wasteful.
I feel so wasteful after. I was saying this to Adam, Amin, and I talked for a while about napkins because, of course, we did. And he was telling me about how when he uses napkins, it's like he uses one napkin and it gets really sloppy, and then he feels self-conscious about how sloppy that napkin is. So he then uses another napkin to wrap up the sloppy napkin, therefore using 2 napkins for 1 napkin, and continues that process. Yeah, yes, exactly. So he has a big bee's nest of a napkin that he puts on his plate when the server comes by. And I'm kind of the same way, but I think it's because I'm so locked in with wanting to not spill stuff on my laptop and my mic. Like I was saying earlier, I accidentally spit a piece of hash brown into my mic that's really bumming me out, and I keep staring at it. I don't know how I'm going to get it out. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer.
Oh, buddy.
Dude, it's not huge, but I can see it, and I know it's there, so.
Yeah, listen, those are the ones that'll bother you the most.
Yeah.
Looking down at the rest of this list, I feel like you've got the under on bathroom trips in you, because I don't know this about you specifically, about bladder size, but I know for myself, and again, we're kind of cut from the same mold, I'm really lazy, and so I really like to camel myself until I absolutely have to get up and almost piss my pants.
Yes, I'm the exact same way. I wait till the last possible moment, and that's why I'm great to have on a road trip, but that also might be why I'm horrible to have on a road trip, because I wait so long that there will be points where I should have peed, but I didn't. But then when I have to go, I really got to go. But I'm going to go under on that as well. And I was talking with one of our Vegas Insider handicappers about this earlier. It's going to really depend on like that first trip, what I see in the bathroom and what I feel is comfortable. And like, is this a bathroom worth spending a lot of time in? You know, there's a lot of variables at play.
So here, I want to get your opinion on that then. Of the public restroom spheres, do you have a particular establishment, whether it's a restaurant or otherwise, that has your favorite public bathroom?
Wow. That is such a good question that I'm shocked I don't have a firm opinion on. Because while I am the type of guy that likes to wait as long as possible, I also am the type of guy that will go wherever. Like, I'll just go. Like, there are certain people, I can only go at home. I'll never use a public restroom. That ain't me. I'll go wherever. In fact, this is going to be a weird answer, but Costco has great bathrooms.
Not a weird answer at all. Not a weird answer at all. Great answer.
Costco, it's one of those places where you don't think of it as like having its ish together on a lot of stuff like that, but like everything about that place is so meticulously thought about. And Morgan's mom works there now. I have like a very great opinion of Costco. Like before, I probably didn't give it a lot of thought. I'm now like all in on Costco. I want to like work at Costco one day. I might quit this job and work at Costco.
Costco comes to us late in life, man. We don't develop a deeper appreciation to it, or we're a little more seasoned.
Exactly. And my buddy just sent along a message. He says, visiting an apartment even. So he brings up a good point here. I think you'll respect this. We were in college and we were looking at new places. A few of us were we were all living on campus. We were looking for our first off-campus place in Boston. And we had gone out the night before. You know, you do things in college. You have a good time. And we're touring this place. And we ended up living there. And for what we were looking for, it was perfect. But in the moment, I hated it. Because as soon as we got there, I had to take a dump. I had to take a dump. And people were like living in this. This was just someone's apartment. This wasn't like an apartment complex or anything. This was just like someone's place. So I go to just the first bathroom I see. I had to go, but the toilet was too close to the wall. You know how that can happen? And again, we're talking righty lefty here. I'm not going to use my left hand if I don't have to. So, I mean, it was a miserable experience, and I'm already in a bad state of mind. And I hadn't even looked at the other bathroom yet. So all I'm viewing it as, I needed to go. I went to the bathroom, which ended up being the bathroom that no one did number 2 in, because it's very uncomfortable to do number 2 there. We're all leaving the place, and all my buddies were like, "Oh, that place was great, good price, blah blah." I'm like, I hated it. Absolutely. And they're like, why? I'm like, I can't live somewhere where I can't poop comfortably. And lo and behold, ended up living there for 2 years. Loved it. You know what? I'll give you my card. Go, Joe. I'm going to let you go here in a second. But
what an absolute great. So you just did what I do all the time at restaurants, which is have the server come over at the absolute worst point in the story. Can't live there. Can't poop there conveniently.
Can't.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Just, you can keep it
like we've done this hour. I mean, this half hour or so we've been together is talk about shit, basically. That's like all we've done.
By the way, I did ask you that question, and I know you're going to let me go here in a second, but I selfishly brought this up so I can tell you my favorite public place to poop in is by far Barnes & Noble. Elite vibe curation inside of Barnes & Noble. I don't tell this many places because it's gross to talk about where you poop in public on air.
Yeah.
But this feels safe. I will legitimately, if I'm out, I'm walking around and I know I like to go walk around the bookstore because, don't judge me. And I will literally time, if I will hold it until I get to Barnes & Noble just because I walk in there and it's this calm, it's very peaceful, the bathroom is nice enough, and then I walk back out and I'm amongst knowledge and books and it feels great.
Dude, I am loving that vibe right there. if you don't mind, if you want to just stick around for like another few minutes here, I'm just going to put my card out for her. So give me 1 second, Gojo.
Do it.
Here,
No, yeah.
Vamp for me real quick.
Yeah. So obviously, these are the finer notes of life that we've talked about here. Is finding a safe place where you can publicly go to the bathroom. Quick story on the front of FreezePops on kind of using poop as a proxy for decision making. One of the first times I went out and was staying with a girl I was just started dating.
Mm-hmm.
I had just gone and stayed at her place for the first time. And her bathroom was, I'm talking mere feet from her bed. And it was like double doors that opened up. And so it was a very like, you almost like you were sleeping like 6 feet from the toilet almost. And so we hadn't been dating that long. I didn't know it like that. So I was like, I cannot poop here. It's going to ruin everything. And so we're out going to get food and like get coffee and stuff. And we go to Starbucks and I'm like, all right, perfect. I'll slip inside Starbucks. I'll say I'm picking up something to drink. I'll go to the bathroom, do this thing and be done. I get in there. There, I think, was a homeless person that had like locked themselves in the bathroom and holed up into that bathroom for 20 minutes. So I'm in there faking getting a drink for 20 minutes, and I can't then stop somewhere else because it's already become painfully obvious. Now she thinks I was in there pooping. I didn't get to poop, so I can't go somewhere else. And it was just a nightmare. So I needed to go back home, sneak into her roommate's room, and poop in her roommate's bathroom. So it was not great, but those are the things you do for love. Also, shout out to Nate, who apparently just typed into the chat.
That's right. Gave you that message. Thank you for reading that. Shout out to Nate. You're the best, dude. I appreciate you giving me more time than I asked. You're a legend. I hope that when I move back, so I don't even know if we mentioned this, but I'm moving back east. My fiance and I are moving to Rhode Island, so we're going to be making some Connecticut trips. Going to see the old crew. Are you living in West Hartford still?
Yep, right
Nice.
by the center here. So next time you're around here and in town, beer's on me. We'll make it happen.
Absolutely, dude. I appreciate the time, buddy. We'll talk soon.
All right, buddy. Sounds good. Be safe.
See you, Gojo. Bye. That's my guy right there. Absolutely love Mike Golick Jr. I didn't even get to like half the stuff I wanted to talk to him about because we ended up just talking about poop for like 40 minutes. One of the best. Truly one of the best in the biz right there. And the thing I like about Gojo, he got the job at ESPN because his dad is Mike Golick of Mike and Mike. Of course, he knows that. He openly acknowledges it. But he didn't just live on that. He didn't take it for granted. The dude grinded. That guy hosted and filled in on every show imaginable across every network, radio and TV. Guys flying all over the country. He's got a portable radio unit. I used to help him on Saturdays. Even if I wasn't working on Saturdays, I, for whatever reason, was roped into being the guy that had to connect Gojo with ESPN Chicago to host Notre Dame pregame and postgame on the radio for like a whole football season. So he just casually was doing that along with everything else. I mean, the guy is a grinder and he's hilarious. He was born to do this, honestly. I firmly believe that without nepotism, this guy would eventually be in a spot just like this because he's that talented. He's that good at what he does. So Gojo is an absolute beast. We are going to take a quick break. Hopefully the video stuff works more on demand than it did last time. Let's see.
I haven't had many bad days in my life, Morton. But the one bad day I had in my life was the one day I played football. And I realized these dudes are nuts for being out here. I played one day. And I used to joke with the high school coach later. I says, it probably was bad coaching. You put me on the defensive line where I got hit every play. I said, if you put me in a position like where I'm a tight end or I get to hit people, I might have had success and enjoyed it more. But you put me on the defensive line where I got hit in the head every play.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, I remember the last thing the coach said to me. He said, I'll see y'all tomorrow. I said, wait, I'm not doing this tomorrow. I'm not doing this tomorrow. Hey, I'm not doing this tomorrow.
No, it's brutal.
I took a good hot shower. I fold my stuff up all neat. I said, Coach, I'm never coming out here again. Thanks for the opportunity, but I'm not doing this tomorrow. I said, I'm not that stupid. I said, I did something stupid today coming out here. If you think I'm going to come out here and do this tomorrow, you are freaking nuts.
You know what? You chose wisely. The round ball. Listen, there was a reason I was a kicker. I got hit a couple of times, man. It was like a speed bump. Oh. I was out. I get separated his shoulder, broke a rib, and I was unconscious. I'm like, man, if I played another position, I wouldn't be able to do it. I wouldn't be able to do it. There's no chance. So
the offensive lineman and the defensive lineman, like
they get hit every play. Every play
you
they
get
hit.
every single play.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I'm not doing this, man.
Well, think about being a fullback. If you're a fullback and you're blocking on every single play. Whether it's a pass or a run, you're blocking. Or you're running.
Yeah,
I mean,
Hey, I told you, I've had a great run, but that was the worst day of my life. I'm like, yeah, Coach, I'm not built for this. I'm not going to come out here and run into a dude. Because I'm basically just running into a dude full speed every play.
Yes.
We used to joke. He says, yeah, I probably should have put you at tight end or linebacker where you could go and seek and destroy. But I said, yeah, that defensive line, offensive line, that wasn't for me.
A little too late, sir.
Yes, it's a little too late.
We're back. Just needed a second to regroup. Dude, 24 hours is a effing grind. Take a look at what the people in the chat were tuning in and talking about while Gojo and I were just rambling. Morgan Kolak saying, I'm dying at this dessert call. Yeah, I was set up yet again. This is what people love to do. Like, perfect example. Morgan and I were grabbing some food the other night at Cheesecake Factory because my friends, love my friends, very nice, got me a gift card to Cheesecake Factory for my birthday. So we went there, grabbed some dinner, and Morgan, who is a big fan of sweets, was like, hey, let's get a couple pieces of cake for the road. I'm like, okay, sure. You can pick whichever pieces you want because you like cake more than me. I like everything else probably more than her. But she's a bigger sweets person than me, because I'm not a big sweets guy. And she was going to have a little bit of each. So she picked the two. We go off with our day. And it was just a setup the whole time. She took a picture, immediately sent it to our friends. They had gotten a notification that I was eating at Cheesecake Factory because it was a digital gift card. So they're already like, oh, Tom, you're a big sweets guy eating at the Cheesecake Factory. And then she sends a picture. Yeah, look how big of a sweets guy he is. He's eating at Cheesecake Factory. Just everyone's setting me up at all times. It's just it's the life I live. What can I say? How can you live life without eating dessert, even if you're not a big sweets guy? You're bound to bump into a few desserts in your day. So it is what it is. It is what it is. People were really liking the dessert troll here. Maxine chiming in saying it wasn't me. I believe you because now I know exactly who it was. Abby Rizzle. Oh, snap. It's official. I was waiting for proof of Denny's life. Here I am, alive at Denny's, almost 5 hours into the stream. It's going to be a long day. I'm already kind of feeling a little loopy. Been talking for 5 straight hours. Jordan Warren saying, TommyFreezePops, how's it going? Like I just said, little loopy. My legs aren't like cramping up or anything yet from sitting for too long. Haven't used the bathroom yet. I don't feel hungry, really, given the fact that I just ate an apple crisp. I actually didn't even come close to finishing this thing. Just trying to continue to show I'm not a big sweets guy. The light, I don't know if you can see it from the lighting. I don't want to pour ice cream on my mic accidentally, but just I did what I could with it. It's all melty and BCE Mulator, B Simulator. So I see this name on DraftKings all the time, and I never actually know how to pronounce it, but he's here, and I appreciate him being here, he or she. It says, the microwave couldn't make it. They are referencing, I do my DraftKings Madden sims from my kitchen with the microwave behind my head. It has become a classic part of the DraftKings dream stream for me. So, yeah, no microwave here. My microwave is built into the wall of the apartment, so that would be tough. Mike Bizzle saying, great guest. I'm a huge Notre Dame fan, so he gets my love. Biz, I hate Notre Dame. I'm a Boston College fan. I hate them. But I will say this. The fact that Gojo went there and knowing that it makes him happy when Notre Dame wins football games. Nah, never mind. I hate Notre Dame. Absolutely hate them. I do know Tommy Reese, though. He used to do the podcast with us when I was doing Small Talk at 101 ESPN. Tommy is awesome. He was a QB coach there when he was doing the podcast with us, doing the Game of Thrones recaps. And now he's the offensive coordinator, and he's killing it. He came into St. Louis a couple times, and we hung out. Actually, weird story. He was in town. This is when he was QB coach still. He was in town recruiting someone, and he had an alumni event later that night, fundraiser type thing. You know, Notre Dame has alumni all over the country. And it was super hot, or I think he had gotten a workout in, and he hits me up. He's like, hey, man, weird question, but can I come over and use your shower? And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Who cares? So Tommy Reese came over, showered quick, hung out for a little bit, and then headed off to his alumni event here in St. Louis. So, look, I want success for Tommy, but I would like for him to move on from Notre Dame at some point. And he's super young to have that job. So I have to imagine he's going to continue to get opportunities. They had a really good season. Random aside, his quarterback at Notre Dame last year, Ian Book, I actually have a weird feeling that he's going to play quarterback at some point for the Saints this year in New Orleans, because I don't trust Jameis Winston. I do not trust Taysom Hill. And he's the other guy in the room there. So I don't think he's going to be good. We'll see. Probably not. But I do have a hunch that Ian Book is going to play quarterback for the Saints in 2021. Let's take another look at the comments here. Queenie saying Mike is crazy funny. I love him. He's the best. Check him out. Shanae and Golick Jr. on ESPN Radio, 4 to 7 Eastern on the ESPN Radio network. So across the country, Sirius XM Channel 80. And they simulcast that show as well. So you can catch that on ESPN Plus. The dude is full of energy, can talk about anything. Jared Gross, my buddy out on the West Coast. How many Grand Slams we at? 0. Unless you count the Grand Slamwich as a grand slam, which I don't. Also, I don't need to be wearing headphones right now, so I'm going to take these off. I think it's better if I don't wear headphones because then I can hear how loud I'm being. And there are some people, there's a table of people just staring right at me right now. And it's fine. I know this is a weird thing to see at a restaurant, especially Denny's. Good friend Alex Rapesh chiming in. We back. What's up, Frap? Frap down in Charlotte. I'm actually going to be talking with one of my very good friends from ESPN. He's left the company up in Bristol. He's been gone for a while now. He had moved to Charlotte. Take that back. He had moved to Nashville to produce morning radio there at the ESPN affiliate. He was there for a few years, moved back to Charlotte, and now he's doing on-air stuff. He's from Charlotte. So my man Julian Council, he is the host of the Locked On Panthers podcast. He's got a whole bunch of pods of his own, and he does TV appearances. And the guy is just killing the game. He's doing NASCAR stuff now. Some crazy thunder and lightning is going down. Hopefully that does not impact the Wi-Fi here. So we'll see. We'll see. But Julian Council going to be joining me at midnight Eastern here as we creep into day 2 of the 24-hour stream. The Viper on YouTube saying, my only connection to Notre Dame was Tony Rice, who was an opposing QB against our high school football team. Not proud, but he destroyed us. Guy was insanely quick. Yeah, I think if anyone played for Notre Dame and they played against you in high school, they were probably dominant. Probably dominant. Jordan Warren saying, yeah, the Saints remind me of the Panthers situation with Kyle Allen and Will Grier when Cam was hurt, but with slightly better dudes. I like that comp, actually. I do like that comp because Kyle Allen though Kyle Allen ended up winning some games, but you're not winning a Super Bowl with him. Will Grier was good in college, but not winning a Super Bowl. Will Grier at quarterback. So yeah, name guys in the QB room, but it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough under center for them for a little bit. Jared wants Mac Jones takes. I'll give you Mac Jones takes, bro. I'll give you Mac Jones takes because I don't love Mac Jones. I don't like him. I was actually doing a broadcast for DraftKings during the first round this year, and as Justin Fields kept dropping, I was just quietly, I don't even think I was texting my friends about it. I definitely wasn't saying anything out loud in my living room watching it by myself because Morgan doesn't care about the NFL draft. So I'm not going to be like, oh my God, Justin Fields is dropping, babe. And I'm just quietly saying to myself, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to freak out. I'm not going to freak out. And then, of course, the Bears trade up to 11. And I mean, anyone with a brain that knows what's going on knew that they were trading up to get Justin Fields. I mean, there was a point in time when that guy was the consensus number 2 pick in the draft. And he's falling and falling. And the Niners fall in love with Trey Lance. And he's falling and he's falling. And there he is hanging around the, back end of the top 10. And Chicago, they knew they could get him at 11. They get up there. They get him. And I knew we were going Mac Jones. As soon as that happened, of those 5, he was the guy I was the least excited for. And my man Peter Long says that trade hurt. It did. As soon as it happened, I knew we weren't getting him. As soon as it happened. Kenny Ducey, my friend from DraftKings, says, Tommy, I'm new here. How are you streaming this? StreamYard. The program is called StreamYard. It's awesome. If you ever have to do stuff like this for anything, get on there. We'll get to that more in a little bit. My man, Julian Council, welcome to the stream, dude. What's going on?
What on earth is going on here, man?
Dude, I still don't know. I still don't know.
Like, really pay attention to everything you talked about when doing this. Like, I'm sitting here, like, I'm watching the draft behind me.
Yeah.
Like, in my bedroom. Like, maybe I should, like, actually have my laptop. And I'm like, nah, I'm just gonna grab my phone and go next to the lamp and just try and provide as much light as I can.
Hey, I'm all right with you free balling it, baby. I free ball it most of the time. Okay, I'm here for 24 hours. We are almost 5 hours into this, 4 hours and 57 minutes. And I'm at a Denny's in St. Louis.
Okay.
So it's about, I'd say 15 minutes south of where I live. And we're grinding, man. We've had a good time so far. Amin hopped on. Gojo was just on with us. He was awesome.
I know.
Clinton Yates joined me from a Denny's in Los Angeles. He committed.
I appreciate that.
I mean, you got to respect that commitment to the bit right there.
That the fact
incredible.
That he's out here at a Denny's as well. Now, not spending 24 hours.
No.
Maybe 24 minutes tops.
Yes.
Getting grand slammed and getting the hell out of Dodge, but I appreciate that.
So, we're doing our best here to survive, talking with the lads. We're having a good time. So what I want to address with you here is,
sure,
are you a television star now? Like, do you go on TV like regularly, or are you like what's going on? I see these things on Twitter and on Instagram. I'm like, Julian is on television. Like, what are we doing here? Do they know who they're putting on television right now?
Apparently not. I mean, I'm just confused as you, man. I don't understand what the appeal is. Why they would put me of all people on the telly. Like, look, I'm a good-looking guy and all, but still,
you do all right.
When you really get to know me, you're like, this guy's a psychopath. Like, you really gonna ask questions on the television? You're gonna put him in front of, and it's not just like one station. It's like multiple stations that have decided, like, hey, that's the guy we want to ask about the local sports teams in town and here in Charlotte. Like, that's the dude, that man.
Like, I was doing some research because I'm like, well, I don't need to do research for Julian, but I'm like, okay, I'll poke around. And I literally multiple television stations are like calling on Julian, the host of the 704 podcast. You see what I did there with the little banner? Pretty sick. And the host of the Locked On Panthers podcast. You see what I did there? So, I mean, clearly you have takes. You're willing to fire them off. Like you said, not the worst guy to look at. So they're like, okay, handsome guy, got takes. We'll throw him on TV. And you haven't been fired yet.
No, and here's the good thing. Like, it's not my day job. Like, this is a side hustle.
Yeah,
where,
that's right.
But like with Locked On, we have a partnership with Tegna, which owns the local NBC affiliate here. And actually the sports director at the station is the one who told the Locked On people, like, hey, this guy would be great for the Panthers podcast. I was kind of like, okay, sure, I guess I'll do it. There's money.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
And you said I can go on TV with you. Sure. And then that's led the station in Greensboro, like the CBS affiliate, to be like, hey, you, come on. And then the Fox affiliate here in town wants to talk to me too. It's weird. I don't really understand it. I guess I'll take it for sure. Like, come on. I'm multi-platform now, not just podcasting, but I'm also at home. My girlfriend's mom has actually been like, before we were dating too, she's like, oh, I saw Julian Council on TV last night. And I was like, why are your parents up at 11:30 watching
creeping on you?
Hornets?
Totally creeping on you. We actually have a question from our audience from Alex Rapesh, my friend that actually moved to Charlotte, who I tried to hook you up with. And I don't know if you guys ever met up. I'm guessing you didn't because I would have heard about it.
Sorry.
He says, what does Julian think of the Hornets pick?
Which one? They have multiple picks.
Give your Hornets takes. I haven't been watching the draft, dude. I've been at a Denny's.
I got my NBA Jam shirt.
That's a sick shirt.
The glory days back here.
I love that shirt.
Well, the first pick, Book Night, 11th out of UConn. Obviously, the dude's a bucket, and I think he's going to fit in nicely with LaMelo. Like, LaMelo kind of changes the whole calculus of the Hornets now. Because the thing was, back when we had Kimba, everyone loved Kimba, but he had no help. And even if Kimba was, he was an all-star game starter last year in Charlotte, he still was never kind of seen as that superstar, that number one guy. Now LaMelo, what he did in one season, you'll kind of look at it as this actually might be something we have here since, the two guys on my shirt. So the dude is absolutely going to be a superstar here as long as he stays healthy, develop what he has. So putting Book Night next to him, I love that. Kai Jones, 6'11". You saw the workout he did with Clutch Sports. Like this dude, it's insane. Like he can shoot the three at 6'11". He's uber athletic. This team is desperate for a center. Honestly, the Mason Plumlee trade today wasn't horrible. You only owe him $dollars next season, and the year after that as well. And then they got a guy named JT Thor out of Auburn, who's a center. Never heard of him, so I honestly have no opinion other than the fact that they got a lot bigger today.
I appreciate the honesty.
No, I mean, I'm not going to say you're lying to people. Like, I have no idea who JT Thor is. Like, I just imagine that they want to have, like, a Marvel night. So, like, hey, that guy, let's get him on.
Yeah, there you go. I love it. I can't tell. Okay, there we go. I think I dropped out for a second. So the LaMelo thing has been awesome because, I mean, coming into that draft and throughout the hype for that draft, which was tempered because of just the state of the world and college basketball ended weird and he didn't play college basketball.
Right.
I just felt like he had bust written all over him. Did you feel the same way? Like I really, so you believed in LaMelo from the jump? Because I
didn't think he was going to be like this. And I think the only thing about LaMelo Ball that a lot of people were kind of against, because one of the big columnists here in Charlotte, Scott Fowler, said that the Hornets made a mistake. It's like, how can you say that about a 19-year-old kid? Like, we have no idea. And when you look at a lot of the draft boards, especially like ESPN, they had him as the number one prospect on the big board. Now, of course, he didn't go number one overall based off of needs and what the Minnesota wanted to do and the Warriors wanted to do. They take Anthony Edwards to the Timberwolves and then James Wiseman, who the Hornets would have loved to have here. And he would solve one of the biggest they have with the lack of a center, which at least has been addressed tonight. At least we'll see in the future. I thought LaMelo had a chance to be a pretty good player, and he had superstar potential. Did I expect him to come out basically in a preseason and start dishing the rock like he was and make me think that, hey, this Miles Bridges tandem with him off the bench looks pretty good, and eventually everyone was clamoring for him to take over Devontae Graham's spot, and Devontae Graham didn't shoot the ball well to start the season and eventually got hurt, and LaMelo took the starting job and never relinquished it. And until he leaves Charlotte or he retires here, he's going to be the starting point guard here in Charlotte. So I didn't think he was ever going to be a bust. I just don't expect him to come out here and be the rookie of the year, especially considering the Hornets' history of how they've drafted that. Wait, hold on. The basketball gods that denied us Anthony Davis after going 7-59. The basketball gods that, had us refuse the Celtics picks and pick Frank Kaminsky instead. Those same people are going to allow us to get the best player in the draft at 3. Then he's going to end up being the rookie of the year. No, that can't be possible. So that's the most shocking thing to me. I never thought it was going to be a bust, but the fact that we actually have a superstar in Charlotte. Oh, I mean, come on, please, God, please let it happen. Finally, I can't.
I was going to say, are you? It feels like you're positive on the Hornets. Am I hearing this correct?
It's crazy, man. Crazy how one dude can change everything. Because after the Kimba thing, I was so pissed. And yes, now hindsight 2020,
exactly,
looked like the right decision. But I would always still say that the way they handled Kimba Walker and that was never the right move. Like the contracts, like Batum and Marvin Williams and Michael Kidd-Gilchrist, those are the reasons why Kimba Walker is not a Hornet. Not because the Hornets didn't want him. Yeah, they lowballed him. I never thought Kimba was worth 5 years, $221 million supermax. But just the way they went about everything and not trading him sooner. Now it's obviously worked out with the way Terry Rozier shot the basketball last season. But prior to the year, everyone was talking about, we're going to trade Terry Rozier. It's like, okay, hold on. Terry lived up to the contract his first year, and he had career numbers. And then last year, the dude was unconscious. I go back to the Golden State game here. Was absolutely nuts the ending he had. So you got those guys. And then Miles Bridges. I mean, the only problem is like Gordon Hayward, if he can ever be healthy, maybe he can add something. But he honestly was their best player until he had all the injuries. Terry, I think, was the MVP of last season. Devontae Graham, we'll see what happens with him in terms of whether they're going to extend him. I think Malik Monk, he's got to go, especially when now you got Book Night. There's just a lot of young guys, and the fact that you finally have a general manager, Mitch Kupchak, who, yes, he won in a big market with the Lakers, and that's completely different. They're 17-time champions. You get an actual GM here in Charlotte. Michael's letting him do his job, and for the most part, he's made every correct decision since kind of taking over, since coming here to Charlotte. So, yeah, I'm pretty damn positive about the Charlotte Hornets right now.
Wow. And honestly, when they hired Kupchak, everyone absolutely roasted them for that. But hey, he's proven that he can get the job done so far. And like you said, if Gordon Hayward is healthy, I think the Hornets season looks different this past season. I really do feel that way.
When they were healthy, they were a top 4 team in the Eastern Conference. Now, do they finish off in the top 4? No, but they probably would have been a top 6 seed.
Playoff team. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they would have won a playoff series. Like you saw right there with the Pacers game in the play-in tournament. That gave you every inclination of how far the Hornets were going to go in the playoffs. They were a young team, had no experience, and in the NBA especially, if you've never been in one of those fights in the playoffs, you're not going to fare well. And the Pacers are a team that at least have been in a couple seasons, but they're not like a contender. Anyone out there and scored 47 in the first quarter against the Hornets and blew them out of the gym. So I feel positive about the move forward. Like Mitch Kupchak, Borrego, the head coach seems to be doing a pretty good job. It's really hard to evaluate really what he's done so far. We're kind of going to find out this upcoming season, but there's a lot of positive vibes finally here in Charlotte about the Hornets when, I mean, for a long time, just a dolt of the
None. Zero positive vibes. Since it's returned, 0.
Yes.
Except unless you want to give that Larry Brown, what was it, that 8-seed Bobcat squad?
No. So there was no NBA here in Charlotte between 2002 and 2014. When the name came back in 2014, that's when the NBA returned. The 12 years in between, the 2 years where there's no team, and the 10 years where there apparently was a team, we don't recognize those.
We do not recognize the Bobcats years. We actually have a question from one of our viewers here on YouTube, Peter Long, asking, you think his brother ever comes to play with him on the Hornets? Little Lonzo and LaMelo action, would they be a good fit together? I don't even know if that works.
Hold on, dude. We got LiAngelo. LiAngelo's here in town now.
Get all the balls together, baby.
So the answer is we already have a ball brother. We got 2 of them. Yeah, apparently Angelo Ball has just been hanging around, and Mitch Kupchak saw him in the gym. Is like, yeah, I guess we'll give him a tryout, see if he can make our summer league team. I suppose he'll make the summer league team, but he's not going to be on the roster. He's not an NBA player. And then, I mean, you already have LaMelo. What do you need Lonzo for? That's kind of
how happy would LeVar be if all 3 balls were on one squad?
Well, that's the plan, right? He said that was the goal. He thought it was going to be in LA, so I guess he's going to have to settle for Charlotte instead.
Amazing.
I'm always Charlotte's the LA of the East Coast.
Okay, actually, you bring me to a question I had for you. So, you and I met when we were both working up in Bristol, one of the great bastions of American townships. Okay, rank them. Hartford, Connecticut, Nashville, Tennessee, where you lived in between, now living in Charlotte, and Charlotte, your home. Rank them, power rank them, best places to live. Go.
Well, I got to go. Number one's got to be West Hartford, Connecticut for sure.
Weehaw.
860. Catch me at Grant. See you at McLadden's live on a Friday night. Elbow room. I'll see you there. Then number 2, got to be Nash Vegas. Unfortunately, closing down Broadway at 3 a.m. every Saturday and Friday night. Love that. And then number 3, sorry, hometown, you're falling your third. No, obviously Charlotte first, and then Nashville, then Hartford a distant third.
Weehaw is such a weird place, man. Like, it was such a weird vibe, man. I almost was like getting a tinge up my spine thinking about the nights that we had there, because it's like you're grasping at straws to make it work, and at the end of the day, you just got to look in the mirror and say, this is just not a good place to go out.
This is just not it.
It's not it, man. It's like, so West Hartford is super nice. Just for our viewers, I'm sure not a lot of people are familiar with it. Super nice suburb of Hartford, which has nothing.
Dump.
Hashtag Hartford has it, as they like to say. Hartford has the yard goats, and that's it.
In the worst skyline in America.
It's so bad. Well, never mind. I don't want to get myself in trouble.
I'll say Louis.
I'll give you a St. Louis skyline take in a second. But, it's this nice suburb. Good hanging out. See you guys. Sorry, just hanging out with the...
Good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, it's only 11:12 over there, so it's not like it's late.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to be nodding my head back and forth. Yeah, no, it's 11:12. They're going home. They're telling me to try and stay awake. I think I'm going to be okay. It's going to be tough, but I'll be okay.
You're there at like 2 or 3. I mean, it's Thursday night, man. Thursday night's basically the unofficial start of the week.
Yeah, it's going to, like late night, it's going to get weird. We're going to see some interesting characters here. But, you have this suburban town, and there's a little center of it called West Hartford Center, and it's just like restaurants and bookshops, and there's a pizza place, and it's okay, and like it's a nice place to walk, and it looks nice in the fall, and I think they got like a Chipotle in there that I hit up a couple times, and that beer place that was super overpriced and honestly wasn't even that good. World of Beer?
Beer, yeah. Great trivia on Wednesdays.
But like the most expensive bar I've maybe ever been to in my life.
Yes.
Stupidly expensive. So it has like pieces of what would make a fun place, and it's walkable, but none of the bars or restaurants are set up to be like bars you go out in, if that makes sense. Like, it's just a bad vibe, man. And everyone that goes out there works at ESPN. So you're just with a bunch of dudes at a restaurant that is trying to be a bar but isn't a bar. And you're just all drinking, an $8 Bud Light, just looking around being like, yeah, this is awesome. Yeah, we all work at ESPN. Yeah, it's great. We all have weird hours. This is cool. But at the end of the day, like, we all just should have stayed home and saved money. And
but here's the thing, man. Like, I feel like you're also misrepresenting. Like, so WeHa, you had the insurance people. You did have the Aetna, the Cigna, the Travelers, the Hartford.
For sure. Yeah.
But Hartford though. Let's not forget Wednesday nights.
Black Bear.
We'll get there, but Wednesday night Pig's Eye Pub, 32 ounce. You buy your glass first time, $8. You bring it back every time from then, $1. $1 beers on Wednesday nights. Absurd.
How did that exist?
Who cares? We just know we took advantage of it.
We did.
And we played pool and we took advantage of it. Then on Thursday nights, college bar called Black Bear Saloon. Rest in peace. Pour one out.
That place. Wow.
$10. All you can drink, people. Whatever you want. You want beer? You want booze?
Same cup though.
Yeah, same cup. And it's a heavy pour too. So if you want Mr. Ginger, if that's your poison, if you're a sicko and you like Long Island iced teas,
which I was,
and some Sazerac in the same cup, you can do it for $10 every Thursday. Yeah. I love that place. Don't tell me it wasn't a vibe, because it was
okay. All right. I'll give you credit on that, because both of those spots we went to a lot, too much, and I mean, they were great, but the reason why those deals existed is because it was a terrible place to go out. So they had to incentivize you. If I'm going to go out in Hartford, it better be for $1 32-ounce beers on Wednesday nights at this horrible bar.
I got maced there twice. Cops just came and threw a canister of mace in the middle of the crowd. It's a college bar. There was no fights. So it's like, it's time to close.
Yeah, just close up. Closing time. Mace bomb.
Girls, ridiculous. On the way out of the door, I'm like, what the hell just happened?
Okay, and that was at Black Bear, I assume.
Yes,
because if you ever went to Black Bear, that tracks. Like, that is probably what they needed to get people out of there.
Yeah, there were some characters at the end of the night where you're like, okay, this is
and plus the $10 all you can drink deal. While there was a time limit on it, there wasn't a lot of thought being put into pours, so the bartenders had a crazy turnaround. Like, you could get in 10 stiff drinks in probably 2 hours, and plus everyone pre-gamed it, so it was vibe might not be the word for it. It was a scene at Black Bear, and it is sad that it's closed. Yes, you sure did. You sure did. But man, it's I'm happy neither one of us live there anymore, man. I'm glad we went and did it. Obviously, like, it helped both of us in our careers. We met a lot of great people. I miss those people, and when I'm living in the Northeast again, I'm definitely going to go hang out. But like, I am a much happier human being. Like, as soon as I was out of a job at ESPN, immediately moved to Boston. Like, it was, I knew it right. I'm like, yeah, I am getting the heck out of here. Just moved right back to Boston. Had to happen.
Never look back.
Yes, exactly. So good times had up there in Connecticut. Here, let me pull up the notes I have for you, because just doing like researching your friends is always something hilarious. Okay, so I've texted with you a little bit about this, and I definitely want to ask you. So like the whole NASCAR thing, like I never knew you were a NASCAR guy.
Yeah.
And now you're like this big wig at the Motor Racing Network doing your thing, and motor racing in general. Stock is going up, my friend. F1 on the rise. Lewis Hamilton, let's go. So, like, how did that all come about, and how are you liking that world?
Yeah, see, well, you know what happened was, what happened was there was this global pandemic, and I was working in Charlotte radio, and
For sure.
Intercom, now known as Odyssey, said, we're no longer going to pay you, so you have to leave. We're going to leave you without health insurance in the middle of a global pandemic, the first one in 100 years. So good luck. So I spent 6 months unemployed. During that unemployment, I went on a huge road trip, played Pebble Beach, no big deal. Then I got a job down in NASCAR in October. I didn't want to leave home. Actually, used my friends over at ESPN, our friends at ESPN Radio, actually helped me get this job at the Motor Racing Network. But like, I mean, you grow up here in Charlotte. You respect NASCAR, the Hall of Fame's here. Some of the first sporting events I ever went to as a kid were NASCAR races, the Coke 600, the All-Star race that up until this past season had been in Charlotte pretty much like the last 30 years. And I was a huge Jeff Gordon guy and always still am. And the coolest thing when I was up there in the booth directing the race at Martinsville back, I guess it would have been April, we have a glass booth right next to us. And on the other side of it is Jeff Gordon. So I got my childhood hero, the guy who I had his jacket when I was 5 years old and had every Jeff Gordon kind of deal. It was super cool, but it's been great. Sports Business Journal gave us a shout out for being the top league of the year last year. I know people are talking about how, sports ratings are going down, which is true across the board, except for NASCAR. Our ratings went up.
Let's go.
So we're here. New tracks this year with a bunch of road courses. Are going to be racing. The Cup Series is going to be racing at the Indianapolis road course for the first time, where they have the 500 coming up here in a couple weeks. We went to Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin on the 4th of July. It's been sick, man. It's been really cool. Honestly, it's not a sport that I was paying a lot of attention to the last couple seasons. Or really, I mean, for the most of my like sports fandom, I really have not paid attention to it as I grew as a fan of basketball, mainly college sports, and then of course grew more into pro sports as the Panthers got better and the Hornets came back with the name and all that kind of stuff. But it's been really cool to be a part of NASCAR, and I mean they treat me great, and I've gone to some weird places, but the fandom and the passion across the sport is really cool to see, especially for a kid who grew up in the area and kind of understands what it really means to a lot of folks here in the Carolinas, and I mean really across the country. Like, it's not, I mean, there's rednecks everywhere. I know people see that. that's the normal clientele, as they say, but you got guys like Alvin Kamara now a part of it. Pitbull owns a race team. Bernard Pollard of the Tennessee Titans, like he was driving the pace car out there in Nashville. Like, it's not just like rednecks, man. There's a lot of people who are getting into it, and what our company's done the last year, making it inclusive and welcoming, is only going to allow it to grow. And it's also cool that you have the series on Netflix with F1, and apparently, from my understanding, they're going to do one with NASCAR here coming up shortly. So
awesome,
and get even more people into sport. And I didn't even mention Michael Jordan, by the way. Yeah, you heard of him? He owns a race team.
Oh yeah.
So that's kind of cool, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that probably gives you a little street cred. And I was saying this, I think it was my buddy Eric, who I think is still watching, because he was in on this F1 series when I was hanging out with him last summer, kind of before. It's like just now really getting super popular over the last maybe 2 months or so. Sure. He was in early on this. I'll give him credit on that. And I think I said it to him. If not, if I didn't say it, at least I thought it. Every league that's like that wants to have a footprint in America needs to do that. Have that Netflix show or Hulu or whatever platform you want to put it on, and be as behind the scenes as you can possibly be. Not this Hard Knocks BS where it's all, the NFL gets final say. Like, no, cutthroat, be as honest and as real as possible, and it will resonate and you'll get fans. And that's happened with F1, like big time. That thing is kind of like the sport to follow right now for like the hipster cool sports crowd.
Yeah, and to even see the series, I don't know. I'm one of those guys. Everyone's like, "Yo, you got to watch this series." Like, I'm not gonna do it. But like, eventually, I'll get around to it for sure.
Yeah,
great. Like I've known about.
It's on the list.
Yeah, it's on the list. I mean, I'll maybe watch it in January of 2023, but who knows? But yeah, it's cool to hear a lot of people honestly get into motorsports in general. And I mean, it's guys, NASCAR, get into it too. Like F1, it's a really cool environment and world to be a part of. One I never thought, like when I started off on my career in sports media, I never in my life would have thought that I would be producing and directing live race broadcasts for NASCAR. I also never thought that I'd be credentialed and covering a Stanley Cup final. What? I mean, hockey in my ESPN interview, Louise Cornetta, she who was our program director back during the afternoons when we were there, she like interviewed me and she like, asked me about like hockey or whatever. I was like, I don't recognize hockey as a sport. I was just like 22 and just like ignorant. And
yeah.
later, I am in Nashville, Tennessee, working at the Nashville Predators affiliate, and I am there amongst like 200,000 people on Broadway, walking into Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final against the Pittsburgh Penguins, almost running into Sidney Crosby in the bowels of Nissan Arena or Bridgestone Arena, and I'm kind of thinking to myself, I should have tripped a guy for 2010.
100%.
I'm still upset about 2010, so that was my one chance to get back at Sidney Crosby, and I didn't do it, and then the Pens ended up winning Stanley Cup that night, but never thought I'd be at a Stanley Cup final. Never thought that I'd be, doing now with NASCAR. And I mean, I'm thankful for it. Obviously, planning things in life is a fool's errand, and things have worked out the way they should have, I guess.
Amen, dude. I completely echo you there. Our friend in Charlotte for Pesh chiming in again saying MJ is a big NASCAR guy. Big NASCAR guy. Loves NASCAR. My buddy Nathan Duquette up in Rhode Island asked about how about agave? And he says, was that open when you were there? It's a Mexican joint.
That was wasn't that the spot in I think that was the spot in like New Haven that had like the most like this side of the Mississippi or whatever.
The tequila place, yeah. Okay.
Maybe it was the one in New Haven, maybe it was, I don't know. I mean, I know as soon as I left, they put a Shake Shack and a Chick-fil-A, and I was like, gave me the proverbial middle finger as soon as I moved to Nashville. Oh, two things that you would love to have. We're going to put them right there by your house as soon as you leave this town.
The Chick-fil-A was a game changer. And honestly, for where I lived, it wasn't that close. But because it was such a novelty to have a Chick-fil-A, I would drive like an obnoxious – like I'd go like 25 minutes to go get a sandwich at Chick-fil-A.
Dude, I used to drive 40 minutes to Wallingford for once a week.
Yes, I forgot about the Wallingford place. Yes. I went with you.
Like on my off day, like every Wednesday, I would drive to Wallingford to go get Chick-fil-A, and then on Wednesday night, my roommate Jordan and I, we would go to some random pizza place.
Jordan, yes, love Jordan. Yeah, and that just goes to show you we didn't have anything to do, so we would drive 45 minutes to Chick-fil-A.
Didn't we get?
Ridiculous. All right, buddy, I have kept you too long. I will let you go. You're the best. I will see you hopefully at some point here before I get married, but if not, I'm dragging your ass from Charlotte up to Rhode Island for
when's the
big day.
My girl's already trying to plan out my summer next summer, so you need to go ahead and give me that date ASAP because I'm booked.
It's 10/22/2022.
Oh, it's in October?
Yeah, we're doing late.
You're a football guy, you doing a fall wedding?
It's on a Saturday, so I know that's a college football conflict, but look, man, I mean, there's other people involved in making these decisions. That's all I'll say.
Okay, so 10/22/22.
Yes.
All right, I'll write it down.
Get it on the schedule, dude. We'll talk soon.
Got a fall wedding. You got this guy.
All right, we're kicking him out here. Follow him on Twitter @Julian Council. He'll fire off some takes. Great dude. Miss that guy. We definitely tore it up in West Hartford, Connecticut. But I think that's a fair ranking by him to have. You know what? I have never been to Charlotte, but Nashville is a cool spot. I mean, he was there for, I think, 2 years, and he still has it number 2 with Charlotte number 1. Queen City, as they call it, is Charlotte, North Carolina. I don't know. Nashville's that's a place that if it's like a top 5 place to live, because on a college football Saturday, me and my buddy Eric were there. When Joe Burrow was at LSU, we saw them play at Vandy, and I mean, the whole city like shuts down for college football. It was so cool, such an interesting vibe. I'm from the Northeast where no one really likes college football, or if they like college football, they don't really follow it. So we were at a place in downtown Nashville that was like every pocket of the bar had a different SEC team, and it was like a full bar of people in each pool. So it's like you got a full Tennessee Volunteers bar, a full Georgia bar, a full LSU bar, a full Georgia bar, and they're all in the same bar in their own corners, and everyone is just freaking out. Everyone's going nuts. They're booing each other left and right from across the. It was just a really cool spot. So I definitely want to get back to Nashville at some point here. As life goes on, we are road tripping back to the East Coast here on Labor Day. So we'll see if we make a stop there. We're staying over one night. My guess is we're going to end up staying over in Cleveland because my dad is flying out here, and he's going to help us caravan back with all of our stuff. And that's the way we took out here. And I think he likes that path, that highway path. I don't know. I'd have to talk to him about it, but he'd be like, no, this is the good way to go. So we're going to probably end up staying over in Cleveland, which doesn't sound exciting, but we had a good time. We had a good time our one night in Cleveland. I'm not going to sit here and be a Cleveland snob. I think Cleveland's a good time. And my next guest here, and he's not on the stream yet, but we have Rob Parker joining me from Fox Sports 1, Fox Sports Radio. He's been a figure in sports media for a long time. Used to be on First Take. He's been a columnist in Detroit forever. He's now living out in LA. And the guy is someone who has had extremely high profile jobs in the media, in the sports media business, still does. And I'm super interested to talk to him. He currently works with someone who is a mentor of mine in the industry, Rob Guerra, out in LA at Fox Sports Radio, who's an awesome guy. So we'll see Rob here in a second. Before we do, let's take a quick break. And when we get back, hopefully my man Rob Parker is here with us. And we'll put him in the hot seat here on the Diner Stream. But first, let's hear from Morton Andersen, joined by Saints owner Gail Benson, talking about the state of the franchise.
How do you feel about the current state of the franchise?
I think the current state is really in a good shape. I really do. I feel like Winston and Hill are great. I feel like our new guys are going to be great. They're all young, full of energy, full of hopes and dreams. And you just never know what the season's going to bring. And I just feel like we're going in the right direction. We have the best coach in the NFL, like I said, and his assistant coaches are the best. And I think that we have a really good chance of going all the way this year. And, time will tell. I mean, we put out, the front office, we just put out everything that we can during the week. And we just.
Rob Parker's here.
What up?
What's going on, Rob? We cut out of a video with Gail Benson joining Morton Andersen talking Saints. I'd much rather talk to you than listen to the owner of the Saints talk about the Saints.
I would hope so. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
What's going on? So are you in LA right now? Or are you back in Michigan? Where are you at?
Yeah, I'm in LA. Yes.
Okay,
yes,
cool.
Sir.
Very nice. So before we get into your career and been following you for years. I saw that you were in St. Louis recently. I'm in St. Louis. I moved here about 3 years ago, and I saw that you were at a Cardinals game. I think last week you were in town. Tell me about your time in St. Louis. It seemed like you had a great time.
Yeah, I took a tour, a summer tour. So, you would say, okay, you're a sports writer, you cover sports. So what do you do for vacation? This year's vacation was to visit friends, go to ball games, and travel all over the country. So I went to, I started, where am I? I'm trying to remember. I started in Atlanta. Then I went to the All-Star game in Denver, came back home to LA for 3 days. Then I went to Washington, D.C. I was there for the shooting. I was at that ball game. It was unbelievable. So scary. I wound up being in a closet, hanging out with 8 or 9 people, fearful that there was a shooter in the ballpark. I mean, it was that scary.
Jesus.
We didn't know. From there, I went to Charlotte. Then I went to Chicago. Then I went to St. Louis. Then I went to Cincinnati. Then I went to Richmond, Virginia. So I must have seen 100 friends, caught 4 or 5 ball games. It was an unbelievable, ate like a pig, drank like a pig. It was absolutely a great time.
So that is 100% a bucket list thing for me, is to do the ballpark tour. Like that is incredible.
And I'll say this for St. Louis, because you're in St. Louis.
Mm-hmm.
St. Louis is officially the baseball capital of the United States. I think people in St. Louis, they love baseball. They sell 3 million tickets a year.
Mm-hmm.
They're only like the 25th largest TV market as far as size-wise. Everybody wears red. Everybody loves the Cardinals. And proof that they're the baseball capital of the United States is that St. Louis has run out 2 NFL teams. So that should tell you all you need to know. St. Louis is about the Cardinals and the Blues, nothing else.
So I got a perfect example for you for why that is correct. I used to produce mornings here, and I was the third voice on the morning show, and I kind of threw myself all the way in on St. Louis because you kind of have to do that. I'm a guy from New England, so you got to just embrace it. And when the Blues won the Stanley Cup, that was our most downloaded podcast in the history of the station because obviously they had won their first cup in 51 years and people wanted to hear what the morning show had to say the next day. A few weeks later, maybe 6-7 weeks later, it's in the middle of the Cardinals season. Randy Arozarena gets called up to the Cardinals. And on that same day, they fired their hitting coach, Mark Badaska. And that next morning's podcast had 90,000 more listens than the Blues winning the Stanley Cup the day before.
No doubt. I believe it 100%. I've been going to St. Louis for a long time. I can remember, covering baseball when I covered the Reds. So I went to St. Louis. And I can remember my first National Association of Black Journalists convention was in St. Louis in 1988. And I got to tell you, I stepped off that plane. It was so long ago that I flew TWA. All right. So if anybody knows, Google it. It was a famous airline at one point in this country, Trans World Airlines, TWA. And I flew, and it was when I stepped off the plane, I was immediately soaking wet. It was so hot.
It's so hot. It's so hot here, dude.
And then I went and I saw the arch downtown. And of course, I tried to order some fries, and then I realized it wasn't McDonald's. You know what I mean? So it was all that.
Exactly. Yeah, they have lunch choice out here. That's the McDonald's equivalent.
I went to Sugar Fire.
Oh, great spot.
Yes, downtown. Yes. Great food, and enjoyed it a lot. So that's where I had my lunch before I took in. Anytime it's the Cardinals and Cubs. It was a Cardinals-Cubs game.
Great
crowd
rivalry.
Was electric. It was awesome. I love going to St. Louis.
So how you liking living in LA? Because you're a Midwest guy, right? You grew up in Detroit. You worked in Cincinnati.
I grew up in New York. Everybody thinks I'm from Detroit because I spent 20 years there and enjoyed my time there. I still own a barbershop in Detroit, I still own a house in Southfield and suburban Detroit. So Detroit is my
I
second
always
home.
think of you. I always think of you as a Detroit guy. So that's exactly that makes sense.
Yeah, no, you're not the only one because I work for both newspapers. I work for all the TV stations there. I was the first host ever hired at the all sports station WDFN in Detroit and back in 1994. So I do have a history with the city. People treat me like I'm from the city, and I love Detroit. It is a great town, great people, and I think the best sports town in America.
Oh, okay. I like this. What makes Detroit better than, say, like a Chicago or a Boston or any of these other larger markets that might get that moniker? But I mean, I know Detroit. They love their Red Wings. They got 2 college football teams they care about dearly there. They love their Tigers. The Lions stink, but they still fill that stadium. So, Detroit. I kind of like this answer.
No, really, you just nailed most of the reasons I believe that. And the other thing too is, it's a blue collar town. Not much is going on, so that is what people are focused in on. It's not like New York where you have Broadway and all these other swanky parties and aristocrats. You know what I mean, and stuff who aren't interested in sports. People in Detroit love their sports, and the other part is it's not a split town. You know this because if you're in Chicago, everybody's not on board with the Cubs. Everybody's not on board with the White Sox. You're in New York, the Yankees could win the World Series and a third of the city could care less, actually. And New York is split with all the teams. So I think that's different. LA split. There's a split there. There's not as great as New York, but there's a split. But Detroit, everybody is all about the local teams.
Yeah. So you just mentioned you spent so much time in Detroit. It's a huge part of your sports identity. But now you've been living in LA probably for close to a decade now, I'd assume.
No,
right?
5 years.
Okay, so you've been there for 5 years. That's got to be a crazy different vibe from a sports fan perspective. Just like the vibe of the city, sports does not rank as high as movies, TV shows, hiking, Instagram models, and then it's sports,
right. That's why LA didn't have a football team for 20 years easily, and people didn't miss it. The second largest TV market with no football for almost 20 years. Think about that. Because people are caught up. The weather is so great here. You want to get out. You want to do stuff. You know what I mean? And that's the great part. What I love about it is because of the time difference, I get to see every game in its entirety. I'm not trying to stay up till midnight, keeping my eyes open to watch. I love getting up and having breakfast with a football game at 10 a.m. And you could watch a football game and then go out and spend the afternoon, you know what I mean? And then come back for the later game if you want. But it still gives you a freedom to do other stuff. And I used to rip Dodger fans all the time for leaving early, coming late. But now living here, I understand that the traffic is horrendous to get into Dodger Stadium. It's just, I get it. I really do. I understand why it takes people a long time to get in. And I understand why people leave early because if you don't catch it right, it could be an hour and a half in the parking lot. That's what it could be.
Yeah, there is literally nothing worse than when you're trying to leave a concert or a game and you're stuck in the freaking parking lot. Like I don't even go. I don't know if you've been to Gillette Stadium, but I don't like going to Patriot games, and I'm a massive Patriot fan because the parking lot is set up so crappy that you can't get out of there. It takes 2 hours to leave the
Dodger
game.
Stadium, right?
Yeah,
it's like one way out and one way in, and it's just ludicrous. Like I just can't believe that they haven't figured it out. And there should be like a tram or something that takes you from Chavez Ravine over to downtown where you could get parking where everybody doesn't have to park there, and you could at least escape the parking lot and then go to your car. I mean, they need desperately some sort of walk bridge, whatever you want to do it, or a tram, something to make it easier to alleviate the traffic.
100%. And I think it's a great ballpark. Like I went to Dodger Stadium once, and I thought it was like the coolest place. It's a great scene to just, with the palm trees and everything. It's so cool. So
And the crazy thing is, it's the second oldest ballpark in the National League. Wrigley Field's number one. Dodger Stadium, if you could believe that, is the second oldest. All the other parks are more modern than Dodger Stadium.
well, when you were listing out the places that you went this summer, I was thinking in my head, okay, Atlanta's a new park. Like, you were hitting a lot of the parks that aren't like, they're not that old. Like, everyone's getting new parks.
Right.
It feels like every 3 years we debut a new park in the majors.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing how many new parks have come around. But baseball, is a $10, $11 billion business. Plenty of money coming in. You just saw tonight what the Dodgers just did, right? And getting Scherzer and Taylor, right? I mean, there's so much money in baseball, and teams the Dodgers have the highest payroll, and look what they just did. It's amazing.
Yeah, I was talking with Adam Amin about this earlier on this stream, and I feel really strongly that the Dodgers, to me, are sort of the model franchise of what you want right now in sports. They're in the market where they're going to get eyeballs. They have awesome homegrown talent. They're willing to pay big bucks to bring in free agents. They'll bring in the guys on rentals. I mean, they're going to do what it takes to be in contention for a championship every single season. They're not doing these rebuilds, or you're not seeing them do what the Cubs are doing right now, where they're selling off all these guys that are still really. I mean, the Dodgers are retooling, and I know they only have one ring to show for, but it's been like 10 years of this since this new ownership group came in. It's really, really cool to see as a sports fan.
No, definitely. The Dodgers shouldn't be pinching pennies. They sell 4 million baseball tickets a year. I mean, Dodger fans, again, are some of the most loyal. When you go to a Dodger game, everybody has on a Dodger hat or a jersey or a blue T-shirt or something. It is amazing. They're a tremendous fan base. They love the Dodgers and Lakers are neck and neck. And you know what? Here's the thing that I was most impressed by. In 2020, where the Lakers won the championship and the Dodgers won the World Series, guess who had higher TV ratings?
Was it the Dodgers?
The Dodgers had higher TV ratings than the Lakers with LeBron. I think that's incredible.
Wow. Yeah, that's fascinating, because everyone talks about how this sport's dying. Clearly, it's not.
It's the biggest fallacy going.
It really is. It really is.
And then when you tell people that, same thing, this sport is dying, yet Bryce Harper's jersey when he went to the Phillies outsold LeBron's jersey when he went to the Lakers. Another, like people try to tell you, nobody watches baseball, nobody's into baseball. It's just not true. It's not true. Baseball is as healthy as it's ever been. I'm talking about financially. Sure, there's some things I'd like to fix in the game, and I think the commissioner's making some of those steps with Googate and some of these other things, and hopefully we'll get rid of the shift, and make people have 2 players on each side of the second base bag. That's all. You can move people, but you can't have 4 people on the right side of the infield. I mean, that's just, it's ludicrous. So the game is healthy, and I enjoy it. I watch baseball's on my TV every single night.
Do you watch the Tigers religiously still, or are you just watching everything?
Whenever I move to a new city, I watch the local team. Because I also do local radio on AM 570 LA Sports.
Oh, okay, cool.
So I need to be hip and up to date. You know what I mean, on the locals. So when I was in Detroit, I can remember going to Detroit from New York, and and I refused to get the MLB package because I said to myself, I have to entrench myself in Detroit. And if I had the package, I probably would be watching Mets and Yankees games, you know what I mean? And not the Tigers. So I never got the package, and I made sure I knew everything that was going on with the Tigers.
I love that. I think that's so cool. So you're doing both a local show and a national show?
Yeah, I fill in locally on Rogan and Rodney. It's a midday show. So I'm the main fill-in, and then I have a regular appearance every Friday. So I'm on pretty regularly there. But I'm just doing, the national show with Chris Broussard.
Yeah. So How are you liking doing that? How long have you guys been doing the show now?
So 3 years full time, if you can believe it. It's unbelievable
Wow.
how fast
It feels like it just launched on, because I know Rob, so I
Right.
remember when he started doing that. That does feel like yesterday.
I know, 3 years, and September will be starting our 4th year, so it's pretty amazing, and it's a lot of fun. You know, Chris and I have known each other for 25 years. We never worked together like this closely. We did First Take together. We were on the set together. We've been on Undisputed set together. You know what I mean, in that way on television. But we never had a radio show or worked every day together. So,
right,
you know, it's good. And we are indeed the odd couple. It's not just a show name. We're different.
So what makes you guys different?
Everything. I'm divorced, no kids. He's married, has 2 kids. Chris is very religious. I'm going to the strip clubs. You know, I mean, we're just like, I love baseball. He loves basketball. We do both love football, so that's one common ground. But we just see things totally different, and it works. The show works because it's real, it's authentic, and we disagree a lot, and we argue a lot, and we fight a lot on the air.
That makes for good radio, though, you know, because
it's real though. It's not a fake. Like,
Right.
let's have a fake fight for the fans or whatever. We don't do that.
Right. And one thing I think gets lost in radio sometimes, and this happens when the show doesn't have good chemistry. It's when you have a debate about sports, and then when the light turns off and you're in the break and people are still mad at each other. Like that.
Right.
That's not how it is. We're just talking sports. It's like we're at the bar hanging out talking sports. You can have a debate, and when the light shuts off, we're all still friends hanging out. Like no one should be taking it so seriously that feelings ever get hurt for a sports opinion. You know what I mean?
No. You know, you're 100% right. And I tell people all the time, it's only a radio show. Like, it's a sports opinion.
Yes.
There's no right or wrong answer. If I say that Joe Montana's the GOAT and you say it's Tom Brady, there really is no right answer. There's no, you know, like, it depends on what you value. You know, if you had a quarterback who had the other team's defensive signals and you cheated your way to a couple of championships, you know, you can't be the GOAT. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. You're going to take some shots at Brady? I understand.
Yes, you know I'm doing it. That's why I call him the LOAT, the luckiest of all time.
Okay. But I will say this, like, yes, he is amazing, but I do kind of, like, I'm willing to hear the lucky argument, because if you look at every ring he's gotten, and obviously he's been doing it for 20 years, so he's obviously very good, but everything has broken the way it needed to break. Like, if you play his career 100 times, this only happens probably 5 times.
No, there's a chance that Brady could really be looking at one ring.
Right.
I'm serious. Like, when he coughed up the football to the Raiders, and they gave the ball to the Raiders, they win that game. They don't go to the Super Bowl. Carolina kicks the tie game, kicks the ball out of bounds, and get it at the 40.
Yep, John Casey.
Right. Like who kicks the ball out of bounds in the Super Bowl? Seriously.
Right.
Atlanta.
One of the best kickers in the league, too.
Right. Julio Jones makes an unbelievable catch on 3rd down. They're 1st and 10 at the 22. They're already in field goal range. Any other coach would have run the ball 3 times straight ahead, kicked the field goal. You're up by 11. Brady can't beat you. All right. You're at the 1.5-yard line, Seattle. You have the best running back in football in beast mode.
Yeah.
You run the ball. You have enough time to run the ball twice. He had over 120 yards in the Super Bowl, and you throw the ball into a tight spot. Like none of it makes sense.
Yeah. No, it's my obligation as a Patriots fan to tell you that you are wrong, and that everything happened because Brady and Belichick are the best ever. And how dare you ever suggest that this is lucky? There's an element of luck to all of this. But I literally have Patriot fan friends texting me right now. Tell this guy to shut the F up, the Patriots.
I bet. No doubt.
I love it. And again, we're just talking sports here. But it like I said, you play Brady's career X amount of times. It's remarkable it has worked out the way it has. Like, can you imagine, like, when he won the Super Bowl in 2001, you're thinking to yourself as a columnist, like, oh, this guy will have a nice career. Look where we are 20 years later.
Yeah, but the other part, people don't, you're right, but he went 10 years without winning, almost 10
Yeah.
seasons.
And I
People
think that
forget
makes it
about
even
that.
more impressive.
Right.
The fact that he went 10 years. When he won the Super Bowl in 2014, I thought, like, that was the icing on the cake, man. Like, I'm so happy this guy got one more.
Right.
He'll retire in a few years. Jimmy G will take over. Not the case. He might win another one. Like, Tampa Bay is set up to win a Super Bowl again this upcoming season.
Yeah, but I think it's very difficult to repeat, and all the things
It is.
All the things that went right for him. I mean, Brady was terrible in Green Bay's game and was able to get away with it with 3 picks, and also when they beat, like when they beat New Orleans, Drew Brees was awful. Like in that game, there are a lot of things that went his way, and then of course the Chiefs' offensive line was banged up and couldn't protect Mahomes. I mean, they were just, if you would have told me that Mahomes would score no points in a Super Bowl game, nobody would buy that.
Unfathomable.
Right.
Unfathomable.
Nobody would buy that. Nobody.
Yeah. For me personally, it's hard for me to pick against any matchup that's not KC Tampa. And it's because of what you said about Kansas City's offensive line. Like, they figured that out this offseason. In theory, that's going to be so much better this time around. And with Tampa, while I agree with you, they got lucky and some things broke their way. Right. Things broke their way. But the thing that I think is different about them compared to other teams that have won in recent years and the prospect of them repeating, it feels like they're bringing everyone back. And that rarely happens.
But sometimes that's the mistake. Like you think everything that worked this past year, do you know what I mean? Will work again. And sometimes it's about actually looking and saying, okay, this worked, but we probably need to change this up. So very seldom do you bring everybody back and it works. It's just, even Kansas City, when they won the Super Bowl, everybody thought they were going to win the Super Bowl every year, right? Everybody thought Patrick Mahomes, okay, he's going to win the MVP every year. He hasn't won it in 3 years now.
Right. He's so damn good, though, man.
No, I know.
I love watching that guy play.
No, but just think about that. Am I right? I mean, after he won that MVP, who thought that Lamar would win unanimously?
Came out of nowhere.
Who would think that Aaron Rodgers at 37 would have an unbelievable another year? So that now he's 2 years removed from an MVP.
Yeah. It's going to be fun, man. I can't wait for football. Rob, I have kept you longer than I promised, but you are the best, buddy. I appreciate you coming on. Tell Rob, the other Rob, I said hello. Keep killing it on the radio. And you got anything you want to plug on the way out?
Yeah, I have a new website, baseball website called MLBBro.com. And we cover black and brown major leaguers. Awesome. It's a different spin. Definitely give it a look. It's a great website for information, and I'm very proud of it. We've been up since April 1st, opening day, and it's growing every day. So MLBBro.com.
Awesome. Rob, I appreciate the time, man, and be well, and enjoy baseball season.
No doubt. No doubt. Thanks for having me. All right?
Cool.
Okay.
Thanks, Rob. All right, I need to address some of the texts I was receiving here from my friend Dan out in the Bay Area. Yo, Tom, tell this man to shut up. I'm not going to read that other thing. It's a text about chance and good luck and things of that nature. I'm a Patriots fan. I love the Patriots. But living outside of New England and talking to non-Patriot fans has further opened my eyes to how insane the run we had was. I mean, Tom Brady is the greatest of all time. It's not even close. I actually don't think that there is a close second at this point. His body of work is insane. I think what the Patriots did is a franchise that, I don't know that anyone can ever do what they did again. And it's because of everything breaking their way every single time. And like, you can give credit to Belichick for playing the Jedi mind tricks on coaches to have them do weird things that helped them in championship games. And, you can say this, that, or the other thing. All of it gets put in a little pot, little gumbo pot, stir it up. That's what made the Patriots amazing. There is luck involved. It's disingenuous to say that the Patriots weren't partially lucky for having the 20 years they had. I mean, Tom Brady is the GOAT because of his resume, but skill-wise, there's been amazing players throughout the history of this game. We all know this. We have eyeballs. They didn't have things break their way every single time the way the Patriots did for such an extended period. It's never going to happen again. And we are incredibly lucky to have seen all of that unfold. But let's get to my next guest here, a man that joins me regularly on Great Dane Nation. That's a plug, by the way. We are up to 11. Tom Cunningham, Vegas Insider Zone, one of the best handicappers in the business, joining me here on the Diner Stream. Tom, what is up?
How's it going? How are you hanging in there, man?
I'm actually fine right now. I'm definitely going to grab another drink at some point. So the next time a server comes by, though, and you see me like talking, it's because I'm trying to get another water. But early on in me being here, they definitely were coming by. Oh, how are you doing? How you doing? But now it's like, it's midnight Central, 1 a.m. Eastern. They're sort of like, all right, we're gonna leave this guy alone now. Like,
they're tired of you, huh?
They're just sick of me. I'm not going anywhere until tomorrow night. So, well, I guess that would be technically tonight now.
Yeah, the next day.
I'm doing well, but every guest has asked me basically that same thing off the top, and I've been giving them the same answer. I think the last 12 hours is what's gonna kill me.
Yeah.
The first 12, I think I can do fine.
Yeah.
It's because I think humans in general can stay awake for 12 hours without rest. Like, that's kind of what we do, right?
Well, you got a lot of coffee there. So
I haven't drank any coffee yet. So actually, let's do this, because on the podcast this week, Great Dane Nation, another plug, you and I talked about the prop bets.
Yes, the props.
And I will pull up our props here and give you the update. And you can tell me what you think would be smart to live bet on.
Okay.
So the 5.5 over-under for plates of food, I'm currently at 2. I had a grand sandwich when I first got here. And then there's this running bit that I'm not a big sweets guy, but my friends always try and frame me as being a guy that loves sweets. Therefore, one of my friends called this Denny's and ordered an apple crisp to my table. So that counts as a second plate. So that's on there. So I've had 2 plates of food. Still no coffee. None on that front. No bacon strips because the Grand Slamwich had bacon bits in it.
Oh,
not
wow.
Bacon
That's
strips.
a curveball. That's a bad
huge.
beat.
That's a terrible beat. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because I've had the Grand Slamwich at other Denny's and it's gone with the strips. So thought that was interesting. 2 pieces of bread, obviously, because I had the sandwich. 4 drinks, 3 napkins, which is also probably kind of a bad beat so far. I personally, coming into this, thought that would be the most guaranteed lock of being an over. 0 bathroom trips, but those will come. I've just been so busy. We've been going guest. I haven't had time. I also just haven't had to go yet. Server visits, we've had 11. We had a lot early.
That's going over.
But yeah, that's definitely going over. No shows so far, and we have 12 GDN plugs, which is probably lower because when Morton and I were talking, we just kept talking about the podcast, so I didn't count a lot of those. So that's where we're at, man. What's your analysis
right now?
Yeah, if you played the undercard, you're really liking where you're at.
Yeah.
We got questions here coming in from Evans Boney. Says, how many breakfasts have you had so far on YouTube? So I've only had one breakfast, I'd say, because I just had the one grand sandwich with hash browns, and the apple crisp that's not technically a breakfast item. That's a dessert item. I honestly didn't even think Denny's had a dessert menu, but their entire backside is
Oh
dessert.
yeah, they're diner. Diners have
guess-
everything.
Yeah, and I that was kind of stupid of me because it is America's diner. So of course they'll have pie and things of that nature. But I'm the guy that, and you're probably the same way. I think most people are at a restaurant when the server comes to your table and they go, all right, have you thought about dessert? No one ever gets dessert. Like 10% of the time people get dessert, I'd say.
It's your birthday.
Maybe less. Yeah. Or, well, if you're in the mood for dessert going into the dinner and then, when the server sits you, they go, oh, are you here for something? And you say, oh, yeah, it's so-and-so's birthday. Then you get the free cake. That's the way to do it. But yeah, so that's why I just never thought of Denny's as having
Do they have a TV there for you?
They do, but it's on Fox 2.
Oh, give them
the
the
local
to
Fox
NBC.
affiliate. Yeah, I know.
Like
That's
the
actually a
Olympics.
great call. At some point I will call. Oh, okay, so they have NBC on a far TV, but I might
There you go.
I might ask for it in this corner. We have a Seinfeld rerun going on.
Oh, well, that might need to. Who knows?
This
That
is what we're looking at. You see that?
Yeah, there you go.
Elaine's on the
There she
screen.
is. Yep.
One of the goats. Did you know that Elaine is worth like $1 billion?
That doesn't surprise me.
It's a family inheritance thing.
Richard.
I don't have it in front of me, but like she had some sort of thing with her dad. He was an investment banker or something. I don't know. She's worth way more money than I thought she was going to be.
I can see that.
Mike Bizzle on YouTube saying already 25% done.
Yeah, man.
That
You got
is
it.
a really optimistic view.
24 hours of the pops, as we like to call it over here.
Yeah. So
In the state.
explain to our viewers what you sent me on Slack earlier about the thing that they do over in Europe.
In Le Mans, they have an endurance race, an auto race. It's called 24 Hours of Le Mans, and it's basically a 24-hour race, and it's an endurance race, and they race for 24 hours straight. And so I messaged you about it, that this is pretty much the if that was on 4th of July, because you know how we have the hot dog eating contest on 4th of July in America. Yeah, that would be our version. Would be the 24 hours of Le Pops here tonight. So
If
we're
we
all
were-
in support of that.
If we were being smarter in the promotion of this and like really planning it out instead of deciding 2 weeks ago to make this happen, we could have done some stuff with that.
Next time you finish last, we'll do it.
Exactly. Next time. I don't plan on finishing in last ever.
Where did it go wrong for you?
So I was telling my friend BK earlier on the stream about this. I had the Cowboys heavily invested in my team. Like I had Amari Cooper and Zeke. So with all the offensive line issues they had, and then Dak going down, I was screwed, man. Like Zeke had, I think, his worst season as a pro, and he still almost rushed for 1,000 yards.
Right.
But I mean, it just wasn't the same. I think he had like 5 touchdowns, and then Amari popped off at times, but he didn't really have anyone throwing him the ball for a lot of the season. So that was tough. So those two guys being high draft picks for me really sent me off the deep end. With that said, I am in a keeper league.
That was my next question.
So I have Calvin Ridley as like a 14th round grade. I think this is my last season being able to keep him, or second to last. So because I picked him in the last round when he was a rookie. So I'm clearly keeping Calvin Ridley.
Yeah. Well,
And
he's
then-
favored to lead the league in yards and touchdowns receiving.
Right. With Julio gone, and that's kind of what that team does. They just throw the crap out of the ball.
Yeah.
I feel really good about that. And then I think I am going to keep Zeke. It's my last year of being able to keep him, I think, because we do 2 keepers. And
Oh, okay.
yeah, I mean, he's going to be a top 10 running back still. I mean, that offense is going to be really good.
I mean, it's tough to get a good running back too. So
Right. So I might as well keep him. Yeah, and he'll be my first round pick, but whatever, you know. Like, here's the thing: we don't have to submit our keepers until we know the draft order. So if I have the number 1 overall pick, and then I see who everyone keeps, and if they're like if Dalvin Cook's available or Christian McCaffrey's available, I'll take them number 1 over Zeke, and then whatever, I'll figure it out later. But I'm definitely keeping Calvin Ridley. I am not finishing in last place again.
Hold him.
It's not
PPR?
happening, Tom. Yes.
Yeah. Hold on to Calvin. Well, if you need my help, let me know so you don't have to sit at Denny's next year.
I will 100% be enlisting your help. Okay, because I enlisted your help on the brackets this year.
Houston did well, didn't they?
You sent me you're like this is my rough bracket. Like it's I don't feel good about it. Going into national championship evening, if Gonzaga won, I was gonna win like $1,600 from this bracket pool or something like that. And of course, Gonzaga loses because Gonzaga is a fraud program that will never actually win a national title. Mark it down. Lost to freaking Baylor. It's a football school. What are you doing?
You sound like a true sports bettor.
I was so mad because I had, and this was stupid on my end, and all my friends called me out on this afterwards. I had my fiance submit an identical bracket into our pool. So we would so I was hoping that we would finish first and second because we had identical brackets if Gonzaga wins. So then I'd get the first place prize and the second place prize.
Take all the money home. Yeah.
Yes, take it all. Be that guy. And my friends were like, dude, why didn't you pick different winners in the championship game? Because then you had and I was like, you know what? That's really smart. But in the back of my mind, when I was submitting it, I was like, there's no chance we're going to even be in this position. So, like, why not just submit the same bracket? But in hindsight, I should have just covered all of my bases because I literally had Zaga Baylor like everyone else did in the final. It's
okay. Davion Mitchell went off that entire tournament. That was pretty much his coming out party. It was so fun to watch. Defense, offense, it was great. Houston, though, I had 3 of the 4 Final Four teams in, and I was debating between Gonzaga and Baylor for my winner, and I went against my own advice in the brackets, which is always pick the team no one's picking.
Yeah.
Which was Baylor, because everyone was picking Gonzaga. Mm-hmm. Baylor's defense and offense, their ratio is through the roof. Mm-hmm. It's just like, dang, I give everyone all this advice, and then I go against my own. But I was proud of Houston and how well they did. I had them in the Final Four. I know we had talked about how much I like their defense and their rebounding, and they had a pretty, they had a lot of teams do their dirty work for them in that tournament. And the one team that comes to mind is Oregon State. Oregon State did a lot of their dirty work for them. So that ended up being a really fun tournament, though. And we'll see what happens. I think Gonzaga is the favorite going into next year. Plus 600, I think, was the last I saw. But UCLA is now on the map after the run they've had. So it's going to be a fun season coming up. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I am too. It's one of those things where because March Madness got canceled 2 years ago, I'm still sort of like giddy about college basketball being in my life. And actually, moving from St. Louis, I am going to miss having a bunch of college hoops teams in this area that people care about. Like, I loved going to SLU games. I love going to the MVC tournament when it's in town.
Arch Madness.
Arch Madness, baby. I actually started following pretty closely Illini hoops, so I was bummed that they exited early. They got such a tough draw. I mean, Loyola Chicago was way underseeded for my money. And I think we talked about that on the podcast.
Absolutely.
Back in the day. Yeah. Great Dane Nation. Go check it out. That's another plug. But yeah, Illinois has been a ton of fun. I think Kofi's coming back. He was in the transfer portal, but I think he decided to come back, so that's good.
Yeah, he's coming back.
Good. And then Mizzou had a much better year than I thought they were going to have because their returners all just played really well.
Yeah, there were a couple teams that really kind of came out of nowhere last year. I think Drake was probably another one that kind of stood out. But speaking of basketball, I'm watching the U.S. women's right now. They're playing Japan. They're only up 7.
Wow.
They're actually trailing at one point in the second quarter. So this is a bit of an interesting one here right now.
U.S. So we talk about all the time how dominant Team USA is in men's hoops. Take it to another level with women's hoops.
Yeah, well, the men's they might be in trouble this year. I really
not exactly and that's the issue. Is this year it's not great, and obviously they destroyed Iran the other night. But that game against France, man, and the exhibition games. I mean, they lost to Nigeria, if I'm remembering correctly. They had beaten Nigeria a few years ago by 86 points.
Yeah. And like they keep saying all these other teams are better. And I mean they are. Some of them are better, but that's just an excuse. The US has a lot of chemistry issues right now. They were talking about this during the Slovenia, I believe it was Argentina game. There's no more practicing. You know, you're playing games every other day now, and you have guys coming in late. You know, like McGee. Was it Drew Holiday and Middleton flying in late? So there's not a lot of practice time that these guys are getting. There's not a lot of good chemistry right now. It's not something that these guys are good enough that they can work on it on the fly. But there's no practice right now, so it's going to be tough for this team to build chemistry. Now, certainly, a throttle against Iran certainly helps. But like you said, France, they seem to do whatever they want. Evan Fournier had a good game. But you're going to run into these good teams like Slovenia and Spain, and it's going to be interesting to see, like Australia, how the United States respond. Australia, they look really good right now. They look like a well-oiled team. And then I think Luka Doncic could win a gold medal by himself. So Slovenia would be another team I would look at in the men's basketball.
We talked about that on the pod too, how that could be a squad that could bring in some good value here. Mike Bizzle on YouTube saying, don't spoil it for Tom. He likes to watch the replays instead. It's true. I talked about this on the DraftKings Dream Stream. I don't want to stay up and watch the games. I want to watch the replays. Jelly, can I please get another water? Thank you. I'm on a first name basis with the wait staff here now.
You're like the people in the Progressive commercials. Like, wait, they don't need to know.
Your name. Yeah. They all know my name at this point. I've been screaming in here for 6 hours and 15 minutes. Evans Boney on YouTube saying 25-point line versus the Czech Republic is disrespectful. Gotta beat them by 40 plus.
They might.
I think they will.
They could.
I'm not worried about the Czech Republic. It's these other basketball quote unquote powers that worry me. But then again, no one saw Nigeria coming, so
yeah,
who the hell knows?
I don't know. I think there's a lot of like pride now for these U.S. players.
Yeah, they don't want to be viewed as the team that screws this thing up.
Yeah, and I mean when you're in Olympic Village,
you doing this 24 hours?
Yeah.
You're a YouTuber.
Yeah, we're on YouTube. Just go check it out. Jelly, our waitress, checking in. It's still her birthday. She
Happy
still
birthday.
has a crown.
Thank you.
We are on
You're
YouTube, Facebook. I think we're still going on Twitter.
They got you working on your birthday?
What's your name?
My name's Tom.
What's your YouTube name?
If you check us out, we're on Vegas Insider TV. So if you search Vegas Insider TV on YouTube, you'll see this stream.
Okay.
Go check it out. Yeah, okay. There you go.
Nice.
Very nice.
Plugging the channel.
That's
you
what
should
we do
ask
here.
her why they got her working on her birthday.
I will definitely. Well, I don't want to bring up a sensitive subject.
That's true.
She's probably bummed out about that. There's nothing worse than working on your birthday.
Yeah, but hey, at least she's making money.
Exactly. So can't complain too much. So,
but also, I've got the 3 TV setup here that usually is going on during college football, basketball season, but now during Olympic season. We have women's trampoline on one monitor. We have the women's basketball on another, and I think it's badminton on the other. I'm not sure, but
I love badminton, man.
I love the Olympics. Everyone asks me what's my favorite sporting event to cover, and NFL is my favorite sport to watch. But my favorite event is the Olympics. It's without a doubt the Olympics.
I love that take because NFL Sundays are awesome. Just strap on the feed bag and just leave me alone. Let me watch. Yeah, dude. Oh, just crush chili all day and
hot dogs.
Have Red Zone up on one TV and then have your main game up on the big screen. And God, I miss it. I'm so excited for it to be back. And it was weird last season to not have a dominant team for the first time in my life, pretty much. So we'll see if the Pats can turn it around here. Do you have their over-under handy?
It's not on me. It's I want to say it's like 9.5, 8.5.
Okay,
something like that.
I'm really, really curious to see how they look with all the.
I think they'll be okay. I could kind of see like a Matt Castle year with them, where they went like 10-6 or 10-5. They missed the playoffs. Like it's somewhat successful, but not really.
So do you think?
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, do you think Cam Newton is going to play, a majority of the season for this team, or do you think Mac Jones is going to come out here and win some games?
Well, I don't want to say it's because of Mac Jones. It's more because of Cam's just falling apart. I worry for him. I've been following Cam for a while. Growing up in the Southeast, my high school quarterback was his wide receiver at Auburn. Darwin Adams. I'm sure you've heard of some people have heard of him. So I'm very familiar with Cam. I actually am from Charlotte. So when he got drafted to the Panthers, I was living in Charlotte. I'm very familiar with that area. It's just, if he wants to retire, that would be my suggestion for him. And it has nothing really to do with money or playing time or legacy. It's just, his body. He's taken such a beating over his career. And, just to put it in perspective, how unlucky this man actually is. Charlotte, the drivers in Charlotte are notorious. They're not very good. And someone wrecked him. He broke ribs and a foot.
I remember that.
And the guy can't catch a break. And so from a pure, the fact that this guy is just getting crushed, whether it's on or off the field, apparently in Charlotte, just has injury issues. And defenses know you got to run through Cam to bring him down. There's no arm tackling him. So you have defense already gunning after him. It's just like, I just don't see his body withholding. Now you add another regular season game this year to the schedule. I just don't see him, going start to finish. I guess you would say in betting perspective, wire to wire starter from week 1 to week 18. I just don't see it.
No, I don't think he has that left in him at this point in his career. And he's officiated differently too, man. I mean, he'll take blows in the backfield and he's not going to get the call that Brady would get. And that's
he's their
just
top runner in the red zone too,
what did he have last season? 11, 12 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, those are all hits that he's taking.
Yeah.
One of those touchdowns. Michael Turner will tell you all about that.
Right. I'm with you, man. I think that dude should retire. He can't throw anymore. You need to be able to throw as a quarterback. It's that simple. You can't not.
Don't tell Tim Tebow that.
Yeah, well, true. Well, he plays tight end now, so.
Charlotte plug, yeah. Give Charlotte a shout out.
Yeah, we got people from Charlotte on here watching. We also had my buddy Julian Council, who's doing a bunch of media in the Charlotte world.
Nice.
Just a little bit ago. So a lot of Charlotte covered in the last hour or so.
Random, Maria Taylor just popped up on NBC. So my buddy came and visited me from Charlotte this past week, and the whole Maria Taylor leaving ESPN thing dropped. And I was telling him, I was like, she just seems like she belongs on NBC. Like her whole demeanor, her
so polished.
She just looks like she belongs on NBC. And then sure enough, my buddy, I think it was like 15 minutes after that, he's just like, well, she's on NBC.
There you go.
I wish there was a prop bet out there for that.
That didn't take long, huh? She was on a jet to Tokyo as soon as that whole thing went down.
Oh yeah, LA to Tokyo, right?
That's right. So we are 6 hours and 22 minutes into the live stream. I'm here with my friend Tom Cunningham from Vegas Insider. You can catch him on Vegas Insider's YouTube channel, The Daily Insider. Yep. You can catch him on VegasInsider.com. If you want to try and make some money on this whole sports gambling thing, give this guy a listen.
And if you don't mind your Twitter feed blowing up with useless sports,
it's great. It's absolutely great because it. I mean, you are a self-proclaimed like prop guy. Like you're good with these prop bets, and it's because you're following those numbers so closely. So of all of the sports that you handicap, which is the sport that if they follow you on Twitter, that you think that they can make the most money if they follow your tips?
Oh, geez. I will say my most knowledgeable sport is college basketball, just because I'm so heavily involved with that and covering that in my career. But it doesn't matter. I mean, pick your poison. Really, I mean, anywhere from NFL to F1 to MotoGP to the Olympics. I mean, I always see it as any sporting event, or I mean, anything you can bet on. I mean, you can bet on the Oscars. It's not really a sporting event. But anything you can bet on is just money to be made. So if you can do your research and your due diligence, you can usually come up with something out there. We didn't do so hot on the Gold Cup tonight, but that's okay. We've hit plenty of those. But a lot of people don't know North American Caribbean soccer. I certainly don't. But you go do your research and suddenly we find ourselves up 4 digits entering the quarterfinals. Now we're back down to 3 digits. We're like at plus 800 right now or something. We had a rough night tonight. Stupid Qatar couldn't put the ball in the net, but that whatever. I will say Qatar looks more than capable though of the World Cup. They host it in 2022. I know there's a lot of controversy there, but in terms of the team, they're good. They can hold their own, so I'm excited to see what they can do.
Awesome. Well, dude, I think I'm going to make my first bathroom trip of the stream.
Go get it.
So I am going to let you go. Thank you for joining me. You stayed up late. You're already staying up late. You love the Olympics.
I'm watching. I'm watching. I don't know. I think we got shooting. So I don't know. Too many. They all kind of blend in at this point. So this next one up.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you go here, buddy. Thank you so much, and I might call out to you at some point as we get into the last 12 if I need some relief pitching here. If I need to call you in.
That's fine. I'm usually awake. I get about 4 hours of sleep a day. So
there you go. All right, dude. We'll talk soon.
All right, buddy. Peace.
See you, Tom. All right. Well, I teased it. I'm going to finally use the bathroom. We're going to actually watch this clip in its entirety now. I cut out of it before to bring Rob Parker on because I didn't want to keep Rob Parker waiting, man. He's nice enough to come on with me. I never met the guy. So we are going to go to the clip. It is my man, Morton Andersen, talking with the owner of the Saints and Pelicans, Gail Benson, about the state of the New Orleans Saints franchise. Let's check it out.
How do you feel about the current state of the franchise?
I think the current state is really in a good shape. I really do. I feel like Winston and Hill are great. I feel like our new guys are going to be great. They're all young, full of energy, full of hopes and dreams. And you just never know what the season's going to bring. And I just feel like we're going in the right direction. We have the best coach in the NFL, like I said, and his assistant coaches are the best. And I think that we have a really good chance of going all the way this year. And, time will tell. I mean, we put out, the front office, we just put out everything that we can during the week. And we just wait on Sunday for them to do their job. So that's all we could do, really. We can't catch the ball for them.
No, that's beautiful. And that's what you're supposed to do. Bump Phillips was the head coach back in the 80s. And I remember a famous quote of his Tom Meekum was always the owner before you guys, before Tom bought the franchise in '85, I think it was.
Uh-huh.
John Meekum would ask Bum, "Hey, how can I help?" And Bum just looked at him, in a 10-gallon hat, and he said, "Well, you're the owner. You're the owner, so own." Right? So that's what you're supposed to do. And to your point about teeing it up for the rest of the guys and then letting it go and trusting that everybody does their job, I think that's valuable.
And that's what we're supposed to do. I mean, I can't call the plays. I don't want to call the plays. I mean, Sean and our coaches are very good at that.
Yeah.
And so we let them do their job and we do our job at the front office.
I also think that Sean's very good at playing into the strengths of his players and putting them in the right position to succeed. I think that's something that's not talked about enough, is that a good coach not only recognizes talent and drafts really good talent, along with, of course, Mickey Loomis and his staff, but he also, once he gets the players, he gets them better, right? There's two ways to improve in my mind. You either get better players or you get the players you have better.
Right.
And I think Sean is really good with the process.
He really is. He's good at making people better than what they are. And that's a real gift that he has.
I agree with that. What are some of the goals you've set for yourself and your franchise moving forward? I know, listen, win another Super Bowl, right? Let's go.
Of course. We're just trying to be the best we can be at what we do. And I think that's really the key to anything. I mean, you set the goals, but you never know what's going to happen, and, God always puts you where you're supposed to be at the right time. So we try hard every day, work hard every day, and then, wait for the good to come back to you. So that's what we do. And I think as long as everyone does their job and stays in their lane, we're going to be okay.
We're back. I'm going to take these off. I don't need these. Oh, actually, I do. Because my man, Jeff the Moose Ulrich of the DraftKings Dream Stream, has arrived from Edmonton. The Moose, Canada. What's up? We're 6
What's
hours.
up, man?
We're 6 hours and 30 minutes into this thing. I'm getting delusional. I just made my first bathroom trip.
Your first one? That's it?
First one. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Jeez, man. I'd have had like 3 by now. I mean, just out of boredom alone, I think.
Yeah, well, so it's been busy. We've kept this thing jam packed. Lots of guests keeping me sane, keeping me alive. I mean, if I didn't have as many people joining me as I have, this would be so freaking brutal.
I mean, you'd basically just be reading a book or like watching something on your laptop, right? Like I would watch a movie I'd
be reading the menu right here. Like
reading the menu.
There we go. We got some Choco Nana pancake breakfast, Giardelli chocolate chips cooked inside buttermilk pancakes topped with bananas, more Giardelli chocolate chips and whipped cream served with eggs, hash browns plus bacon strips or sausage links. Calories 1,190 to 1,420. $8.99. I would just do that the whole night.
I'm one of those sickos. Like I don't know if you just maybe I'm more introverted than some people. I would enjoy it. I'd be like, I have a whole booth to myself for 24 hours. I can sit there. I can stretch out. I can order whatever I want. No one's going to bother me except the waitress. The sick part of me would actually enjoy what you're doing. I accept the like tiredness. At some point, you get so tired that, you know, anyways.
I mean, it's already starting to get to that point. I've been saying to everyone that I think that the second 12 hours are just going to be unbearable. The first 12, I think I'll be fine. It's really that home stretch that's going to be tough. I say home stretch, it's really the entire second half. But anyways, let's introduce you formally here. Jeff Ulrich, he is my partner in crime on the DraftKings Dream Stream many a nights on YouTube, on Twitch, on the DK Game Center. We call Madden Sims together. He's the man. You can catch him on the Sweat weekdays on the YouTube channel for DraftKings. That's youtube.com/DraftKings. He is a wizard handicapping golf. He is a wizard handicapping hockey. He is a wizard in fantasy. You can follow him at the Fantasy Grind. I mean, this is a man that you must listen to in this space.
Must listen. You have to. Yes, I do appreciate the follow though. If you want to give me one for sure. But Tom's right. I'm out there. The NHL trail, the PGA, NFL, getting ready for the season, man. So fun time of year with the training camp. I always appreciate the follow and stuff though. But yeah, up at dknation.com. So, but yeah, man. I mean, enjoyed having you on the streams. Obviously, with the Madden stuff we do outside of the fantasy writing and betting and stuff. So.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice change of pace for you because, like, you're just grinding away articles all day and you know you're doing these hits, and then you're just completely almost out of, like you said, you're introverted. You're almost out of your comfort zone on these Madden sims where we're asked to not only pay attention to the game and call it kind of like a straight play-by-play call, but interact with the DK Sim fam, and it almost always becomes like a live podcast with a little play-by-play sprinkled in. Like that's got to be wild. Like when the pandemic started, you probably didn't think you were going to be doing this, and now you do it all the time.
No, man. I mean, the possibility of being on like a Madden Sim broadcast didn't even cross my mind at any point until the pandemic happened. But yeah, no, I mean, it's taken a bit of while for me. Look, we've been doing it for over a year now, but the Sims took like a while for me to get comfortable on, for sure, to get to the point where I now actually enjoy doing it because, you get into a groove. Like you said, if you've watched a Madden Sim that we do, I mean, it's not play-by-play. It's not straight play-by-play. I mean, I'd be fine with that, but it's definitely funner what we do, I think, a little interaction with the chat / talking real life stuff / talking sports and stuff. So yeah, man. Once you get used to it, it's definitely a fun outlet. It's definitely different from like the writing grind and stuff, like you said, and the shows I do. So I like it, man. I'm glad you're on it with us, and I like the crew we got. So yeah, it's one of those things. Never even think for a second you'd be doing something like that, but it's honestly it's a good product DraftKings puts out too. I mean, you should give them a plug because look. Some days there's just nothing to play on DraftKings, and like the Sims we have to do like 6 a day. So
yeah,
man.
No, it's really cool, and we actually haven't gotten into this really on the stream yet because I had BK on. He was my first DraftKings broadcaster brother I had on with me, and he just talked for 30 straight minutes. So I had to cut him off at some point to get my next guest on.
Right.
That's what BK does.
That's
love
true.
him. I love him. The guy just loves to talk. So we didn't really get to talk about the Dream Stream and the Madden stuff. It's I don't think DraftKings gets enough credit for coming up with that idea and fully executing it. I mean, they came up with something from scratch. This thing did not exist in the world. Like Madden football treated like a broadcast that people can make DFS lineups for and make real money.
Yep.
It's a fully unique concept to DK, and they've just executed it on, I think, a high level. and it's a machine at this point. I mean, like you said, most days we do 6 sims, and there's programming built around it. I mean, it's the anchor of their 12 hours, 13 hours of live programming they do on their YouTube stream. It's all about the Madden. The Madden is the straw that stirs that drink. It's amazing.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's definitely innovative. Look into the video game world. Obviously, we got things like esports and stuff going on, but to integrate it with DFS and just like a unique way. I mean, absolutely. I think it's great and it's good for the company, and it's good for people like DFS. It gives you another outlet. I mean, if you've watched the Madden Sims, it's absolutely random what the computer does sometimes. So makes it fun, makes it interesting. But yeah, man, I mean, definitely one of those things, and that it's part of my life now that you just never even thought of. So
right.
So
Same, man. Same.
So, okay, give me a lowdown. I'd like a lowdown what you've done. Like, what have you eaten so far?
Okay, so that's a great question because I wanted to bring up the prop bets with you. And for those that have been with us the whole time, I keep bringing up this graphic, and people are probably sick of seeing it at this point. But I just think that the guests want to see it, so we're going to hit it. I've had 2 plates of food, one of which when I first got here, I got a grand sandwich, which came with a side of hash browns.
Sure.
Duh. Gonna do that always. And honestly, wasn't gonna eat again, but for a while at least. But then, so my friends have this thing where I always say that I'm not a big sweets guy, but they love to prove that I am a big sweets guy. So someone that I'm friends with, his name's Jake Bennett, he called in an order to my table of an apple crisp dessert. So I wasn't going to eat that, but look, when someone buys you food, you have to eat it. That's a motto I live by. So I ended up eating a second plate of food, and I didn't even come close to finishing it. I can show it to you. We're off camera right now, but like it's all just like drippy ice cream grossness. Because I'm not a big sweets guy. Never have been. So I'm at 2, and as you can see, the plate of food prop is 5.5. So if you had the over on that, you're probably liking your odds. I'm definitely going to get some late night food here at some point. It's going to happen.
Yeah, I checked the over on most of your stuff. I
Uh-huh.
figured you were a big bacon guy, but I wasn't sure. I took the over on the plates of food mainly because my theory was, just out of pure boredom, at some point you're going to order like a couple plates. You're going to be like, "Oh my god, it's like 4 a.m." If I don't like talk or like get something on this table, I'm just like legitimately going to die. So, yeah, I took the over on that.
Okay.
So yeah, plates of food. I guess we're already at 2. So
yeah, so we're at 2. So we're feeling good about the over on that probably, but a lot of surprises the rest of the way here, Jeff. Coffees, I've had 0.
I didn't really peg you as a big coffee guy. Actually, that was like the one thing I took the under on because I'm like, I don't know if Tom even drinks coffee. And also, like coffee is one of those things. You get like 3 cups in you and you don't want any for a long time. Like, it's like, I'm like that. Like I drink my fill and then I'm like, okay, we're good. I got to like get off this for a bit, So
I also couldn't like be running to the bathroom every 5 seconds.
That's right. Yes. Coffee. That's one thing, man.
It gets the mud jumping, as they say.
Well, it gets everything jumping, man. Like, so yeah, absolutely. That's a good point.
So 0 coffees at this point. I definitely am going to crush an iced coffee at some point if they have that. If I might ask them to make it for me at this point.
For you. Yeah.
Yeah. So no coffees, no bacon strips, 0. And here's why.
Okay.
So on the sandwich, typically it has 2 strips of bacon, but this sandwich was bacon bits instead of strips of bacon. Therefore, not counting towards the bacon strip prop. I actually like the under for that at this point. I was originally going to be just over on that, but I'm feeling an under on 9.5 bacon strips at this point in the night. 6 hours and 41 minutes into the stream.
That was another one I just wasn't sure on because I mean you're either a bacon guy or you're not, and maybe you order like right off the bat. Maybe in the morning you order like just a huge pile of bacon. Who knows? But I don't know. That's the one I wasn't confident taking the over on.
I also feel like if you order a ton of bacon, like you're really setting yourself up for failure as far as like trying to last through this whole thing, you know?
It's true.
Like
you just get big, heavy, you know?
Yeah, you just like start pooping your pants over here and smelling like grease and I don't know. I don't know about the bacon thing. I am 2 slices of bread in, obviously, because I had the sandwich.
Sure.
I am I'm 4 drinks in. I thought I'd be higher, but I think that I'm still pacing to hit that over. I think later in the day I'm going to want to drink more water.
I took the over on the drinks too, just because I figured, again, you'll be like, at some point you're just going to order a couple sodas, just be like, I got it. Like, need some sugar here to get through the last
100%.
couple hours or something. So I'd probably, that's what I'd be doing. The last 2 hours, I'd just be drinking Coke or something. Just go get it.
I'm on my 3rd water and I had a Sprite earlier. So, but I'm going to have to mix in some shogar at some point here to survive. I've only used 3 napkins, Jeff, which I'm shocked by. Yeah.
That's Herculean right there, man. If I was doing this, my over-under on the napkins use would have been like 25 to 30, like for me. I'll just like pick up a napkin and I'll see like a spot on the wall and I'll just use it like legitimately. So yeah, my over-under would have been way bigger. You're much less wasteful than me.
Well, I'm typically a crazy napkin guy, and I've talked about this a couple times, but I feel like I'm being extra careful because I have like hardware in front of me that I don't want to get sticky or get grease. I feel like subconsciously I'm being a lot more careful than I normally would. So I think that's why I'm on the under right now for napkins. But once I order more food, that's going to go up.
Yeah. And once you get loopy, like later in the stream, you could just stop caring. You'd be like, okay, like here, laptop, here's some water,
Right. Or I'm going to start like blowing my nose on air and using napkins.
Right. Exactly.
One bathroom trip, but I think that'll go up at some point.
Yeah,
we've had 11 server visits early on in the process.
Wow.
The first waitress I had, Maddie, I think she liked the idea of coming on camera a bunch, so she came over quite a bit. So Maddie put us on a good pace there. I think we're going to end up hitting the under, though. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. All right.
11 is, I mean, I guess you're close to halfway there, and we're not even halfway done. But I'm feeling a prolonged stretch of loneliness over here in the corner, which is cool. I'm totally cool with that. No judgment. Also, no shows so far, but you're gonna love this.
Okay.
So, Glash and I did a broadcast, I think last night, and he was having me go through all the DK people that are joining, and he was like, "Okay, give me the names." And I'll tell you which guys aren't going to show up, or and he was convinced that Koff was going to like screw up his time in some way, either ask to be later or in the middle of it be like, "Hey, I'm going to be late," or "Oh, I got to leave," or whatever. He's like, Koff is going to screw around,
right?
And I on the broadcast, I was like, "No, Koff's fine. Like, he's my boy. We'll be good." Get a text. Let's see. I get a text yesterday. So this would be Friday at 12:09 a.m. Eastern. It says Glash wins. I'm flipping spots with Lamarca. And then I'm guessing this is a text from Lamarca because I don't have this number. It says, "Okay, Roger that." I assume that's Lamarca's number, so I'll ask him on the stream. I'll read his number on the stream and ask him if it's his. So hopefully one of those two shows up next. I'm guessing it's going to be Lamarca now. And honestly, the three of us can all hang out together on the stream whenever Lamarca gets here if you want to stay up a little later, because I don't think the three of us have ever been in the same place at the same time. And I kind of want to make some DraftKings history here, even if it's just for a quick hello. I'll see you later.
Yeah, no, I'll stick around for a few extra minutes. It's no big deal. I'm not actually tired at all. So I actually ate later today too. So I'm feeling a little peppier than usual.
There you go.
I mean, so did Kaufman take did Kaufman take the later slot or the earlier slot?
He took the later slot.
Oh, okay. I was gonna bash him for making LaMarcus stay up late, but yeah, okay. I guess he let Lamar. Okay, yeah. Why did he want? What was his reasoning? Did he give you a reason?
I didn't ask because I've sort of just been in the mix with this stream. I honestly didn't even text either one of them back.
Kaufman legitimately has the weirdest schedule known to man. Like I don't like what. Why on earth would he want to go later? It's already like 2 a.m. where he is.
Yeah,
What is
exactly.
he
So he's opting for 2:30 instead of 2. Maybe he heard, and I'm just guessing. I don't know because I wasn't watching the Dream stream today. It's possible that LaMarca might have been like, oh man, I can't believe I have to stay up so late, and he's like doing LaMarca a favor. It's possible. What do you think?
I don't know. Kaufman may be working or something, or have some crazy work thing. That would be my guess. But it is Kaufman. Like, who knows? He could just have been, like wanted to watch a movie.
Yeah, and
like, it legitimately he could be. That's what he could be doing. He could be
Totally
watching
plausible.
like Deuce Bigelow, European Gigolo right now, and it wouldn't shock me. So I don't know. You have to grind him on that. You can ask him. You can tell him I would like to know what he was
Yeah.
doing. But,
I love that you picked that movie specifically because that is a quintessential like Koff movie. You know, he loves like the late 90s, early 2000s like raunchy humor comedies.
Oh, that's his bread and butter. That and Jean-Claude Van Damme is like Kaufman.
Yes.
That's his movie collection right there.
I respect the hell out of it, to be honest.
Beer Fest, Euro Trip, and like, like Hard Target for Van Damme. That's like his 3 favorite movies right there.
Amazing. The last one was GDN plugs. We're already at 13, and we are less than 7 hours into this. And to be honest, when I had Morton on earlier, we definitely plugged it probably more, and I just lost track because you have your podcast co-host on with you. You're just inevitably going to talk a lot about your
At some
podcast.
point, you're just going to throw in the towel tracking this. You're going to be too tired to track these at some point.
I'm trying. I'm trying my best. The plugs are going to be tough to keep track of.
Yeah. Like that the waitress visits might be like, you might lose count at some point.
I probably have to be honest, definitely have an inaccurate number on the server thing if I was truly being honest with myself. But I'm pretty sure we're at 11. I feel comfortable saying we're at 11. But yeah, man, I feel really good for being
in a Denny's.
For being in the same spot for 6 hours and 49 minutes. I feel okay at this point. But that last I'm not looking forward to the end of this stretch.
If you don't get food poisoning, that's
a win.
That's awesome. You've basically won. I don't think. You know what? I shouldn't say that. I've never gotten food poisoning from a Denny's. I shouldn't besmirch the good Denny's name.
So
is there many good meals there? So
is there Denny's in Canada or
all of your
okay?
Oh yeah, we have Denny's. I haven't been to one in forever, but we definitely have them here.
So Denny's markets itself as America's Diner. Do they call themselves Canada's Diner in Canada?
No, I've never actually heard that. They're just like nothing.
Yeah.
Just like Denny's.
They're just Denny's.
They're just the place you go to after you get extremely loaded at like 3 a.m. because everything else is closed. Or if you're just like, you live in a place with like no other diners, you go to Denny's.
So when I lived in the greater Hartford area working for ESPN, and ESPN's in Bristol, Connecticut, which is about 25 minutes west of Hartford. So it's just, there's nothing there. And when we would work late night, we would all go to Denny's.
Right.
Like a huge crew of us. And it was a scene, man. Like a lot of people were there. It was happening every night of the week at this Denny's. It was like it was connected to a hotel. So I think that had something to do with it too.
Oh yeah. Right. Sure.
But this Denny's was a spot and it was a great time. But this one's a little bit quieter. Granted, it's not the weekend yet.
That's true. Yeah.
Thursday is some people consider weekend.
You might get a few like craziness on a Thursday. You never know. I mean, you might get some. It's early still. Well,
yeah,
it's not really that early.
It's 12. It's 12:51 Central.
Oh, that's right. You're on Central because you're on Central, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
So
it's not
we'll
super
see.
crazy. The real crazies don't come in till after 2, Tom. Let's be honest. The real, like, the entertainment doesn't start till 2.
I had some good entertainment earlier, though. There was a booth to my left with a guy that was here for probably the first 6 of my now almost 7 hours. I think he was here for a while.
Oh.
He started watching the stream on his phone at the booth. He was into it.
A little Inception at Denny's, hey?
Yeah, yeah. And look, I love it, man. He wanted to see, like, what the heck is this guy doing? Boom, pulled out his phone, figured it out. So it got the job done, and that means that I was plugging correctly, verbally throughout the dining room enough for him to figure out how to find me without actually being on like.
Oh, like you didn't even converse with this guy? You didn't even be like, "Hey, man, yeah, this is how you do it." He just found it himself.
No,
wow.
at a certain point, like I think a waitress came by and was like, she was mentioning, she's like, "Oh yeah, I got it up on my phone," like jokingly, and then this guy in the booth over here was like, "Yeah, me too." Like 2 different people in the restaurant were watching it. So.
I mean, you're probably making like this Denny's, like this is probably the most exciting thing that's going to happen there. Like
100%
this month, you know, outside of like something like catastrophic, like a bunch of idiots coming in and like just ruining the, you know. But yeah, that's
dude,
good, man. Yeah.
You are 100% correct, because when I came in here on Monday to try and figure out like scouting the location, all that stuff, talking to the manager, she was so excited. She was like, "Oh my God, this is like the coolest thing ever." Yeah. And like gave me the employee Wi-Fi login, and she was like, "Yeah, make yourself at home, use this booth, this booth gets cold at night sometimes, yada, yada." So I'm like, okay, cool. So
inside information at the Denny's.
I didn't expect it to be as like welcoming as like I thought that I was going to show up and say, "Hey, this is what I'm doing," and they'd be like, "What?"
Yeah.
But they've been super down. We got some comments coming in from YouTube. Alex for Pesh, my buddy down in Charlotte, saying coffee will come into play in the second 12. Yeah, I agree with you, Frap.
Yeah, it's actually really smart of you not to hit the coffee. Tell like
I don't want to have to do it unless I have to, you know?
Yeah. But it's smart to leave it till the second half. I completely agree. Like that's a good take, you know, because you get it now. You'll be going to the washroom. You won't want it as much. You'll get too caffeinated. Then you won't work as well. So yeah, that's a good call right there. You've obviously put some thought into this. I would have put no thought. I would have just showed up. Probably started crying right off the bat.
I have put so much thought into this thing and texted so many freaking people, and like there is going to be a point at this during this first, because it's 2 12-hour streams,
right?
Because YouTube only lets you do 12 hours, so I'm giving myself a half-hour break in between the first stream and second stream. So the second stream starts at 7:30 a.m. Eastern. But at some point, I'm going to have to fire off like 1 million texts with the next stream's link. And I haven't done that yet. And now it's too late in the night to do it. So like I'm going to send off a bunch of early morning texts to these people, because I can't. They need to get on here. So Choke on Funny says, "I'll spend some time with you, Freeze Pops. I'm betting Olympic handball." So there you go. He's up watching handball, so he's going to hang out. Respect that. And Jordan Warren saying, "Moose the GOAT." There you go.
Yeah, Jordan, thanks for hopping in, man. That's awesome.
Someone asked earlier what my Mount Rushmore for DK broadcasters was, and after much deliberation, I'll save the best for last. I had Koff. I had Glash.
Right.
I had Emerson, and I had you.
Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate.
I went with the OGs. You know, you guys have been there since day one.
It's true. Like, you know, there are other guys who were there from day one. Like Reed was there, but I mean, I don't even think Reed does the Sims anymore. If he does, he does like
yeah, I haven't. I think
he's he hasn't done one in like 3 months, so he's off the streams. But yeah, no, that's true. I think we're like the 4 original people who still do them. I'm maybe forgetting someone, but
The
maybe
four
Zach
horse-
Thompson. Maybe Zach Thompson too. I don't know if Zach started right away. Anyways, yeah, we're definitely 4 of the original for sure. But still do it regularly. I still can't believe it's been like well over a year now. It's crazy.
It's nuts. So I gave you that distinction. So
Appreciate it.
I hope you feel honored.
Oh, I do. Definitely. Like I said, I mean, like it or not, I mean, the Sims are like part of my life. So, I mean, you got to embrace it. I love it now.
Mike Bizzle calling out for Madison, producer Madison. Madison, where are you?
Oh, you should have had her on. God, you would have. Your numbers would have just jumped. You know,
people love producer Madison, even though she never was on the air. They just love the idea of producer Madison.
Yeah,
she's a great person, good friend of mine.
That's right. You guys are friends. I forgot about that. That's like how you got on these streams, isn't it?
She helped me get the gig. Yeah. So Choke on Funny types in a semi-long message. This is the longest message of the night. I'm actually curious to get some info from old FreezePops. No one pays attention to me in the dream stream. Can we talk about the biggest mistake or my life thus far? Turning down a job with DK. Ooh. And then he says, and being unable to worm my way back in. So, Choke on Funny, I got to be honest, I don't know you. I didn't know that you turned down a job at DraftKings. So I apologize for that. But speaking of DraftKings, let's bring in another one of our friends here. Let's go three wide. It's me, it's Moose, and it's LaMarca, the big Saxy. Wow, we are making history here. The first 3-person booth in Diner Stream history. LaMarca, why did Koff have to switch times with you?
Oh, yeah, give us the inside info. I suggested that he wanted to watch a movie, and that's...
I think it's just he was busy with work stuff. Like, at first, he kind of made it sound like it was like an emergency, and I was like, oh no. Like, there's no such thing as a good emergency at 2 in the morning.
No.
But I think he's just behind schedule on work, so he needed the extra half an hour.
I don't know what that guy does, but he stays up till 2 a.m. every night. I swear to God. It's like at least 2 a.m. Like, he doesn't go to bed before 2 a.m. any night, ever. And he's got kids. Like, I honestly don't know how he does it. It's a little perplexing. Like, I think there might be 2 of him. I think it might be like a multiplicity situation with Adam Kaufman. Like, he's cloned himself, and there's they just rotate.
He's a vampire. I'm convinced he's a vampire.
That's a possibility too. So, anyways, I think his work was he wanted to watch a movie. That was my prediction, Mark.
Entirely possible.
Yeah. I will have to grill him on that when he comes on, because, like I was telling Moose, Glash was saying, who by the way isn't joining me, so he shouldn't get any credit here, but he was saying he was the one DK broadcaster. He was like, oh, he's going to get screwy with his time. He's going to ask to move slots. And, right before it happens, he's going to text you. And he was dead on. He nailed it.
Yeah.
So good for Glash.
Glashing definitely knows his Kaufman.
He's plugged into the Koff markets.
He's plugged into the Koff markets. That was a pretty stellar call, for being honest.
Well, Moose, I've kept you long enough, my friend. Go enjoy the rest of your evening. What's left of it in the Mountain Time Zone?
You stay strong, pal. Eat lots of fruit. I think you're making good decisions on the coffee to hold off till later. That's all the advice I got. That's about it. Like I said, if it was me, there's no way I'd be streaming this. I'd just be watching a movie and sleeping in the corner. But you were doing yeoman's work, my friend. LaMarca, have a good one, buddy. I'll see you.
Thanks, Jeff.
See you, Moose. LaMarca, hi.
What's up, buddy? How you hanging?
You know what? I'm doing
Surviving?
okay. I'm doing all right. We got Matt LaMarca in the building. He is a DK SimFam brother of mine. We call Madden games together. So we have kinship like no one else in this industry can have. I mean, you're calling video games. And
there's no bond thicker than that Madden Sim Life bond.
And you have to treat it like, that it's not just a ridiculous thing that we're doing. And I kind of have to just laugh about it to myself every single day. Like, we're really getting paid to talk about Madden simulations. It's pretty ridiculous.
I mean, I just got back from a little family vacation. Imagine try explaining it to your aunts and your uncles, and your grandma watches them. Mine,
yes.
I'd be surprised if she even knows what YouTube is.
So my grandma might be watching this right now. Honestly, I sent her the link. She's probably asleep. But pretend I'm your aunt and tell me how you would describe what you do in regards to Madden to your aunt that doesn't know anything about this.
So the football game, Madden football, John Madden football.
Yes.
Well, during the pandemic, DraftKings needed to find a way to keep the content going, keep cranking things out. So what they started doing is they would have the computer face each other in Madden. They would pick two teams and they would play each other. And what they needed was people that could talk over the game, like commentary, but we don't always talk about the game. Most of the time we talk about shenanigans.
Shenanigans is a good word. That's a great explanation, honestly. I feel like you kind of nailed it there. Because I struggle at times. I'm like, well, it's kind of like a broadcast, but it's not. And there's a live chat. We don't have to really talk to them if we don't want to. And like the games aren't real, but it is real because it's happening in front of my face. It's a wild time. But
it's like, whose line is it anyway, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The points are made up and none of it matters.
100%. Before we get into where I'm at with the prop bets, because I feel like you're definitely curious about these numbers here. Mike Bizzle chiming in saying, I survived the Lebitard free dumb 24-hour stream. I plan on doing this one as well, Freeze Pops. Wow. Mike Bizzle in here for the long haul. I respect that. Choke on Funny saying, grandma voice, Madden still coaches a video game? That's good stuff. No, Madden does not coach anymore, Grandma. All right. Let's look at these props because I think you're going to be surprised.
Okay.
I'll
tell you where I was leaning on all of these.
Okay, so give me your lean and then I'll tell you where I'm at for each one. So plates of food, where were you?
Under.
Okay, so I'm at 2. I ate 1 when I first got here, and then the second one was ordered for me by a friend because we have this inside joke that I'm not a big sweets guy, but they all try to frame me as being a sweets guy. So he ordered an apple crisp to my table, and I can't not eat free food when given to me. So I would have been at 1, but the apple crisp threw a monkey wrench in the situation. So I think I'm still trend. I think I'll still probably be at that under. So that's a good call for you. What about coffees?
Coffee was a big under for me.
Yep, I have gone with 0 coffees so far. I'm not a coffee guy.
I think you just if you're playing the long game, hitting the caffeine that hard, it's a rookie decision.
Exactly. You don't want to peak too early.
It's gonna mess up the tum. You got a long day ahead of you, my friend.
Yeah.
You can't be throwing too much nitroglycerin in that belly.
100%. I could see myself crushing like 4 coffees to close out the stream because I'm gonna need it. But until I need to be there, I don't want to throw extra gas in the tank.
Completely agree with the strategy.
Okay, what about bacon strips?
See, this for me was an over.
Okay, so as of now, you might be shocked.
No
there's
bacon.
0. And here's why. The Grand Slam, which typically has 2 strips of bacon, this sandwich used bacon bits instead of bacon strips.
Oh, well, that's a technicality.
So would you have counted the bits as a full strip?
I mean, if it's supposed to come with 2 strips, then yeah, I feel like it should count as 2 strips. But you know what? Now that I think about it, 10 strips of bacon is a lot. You probably shouldn't have that much bacon.
Correct.
But I was just thinking, like, if I was there, I would have to get a Grand Slam.
Yep.
Would have to get a Grand Slam. That's obviously more of a morning thing. And then I might get like a cheeseburger or something, and that might have some bacon on it. But that would really be about it. And that's a comfortable under at 9.5.
Yes. Okay. So I think I'm going to end up hitting the under there. So again, smart play. If you're changing your mind, I guess I should say, is a smart play. Two slices of bread at this point because I had the sandwich. Where were you on that number heading into the evening?
That's another probably an under right there.
Mm-hmm.
Drinks. I'm taking the over, especially if water doesn't count. Or water does count.
Water does count. I'm at 4 now, but I know that that's going to go over. Like,
I mean, you got to think about it. You're basically talking for 24 straight hours.
Correct.
I can't go through 1 hour-long Madden sim without crushing a Yeti water bottle. Like, my number here would be like 27.
Yeah. No, you're totally right. And I got to be completely honest with our audience here. My mouth is so dry right now. It's been dry basically for the past, let's see, I'm going on 7 hours here, over 7 hours now. I've probably had a dry mouth for like 5.5 of these. But it is what it is. You can't just stop talking and drink a ton of water. Exactly. So, napkins.
This would have been another heavy over for me. I am a big napkin guy.
Mm-hmm. I'm sitting at 3, but it's because I haven't eaten that much. Once I start to eat more, and that will come because I'm going to get bored, that number's going way up, dude. I have a big stack of napkins in front of me, ready to roll when I need it, but not a lot of napkins yet. Only 3.
Yeah, especially like those like diner Denny's napkins. I would have crushed a bunch of these already. I probably would be at the over already. I'm just a big wipe the face, clean napkin every time. Big over.
Choke on Funny saying Lamarca and Larry David use too many napkins. Yeah, Larry David, that's a classic.
100%.
Where he gets arrested for stealing napkins from the
100%
coffee shop. Okay, bathroom trips.
Yeah, I probably would have taken the under here, and given the lack of beverages consumed, I feel like the under is looking real good.
Yep, you're right. I've been once as of now. So, great call by you. I think the number will end up skyrocketing at some point because once the levee breaks, you don't really have a choice. So 1 bathroom break as of now. I think I get close to that number, but I feel comfortable with the under. Server visits.
Yeah, this would have been an under for me too. I think after a while, it kind of just becomes a you let me know if I need anything.
Yep. And I think you're exactly right because at the beginning, it was hot and heavy. We were like 7 in the first hour type of thing. And we're now sitting at 11 overall.
Well, so you are going to have a couple shift changes, I would imagine. Yep. So you know what? The under's not looking great there.
I do think it gets close, but I think that one people are going to sweat that one. There's no doubt.
That's a sweat.
Zero no-shows so far.
Yeah, this was the lock of all locks.
0 no-shows.
To sign up for a spot and then just not show up is just an extremely unprofessional thing to do. I would like to think that no one in this industry is just going to stiff you. I would hope that because you would need to have 5 people stiff you for the over to hit on this.
Yes. So when coming up with this number and talking with the handicappers about it at Vegas Insider, we talked about like, okay, when I was booking for radio shows and doing a daily radio show, you deal with the guy that, I forget to pick up the phone in the morning and this and that, like that happens. So I think that we were maybe over making that too important when coming up with this number because this is completely different than like a 15-minute
Those
radio
are important
spot.
People with important things to do.
Yes, exactly.
They're not DK Sim Fam commentators who are up at 2:30 anyway.
Correct. Like Joe Buck forgetting to call into the morning radio show in St. Louis is very different than Kenny Ducey not showing up for his 8 a.m. hit
Ducey
on
might
the
big
diner.
time you though. Let's be honest.
Ducey was in the chat on this thing around midnight, being like, "Hey, I'm here. How we doing on these bets?" So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the Deuce Meister has to say. And then GDN plugs.
Would have been another over for me. Just the fact that you kicked it off with Morton.
Mm-hmm.
You had to have mentioned it at least a few times. And then I feel like if you're not doing it once an hour, you're not doing your job. So over, clear over.
So we're sitting at 13 right now. And the number actually is probably higher, but I was in the middle of the interview with Morton. So, hi.
Hi.
Jelly's back, LaMarca. Here's Jelly. It's her birthday, so she has a tiara on.
Oh, wonderful. Hey there.
LaMarca says hi. His first name's Matt.
You don't need nothing?
I'm good. You know what? LaMarca, should we order some food together here?
Yeah, let's get it, brother.
Okay, let's see. So I had someone earlier say, I want you to do a review of the mozzarella sticks. Here, we'll get Jelly on camera for this. So I don't know. See, my thing is, if I'm gonna get mozzarella sticks at Denny's, and we'll take the headphones out, so Jelly can be truly a part of this conversation. Turn your volume up here, LaMarca. I think I want to build my own sampler.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you think that's a good move?
Yeah, like, what you going for?
Well, I got to get mozzie sticks in the mix because specific requests, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta hit that request.
All right, so we're reviewing the sticks.
Yeah, we're gonna do a review on the sticks.
Do we got a boneless wing or a wing in there?
Yeah, so they have a boneless buffalo wing. I can give you the full body of work here, and you can tell me. I can go up to 4, which I'm gonna do. Okay. So we got tenders, buffalo wings of the boneless variety, beer battered onion rings, chips and queso, mozzarella sticks, wavy cut fries, and seasoned fries. So we're definitely doing mozzie, and we're definitely doing boneless buffalo.
So you're doing boneless buffalo and mozzarella sticks?
Yes, definitely those two. What are you thinking for the other 2 spots, LaMarca?
A lot of starches in there. I might also get the chicken tenders. I know that we're doubling up on chicken, but
I love chicken.
Yeah, and it's better than getting like 2 different types of fries.
You want to do some fries? We got seasoned fries and regular fries. So which one you want?
Can I get crazy here and ask for chips and queso as my 4th? Yeah. Because I feel like I know what a Denny's fry tastes like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And look, that's no shot at Denny's. America's Diner. We love Denny's. They've been great to me. But I feel like we're experiencing new things here tonight, Jelly, and that's going to be the 4. So boneless buffalo wings, mozzie sticks, chicken strips, and queso and chips. And okay, let's hear it.
How do you like your experience at Denny's right now?
Oh, I'm loving this. This has been great. You guys have been awesome, super nice, super attentive. The customers have been awesome. My guests have been great.
I see they rolled out the corner booth for you.
Yeah, man. I mean, look at this. Look at this setup here. This is the other side. 1 second. We're gonna pick you up here. Got the whole second booth here. I got all my stuff over there. Got a TV. I mean, we're doing this thing. We're doing this thing.
Living large. You should go for 48 hours.
So you want the boneless hot wings, cheese sticks, the queso, and
chicken strips.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it in.
Cool. And then since we're spitballing here, I might as well put some sauces in as well. Could I do ranch, blue cheese, and honey mustard?
We out of honey mustard, but I got some ranch and blue cheese.
Yeah, ranch and blue cheese is cool. Could I do barbecue sauce instead?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Kelly. All right, cool. All right, I'll plug the headphones back in. I don't want to disturb. Dude, it's a great experience.
That was wonderful for me. I hope it was as enjoyable for everyone else. I gotta say, Denny's queso, that's a bold move.
We're making bold moves here tonight, baby.
But I respect it. Also, very curious about the boneless wing at Denny's. I mean, it's hard to mess up a boneless wing, you know? So it can't be that bad.
but you never talk about a boneless wing at Denny's. You know, like this is not a territory that people usually partake in. By the way, that's another glass of water, so that's up to 5 drinks, and that's another server visit. So we're up to 12 server visits. Yeah, Jelly just actually left me the pitcher of water here, so we'll see if I might have her take it away. I don't want that to affect the numbers here.
Well, if you pour a glass,
if I put
but you think you're more inclined to drink if it's there.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You know.
All right. Fair.
Okay, so Choke on Fun says he's Ubering to Denny's right now. Get here, bro. Get here. Dude, my future in-laws had dinner here tonight, and they ran away before they could come on camera because I was still interviewing Morton, and they just ran off. I was trying to pull them in. They were the only visitors so far. Morgan sat with me for about an hour at the beginning, and we literally talked about nothing for an hour straight, and it was kind of funny. She basically told me that my dreams of becoming Guy Fieri one day were never going to happen because I can't cook. My argument was
like a stumbling block.
Okay, yes, but here's my argument.
He doesn't cook?
He probably does cook, but not that much anymore. Regardless, that's a different argument. I still think there's appeal for a guy who loves food to travel around the country, eat all this great food, and talk to cool people and like have good conversations. Just because I'm not a chef doesn't mean that I can't have meaningful conversations with people about great food and like their backstory and talk about the experience. But like, I think there's still appeal there. There's some.
Yeah, if you have personality, you know, that would sell more than anything else. But you do trust that chef palate. You know, like when you're eating that boneless buffalo wing, I want you to be like, am I detecting a hint of basil? You know, until you can get the palate to that level, I don't know if a food show's in the cards, my man.
And she was saying like, oh, when we go to this taco place, you're always like, oh, that cilantro is overpowering, and you think you're like Anthony Bourdain, and I'm like, no, I don't. I'm just telling you that the cilantro is
so
overpowering.
Maybe you have that palate. Maybe you have the gift.
I don't know. My fiance doesn't believe in me, so who the heck knows? Choke on Funny says he's doing Uber Eats with Denny, so he's not Ubering here. So gotcha. Makes sense. That Life Cena 472 saying, "What up, Freeze Pops and Lamarca? What's up, dude?"
Cena in the building. Prior to this? What's your experience with the Denny's?
So I was talking about this with Jeff, but when I worked at ESPN, we used to go to Denny's after our Saturday night late shift. A bunch of us would get out at like 3:30, and we always went to Denny's every Saturday night and just crushed Grand Slamwiches for like a whole summer. That was our thing. Saturday night Grand Slammies down at the Denny's in Bristol, Connecticut. It was a great time. I have very fond memories of Denny's, but then after like that part of my life ended, I haven't been to Denny's on a regular basis in years. Yep. I think Morgan and I came here one time for brunch because we tried a bunch of brunch places, and you know the brunch scene. If you don't get a reservation, you're screwed.
Oh yeah,
I mean, you got to plan these things out
right now.
Yeah, big time. Brunch is hot amongst the kids. So we came to Denny's one time because we were hungry. We're like, screw it. And look, love Denny's. And then I was here earlier this week to scout out the location. So I'm a big Denny's fan. I mean, coming out of this, I mean, Denny's might be my favorite restaurant. The way I've been treated like a king. Jelly hooking me up.
I think I've been to Denny's once in my life.
Okay. Well, because diners in New York, that's like a thing.
Big thing. Yeah. And when I was a kid, at least, and we weren't going to a diner and we were going to do like a breakfast thing, it was always IHOP.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So if you were going to go to a chain diner, you would go to the International House of Pancakes.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay.
That was the stomping grounds for the LaMarca family, but it was like 90% diners.
Yeah.
Can't beat a diner. Nowhere else in the world can you get one person who gets like eggs. The other person gets
a steak,
a souvlaki. One person gets a steak, and then the third person gets like, or fourth person gets like escargot. They literally have everything.
Yep.
I've been to diners where the menu is longer than books that I've read.
Legit, dude. So the diner I grew up going to, when I say grew up, it's really the diner I went to like when we were drunk in college, when I'd be home visiting friends, and we'd go there late in high school sometimes for fun. Patriot Diner in Woonsocket, Rhode Island. It was my spot. I love that place. I'm not exaggerating. The menu was like as thick as this notebook. Just like everything you could imagine, like Mexican food, Chinese food, like just every section, just and all of it was okay.
I've had plenty of late night diner runs as well, and to me, my personal go-to, nothing was better after a couple pops than the disco fries.
Ooh, explain.
You know, you get your French fries, melted mozzarella. Sometimes it's melted mozz and cheddar.
Wow.
But mozzarella is the staple. A little bacon on there.
Ooh.
And then a side of brown gravy.
Oh, so we're talking like what are they called?
Poutine.
Poutine. We're talking some French Canadian John right here.
The French Canucks will tell you that poutine is far superior. And I've had
this sounds way better. No, this sounds way better, honestly. Because cheese curds, they're okay.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. I'm like, No. Poutine, delicious. Cheese curds.
But like that's what was so great about the diner was I could get that. My friend would get like a bacon, egg, and cheese and pancakes. Another friend would get a chicken parm sandwich. It was, you can't beat that selection. Where else are you gonna go? And everyone's happy.
Exactly. Amen to that. So while I have you on here, I might as well make sure I don't come in last place in fantasy again.
All right, we'll try to help you.
So what is, and you and I have talked on the Dream Stream at times, and honestly, I have notes that you've written. I mean, that you've said on the air. I've written down because, like, again,
that makes me feel much more important than it should.
Dude, you do this for a living, so I listen. I guess I kind of do this for a living too, but not as much as you do. Fantasy steals. I have a list, literally. Fantasy steals, and it says LaMarca next to it.
Okay.
These are the names. Tell me if you still feel strongly about this. I'll give you the whole list, and then you can tell me. Marvin Jones, Justin Fields, Najee Harris, Michael Carter, Will Fuller, Corey Davis, John Brown, Eric Ebron.
Okay. I would say
that's from like a month, 2 months ago.
Yeah, I would say I'm still very high on Fields. I think as soon as Fields gets the quarterback one job in Chicago, whenever that may be, he's going to be a starting fantasy quarterback. Like the rushing upside at quarterback is just the cheat code in fantasy football leagues. And if you have a quarterback that can get you, 40, 50 yards on the ground and sprinkle in a touchdown every now and again, that means he only has to do so much with his arm, and it is the ultimate cheat code. Najee Harris, still very high on him, but the price tag has come way up. He is now coming off the board as the 11th running back. So you're going to have to take him on average in the second round if you want him, which I'm fine with. But I don't think that that's necessarily like a screaming value like it was at some points earlier in the year. Still very high on Michael Carter.
Okay.
He's going to be the Jets running back one. How valuable that role is remains to be seen. But I believe in the kid as a talent. He was really good at North Carolina last year. Excellent receiver out of the backfield. So he's going to He's going to catch, I would imagine he's going to catch 40 passes or so.
Okay.
And for where you can get him, that's nice. Marvin Jones, perennially undervalued in fantasy. Not sure about the upside so much with Jacksonville, but I do think you can get him as like your 6th, 7th, 8th wide receiver, and he'll pay that price tag off because he does every year. Every year he does better than where people draft him at. Will Fuller, he's probably the guy I've cooled down on the most. I think we can cross him off the list. I mean, he's also pretty cheap. He's wide receiver 39, and on a points per game basis last year, he was a top 10 player. But I do worry that Jalen Waddle might be the real deal. We'll see what happens there. And then tight end was Ebron, right?
Yeah, Eric Ebron, right.
Yeah, tight end is a position where I am paying up almost exclusively in the drafts that I've been doing. I love Darren Waller. Mm-hmm. I am taking Darren Waller in the 2nd round every chance I can get.
Wow.
I don't mind taking Travis Kelce in the 1st round if I can get him.
Wow.
If I miss out on those two guys, my guy is Hawkinson.
Gronkinson, as we call him.
Yes, the baby Gronk. And again, he's not cheap either. He's tight end 6. But in my opinion, he's going to lead the Lions in targets this year. And I think that he has a chance to get into that George Kittle, Darren Waller tier. I don't think he's going to be better than Darren Waller or George Kittle, but I think he can make it close enough that I really like drafting him there. And then once I get past Hawkinson, flip a coin. Tight end or crapshoot after that.
So no Ebron.
I think Ebron's okay. He was good last year, but the Steelers also passed the ball a million times a game. Mm-hmm. So I do think they probably run it a little bit more this year. Obviously, they still have the 3 really talented wide receivers that will cut into his workload. I think we can do better than Ebron. We can do a little bit better.
Okay.
If you want to go with like a pure flyer, pure upside play, Adam Troutman for the Saints. He's coming off the board at tight end 20, and he's one of these, freak athlete tight ends that every team seems to have at this point. So Troutman playing in New Orleans, they obviously now have a hole with Michael Thomas expected to miss some time to start the season. They can't throw every pass to Alvin Kamara. And Troutman is one of these guys that has a potential to be, we could be talking about him in that top tier of tight ends next season. So there's plenty of bust with him, but there's plenty of ceiling too.
Okay, so 2 more names that were on that list that we haven't hit on yet. Corey Davis, John Brown.
Okay. John Brown, still a fan. Love the player.
Okay.
He's fragile. The Raiders, who knows what's going to shake out with their wide receivers. Moose, who was just on, he is big on Bryan Edwards, who was the other rookie that they drafted last year. I think John Brown leads their wide receivers in fantasy points this season. That would be my guess, and you can get him again. He's wide receiver 68, so he's like free. You can take him in the last round.
Right.
Corey Davis, I think you can cross him off the list now. Now that they've drafted a wide receiver and, that wide receiver reportedly looks good at camp, Elijah Moore, not particularly sold on his role. And again, it's the Jets. We probably don't need to draft a ton of Jets this year.
That makes sense to me. So, all right, dude. Well, I've updated the LaMarca ledger here. So
I'm sure I can give you a couple more as we go along in the Madden season. Absolutely. I'll drop a few more names in there. And I should have some fantasy football content that's going to be coming out in the future as well. Not really sure where it's going to come out yet, but I've got some irons in the fire, as they say.
Okay. It's always good to have irons in the fire. And we actually have another DK broadcaster brother here joining us right now. Irons in the waiting room. Adam Kaufman is here.
Guys.
What's going on, dude?
Hello.
So why'd you switch times?
I'm working. I'm still working. Your friendship is keeping me up late. Well, that's not true. I'm already up late. Your friendship is keeping me up later because I still have work after we're done doing whatever we're doing
But
here.
look at that face. How can you say no to that face?
I mean, look, I'd love to sit here and tell you, I'm not tired. I was being considerate, so I let Lamarca go earlier so he could go to bed. Or,
I did appreciate that.
That's what I thought it was, honestly.
Yeah, but I was in the middle of like I'd only got a half hour left in this movie. I had to get through watching, friggin' striptease, and instead nope,
that's what Moose thought it was.
Not it. No, just sitting here working. And
He specifically said he's watching striptease right now.
I'm so animated talking to you right now too that I'm waiting to get a text from my sleeping wife going, "Who are you talking to?" Jake from State Farm. That's who I'm talking to. Good God.
Khakis.
2:30 in the morning. How are you holding up? You've been talking for what, like 6 hours or something?
Dude, I'm actually pretty good. 7 hours and 30 minutes into the broadcast.
He's not even a third of the way through, Kaufman. He better be fresh still.
Yeah. What a nightmare.
I haven't drank a coffee yet.
I buy that. I buy that. You're feeding off adrenaline right now.
Oh, 100%.
Do you have consistent guests all the way through, or do you have a gap somewhere?
Let me think here. And Lamarca, we'll say goodbye. Thank you, sir. I'll let you go to
I thought
bed.
you wanted to stay another half hour. No.
No, I'm done with you.
See you, Maddie.
See you, buddy.
Later.
Lamarca's the best.
He's great.
So,
have you had fun with Moose and Lamarca and whoever else?
Oh yeah, man, it's been awesome. The guests have been fantastic. Like that's what's driving this thing right now for me, and that's why I haven't faded. I think because everyone has just been awesome.
Yes, other than me.
Okay, other than you, Mike Golick Jr. Mike Golick Jr. brought the heat. We talked about pooping basically for 40 minutes.
That's great. That's great. I would have spent the entire time talking about his dad's run and Saved by the Bell the college years.
Wow. Did not even know that happened.
Wait, no, that wasn't him. Who am I thinking of? It's a different former football player. It wasn't
I was going to say, I feel like I would have known that.
No, it was a different football player. Look, I even have the YouTube chat open. Hey, guys, smash that like button.
Yes. Smash it, baby.
Let's see. Hang on. Saved by the Bell, college years. Only ran for 2 seasons. IMDb. I see Choke on Funny. Mike Bizzle. Of course, Bizzle's here. Bizzle sleeps less than we do.
Bizzle said he's going to stay the full 24. So
let's
go.
Leave. I bet he'll leave it open the full 24. Who's this guy? Come on. Looking for his face. Where he's not sure. Oh, Bob Golick. So is Bob
his brother is on. Yeah, that's Golick Jr.'s uncle.
Yeah. See, I would have. All right. So fine. Rewind.
Hey,
I would have spent the entire time talking about his uncle's run on Saved by the Bell at college years, and now we've gone full circle, like my ring light.
We talked about. He used the phrase something like trying to do something with your left hand. Or trying to wipe your ass with your left hand, and I was like, that brings me to a good point. I have experience trying to wipe my ass with my left hand, and that just sent us down a rabbit hole. So we talked way more about poop than I thought I was going to talk about on this. On these, I almost said this on this stream.
I'll tell you what, man,
it was great.
I'll tell you what, my friends and I, some of my closest friends, we go away for a weekend every summer. Obviously, last year was different with COVID. We're going to go away in the fall this year, hopefully, if the Delta variant doesn't prevent that. The plan is to go away mid-September, watch a little football, grill, do whatever we do. But when we go, we do what people do, what friends do when they go away together, especially when it's all dudes. We wind up talking about poop because we'll drink, we'll grill, we'll sit by the fire pit, and right around 2-3 in the morning, it's pretty much an annual tradition at this point. There will be a detailed, graphic, passionate discussion over the various ways a person can wipe their butt, because you would be alarmed. I'm not kidding. You would be shocked to know how many different ways you will find a person that says, this is how you do it. This is the normal way to do it. I mean, you could.
You've just opened up Pandora's box for me
you
here.
You could do like a full, like the one cheek reach under and wipe, right?
That's what I do.
A lot of people do that. Some people will do the kind of half squat and wipe situation.
No.
Other people, a full stand.
What?
Wipe. Yep.
That's psychotic.
No. What's insane, and I know people, Tommy, I know people that do this, is the front wiper. You ever met the front wiper?
What does that even mean?
Reaching from the front under. Reaching from the front, like your knuckles are grazing the poop water.
Oh, God.
Like so disgusting, the front wipers.
I don't even understand
front wipers.
What? How do you get yourself clean that way?
I don't see how. I hope you own a bidet.
Or you're just taking showers after every dump you take.
There are articles, Tommy, written about this.
This is just disgusting.
We have, you know what? Call Golick. Bring him back.
Yeah. Text him. Hey, man.
Let's talk more about this. I have had so many conversations about the way in which somebody should wipe their bum.
Just, wow.
And I've got 3 young kids. I can't tell you how many butts I wipe in a day. So many.
I feel like I want to do more research on this, but I also feel like I don't want to type that type of stuff into Google and see what pops up. I feel like I could get viruses on my computer for doing that.
No, I think that part would actually be fine if you be respectful of the SEO, the search engine optimization, and just like keywords like proper way to wipe your behind, like probably won't give you a virus. What would be alarming is like, what sponsored ads would you get after that? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, probably. Honestly, if we're really digging in on it, probably like diapers, right? Yeah. They'd have to imagine that you're searching that type of stuff for kids. Maybe some, what's it called? Like Metamucil.
I'm just looking at the chat. Viper's here. Thanks,
Viper,
Tom.
What's going on, buddy? He's here. Choke on Funny's here.
Sure.
Matt Fakuda is here.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with Matty.
Mike Bizzle saying,
community guy.
Mike Bizzle saying, dude, Clinton Yates was the best guest. Oh yeah, so Clinton was awesome. And
you know what? I popped on randomly and saw him on with you. He was at a Denny's.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, did you see the great work out of him? Because
how cool was that?
He lives near, like he walks past a Denny's to get to his place. So he was like, I might as well stop by this Denny's.
You know what? It's supportive.
Commit to the bit.
You know
what? It was great.
From around the horn to Denny's with Freeze Pops.
Yeah.
And I bet he had more fun doing this.
Big time. And he won around the horn today. And I still think this was probably his highlight of the day. So
I believe it.
No, the guests have been fun, man. And it's funny. I'm thinking about the beginning of the stream, and I definitely was like a little bit nervous coming out of the gate. But hey, we just got joined by a mutual friend. He's here early. I don't know if he wants to hop on early.
Sure.
But I'm gonna bring him on early.
Great. I don't even know who's after me.
The bad boys of pop.
Look at this guy.
Is here.
What's up, y'all? I was just checking in. I'm not ready yet. Like I've got a whole thing. I've got a whole thing happening back here.
Look at this party. You got a party going on?
Like Adam Kaufman. So guys, really quick, say hello. We are live apparently, but
we're live.
Yeah. No, you're live. You're very live.
We are live.
Be careful.
TommyFreezePops, Tom Carroll, and Adam, the golden voice Kaufman.
You.
Right here.
Hey guys.
Hey, can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, Adam.
How many people are sitting there?
14.
All right. Well, good. You're a perfect sample audience because we were just having a really invigorating conversation
and you guys might be able to help us out. We're gonna get a little personal though. Okay, can we handle getting a little personal? Looks like you guys are having a couple of drinks.
Look,
listen,
Adam literally just laid the ribs down, just laid the brisket down.
Well, now I'm
like, I was about to eat. I was just checking in to make sure Tommy knew I was here for him.
No, we can't ask that question if they're about to eat ribs. We can't do
you
that.
definitely can. Listen, this is really.
I'll answer the question.
Okay. Paulie will answer the question.
They want to know. All right, what method do you use to wipe your bottom?
Like, what is there options?
There are a lot of different strategies we've come to find.
Like, how do I do
Is this what we're doing right now? Is this
I bet if you go all around that table, you will find multiple ways in which people wipe their bottom.
I'm a paper scruncher, and then I wipe front to back, obviously, and then I use a baby wipe.
Layers between you and your bottom.
Wait, you scrunch?
I'm a scruncher.
You don't fold?
No.
But
I'm a
also
scruncher, and then I use a baby wipe.
We're learning things already. You know, baby wipes are important.
Okay, let's move on to Mama Mac. Let's move on to Angelica. Here we go.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm not a scruncher. I'm a folder, but also baby wipes after, just to make
So
sure.
I feel like what we're losing here is really what we meant is like positionally. You
Oh,
know,
I don't.
No, you're sitting down. What do you mean?
Some people
you
stand
just
up.
like lift a little bit.
some people lift one leg, some people stand up, some people crouch, some people go front to back, some people go back to front.
Adam,
I'm sat down.
there are more people that will talk coming up here shortly. But this, in the same sense that sometimes you wipe and you're not quite done, you might call it a cliffhanger.
This is really gross.
Sure.
Yeah, it is. Whoever said that, I agree with them.
I'm going to give you guys a cliffhanger. We'll be back in about 17 minutes. Adam, hang out with us for at least 5 of that, please. Would love to
do my
chat.
best.
Tommy,
All right, kids.
I'll leave you in the waiting room here.
Put us back in the waiting room, Tommy.
So one of my colleagues who lives in the UK,
I just wanted
Callum,
to make sure that we had an impressionable visit, the two of us together.
Dude, I think you made an impression. Those people were very confused. Okay, so we got a few things going on here. First of all, third plate of food coming in hot.
Okay. What'd you get?
But let me see. I think there's. Okay, yeah. All right, this is the correct order. I got the app sampler because someone earlier had asked me to do a review of the mozzarella sticks, and I wanted to give the people what they want. But my thought was, if I'm at a Denny's, I'm not going to just order mozzarella sticks. I'm going to try other appetizers as well in the process. So I think we are waiting still on some sauces that go with these, because you need the tomato sauce as it's listed on the menu, tomato sauce to go with the mozzarella sticks. You also need, for chips and queso, you need the queso to dip the chip. So we went with mozzie sticks, chicken tenders, and chips and queso and buffalo wings. So that's what we're rocking with here. So we'll see.
Have you considered how long it's going to take you to finish this food? Given the given how much talking you have to do, like you can't just sit and eat a meal and let your guests go on and on and on. Not everyone is as verbose as me.
I was gonna say, if I had BK on, I could just
you could
eat the whole time.
You could walk away for a half hour.
By the way, my colleague Callum, who lives in the UK, chiming in saying, "Keep going, Tom, mate. No idea what chat I just turned into." Neither do I, Callum. But thank you for tuning in all the way out there in the United Kingdom. I don't have any forks. All I have are 2 knives and a spoon.
See what Viper wrote?
What did Viper say?
Viper said, "My wife's out of town. Text to see what I'm doing. Couldn't have
Thank
been handled."
you. Can I also get some marinara sauce?
Says couldn't have had a better answer than just talking crap with the guys.
That is exactly what we've been doing here.
Chef's kiss.
Amazing. That's
is.
good stuff, Viper. But what were we talking about? We got sidetracked here.
You and Moose talk
so
about or Lamarca, you guys talk about anything fun?
We talked about. Oh, okay. I told Moose my Mount Rushmore BK sim broadcasters because someone asked me to do that earlier.
Wow.
I said,
"What do you got?"
You, Glash, Emerson, Moose. That's the four.
Are we the four that you work the most with?
I think 3 of those 4 are Emerson. We've done a few sims with, but my thought process was, well, I felt as though
you guys just really hit it off
around it. Well, I do enjoy doing sims with him, but I don't do a ton of them, so it's like a nice treat, you know. I think he's been there from the start. I think he brings his own very unique flavor to it. I think he's good at it, and I just feel like it felt right to me to have both him and Moose in there. I felt like you and Glash were locks for me. Not to gas you up too much, but that was the 4 I went with, and I said the other 2 that I was considering because I didn't consider myself a part of it because that's not fair. Of course, I'm in it if I considered myself. I put Rossi and Lamarca as honorable mentions.
Sure,
because I just work with both those guys so much. Like I personally love hanging out with them. You know.
I think you probably picked the 4 who have done the most sims all time. Although you're making up ground on Emerson fast.
Yeah.
Because he's down to like 2 a week. And you're doing like
I'm over 300 now.
6 a weekend. So
yeah.
Yeah,
what would be your 4?
My 4 just like who's
your Mount Rushmore.
Like how, I mean, just in general, like how are we categorizing it in any certain way? Or just look, Mount Rushmore of people who do mountains, Madden sims?
It is your canvas.
Wow.
Paint as you wish.
Yeah, I mean, I'd go with the same 4 you did because we are among the people that consistently do them now. We're the 4, that are like really the only 4 that have been there from the very, very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably what I would do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm thinking my part of my canvas is defined by longevity.
Mike Bizzle, cough, 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 and Madison.
I would like if ever I have had a failure, it's my inability to convince her to turn on her mic just once. She did
never did it.
She did once accidentally, but not not intentionally, unfortunately. Just wanted her to say hi that one time. Didn't happen.
So when Lamarca was on with me, I forgot we did this. My server Jelly came by, and
your server's name is Jelly.
Her name's Jelly. It's her birthday. She's wearing a tiara.
Oh.
And I turned the camera around, and the 3 of us powwowed to figure out what I should order. So
okay. So this is where you landed.
And this is what we got because I figured it was time to do the review. I do want to wait to do the mozzie review until the marinara sauce comes by. It's called tomato sauce on the menu, so I want to make sure I'm using the right terminology. The queso is actually not bad,
dude. If I was there 24 hours, I might just order the left side of the menu.
Dude,
why pick a singular item? Bring it all. I'm here a while.
Denny's menu is kind of thick, though.
What is their view of you doing this?
They love it. Everyone's been all in.
You're bringing them free publicity.
Yeah.
For 24 hours.
And like the people that have been sitting near me, they all are having fun with it. They're pulling up the YouTube on their phone to be like, "Oh my God, look, he's right there. I'm right here."
Now that being said, is Denny's comping your meals, or are you getting a big bill?
No. I paid. I already have closed out one with my first waitress. Yeah. Our first waitress was Maddie. She stopped by quite a bit. So that's why that over-under on server visits. Actually, I'll pull up the props for you. You can take a look here.
So all Denny's is really doing is like housing you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
which is fine. It's fine.
I know you saw this graphic the other day.
Mm-hmm.
And I forgive me, I forgot which ones you had as locks.
So I said, boy, I'm trying to remember now. I said Great Dane Nation plugs, bathroom trips, and drinks. I put as the locks.
Okay. So
I think those were my locks.
I'm at 5 drinks. I'm at
No
1
coffee.
bathroom trip. Right. No coffees. 5 drinks, 1 bathroom trip, and 13 Great Dane Nation plugs.
We'll see. You'll smash that. Like that.
Yeah.
Forget that.
Yep.
That's
Like, by the way,
count just mentioning that, or is that excluded?
no, that just quick passing mention doesn't count. But by the way,
you
Great
gotta
Dane
actively
Nation,
plug it.
Great Dane Nation, check it out, Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast.
Well, see, now you're just trying to hit the over. Like you have money on this.
No, God, no. So
the one bathroom trip is mildly surprising, but I don't know. I guess if you're distracted enough,
that's the thing. I've been so busy bringing people on. I did take one brief break. I think I'm already losing track of time. I've been doing this almost 8 hours. I did a quick break. I think after we had Rob Parker, I did a quick break because I had a little bit of time because I had told him 20 minutes. I don't know Rob. I just had him on because I know his producer well. So he was able to help me have Rob, and Rob was great. But I told him 20. I kept him 25. So I was like, I'm going to get him out of here.
Yeah.
So, and I needed to go to the bathroom.
To agree to join you again in the future.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't want to irritate him.
He was really good.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at my plate here, and I want to try the buffalo wings, but
I bet they're good.
But here, I'm waiting on my friend Jelly to come back by because I need a fork because they're
me to just go make buffalo wings right now, but I'm tempted.
Well, let's see. It's 2:54 Eastern.
Problem is, it's not like I just if they were in front of me, I'd eat, but it would take me like 45 minutes to make them. I don't think I have that in me right now.
Yeah, and then so when do you sleep today?
Oh man, so I'm going away for the weekend.
Okay.
Tomorrow afternoon, early afternoon. So I got a lot of stuff to bang out before then, which is I'm not doing anything like what you're doing, obviously. Excuse me, but I've been in this chair in front of this wall, not a Zoom background, this wall, doing stuff on my computer for the various places I work for. I've been sitting here since 10 a.m. more or less, with I've gotten up 3 times since 10 a.m.
Don't you love days like that?
Yeah, I mean, I try. I have one of these days a week. This one is next level though. This one is definitely next level. Because I've had so many extra things that I've had to take care of, and today's been a weird day sports wise with obviously NBA trades, NBA draft,
lot of stuff.
NHL free agency, baseball trade deadline tomorrow. There's just NFL training camp. There's been something going on everywhere that it's been dizzying, and I have not packed yet. But that's a problem for the morning.
It is the morning.
Hopefully, man, I'd love to be in bed at 4. That would be awesome. Because I got to be up at 9:30 or something. So that's a short little window of sleep.
Jesus. Well, dude, I'm gonna let you go because I think bathroom trip number 2 is here.
Oh man!
And I want you to be able to get this done in some capacity.
Is Tommy gonna be upset? He demanded I stay for 5 minutes.
Hey, if you're down to stay,
I'll tell you. Well, so if you get up to go to the bathroom, how does this work?
So
just, turn off our video for a minute?
No, yeah, watch this. I do one of these bad boys.
Not to be confused with Bad Boys.
Exactly. Not to be confused with the Bad Boy, who I think inadvertently left the stream, but he'll be back.
Sounds about right.
I put one of these up, and then I mute my mic.
Oh, nice.
And we'll be back in a second here. Is that cool with you?
Sure. Yeah, I'll hang out for 5.
All right, cool. I'll be back. I'm back. Oh, thank you very much.
Okay.
He's
Appreciate
back.
that. I am back.
He's back.
Bad Boys of Pop should be getting back here soon.
I was gonna say he better be back.
What's going on with the
Otherwise,
chat
otherwise
here?
I actually will leave.
I have to imagine. I mean, he was texting me early in the day about it.
Well,
he
you
was,
guys,
he was
text
all
buddies.
he was all excited about it. Yeah, man. Bad Boys and I are tight. So
Maybe he'll
I
put
think-
you in a song.
Would love that.
See?
Absolutely love that. While we wait for the Bad Boys, I'm going to try the mozzarella stick.
Bizzle says you're a good guest, Koff, but Yates still owns the throne so far. I'm comfortable with that.
I mean, look, he committed to the bet, you know?
Yeah, I mean, look, I didn't leave. I didn't go anywhere.
He hasn't moved in how many hours did you say?
I've been sitting here for the better part of
14 hours?
15 hours. Like cumulatively, I have been out of this chair for maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes tops.
Well,
oh, there he is.
You're going to get to leave soon, Koff. Bad
Yeah.
Boys of Pop is here. What's going on, buddy? How's Palm Springs?
Palm Springs is absolutely amazing. I mean, if you take a look behind me, you will see the beautiful pool. We got the palm trees. We got we got all the things over here. All the
This
things.
is nice. Whose house did you break into?
Well, Koff, if I told you that, you might break into it next week, and I want to be here next week, not you.
There you go.
You know what? We can show up together. We'll broadcast from the same spot.
That's fair.
If we get caught, we're all in it together. We all share the punishment, though.
I think that's reasonable.
I just sent everybody else inside, by the way, because they're all being really loud, and they've had lots of beverages, lots of Diet Cokes.
As I say.
I think on this particular stream you can say what they've been drinking.
We can call it beer here. And cocktails, wine, Chardonnay, sarsaparillas.
we had a fella create a beverage called a Capin. I call it a capoeira.
So what?
More of a fight move, capoeira, right? But
Sure.
it's like
That was in Street Fighter, I think.
Hold on, I'll grab this for you. I'll show you the. I'll show you. Okay, so it's made from this specific rum.
Okay.
Right? It's a special
Green.
kind of
Celtic
rum.
green.
Something green. Kachaka. I don't know. Anyway, it's made with that and muddled lime, and it's quite delicious.
It's actually absinthe.
Yeah, exactly.
It might be.
It's gonna make you go blind.
I'm losing my sight already.
It's illegal in most countries. You gotta be careful.
So you guys have been on a podcast together before, correct?
We have his podcast.
Yeah.
Me and Rossi went on.
Oh, Rossi was in the mix as well.
Yeah.
Adam is an official bad boy of pop.
Wow.
He is.
Listen,
That
I've
is-
said many times that in an alternate life, I would love to have been in a boy band.
And really quick, guys, I just want to let you know. So Tommy, you've been sitting at Denny's for how many hours now?
Going on 8 hours and 2 minutes.
Okay, you're a third of the way there, bro. You're almost you're rocking and rolling. How are you feeling?
I feel really good at this point. I think the last 12 is really going to be brutal. It's going to be a steep fall.
Well, hopefully the last 11, because Adam and I are here with you now. We're gonna make this nice and smooth and easy for you, like a great bowel movement. I'm double fisting. I do have America representing some America. Can I show
There you go.
The
St.
Olympics
Louis
are going on right now.
Also,
St. Louis, Missouri.
That's
also
true.
America and Mexico. So gonna be double fisting, popping them both live for you.
Good on
We'll
you.
be sure to finish both of these before this segment ends.
Oh my God, I love the commitment. I am on drink number 5. Let me see if I have that written down. Yep. This is
But have you had
water
any
number
of those?
5. Actually, no, water number 4 and then 1 Sprite. So at a certain point, I'm going to have to start mixing in some caffeine because I'm going to fade. At some point in time, it's going to happen.
It's gonna happen. Tommy, how many Diet Cokes have you had?
None. 0. No real Diet Cokes or fake Diet Cokes.
What are you drinking? Iced tea? Lemonade?
Just water. Water at this point.
Water's not going to do it, bro.
Now you got to go next level.
Yeah.
You think?
Adam, am I right?
Take it up to sparkling water at least.
So you guys think I should start hitting the caffeine hard like right now?
I don't think you need. I don't think you got to hit it till you need it.
You don't have to hit it hard. Slide into it with like a real Diet Coke,
Yeah.
and then level up to like a little Sprite just to bring it back a little bit, and then you go to a regular Coke. Next thing you know, you're on a Mountain Dew,
Okay.
and then you're all hooked up on Mountain Dew.
Love to get hopped up on the dew. Absolutely.
I do see myself drinking like 4 cups
Did
of
you
coffee.
wait, Tommy? Did you say Deucey?
No.
I think.
Well,
you just
actually, I said
Deucey.
Deucey, so Deucey. Yeah, I did. I did inadvertently say Deucey, who will be joining me at 8 a.m. Eastern here.
We'll see.
On
We'll
the
see if
Diner
that
Show.
works. We'll see if that, he may be up.
I hope
Who
so.
knows?
He's probably watching tennis somewhere.
Yeah,
in the
I
world.
have mild confidence in that happening.
Adam, when we were on, did I show you? Did I show you one of my tattoos? Did I show you my 2 cents?
I don't know.
Oh, I
if
like
you did.
that. I like that.
That was pretty good.
Literally walking down Hollywood Boulevard after going to a fun scavenger hunt, and obviously the Diet Cokes were served on the tour, and I was like, I feel like it's time for a new tattoo. I've got well, you guys have never seen these, but I'll show you. So I've got the Tommy Mac right there, the Kryptonite. Adam, you love Superman.
Who doesn't?
Right, you're digging this right with the Kryptonite. Okay, burning it. All right, and then you got the No Authority, right there, the NA, and
Oh, love that.
there's the music note, all this business, and the faith is right there, and so I was like, I need something new. So I just walked in there and I sat down. And I was like, I don't know what I want yet. And I reached in my pocket. I had a penny. I was like, you know what? Let's just put this on my wrist. Let's just toss it on there. And I asked them if they could make it 1979.
There you go.
From my
Smart.
birth year, right?
Sure.
So
Yeah.
heads and tails right there. Lincoln's looking a little bit more like I don't know, a character from South Park these days. But
see, now you can hit people with your 2 cents. You can do
just hit him in the face with your wrist.
Yeah, I mean there are endless options.
I don't have you have a bunch of DVDs. You could like smack somebody with DVD. You could bobble them. You could bobble them. What is your best move, Koff?
My best move with my DVDs?
Yeah. No. Adam Kaufman is a Mortal Kombat fighter.
Oh man.
What is your best move? What is your finishing move, Koff?
I mean, Sub-Zero was great. Scorpion, great. You had to respect those finishing moves. Johnny Cage was a guy I really enjoyed being, but not the best finisher.
Mm-hmm.
Just sort of the love for the fact that the character was modeled after Van Damme. Real crime that he wasn't in that first movie. Instead,
You
of
love
Colonel
Van Damme.
Guile in Street Fighter. I do love Van Damme. I'm partial to Van Damme. Man.
No, but Koff, your finishing move.
Yeah, I love or not a fighter, man. I'm not short of the short of that semester or two of karate back in college as an elective,
Tommy, I know what Koff's finishing move is.
What's that? What do you got?
He brings him down to the basement. he puts on one of the worst episodes, one of the worst versions of what was that racing movie that just was so popular?
Fast and the Furious.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He puts on FF1.
Sure.
And he pretty much
just fall asleep.
You throw a couple of ground Skittles at them.
Yeah.
And then
wow.
And then
this is
that's
elaborate.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Fast and the Furious 1, ground Skittles, sitting there with Kaufman, holding your hand, watching Fast and the Furious. What more could you not want to happen to you?
It sounds like the dream right there.
It sounds like a nightmare.
It sounds terrible. Yeah, I don't want that to happen to anyone as a human being that loves life.
I wouldn't even want that to happen to Deucey.
And now we know what happened to Paul Walker.
Wow, rest in peace. And with
May
that,
he rest
Koff,
in peace. Yeah,
I'm gonna let you go.
I'm gonna go. You guys hang out.
Koff.
And
love you, brother.
All right. Have
Koff,
good luck.
always fun, man. Appreciate you. Love you, buddy.
Sure. Tommy, I'm gonna periodically check in, see how you're doing.
I appreciate
I'll do the
that,
same.
buddy.
I'll do the same on the streams. I
All
promise.
right, see ya.
Cool.
Take
See you,
care.
Koff. Koff's gone. Now we can get to the real business, baby.
Out. All right,
So
Tommy.
what's going on, dude? Like what? So Palm Springs is rocking. You guys got 14 people in the mix. What's been the day like? I feel like you're like on a different level right now, and I absolutely love it.
I'm definitely feeling there are those periods in your life where you're kind of feeling the vibration, you're on the rise. Life is a roller coaster. Sometimes you're on the way down, sometimes you're on the way up, sometimes you're in the middle doing little
That's what we're doing right now.
Well, it sounds to me like you're on the way down, bro. Like you got to sit there for another 12 hours. But I'll say this. The fact that you are standing up to it and actually following through and doing it, you are truly a captain. Thank you for that. The Bad Boys of Pop shout there. I appreciate that.
Of course, man.
No, but real talk though. Yes, great things are happening. I'm actually here in Palm Springs. So Eric from my podcast, you've seen Eric Stretch, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So this is actually Eric's house in Palm Springs.
Okay, cool.
Eric and Rob, his partner, this is their place. And they were so gracious to let us come down. So I came down with Wifey and a couple of friends of ours who I might bring out here in a few minutes. They got some really cool things that are coming up. Can't really tell you what that is right now due to contractual agreements. Can't really speak on that. But you can meet them. You can say hello to them. You can talk to them. You ask them questions. Don't pry too much though, please, Tommy, because I don't want them to accidentally give up something they shouldn't give up. Fair.
We'll keep it on the level.
But yeah, I'm here, and then this whole crew goes back to LA tomorrow, and I stay here. They're putting me up in a hotel tomorrow night, and then I'm shooting on Saturday for a film, and then I got to drive back Saturday night, and then have a 4:30 a.m. call time on Sunday to go up to North Hollywood to shoot something else. So I've been busy. I just finally signed with a voiceover agent after 12 years. I made my first voiceover. For anyone wanting to get involved in voiceover, let me tell you this: it's a very tough business. I made my first voiceover demo 12 years ago, and this is after being signed to Michael Jackson, after being signed to Madonna, after being part of lead singer of a huge boy band. After all these things, I waded through this world, and when it's all said and done, it's a very small community, but it's a very tight community, and it's hard to get in there. And I finally, here's a crazy story, Tommy. So finally, a few weeks back, I got the agent. I got signed to this agency for voiceover, right? The next day I woke up and I was sick as a dog. My voice was gone. I was congested.
Oh, man.
I literally, I was done. I was done for. Like, I had to cancel everything for about a week. I missed my wife's aunt's 60th birthday. I missed my brother's birthday on the 4th of July. I've been to every single birthday since I've lived in LA. I've been to every single birthday. I missed that. I missed all these things. And the crazy thing was, the next day, I signed on Thursday. She wanted something on Friday, and then she emailed me and said, "Tommy, we're not getting off to a very good start. I don't like how this is looking." And I was like, please don't take this as gospel. This is not how it should go. This is an anomaly, right? So please just hang in there with me. And she hung in with me, and she sent me some pretty amazing auditions since then.
That's awesome.
I feel like with every single audition, with every single time you go, Tommy, you know this, every single time you go and do something, you get better at it.
Yeah. Got to
Right?
do your 10,000 hours. That's how Malcolm Gladwell said it best.
10,000 hours, we'll round it off, whatever you want to do, right? Yes, a grandiose statement like that obviously is going to stick, but it really comes down to the moment where you are not only comfortable, but you are a master of what you're doing. And when you can control words and not let them control you, that's when you know you're ready to start trying. That's when you're ready to start trying. And then to get good, Tommy, you come from the same background, right? Like you use your voice as your tool. Have you given I don't want to repeat something you've done, but have you given your background to anybody tonight as far as
No, actually, I haven't gone through that, but I can definitely run through that because it hasn't been touched on.
I'm sorry, I am an interviewer. I am a podcast.
Dude, I love it.
By nature. I had JoJo from Kiss FM, JoJo on the radio. I've heard of JoJo. Yeah, from iHeartRadio. JoJo. No one had ever interviewed him. He's interviewed everyone from Michael to Janet to like literally everyone, right? Yeah. And didn't mean to just mention the Jackson family, but literally everyone. But no one had interviewed him. I interviewed him. So when I come to you and ask you to talk about your background, please know it comes from a true place. This is just what I do. So
Tommy, I appreciate it because look, I'm 8 hours and 15 minutes into this thing. I don't have to think as hard to talk about myself. I have to think way harder to ask the questions. So I'm very happy to be interviewed by you.
Tommy, really quick though. I'm going to make this a little more difficult.
Okay.
When I raise this one up, when I raise it, you have to say Murica.
Okay. So Murica.
And when I raise this one up,
Mexico.
Okay. Now, don't let me catch you slipping. What you got there? What you chowing down on?
Little boneless buffalo wing.
Nuggets.
Okay.
Those are called nuggets, bro.
It's a nugget.
Yeah.
It's
not a sandwich.
It's definitely not a sandwich. If we put this thing on a hot dog roll, it would be a sandwich. I digress. So
Fair.
When I went to college, I went to Emerson College in Boston, and I thought I was going to be like the next great columnist. I thought I was going to be the next Bob Ryan writing for the Boston Globe, Mexico. And it just didn't happen. I got there and I got into the radio thing. I just kind of fell into it. It became something that I filled in on a radio show, Murica, and my buddies were like, we need someone. And I filled in and right away fell in love with it. I was like, this is what I'm going to do the rest of my life. So I still did writing throughout college, and it was fun, and I still love writing, and having the ability to be a good writer is important in this business, even if you're not writing articles. But radio it was.
Writing and reading are two different things, though. Right?
Totally.
You can be the best copywriter in the world, but if you can't deliver it, you can't deliver it.
That's right. It's definitely a different discipline. So when I set out to get a job in this business, radio was everything I did in college with my own show, and I did internships at WEEI in Boston and Fox Sports Radio out in LA. I interned with the Bruins in their front office just to kind of get some sports credibility. So I had a nice little package for these companies to take in and decide, okay, am I going to hire this guy? Is he going to get one of these entry-level jobs? And EEI brought me back on as a part-time producer. So I was working nights. Oh, Murica, Mexico, Murica. So I was working overnights, producing Red Sox post-game shows, and then I'd stay late and do all the pre-production for the morning shows. And on the weekends, I was working for a small station out in Worcester, Massachusetts, doing
Worcester.
Welcome to Worcester.
Worcester. Hey, kid.
Did you ever play Worcester in your time?
Yeah.
Of course. Down at the Centrum.
One of my favorite shows that was doing Lowell Memorial.
Oh, nice.
Auditorium, I believe it was called, because all my family was there. All the McCarthys were there, and that was a wild. Yes, they came to the big amphitheater shows, but to see everyone there so close to their own homes, they didn't have to drive 30 minutes. They literally walked over. But they were close enough. But all the McCarthys, the firefighters, the police, that's my family. Yeah, they came to the show, and I loved it. Tommy, really quick, I'm going to grab something, but I'm listening. I'm in earshot. Okay. I'm just going to step just over here for a second to grab a lighter to light my cigar, and I'll be right back. But I'm listening, so please continue.
I will continue to give you the story
of the Freeze Pops.
Yeah, so graduated from Emerson, got the job at WEI, part-time producer, working as an update anchor in Worcester, Massachusetts on the weekends for Holy Cross football, Worcester Sharks hockey, and had a lot of fun. Did both those jobs for about a year. Worked a lot, didn't sleep a lot. Got a job at ESPN as a part-time production assistant. Sorry, not part-time, full-time production assistant. Just working my butt off on a million different broadcasts. Did that for 2.5 years. Cable cutting crisis happened. A million people got laid off. I was one of them. Took that as an opportunity to move back to Boston to produce the Celtics. Did that for a little over a year, maybe a year and a half. Tommy's back. No shirt.
Yeah.
He's got the cigar in his mouth. He's ready to roll.
I'm in business now.
He's ready to rock. He's in Palm Springs. So moved back to Boston. Was producing the Celtics. I produced, I think,
Tommy,
10 Pats games.
I wanted to make your stream PG-13.
There you go.
Some, anyway.
The nipples are here, fam. So did the Celts, did the Pats, was doing stuff at 98.5 The Sports Hub. It was fun. And then I had an opportunity to move out here to St. Louis. So did that to get some more on-air experience. Was working on the morning show at the ESPN affiliate for over 2 years, and then the pandemic happened. Jobs go away, and then luckily, about 2 months after I got let go from the station here in St. Louis, I was hired by Vegas Insider to work as Morton Andersen's co-host and producer of the Great Dane Nation podcast, which that counts as a plug, so I'll mark that down. Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now,
And
are these over-unders actually being monitored?
By me, yes.
Why wasn't there a DraftKings bet available?
Huge miss by DK to not get in on the action there.
Misfire.
Huge miss to not have odds on these. So yeah, man. So I was doing the pod, and then my friend Madison came to me and asked if I wanted to join the DK squad as a broadcaster. I said yes, and now here I am today doing both jobs, and I love it.
So Madison came out of the sky like an angel.
Mm-hmm. She sent me an Instagram DM and said, "Hey, I know this sounds weird, but I think this would be a great job for you." And she sent me the link, and I was like, "What am I watching right now?" And it was a Madden simulation where the guys were not talking about what was happening. I'm like, why am I watching a Madden game? But I don't even remember who the broadcasters were.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, why are they talking about Superman right now?
Yeah, it's weird when it gets into food, but
Yeah.
you know, when it's a slow game. But here's my thing, Tommy. Here's my thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand there are a lot of people driving. There are a lot of truckers, I think, that are fans, that are big fans.
Yeah.
And when they can't hear the calls, they're just hearing things about sandwiches.
Yeah. No, and I do feel bad for them. By the way, Callum out in the UK asking, has the over on napkins landed yet? We're actually way under where I thought we'd be on the napkins. I need to add one. I'm only at 4 napkins, Callum. So
Callum, that's because Tommy's a nasty mofo. Why? He uses his hand.
No, I think it's because like subconsciously I'm trying not to like get food all over my equipment. So I'm being a much more clean eater than normal. Also, my buddy Andy Brightman, a weatherman down in Louisiana, checking in. I'm back. He's getting up early for the morning show. So thanks for joining us, Brightman. Appreciate to have you back on here. So yeah, man, I understand that. I think that we should cater more to the people that maybe don't have their eyes on the product. America. So wait, I'll give you that. I'll give you the other one. I thought you were going for the other can there. Oh, we're going for the cigar. Mexico. So we do have quite a few truckers that listen. They kind of use us as their soundtrack for those long drives. So keep that in mind. That's good stuff.
I also want to ask.
Sure.
When you came in, were you prepared for what the chat was going to throw at you?
No. I had like no expectation for what that chat was going to be like.
Mm-hmm.
I remember during one of the interviews, they mentioned, "Oh yeah, you know the chat is this," and some guys pay attention to it more, and then some. I forget. Someone else was like, "Yeah, don't let them get to you," and blah blah blah. And I'm like, what are they talking about? Like, yeah, of course I'll ignore a chat if I, feel like it. Like it's to me, it was a non-thing. And then once you're in the world, you're like, oh, like it's like half the job, understanding how to deal with the chat.
Once you catch one Linden bomb, you're like, wait a minute.
100%.
You get a choker, you're like, oh, right. I mean, you know what, Tommy? Look, can we take this opportunity to shout out some of our favorite people in the DK Sim fam?
Shout them out.
Angelica, Eliza, Angelica, can you shut that, please? Can you shut it? Sorry. No. I said, can you shut it, please? Yeah, thank you. Not the cue for you guys to come out. Not yet. We're not presenting you yet. We're talking to DK Sim fam right now. DK Sim fam. We've got Choker. We have Lindenbaum, the original mayor, Greg Coffin. Who were some of your favorite people to?
I mean, I'm loving the DK Sim fam that's here with me right here on the Vegas Insider TV YouTube channel right now. Mike Bizzle.
Who's here?
Mike Bizzle's in the building.
Mike Bizzle.
Jordan Warren is in the building.
Jordan Warren, my man. Love to see you.
Love both those guys. Matt Fukuda was checking it out earlier. Shout out to Matt. Choke on Funny was there.
I don't recognize Matt Fukuda.
He pops in from time to time.
Okay. All right.
James Colthard checking in saying, nice to see you, Tommy Mac. Great to put a face with a name. So there you go.
James is, James, I feel like in my mind, he's always winning. And
he is. He's really good at it.
Here's my what I meant by that is even when he's in a game where he's not doing well, he's still giving great. There's a great energy in the sim.
Great energy in the sim. There's always a great energy
when he's there, right? Whether he's winning or not, there's a great energy in the sim. Yes. From downtown.
I love it. We get a little Marv Albert in the building here. Mike Bizzle saying, Tommy Mac, I'm seeing fish in Chula/forum. Would love to see you.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, Bizzle. But
I figured he wrote that because he probably I read that thinking you'd know what that meant.
And by the way, guys, I've got some weird, crazy stuff going on here. This is for the role that I have to play this weekend. Usually I'm not this forlorn looking. Usually I'm a little bit more dapper.
Can you tell us what you're going to be acting in, or is that not able to discuss?
For the fam, absolutely, I can tell you about it. It's simply this particular thing is just for a USC thesis film. They reached out to me. Apparently, they had seen an audition that I had done at some point in the past 3-4 years, and they had an actor pull out last minute, and they were like, "Can you come? Can you get tested for COVID tomorrow?" I was like, "Yeah." So this was last week, right? So I did that, and then they were like, "Oh, by the way, we also need you next weekend." And I was like, "Well, I'm shooting something on Sunday in North Hollywood, so I'm gonna have a hard time being in Palm Springs on Sunday and in North Hollywood on Sunday because I was, dude, literally, I have to get up at 4:30 on Sunday. So tomorrow I go to the hotel. Saturday we shoot. I'm gonna drive, I don't know, 95 miles probably back home. I have to get up at 4:30, go to North Hollywood, shoot there, and then come back, and then I'll probably host a few Trivia Hub games. Well, I do. I host. Can I say Trivia Hub on here?
Yeah. Oh, no doubt. Yeah.
Okay.
And I want to get in the mix on that too.
I would love to have you there. I think you'd be an amazing addition. Definitely an amazing asset there. So yeah, I'll come back. I'll have a few games. The podcast, obviously. By the way, we just did an amazing episode. So Eric, my co-host, my old bandmate, the man that owns this house, the reason that we're here this evening, he is a huge fan of Saved by the Bell. How do you feel about Saved by the Bell?
So you caught me mid-chip.
Sure.
But
I meant to do that.
I've never actually seen the show, but America. But when I lived in LA for about 4.5 months,
You've never seen Saved by the Bell?
Never seen it.
Good Lord.
I'm just a little bit out of the range of when it was on. By the way, Viper taking off for the night. Says good luck. Rest of your show, buddy. Sim family. Later. Viper. Peace out.
Thank you for joining the Freeze Pops. He appreciates you. We appreciate you for being here. He's on a mission.
We will see Viper probably later today. He's a loyal guy. But anyways, so I've never seen Saved by the Bell. But when I lived in LA, and you and I have talked about this, I used to go to Dimples all the time in Burbank, the karaoke bar. And one of the essential members of that cast used to hang out at Dimples, Mexico. People that are just jumping in on this interview are like, "Why is he saying those countries?"
Okay,
and sorry, those are Easter eggs for the people that were here from the start. You're not going to get to know that.
Fair.
Mr. Belding used to hang out at Dimples.
Dennis Haskins, yes.
Dennis Haskins. So I hung out with him a handful of times. He was in love with one of the waitresses there.
Kim was her name.
He loved Kim. And so I never watched the show, but I have a picture with Dennis Haskins. There's like a group pic from back in the day. If my buddy Brightman's still listening, he'll know what I'm talking about. But that's my connection.
Tommy, you know that I know Dimples because I literally, as soon as my boy band broke up, I went to Sal and said, I need to work. And he's like,
whoa, baby.
Yeah, baby. And he's like the Hugh Hefner of the Valley, right? Anyway, Kim was a near and dear coworker. Dennis had a huge crush on her, and I think probably still does to this day. Anyway, the episode was great. It was episode 113, and because of 13, there were some special things that happened within it, featuring wardrobe things and unexpected issues at the end. Anyway, Tommy, I do see that we're running into time for is it Lamarca coming on?
No, so actually the guest that's supposed to be joining us right now is in the Ukraine. His name's Paul Bovey. He's a handicapper from Vegas Insider. And he's no-showing on me here. So that would be the first no-show if he does. So if you want to keep hanging out, as long as you want to hang out, you're more than happy to.
I am more than happy to and welcome to. Tommy,
it's late. I'm almost 9 hours into this. Here, I'm going to text Paul, though, just to make sure that he isn't trying to get in or something and can't.
But just so you know, from the very beginning, I told you, I've got you, bro. I'm not going to let you slip.
That's why I love you.
I'm not going to let anyone, get on here and just see you eating bacon or grits without anyone to talk to, or how many waitress visits have you had or waiter visits have you had so far?
So actually, this is a good time to pull up the over-unders we've had so far. So we're looking at right now, server visits are at 12 for 8.5 hours into this thing. The over-under, as you can see on the screen, is 23.5. So I think we're going to shatter that.
Definitely going over on that.
Yep. But, I mean,
we might be looking at the first guest no-show.
I think I'm going to put a tally mark there. I mean, unless Paul even if he does try and get in late at this point, I mean, he's 5 minutes. It would be 5 minutes late, so maybe that's not too bad. But let's say he tries to log in like an hour from now. I think that still counts as a no-show. What do you think?
I agree. And if he comes in now, you know what? He's going to have to deal with a 3-man booth and potentially a 6-man booth, because I don't have 14 people here. I have 3 other people here. Very special guests, people that you guys will be seeing very soon.
Yeah.
On Netflix. I can't reveal too much. Tommy, I've told you. Well, we can let them kind of reveal their secrets as they may, but I can't say anything due to an NDA. So I'm not going to give that away.
If you want to welcome them in at any point, you're more than welcome to do so. I see. I got it right this time.
First things first, though. Just want to really quick make sure that we're on point here.
Mexico. You're Mexico.
Kind of feels like it's almost like a word. right? Like on the Madden streams, there's a word that gets said for people that don't know. There's a word that gets said. So when I go like this,
America.
So
America.
Right. And that kind of feels like Madden After Dark a little bit, doesn't it? What are you chopping on there, bro? What is that? What do you got?
So earlier in the night, Mexico, we had someone on the chat say, "Hey, can you do a review of mozzarella sticks?"
Yes.
So I thought, I'm not going to just order mozzarella sticks from Denny's. If I'm going to do mozzarella sticks, I'm going to get an app sampler. I'm going to try a bunch of different items so that I can give solid review. And I'll do so right now. The mozzie sticks were the best thing on the plate. They're actually really good. The sauce that you dunk them into, not fantastic, but what are you going to do? You're at Denny's. The next thing is the chips and queso.
They still call it marinara, so it still has the same name. It's just not as good as
actually. They call it tomato sauce,
and that's why it's bad. That's why it sucks.
Then I went with the chips and queso. This is an app sampler. You get 4 things. The chips and queso are actually pretty good too. I'm not gonna lie. Both items, the chip and the queso, both good. The buffalo wings, the boneless buffalo wings, not my favorite. It doesn't really even taste like buffalo sauce. I don't know. They're okay. I don't want to be too critical. They're not. Yeah, you said it, not me.
They're bad.
And the chicken tenders actually aren't bad. They're not like award-winning chicken tenders per se, but the barbecue sauce that they have here to dip them in, very good, and that saves the day really. So
Tommy,
here's 3 for 4.
Here's the test. Bring up a tender and tilt it. If it leans, that's a piece of a tender. Like a full tender. If you bring up a full tender, if it leans, no thank you. If it stays strong, it's
so
good.
This is the last piece of the last tender.
Ah.
They're all like very crispy. Like none of those would. No, all of those would fail the lean test, meaning they're good.
Okay. Not sure what that meant. That kind of sounds like how Ops has been doing lately on Madden, but
How dare you? It's 8 hours and 40 minutes into this thing.
I dare.
If I want to use a double negative, I will use a double negative.
I dare because I care. That's why. And I'm sure that I've got some Lindenbaums and chokers of the world that would back me up on that. But look, we're not here to talk Madden. In fact, I want to know how many people on the stream are here because of Great Dane Nation.
Oh, I think you plugging it counts as a plug. So there we go.
How many people are here because of Great Dane Nation? You're freezing, Freeze Pops.
Or looks like we lost both pictures there for a second. Or America is a DK Sim fan member.
Okay.
So, look, it's a loyal fam. I love the DK Sim fam. DraftKings has been amazing to be a part of. No regrets on my end. I love supporting them any way I can. So.
And really quick, just to make sure, in case people may have missed it, Great Dane Nation is available on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and all your favorite platforms. Is that right?
Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts. Great Dane Nation. Check it out. You can check us out on Instagram. Check us out on Twitter. Subscribe on Apple Podcasts. Subscribe on Spotify.
Speaking of Great Dane Nation, who is the star of that show?
Morton Andersen, baby.
And tell me about his voice and what makes his voice so special.
The best part of Morton's voice is that he's Danish and he has a Danish accent. And having a Danish accent is like the best accent you can have. It's so unique. There's no other country, Mexico, that sounds like a Danish accent. It's just like taking your basic English accent and elevating it to like the nth degree.
It reminds me of when I was recording our second record, and we had some Danish producers. We had Cutfather and Joe, and it was funny because they knew that my mother's name was Susan, right? So if I'm in the booth and I'm doing something that they don't like, they're like, "Listen, tell me, what would Susan do? What would Susan do?" Just imagine that I'm Susan, right? Like they were giving me all this life, giving me all this crazy shit, and I'm like, "Susan? What do you mean, Susan?" Right? It was fucking insane. But you hear the way that the accent leads in. It like leans directly in.
You can use that accent, and it will just bring you wherever you want to go. Like it's if you need it to be super serious and teach you life lessons, it can do that. If you need it to be life of the party, it can do that. If it needs you to be introspective, it can do that. I mean, it's a fantastic accent. It covers the whole spectrum.
The Danes, they've got like they lean into it with the Susans and the Tommy. You got to get a little more into it. You got to get less the bass, a little more treble, and you got to lean into it. You got to give me some Susan. I saw Susan on the billboard. I want some more Susan. So to give you an actual reference, there's a song called "I'm Telling You This" on the No Authority record, called No Authority. It was a self-titled record. And there's a whole story there. Don't know if we have enough time to get into that today, but there's a whole story there about the records and why one was R&B, produced by Rodney Jerkins. You know Rodney Jerkins, right? You know what I mean?
I've heard the name.
So the first album was Rodney Jerkins, and the album was called Keep On. The second album was called No Authority, and that was a more European record. So you would think those records actually should have been flipped when you think about how the music really ran, right?
Usually your self-titled album is your first album.
Correct. And then a second record called Keep On makes sense. And you go from pop to R&B. And anyway, we were recording a certain piece of the song, and I want to say it was Nick, Joe, asked me. He's like, "Tommy, do you believe in how you're singing this?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "But can you sing it a little bit differently? Can you sing it just a hair differently?" And I was like, "Okay." He's like, "Sing it like this." And he gave me kind of a robotic version of how he wanted me to sing it, right? And I was like, "Okay, I don't want to sing it that way." But in his mind, he's producing this. He already has in his head. He knows where that's going to go, right? So I did it the way he wanted to do it. And when I heard the finished record, mastered record, it had this crazy like flange and effect and like reverb. And it did something that clearly he saw coming that I didn't see, because my scope as an artist is I sing it, and if I'm not producing it, somebody else has to produce it, right? But most singers don't ever give that allowance, right? They're so concerned with being perfect. So I think the moral of the story is sometimes we have to let someone else tell us what they want from us to make us better in the long run. And also Great Day Nation.
Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. That's another plug for the over-unders. No, I completely agree with you, man. A fresh set of eyes or different set of eyes, Mexico, America, is very important.
America's done.
Crush that thing, baby. America. Just like we're crushing over in Tokyo right now. Yeah. Winning all those golds.
Is your boy in the waiting room? Is he here from Vegas, or what is he doing?
So he's in the Ukraine. So it's about 11:30 in the morning in the Ukraine, Mexico. So I don't know what's happening. I haven't heard from him. I think he's no-showing on me, which is fine. Look, it was bound to happen. If you're doing a 24-hour stream and you have a guest for almost every single time slot, you're bound to get a miss. By the way, Mike Bizzle was asking, am I still on water or did I get another Sprite? Still on water. I might get another soft drink at some point here.
Tommy, how long do you have to go? Till 7 p.m.?
7 p.m. Eastern now.
Eastern. Okay, so 10 more hours.
Yeah.
Okay. Sprite's a delicious, refreshing beverage right now for you. That's the choice.
By the way, my next guest, since it seems like Paul's going to no-show on me from the Ukraine, it's just maybe he's got Ukrainian things going on. It's cool. Big brother Jake, a mentor of mine in the industry. I worked with him at Fox Sports Radio. He's now like a media mogul of his own. He's got his own podcast. He works with the Clippers and the Kings, and he does stuff with Podcast One. He's a beast. He'll be joining me at the top of the hour here, but we're hanging out with the bad boys of pop. He was a member of No Authority. Are you still technically a member of No Authority? Like, how do you say former member of No Authority, or you just member? Like, how does that work with a band that isn't together anymore? How do you know what I mean? Like, what do you call yourself?
That's a fair question. Technically, I still am the lead singer of No Authority.
There you go.
So yes, if No Authority ever tours again,
mm-hmm.
I will be eating that up like you're chopping down on that. And Tommy, I will give you a few little crazy insights.
Mm-hmm.
So with my group, there were a couple of people. There are two guys that don't get along very well. One of them owns his house. One of them is not here, but
clearly because they don't get along. I feel like that guy wouldn't want him at his house.
I would love nothing more than to get back on the stage and give those No Authority fans something brand new and something fun, or even just revisit, all the nostalgia. Like for me, my first concert ever was New Kids on the Block,
mm-hmm.
right? My first album I ever bought was New Kids on the Block. So I remember being 8 years old, standing on a stage, standing on a coffee table with a hairbrush, singing, please don't go, girl, right? And who would have thought that 10 years later, I would be standing in front of 40,000 people?
It's amazing.
In my own boy band, right? Like life is wild, man. But anyway, as much as I really want No Authority to come back and do something fun, I don't. I mean, life surprises you all the time, but I don't think that's in the cards. I've been talking to Brian from Color Me Bad, which I'm sure you're going to call me bad. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to size you up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dude! But have you ever heard? There's a song they have called "Remember When." Have you heard that one?
You want to sing a line or two? Maybe I can remember it.
Nothing could be harder to believe.
I know that song.
When
yes.
It's only that's needed to be free.
Yep.
Free. Right. I'm only getting by on them free.
That's good stuff, man. This is why he is who he is, folks. The bad boys of pop. Tommy Mac.
I'm talking to Brian about doing some stuff because his group is now trying to tour as Color Me Bad without Brian. It's like Color Me Bad is not Color Me Bad without Brian. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I know that Sam was one of the big producers in that group, but Brian is the voice. Anyway, so Brian and I are talking about a few things. I've done a lot of stuff with All for One. Obviously, 98 Degrees is doing some stuff right now. I'm literally playing. And I know Chris and a lot of NSYNC, Backstreet. O-Town mashups are happening. I haven't dedicated myself to any of them yet, but I definitely miss being on stage. I miss the immediate reaction from the crowd, because it's always fun when you're right there with the crowd, and when you fuck up. Can I cuss? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you already did, so it's cool.
When you mess up, they let you know you mess up, right? But when you do a great job, they let you know you're doing great, right? So that stage interaction is something that a lot of people will probably never know, and that's probably one of the greatest feelings that I've ever known, outside of the love, like the unconditional love of my mother, my wife. This is one thing that I put definitely in the top 3, and it's like it's so good, man. Have you emceed? Have you been on stage and done?
Yeah, so I've done events here and there, not regularly, but and this is going to sound crazy, but like in high school, when I emceed my high school variety show, you got a full auditorium, much smaller scale, but you got 300 people in front of you, and the lights are on, and you're hosting a 3.5 hour show with multiple costume changes, and you're doing all sorts of acts throughout it. Like it's thrilling. So I can only imagine what it's like for 40,000 people, and you've got to sing, you got to dance. I have to imagine that's like a high almost.
I'll give you and we talk about this in the podcast from time to time. We don't obviously hammer it down, but one of the most amazing moments in my entire life was when we were in Jones Beach. Okay, first of all, let me give, because I know you do like top 10s, top 5s, top 3s, right?
Yeah.
Let me give you the top 3 venues that I've performed at in my entire life.
Love it.
Number 3 is probably Red Rocks. Right?
I've heard it's great.
Beautiful natural amphitheater. Number 2 is the Gorge.
Where's that?
In Washington State.
Okay.
Literally right behind the stage. Literally like right behind the stage is a huge drop off into a ravine. Like it's like the Grand Canyon.
Nice.
Right. And they had an arcade. They had all kinds of fun stuff for the performers. Just a very fun spot. And there aren't any seats. It's all grass. So people lay out blankets. It's a whole thing. Beautiful place, the Gorge. But number 1 for me, strictly for nostalgia purposes, is Jones Beach. Jones Beach, Long Island. That place is magic. Have you ever been there to Jones Beach?
No, never. So as a Rhode Island guy, I stay with my Rhode Island beaches.
Fair. You should definitely go. Though. You got to go. You got to go someday. Literally, the crowd is like seats, and then just goes like it's like this, and then it goes straight up, right? So, there's not a single fragment of a second where a camera is not flashing. So you're in there, and when they have the fog going, they have everything going. You're sitting there like, how the heck did I get here? Why do I belong here, right? And I remember singing "I'm Telling You This," which was going to be the next single off of our record, and it's on the Rugrats in Paris soundtrack, right? In my gold record that I think I've shown you. The mid ballad is what breaks a boy band. And the mid tempo ballad is it's kind of like the "I want it that way." Like the mid ballad is the song, is like the slave breaker in terms of DFS. Anyway, I remember it was like night 3. Brittany sold this thing out back to back to back, right? Night 3.
Of course.
And you go from the bus, right? So you go from the bus and you walk through a tunnel to get backstage. You literally are walking this concrete tunnel, come out on the stage. And I remember the acoustics were so good in that tunnel, we would warm up in there. We would sing the national anthem, we'd warm up, and we get back there, we were ready to go. And back then we were all, kind of a little trying to be little badasses, right? And there's a lip around the backside, around backstage, behind the dressing rooms, where the boats would pull up in slips.
Mhm.
We go back there, we smoke our little cigarettes, and hide from the fans, because most of our fans were, between probably
Teenagers, probably.
10 and 16. So we didn't want to see them to see us smoking cigarettes. And I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. I smoke cigars. So
Yeah, there you go.
not that much better, but it's a step. Anyway, I just remember being on the stage that night and thinking, how the heck did this kid from South Carolina end up on a stage in Long Island, New York, in front of all these people? What am I doing here? What did I do to deserve this?
That whole time in your life must have been so surreal, man. I mean, you're still living in a great life out here, and you're still killing it. But when you're touring with Britney freaking Spears at the height of her, I mean, that's like touring with Elvis. It's insane.
Well, having been signed to Michael and then Madonna, going on with Britney. So originally, I was going to call the podcast "The Princes of Pop," because the King of Pop, Queen of Pop, Princess of Pop. I was going to call the Princes of Pop, but from a branding standpoint, that's terrible. Because you can misspell it. You can hear it incorrectly.
Yeah.
So the Bad Boys of Pop is what I went with. But yes, I'll tell you a fun story. New Year's Eve, right? 1999. I had to go get a passport. The first passport I ever got in my life, right? South Carolina boy, why do I need a passport?
Right.
Well, you're going to Australia, and you're going to Hawaii. Yeah, all right. We were supposed to open for Michael on New Year's Eve, Y2K.
Wow.
And Michael got scared. He thought the planes would fall out of the sky.
Because of the computers shutting down.
Right. So Michael canceled the entire thing.
Wow.
And he got sued. He paid a lot of money. But it's just crazy to me, like thinking to myself, right now my wife's birthday is coming up, and I'm looking at getting Rolling Stones tickets for SoFi, because we're going to LA, SoFi City. It's like her dream to see that show. And I worked in the ticket industry for a little bit, and I've done a few things there. But this is funny to me, thinking, what show would I want to see? I would want to see Michael. And the crazy thing is, not only would I have seen him, I would not have been in the audience. I would have been right there, either at the soundboard or side stage, because we would have opened for him.
Right.
But that's how life goes, man. And if there's one nugget that I can offer to anyone listening, is when you get thrown a curveball, don't let it take a long time to read it. Because for me, I let that shit bug me for a long time. I had a lot of mental health issues around that for a long time, and wondering what might have been. Right? There's a country song. Try not to think about what might have been. That was then. We have taken different roads. Right? Don't think about what might have been. Think about what's happening now. Think about what's next. And that's a gem that I would like to share with everybody. From a place of love and a place of experience, things will happen to you. Just understand they're not happening to you. They're happening, and you just happen to be there. It's not about you. It's not a personal vendetta against you. You're involved in it, and don't take everything so personally. Look at it for what it is. Look at it for what it means, and step back and take the next step forward with that knowledge. That's what I would say.
Amen, brother. Well, Tommy Mac, I love you. You're the best. You've given me an hour when I told you I was going to keep you for 20. Thank you for helping me fill the time as my man Paul Bovey in the Ukraine is doing Ukraine things apparently.
Who's up
And
next?
I don't know what's going on there in the Ukraine. But up next, and I'll bring him in now so you can say hello on the way out, is one of my favorite people in the world. Big brother Jake, a mentor of mine, a legend, the has-been that never was.
What's up,
Big
boy?
brother Jake is here. Another LA guy. So there you go. You guys should link up and do some music. He's a great music producer. So
What's going on, y'all? How y'all doing, man?
Big brother Jake, how are you?
We're
Good to meet you,
crushing
man.
life. We're
You too.
crushing life, dude. We are 9 hours into this broadcast, and I'm alive.
Are you
I'm
about to
alive.
eat some breakfast food soon? You keep eating them damn mozzarella sticks, man. Like, get you some real food up in there. It's Denny.
Yeah,
too,
you know
like,
what? We might need to go through the menu here and figure out what our next move is here. But Tommy, love you, buddy. We'll talk soon.
It's almost bacon time. Get that bacon ready.
Damn straight. All
Big
right,
brother
dudes.
Jake, I'll see you on the flip side. Freeze
Yes,
Pop.
sir.
Love you, brother. See you very soon. Thank you for having me. Take care, y'all.
Thank you, sir.
Peace out.
Bye.
What is good, brother?
What is going on, dude? It has been way too long.
Way too
oh my
long,
god.
man.
Way too. What? So I'm trying to think. I mean, we correspond here and there, but I haven't seen you like on a video or in person since correct me if I'm wrong, December of 2013.
Damn, yeah, that's right, bro.
It's been that long. And
That's
we spent
terrible on my end.
at least, well, dude, look, I mean, I've only gotten back out to the West Coast, I think, once since I graduated from Emerson. One time.
Okay. Yeah,
So
I was just out there where you're at, but it was
you were busy though. I get
pleasure.
it.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I
Some
get it.
family stuff I was handling, but yeah, man, we can't let that happen. I'm more than willing because you're moving back, right, to New England?
I'm
right?
moving to Rhode Island. Yeah, I'm moving to Rhode Island on
going
Labor Day.
home. My
Dude, you
man.
got to get to New England, baby.
I would love to. You know,
We got to get you up to Fenway.
brother. I've been to Fenway one time when I worked for the Dodgers and we had a interleague series.
Mhm.
And Frank McCourt still owned the team. He had a after party because it was a Friday, Saturday, Sunday homestand for y'all. And we went to his house Saturday night because it was a day game on Saturday. And I love Fenway. I took
amazing.
the tour, went into the scoreboard, got to write my name on the wall. It was fun, man. I had a good time there. I
Your
would love
name
to go
your
back
name
there.
is on the wall in Fenway.
Somewhere on there. I know I did it. I know I signed something.
That's amazing.
But
I love
man,
that.
Good to see you, bro. This is so dope, man.
It's surreal. I mean, just some background, and I'll let you kind of run through
Sure,
your
man.
career because you've had an amazing career. But for people that don't know, I talked about it because the Tommy Mack, who was just on with me, he interviewed me at one point during the interview and was like, "Give me your background story." So I was telling him one of the things I mentioned was when I interned at Fox Sports Radio out in LA. And
the best intern ever that I've had 21 years. And I'm not
I
just saying that
appreciate
because
that.
I'm on here. No, I'm dead ass serious, man. But sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You know
No,
what I mean?
I appreciate that because I went in with the goal of like do every internship and job I've ever had. That's what you want to hear. So it means a lot. And when I was living out there, it was for one semester. I was in college. I was broke, and I was interning for 40 hours at Fox Sports Radio to get 8 credits because that was just how the program was set up. But this was kind of before the movement to pay interns was a thing.
Yeah.
So I had no money. I had no time for a job, and I had no money.
You were living at Fox Sports Radio pretty much, man.
Literally living there, and I worked
every day.
I worked way more than 40 hours too, as you know.
For sure. That I will say without a doubt. He's not lying.
Yes. I was picking up shifts. I mean, I was a dog.
Yeah, you
and
were, bro.
the thing that I'll never forget was, you and I were chatting as we would like late night, and you would just like the situation of like you're like, so wait, you work how much? What do you like? So what are you doing for money out here? I'm like, well, I had a summer job, and kind of trying to just stretch that, and I get some money every few weeks from my parents, but they don't want to like just give me. I got to on their credit card. Like, I'm not. we don't got it like that. So, and you were like, oh man, like, okay. And then the next time I saw you, you had this big basket of food and coupons and like gift cards and stuff. And I was like, this is a good human being right here. I was telling the man I was struggling without telling him I'm struggling.
You're gonna make me blush, man.
The guy shows up. That's my ultimate teammate. Great dude. Awesome at his job. Culture guy. Like you put Big Brother Jake in the mix, and like the room, it just illuminates. So there's a reason why you've been as successful as you have been in this business, because you are the best. So
I appreciate that. And here's the thing, man. Like I first of all, thank you. You know, I'm not one to like brag on myself to do anything like that.
No, you deserve it.
You're a grinder, bro. And one of the things one of my pet peeves when it comes to interns, like you wanted to learn everything about the business. Most of the time I get these damn interns just want to crack a microphone open. And I'm like, yo, there's longevity behind that glass, man. I've seen literally hundreds of hosts come through these damn doors, and I've been the one that's constant. Now they don't listen, and a lot of them flamed out. But you've been on, worked at ESPN and EEI. Like, damn, you've been places I can only imagine, in the sports world. But taking it back to that time, you were grinding so hard. And I've been there, man. Like, I've been there. I know what it's like to be hungry and work your ass off, And at your age, I was already married. No kids yet, but married, and trying to convince my wife at the time that, yo, I'm trying to make this happen. But you were so open to doing things, learning things. You didn't come in with an ego, and you had us laugh. Like you lit up a room. You would soak everything in like a sponge, but then when it was your turn to talk, holy crap, man, you had us laughing.
We had such a good time.
We had great times, and I liked you a lot more than hell. Half the people that were paid staff at Fox Sports Radio, I'll just say it, I don't give a damn. They can't beat me up. But like, but I remember when it was, because you were kind of like, I actually heard your stomach growl. I'll just say it, bro. I'm not trying to put you out there. But I text my wife at the time. I texted her and I was like, yo, this kid works hard, man. We got to do something for him. And yeah, man, like I would do that for you a million times. You do it for me. You're just a good dude. You work your ass off. You've worked your ass off. And now you're in the upper echelon of the sports world. Look at you, man. Doing stuff for Vegas and Cyrus. Oh, look at you. Big time. Pulling off an all-nighter at Denny's. Like, you would do that drunk anyways back in your college days.
Yeah, little do they know.
But I got to say this about you, man. Like, you've always grinded. And I never believed in, like, sending interns in to get food. Interns are there to learn something. And you were always down to learn. And you had zero ego. And you didn't care if you were on the air, working a board, screening calls. You didn't give a damn about none of that. You just wanted to work and get your foot in the business. And I saw me when I saw you, because that's what I did, man. I did everything, and I was treated like crap. I'm really trying not to curse, but like I was treated poorly by a lot of people I used to work for and intern for. And you were like, yo, what can I do next? I want to soak it up. And like, nobody ever wanted to learn what I was doing. I was behind the mixer on the board. Nobody wanted to learn it. You were one of the first interns ever. And I've seen hundreds of interns in 13 years at that place. And you were like, yo, I want to see what this does, man. Like, what's this do? Maybe you need to use a bathroom or something. I'm like, all right, here, let me show you. And
That's right.
And you were receptive. And what I loved is, you let me tell my radio stories. You just pretend like, I know you were pretending. But like, you listen to them and be like, yo, that's
hell
cool.
yeah, man.
But
because I wanted to do what you were doing. The thing that I thought was so cool, and again, this is me at 21, 22 with just like, I had just interned at EEI for the summer. That was like all I knew about radio professionally. Everything else I had done was at my college. So, I come to Fox Sports Radio just with like that, like small, not Boston obviously is a big market, but just like the local market perspective. Yeah, and then I come in. Yes, that was my background, and I grew up listening to local radio. And then I come into the Fox Sports Radio situation. I had to be honest, I had never listened to like a second of network radio in my life.
Because we were never even on in Boston until Ben Maller like broke that, you know. But,
yeah, so it just wasn't something on my radar. And then I'm working with a guy that like basically helped launch the second biggest radio network in sports radio.
I was
there. You were there day one. So I was like, I need to take advantage of this opportunity. And the thing that's funny about this internship was the way I got it. I cold called them like 6 weeks before I was moving out there, maybe even less.
Wow,
Just cold called out of the blue because it was starting to get to the time where I needed to figure out an internship in LA, and I had tried to make some inroads at certain places, and it never really panned out. Like I was trying to get an internship at Grantland, and that didn't work. I was trying to get an internship with the LA Galaxy, and that didn't work. Like random sports entities.
Just get the foot in somewhere in LA.
Anywhere. And when I was talking to the guy I interned for at EEI, he was like, "Oh, because he had gone to Emerson and he did the LA program." He said, "I interned at Fox Sports Radio for like a week and a half, and then there was some weird thing where they got rid of their internship program like in the middle of him being an intern. So he had to switch internships, but he's like, but I still kept in touch with some people. Just drop my name and maybe it'll work." And I was like, "Oh, cool." And then I was like, "Oh, you got an email for me?" Or he's like, "I don't know, but just drop my name." And and he had interned there like 10 years earlier. I'm like, "Okay, well, I'll try that." So I called later that day. I mentioned his name. The guy recognized it, and he was like, "Well, I got one internship spot left. You didn't apply. You're just kind of calling. Do you want to just go on and apply?" I'm like, "Sure." Did that, and bada bing, bada boom. Here I am. But that's why I had all of the weekend and night shifts because it was their last. Because those are like the undesirable spots, right? Because
you were willing to work it, man.
But it was awesome. It was so crucial to me, like being a viable candidate after I graduated, because when you're there at nights and the weekends, you have to do more. Because when you're there during the day, none of those kids did anything. They just screened calls, and that's it. When you're there at night, you're there by yourself. You'd go to that burrito place
the burrito.
What's it called? Oh, Pollo Loco.
Grab some food. But
I'll never. I don't even remember the producer's name that used to send me there. And when they would get his order wrong, he'd yell at me, and I'm like, "What?"
Oh, it's probably Evan. But anyways, I ain't gonna out anybody. But
I don't remember.
I totally will. But here's the thing, man. Like, you'd be willing to do that, but the thing I've always said, because in my internship, I think I went and got food twice, and I didn't like that. Because I'm there to work, I'm there to learn, and there's no reason why we should be having you run up, or any intern, But I'll give you a little secret of what we used to do at Fox. If we didn't like you, you damn sure was making food runs. If
I can confidently say we never made food runs at night because no one else was there. We had to.
It's like maybe the mobile station. But that's because I knew you probably haven't eaten all day. So I'm just like, hey, you mind making a walk? And you're a big guy, so they ain't gonna mess with you. Out in the valley, But that's the thing, man. You were so thorough and so down to earth. You weren't a know-it-all, no ego, and everyone there loved you for it. Matter of fact, December, Christmas Eve, I went out to Arizona and I saw Amy Van Dyken. And she brought your name up out of the blue.
Oh, no, that's awesome.
Like, have you talked to him? I said, well, we correspond here and there on social media, but I haven't really talked to him. Well, when you do, just tell him I said hi.
She's the best.
Oh, I love Amy. I love Amy to death, man.
I'll never forget. It was one of the last shows I did with her and Rob together.
Yeah.
And
Rob Dibble,
Rob Dibble, and Aaron was still producing. Aaron Larsoul.
Yes.
Who's doing some stuff with the Lakers now. Apparently, the dude's got a championship ring. Come on, what is that about? That's insane.
We talk all the time.
You must see him at Staples.
Quite often.
And then Raider Ryan Payne, another one of the best dudes I've ever worked with.
Happy birthday, Raider Ryan's birthday.
Oh, no way. Okay,
yes,
cool.
Sir.
Love Ryan.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he's
and
one of the best.
We went out for whatever. It was a night where I didn't have JT the Brick after their show for whatever reason. I don't know what it was. and like it was one of the most fun nights I ever had in LA.
Yeah.
And they were so good to me. They were buying me all sorts of shots. I mean, they were taking care of me because they're like, this kid, you know, busted his ass all semester. And like it was just the coolest thing. You know, I'm hanging out with these people who I want their jobs, and I want to, and I'm hanging out with Amy Van Dyken and Rob Dibble, and we're all just like hanging out like we've been friends for 25 years. And it's funny because I was only there for 4.5, 5 months, but I feel like we were all just such in the foxhole together that it was like I was there for like 5 years, you know?
Yeah, it felt like you were one of us, you know? And and we love you to death, bro, because you were funny. You were fun to be around. You weren't a wet mouth, you know? You weren't boring. And you were willing to do what it took to get the job done. And one of the biggest honors you could get at Fox Sports Radio is when they let you crack a mic and talk.
Yeah.
And
that was always fun.
That. So when I knew the host, like JT sometimes let you come on, Amy and Robert let you come on, I'll be like, damn, Thomas done made it. Because it took me like a whole damn year to get on the microphone, man.
Yeah. That was amazing.
Yeah, you know, but you were just a lot of fun to be around, bro. And we just loved being around you. And your work ethic was unmatched. And that's why you've been able to do a lot of the great things you've done in this business, because you're not afraid to do hard work. You never were. Ego wasn't involved, man. And you're fun to be around. You know, just, hearing that New England accent when you describe certain people in your neighborhood or people you dealt with, I'm like, man, how the hell you deal with these people? Like, but yeah.
No, man, it's
great
it's
times,
fun
man.
It's fun to think about. Like I rarely reflect on that time just because you know how this business is, where you're just like you don't have time to look back on this stuff. So it's cool to like actually sit down and talk with you about this, because I sort of like I almost romanticize that whole time of being in LA, because it was such a like, and it's people are gonna be like, well, how hard were you working? It's like people don't understand, like it's such a blur. Because on top of I was probably working 50 hours a week for you guys.
Easily.
On top of 2 classes I had.
Yeah.
On top of, just trying to experience the city. So that part of it probably was on me for not sleeping as much as I should have. But I basically didn't sleep for 4.5 months straight. And
we can see it on you though.
yeah. But I didn't let it. I didn't know.
I had a rough marriage. I had young kids.
Yeah.
I'm working overnight, so I'm tired all the time too. You know?
Hey, big brother Jake. My waitress Jelly is here. It's her birthday.
Oh, it's her birthday! Happy birthday!
She's got the tiara going. She's hanging out.
Okay. We got it going on with the birthday tiara and everything. I see that.
You can take that stuff.
Oh, no, I'm asking. You okay?
Oh, I'm good. Yeah, the water's good. We're good. We're chilling.
Okay.
Thanks, Jelly.
You're welcome.
Jelly's the best.
They're treating you like royalty over there. I got 3 kids sleeping in here, but they can't even bring me a cup of water, man. I got to provide it for my damn self.
That's the great part about being at a diner. So
for 24 damn hours.
It's the thing that there's 2 things I want to hit on with the Fox Sports Radio.
Yes.
One is my favorite thing that happened to me there, and one is my least favorite thing. So the first thing is, well, the second thing is it's an afterwards thing that we can talk about. But
whatever you want to talk about, man, I'm gonna hear this.
The when I was there, it was in 2013. So the Red Sox they won the World Series. And I had spent that whole summer working for the Red Sox radio network, WEI out there interning. So I was living in the city. So, when you're just like there and you're in it every day, like it's just like a different, you're more connected. You work with the Dodgers, so you get it. So then when I got out to LA and, I was following that playoff run and it was just so much fun. It was like a different vibe because I was watching West Coast time. So it was like, in the middle of the day, we're all getting together watching these games. The kids I know from Boston out there. And then for the clincher, it was game 6 at Fenway. I think it's 5 or 6. I forget.
I think it was 6, yeah.
Game 6 at Fenway. Yeah. It was their first opportunity to clinch a World Series at Fenway since 1912 or something crazy.
Yeah.
And Me and a bunch of my buddies that were out there in the LA program and a few that had just graduated that lived out there, we went to Sonny McLean's for the game.
Yeah, okay.
And Sox won. Obviously, we went so hard. People are spraying champagne all over the bar, going crazy. And I had texted probably you and Rob and said, hey, like, because that was the night where I just had your that show's shift.
Yeah.
And I was like, I might be coming in early because I'm already all the way in Santa Monica. So I'm just going to like get to the studio and hang out on whatever the name of that show was before, Fox Sports Tonight, I think it was.
Yeah. Yep.
And or Fox Sports Primetime, I forget which one.
They changed it like every 3 months, bro.
Dude, I don't remember. So I go ham at Sonny McLean's, probably irresponsibly, but whatever, you know.
Bro,
you're an
the
intern.
Sox just won.
It's one night in your life you're allowed to do this. So I get to the studio and like everyone is like Tommy is tipsy right now. Like my man is smiling ear to ear.
We totally understand, because I remember in 2010 when the Yankees won and JT the Brick, you know, which we just went at it on Twitter, but that's my dude.
Really?
Like, oh yeah, I've known him for like
that's
10
awesome.
years, 20 years, something like that. When the Yankees won in 2010, he had champagne in the studio, and we all drank it.
It's amazing.
You know? So yeah, we knew you were gonna be hammered, and we were like,
so I showed up.
We're not gonna have this dude do anything tonight, but just watch the highlights on the 4 TVs.
And you guys just let me hang out. It was the greatest. But the show before, there was another intern there, but Amy and Rob thought it was hilarious that I was drunk. I'll say it.
Yeah.
And they were like, we got to give this kid a mic right now. So they brought me on to talk about the game. And I'm drunk, and they're and Rob, I forget what he said. He's like, so like, should we be giving you, like, should you be at work right now? And I'm like, I am at a responsible level of alcohol intake. Like, I'm on the radio just letting it fly. I still have the audio somewhere, but it was one of my favorite nights because, you know, that's the dream, man, you know?
You earned that night, bro. And we all said it. Aaron Larson, Raider Ryan, myself, we were like, man, let's not have this kid do nothing tonight, man. Let him enjoy himself. You know, because at that time, my Dodgers hadn't done a damn thing, which I could relate because I got so hammered last summer. I was with just 2 of my best friends.
Oh, man.
2 friends, and we got hammered. And,
you must have been so happy. It took so long, man.
I cried, bro, because I was 12 the last
of course.
time they won, and I was tired of seeing Kirk Gibson do that damn fist pump, run around the damn, you know, the bases. So I totally
it was time for a new highlight.
It was time, most definitely. And so, but yeah, man, we wanted you to have fun, and we were like, let's let him go on the mic. And, you know,
I was 100% lit. I was 100% lit.
It was so dope to see. We were all so happy for you, man.
That was so good.
Yeah.
So that was my favorite night at FSR. Least favorite night is, and look, this is just me taking a complete blatant shot at Big Mike over there. I figured like, because like we're talking about, I felt like I killed it for you guys. I'm like, okay, I'll graduate and they'll hire me and I'll come back.
Yeah.
Was like the hardest person to be in touch with to try and get a job to come back there. Like, no response. Anytime there was a job opening there, I would apply. I remember when you were still there, I'd text you and Rob and be like, hey, and nothing. Crickets all the way around. And then the most insulting part about it was I had gotten the job at ESPN. So I moved to Connecticut. I was there for probably 5 months, and I get a call from him and Annie Z.
Zadarovich. Yep.
Okay. So both of them on the line together, out of the blue. And they were like, hey, what do you think about moving out here to LA? And I'm like, oh, that'd be amazing. And again, I had just started at ESPN, but for the right opportunity to come back to Fox Sports Radio and be with like the team of people who I loved working with and be in LA, which is where at that time in my life I really wanted to live.
Sure, yeah.
I was like, absolutely, what's the opportunity? And they're like, it's a part-time producer position.
I'm not shocked by that.
we can offer you 28 hours a week, but it's a hard 28. If we go over that, we have to give you benefits.
Yep. They don't want to do that.
And we'll pay you $16 an hour. And I was like, what?
In LA.
Yeah.
You had to work 2 more jobs just to have a place to live.
So they say that's literally like the sentence that was said to me. And I was like, I don't want to be rude with you guys, but you guys do know I just started at ESPN 5 months ago.
Right.
And they were like, yeah, but and then Annie got like all indignant on the phone and
Of
was
course
like, yeah, well, you know,
Thomas, we're trying to get you there.
you don't want to live in Connecticut. You know, it's miserable there in the winter. And I had an opportunity to live there once, and I went for the interview and I hated it so much because it was cold that I got back on it. But it's just like
up in Michigan. What the hell are you talking about?
And I'm just like, what type of BS is being fed to me right now?
Bro,
so I was kind of done with the place after that. I was
would
like,
have been too.
That's kind of like, how dumb do you think I am?
There's a reason why I worked there twice, bro. There's a reason. But here's the thing. I'm gonna let you in on this, and you may not know.
Yeah.
All of us got together and said, why the hell isn't Thomas hired? Like,
Dude.
He was one of us. We want him here. Like, why can't we get this dude a job? Because he's good at what he does. He'll work weekends. He'll edit. He'll answer phones. He'll work the board. He'll do whatever it takes.
Yeah.
And they were like, well, we don't know. We're just trying to get that's Annie's daughter job. We're trying to figure that out. And I had my battles with her, trust me.
Oh,
Trust
my
me when I
God.
tell you. Like, dreaming matches. She fired me 3 times and brought me back. So, whatever.
That's radio, though. Like, they say that until you've been fired in radio, you've never actually worked in radio. Isn't that the phrase?
Been fired or laid off or a death threat. I've had all of this. And all with Fox.
I kind of want to know more about this death threat.
Oh, I can tell you. But
yeah, give me the death threat.
I'm gonna tell you the death threat, but there's a cool story I want to tell you about your Red Sox. All right. So in 2004, I was working for the Dodgers. We were in San Diego. I'll never forget this. And I see Dave Roberts sitting at his locker crying, and I was like, "What the hell?" We were gonna interview him. Myself, I was field producing for the late great Stu Nahan, and we're like, "What's going on, Dave?" He's like, I've been traded. Like, to where? The Boston Red Sox. And we were livid. Because Dave would always give us interviews. He's the one player at the time that knew my name. I actually gave him, jumped his car with my jumper cables. Like, we became real cool with each other. And so he's crying. And I give him a hug. This is a true story, man. I would never lie about this. So I was like, well, we don't have to do the interview. He's like, no, I want to thank the Dodger fans. So he went on, did a good solid 12 minutes. We finished the interview. I go to Dave, and I swear to you, on my kid's life, I put my hand on his shoulder. I was like, bro, go to Boston and win the whole effing thing. And by damn it, this fool still second and wins it for y'all. That base steal, that stolen base.
One of the greatest moments of my life.
Yeah, that's the reason why y'all got that ring in 2004.
100%.
And I see him in 2005, and he's with the Padres. And I went to spring training with a friend of mine.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, Dave. He's like, Big Jake, what's up, buddy? How you doing? I was like, what's good? I was like, I told you go get that ring. He's like, you said it. You said it in the clubhouse in San Diego. Never forgot it. My homeboy thought I was lying until that happened. So I'm going to take credit for the 2004 World Series win in Boston, y'all, because I inspired Dave Roberts to go get the whole effing thing.
That's incredible.
But the death threat.
Yes.
I was working on the Ben Maller show. And he's still cranking there, He's supposed to come on with you, right?
He's supposed to be joining me at 6 a.m. Eastern, so right after his show ends.
God, I'd love to just...
He's the best.
He a spot on my damn podcast. Anyways, so we were talking about, like, certain things, and I used to do this segment called Stay Awake with Jake, where I got 1 minute to rant and rave, okay? And
Great title.
Ben came up with that one. I can't take credit. But I took it upon myself to say to all of the parole officers in the Oakland-Alameda County area, if you can't find any of your parolees on Sunday, they're at this location. I give the location to the Oakland-Alameda Coliseum, all right? Man, why did I do that? Because a lot of people were calling up on the air. One of them threatened to kill me. This like Vato Loco dude. He's like, hey, Vato, you don't want to kill you, hey, when I see you. And I always laugh because fools always like want to challenge us, right? So sure enough, I'm like, think nothing of it. You know, I pissed off a lot of the Raider Nation because I'm all about them Chargers, you know. I get to the parking lot and there's two big, like, Latino dudes. Bald head, big, ready to whoop my ass. And I was like, can I help y'all? And they were like, you were doing fucking trash on the radio, right, fool? I was like, oh, crap. I said, look, man, do what you got to do. I said, life is already crappy for me, man. I'm working overnights in radio. Nobody knows who the hell I am. Home life is bad, about to get a divorce. Like, there's nothing you can literally do to me that won't be any worse than what I got right now. And the dude was like, I was going to kick your ass, but, man, you got it bad, eh? And he left me alone. I caught my way off an ass whooping. But they were definitely going to put hands on me.
Oh, my God.
And I'm I'm kind of a big dude, but these guys were like big, like 6'1", 350 side, both sides 6'1", 350.
You talked your way out of it.
Oh, yeah, bro. Oh, yeah. I'm a lover, not a fighter, man.
Dude, and the thing I love about you is you can talk about anything with anyone, and you're just the easiest going guy in the world.
Thanks,
so
man.
It makes sense that you were able to talk your way out of being stabbed or beaten up or killed, maybe.
Plenty of fights, bro.
And I've heard that on the Big Brother Jake podcast. I love the stories, man. You absolutely crush it on there. You're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you, bro. Thanks,
and like the social media stuff has been awesome. Do you have like a producer working for you on that thing? Because like, or are you just bootstraps like getting this done all on your own?
You mean
on the socials?
Okay,
on the socials.
So on the socials, my beautiful daughter Kendra Warner, she's only 15, right? Gonna be 16. She does a lot of my social media now. And
gotcha.
I pay
she
her.
kills it.
She does. Thank you. She does a great job. And thanks for the plug. I see it.
There you go.
But she does my social media. It was me for a long time. And then she just, being how she is, she's very girly, but she's very progressive in her thinking and very entrepreneurial. And she's very tech savvy. And she says, Dad, you need a makeover. You need more of a buzz. You're lame. And I'm like, well, then do it then. So then she showed me her work. And so I pay her a nice, terrible wage of $50 a week or something like that. But she does great work.
She should work for free. She's your daughter.
I agree, damn it. I'll be taking them to Disneyland and buying them stuff on Amazon, but she earns every penny, man. And she's great at that. But she does all my social media. But the podcast itself is 100% me. I edit, I mix, I book it, I produce it, I host it. And like last week was the first time I got to work out of the Podcast One Studios, and it was weird to have an engineer and a producer. And I was like, this is what it's like, because I'm not used to it. And I started feeling weird, like, so I just have to talk and y'all will edit everything for me? This is weird.
That's amazing.
But it was a lot of fun, man.
So are they going to be able to do that for you moving forward, or was that just because like you were by the studio and they were just able to help you out?
Well,
how does that work?
It turned into, hey, come once a month because, COVID's going on and the Delta, everything. But if you come by once a week or once a month, we'd love you to at least show your face, and we can do that.
That's awesome.
So I was like, really? So the place where Mike Tyson comes, and Stone Cold Steve Austin, and all these great people that do shows there, and little old Big Brother Jake, So, yeah, I'll be doing some shows from that studio. But sometimes I just like the comfort of the Big Brother bungalow where you can see in the background here.
Yeah, you got an awesome setup.
Bro, thanks, man. Like, and I have a table here. The lighting's good. I don't want to like mess up the lighting right now, but like I can have guests here. I have like 3 Shure mics like I have here, full studio setup. You know, it's a lot of fun, man. And even on the show is just a lot of fun. We just talk about absolutely everything and nothing at the same time, almost like the Jerry Seinfeld of podcasts. You know?
It's a podcast about nothing.
You're damn right. Like, you know, however I feel. There's times where I just cracked the mic and came up with an idea as I started the first segment. So I try not to plan anything. I like to be spontaneous with it. I think that's where my strength is when I talk. So I like to have a lot of fun just being spontaneous, man. And it's been fun. Like, you know, like it's not a big deal for a lot of people, podcasters in general, but we just hit 30,000 streams and downloads.
There you go.
I didn't think that was going to happen. I'll be honest. I thought I was going to do like 10 episodes and be like, I'm good. But I had some great people that had my back in my corner. You know, and I got to shout her out because, you know, and I know she's not listening because she's asleep and she's going to nursing school. But my homegirl, Shanae Santana, and her husband, Alex, they were the ones that told me not to quit, especially going through a divorce and everything like that. They're like, don't quit the podcast. You're doing a great job. Mm-hmm. And hell, 2 nominations now at the podcastawards.com for People's Choice Award. I'm like, what the hell? They called me and like booked me up 6 a.m. like, hey, you're nominated. All right, stop playing. Who is this? Like, I didn't believe it.
Dude, it's because you're good at this, bro. And
Thanks,
I'm glad that they told you to keep fighting and getting this thing out as much as you can because it pays off in the end. And look, you're getting somewhere with it.
Thanks,
that's the coolest thing.
I appreciate that. You know, and here's the thing. Like, I've sat behind the glass and seen so many great on-air talents work. You know, I worked with Stephen A. Smith, JT the Brick, Tom Looney. You know, I've worked with Jason Smith and Mike Harmon. You know, I've worked with the great Tony Bruno. You know, I don't want to leave anybody out, but I've worked with so many people. Andrew Siciliano, that's over at the NFL Network. I've worked with tons of people. My mentor, Jim Daniels. And his son actually got me the job at Podcast One, Sean Gossip. So there's that. And it's just been a crazy ride, man. Vince Scully, sitting behind him.
Ever heard of him?
Yeah, he's some guy, you know, I used to work with. You know, I think he's in the Hall of Fame, I think. But I learned a lot from him. And what I learned from him was you can mess up and it doesn't define you. Like, and I would mess up mainly because of nerves. Like, oh man, this freaking Hall of Famer. I grew up to this guy. You know, hey, look, man, you're gonna mess up. Just don't dwell on it.
Yep, that's the key in radio. If you make a mistake, you need to just fix it and not make another one.
Don't dwell on it, man. Because
do not.
Yeah, because if you dwell on it, your whole shit is gonna be terrible.
And then you're gonna make another mistake.
Oh yeah, like 3 or 4, and then your whole night will be bad.
Especially when you're running one of those big audio boards like you were.
Oh yeah.
On the network level, you have to hit all these cues. I mean, it's a lot, man. And when I was doing that with the, so I was doing basically what you did on the network level for Fox Sports Radio. I did that at ESPN.
Right.
So specific shows and broadcasts were. You had to send out specific cues.
Oh, yeah.
And whenever I was working on Russillo and Cannell, and there was the TV element, the TV simulcast in the mix.
You on there getting your shit on, bro.
So that was fun.
That was a dream of mine, bro. Never.
The simulcast was cool, but dude, running all of that at once was a monster. It's so difficult.
Oh yeah. And that's the thing. People think it's so easy, you know. And I used to have like local board ops like that would take our show, our affiliates, hit me up and say, "Oh, I could do a better job than you." All right, well I'll tell you what, bro.
Yeah,
I'll actually pay for your ticket to come to LA, and you could ask. There's like 4 or 5. One of them actually took my offer, but he didn't pay for it. He just came out on his own. So we were like, "Yeah, come to the studios and watch how it works." And I was like, "Oh, so you know what you're doing? Hey, check it out. Have a seat, bro." He's like, "Oh no, man, I was just talking trash." I'm like, it's not easy. I make it look easy because I've been doing this damn thing forever. You know, I've been mixing audio since I was like 12 on the block parties doing live shows, you know, bands and stuff like that and DJs. So it's not as easy as people think it is, but it's not as hard as people think it is either. You know, it's not like on TV where you see people, you know, turning knobs and doing stuff like that, and it looks like they're actually mixing when really we just set it and forget it. But a lot of people don't realize that, you know. But that it was a lot of fun. Fox Sports Radio, I spent 13 years of my 21-year career there, and I had a good time. And I had a lot. I still have lifelong friends that I still talk to on a regular basis from there, and some of them have gone on to do great things. You know, even interns like yourself. Now you're all big time. You know, paying debts at Denny's at 24 hours. Like, man, what possessed you to want to do this, bro? Like, you know, I was listening here and there like before, so I wouldn't ask you the same question. You're like, oh, how you feeling? You're going strong. You don't look like you're worn out, so that's a good thing. But like, what possessed you to what? I can't sit anywhere for 24 hours straight. Not even my own house, bro. I'll sleep, then I get up, shower, shave, and get the hell on out and start my day.
So, I will be very clear.
Yes.
I did not want to do this. It
Obviously, who would?
was so what possessed me to do it was the fact that I came in last place, and I had to do it to try and stay
for your fantasy football league, right?
In the league, yeah. So
okay.
So if I didn't want to get kicked out, I had to oblige. So here I am. And so I decided, like, look, if I have to sit at a diner for 24 straight hours, I might as well try and turn it into content, because we kind of do this. Like, this is kind of the gig at this point, right?
Absolutely. Bro.
So here I am making content out of having to be here for 24 straight hours. It's ridiculous. But it's been rolling along, and you know, people have been joining me all night.
Yeah,
you know, starting last night, and you know, all into the evening here. We just had Tommy Mack on from No Authority, doing his thing. He's on vacation in Palm Springs, and he was gracious enough to give us an hour. And I've got my man Paul Bovey trying to join from the Ukraine, but for whatever reason, his stream is not being allowed to join this stream because of
it is the Ukraine.
I'm guessing it's because he's in. Yes, that's my guess. So Paul, I don't know if you can hear me, but I wish I could bring you on here, but it's not letting me, and I don't know what's going on.
However long you need me, man, I'm always up this late anyways doing stuff. You know, I'm going to try and ride it out with your dog, you know.
I appreciate you hanging out, man.
It's friends that ain't seen each other for a long time. And, you know,
dude, it's nuts.
I just, you know, in my writer, I would have said, you know, a Denny's locally near me in the eastern LA County in the burbs out here in Pomona, California. You know, a Denny's could have came by and brought some breakfast. But, you know, I won't hold that against you. You know, you got a lot to deal with. You know, you're already producing and hosting the damn broadcast. I give you credit for it, man. It's not easy, bro. Like,
the craziest.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What I was going to say, the craziest part about it is, like, this software is awesome, and it makes it really easy to use.
Absolutely.
But it's like doing everything at once. I'm like all over the place here, you know. Like
I see you, brother.
At some point, I need to text all of the guests that are on, because so YouTube only allows you to do 12-hour streams at a time. So I haven't sent the link out to the part 2 people yet.
Hey, well, you do what you gotta do, man. I can see right here and help you out, brother. You know that. I got your back.
I
got your back on
dude.
this, man.
I appreciate that, dude.
I used to get kicked out of class for talking all the damn time, so I have no problem filling in where you need me to fill in, bro. You know, because I'll sit here and plug my damn podcast all damn night. By the way, it's the Big Brother Jake podcast. You go to iTunes, Google Play, Spotify, TuneIn, iHeartRadio, Pandora Radio, and now Audible.com over at Amazon. You know, type in the keyword search, the Big Brother Jake podcast, and boom, you're in there. We always have a good time. You know what I've discovered? My podcast is female heavy. My biggest audience is women from 35 to 54, the money demo. And I was shocked because I a lot of women hit me up, which might be good because now I'm in the process of divorcing, so it might work to my advantage.
Hey, there you go.
But it's been fun, man, and I need to get you on the podcast, bro.
Dude,
Like,
I've been
we need to make that
waiting for my invite. What are we doing
Well,
here?
you're so big time. You're kicking it with one of my favorite kickers of all time. Doing your thing and
The Great Dane, baby.
that's right. The Great Dane. Hey, check out the Great Dane, okay?
That's right.
My man, Thomas is killing it. TommyFreezePops. Well, I always wanted to ask you this. I've known you what? Going on, let's see, 2013, like 9 years, okay?
Yeah.
How the hell did you get that nickname? And I'll tell you how I got Big Brother Jay.
So when I first started at ESPN,
I
was trying to be, as you know, I like to be well liked in the office and be a good teammate. So I'm like, what's the best way to get to people's heart? Free food.
Absolutely.
So I filled up the freezer with Freeze Pops, and I sent out an email saying, "Hey, my name's Tommy. I just started here at ESPN, so just wanted to let everyone know I put some Freeze Pops in the freezer. Everyone help yourself." And I thought I sent that to just the people in my department. Come to find out, ESPN Radio All includes 9,000 people internationally received this email. So people all over the country that have ESPN radio connections. Some people like in Brazil got it. Like a wild amount of people received this email. So I'm getting emails from all over the country. There's no Freeze Pops in my freezer. What the hell? And this and that. And then the people in Bristol that got the email were pissed because I sent it out as soon as I put them in there. And people were like, what the hell, man? Why would you send that out before the Freeze Pops are even frozen? Like, what am I supposed to do? Drink this tube of liquid? It's like, okay, I screwed up. I get it.
It happens.
Then now it's stuck with me. I became TommyFreezePops in that moment, and every job I've had since then, people have just continued to call me it. So it's actually not a bad nickname because when I was at Fox Sports Radio, I wasn't TommyFreezePops yet, and now 2 years later, I think it was about 2 years later. Yeah. That's when it stuck. Hey, I'm doing a little housekeeping here.
Yeah.
Paul, I know I saw in the chat that you could hear me. Paul, could you try and join again in about 45 minutes? Let's just try again because at this point I have another guest joining me at the top of the hour. So let's try it one more time in about 45 minutes if you have time. That'd be awesome. Okay, cool. He heard me. Thank you, Paul. So we'll try it again at
I can't believe an hour's almost up already. Damn.
Dude, it's
I
crazy.
was just digging in, like at the point, just digging in, man. And I'm like, oh damn, it's almost over.
We still got some time here.
We got some time, all right.
So why don't you give people like your quick resume in radio? Because you went a little bit into it, but you helped launch Fox Sports Radio. You worked in the booth with Vin Scully for a while. Went back to Fox Sports Radio. Now you're working with the Clippers and the Kings out in LA. So why don't you guys give everyone the true lay of the land? We are to explain to people why we are talking to one of the legends of the game right here.
Man, I paid him well, y'all, for him to say that. He's gonna get like the extra grand slam or the eggs over my hand for that. I'm just using. Denny should be paying you extra for all these plugs. Here's the deal. So I went. See, I didn't start there. There you go. I went to this place. I gotta actually look at the thing. It's the Academy of Radio and Television in Huntington Beach, California. That's where I went to school. I called in sick for my HMO job. And I was watching Jenny Jones, for those that may know who that is. It's an old talk show host. And a commercial came on for this school. It's a trade school. And I was like, I'm going to go. So I went, got accepted off the top, used my VA loan because I started in the military. And then it was probably a month left to go in school. And someone by the name of Max Krasny, shout out to Max Krasny. He runs the entertainment department of Westwood One now. He's a bigwig there. At the time, it was just affiliate sales. Now he just runs the whole damn thing.
Dang.
And he came to speak at our school. And I was just asking question after question after question, and he saw that I had the hunger like you. So this is what I used to do. I grew up in San Bernardino, California. I'm kind of a hustler. Like, I grew up on the street, so like I'm quick with stuff. I looked to see what he was driving so I could meet him at his car. Because he went to the bathroom. I go downstairs after he speaks to the class. He sees me at his car. He's like startled, like, "Hey, Max, it's me. I was Jake, the one asking all the questions."
And not to interrupt you, but like this is the type of shit that you need to do this type of stuff to break into this industry.
Yes,
like you need to get creative about like, okay, I'm gonna see this guy in the hallway at this time, make it seem coincidental, and then have your 10 seconds ready to go and say exactly what you need to say. Dude, like I can't tell you how like stuff like this matters so much.
It does.
I mean, you know it the better than me, but like it's in my young career, it's been crucial. Just timing, and you need to be ready when the timing happens.
Absolutely, it's all about timing. Trying to get in this business, And you did great things at Fox that made you stand out, and that's why you were able to go on and build off of that and do fantastic things now. So when I was at his car, I was like, "Look, Max, I want to get in this business. I don't give a damn if I got to sweep the floor, if I got to be your assistant and get you water or whatever you want. Let me know what I got to do." And he said, "All right, what are you doing tomorrow?" I said, "Whatever you need me to do tomorrow." He said, "Drive out to Culver City," which is like in the southern part of Los Angeles, near LAX. And he's like,
lots of studios there.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Lots of studios. It's where the NFL Network is at Sony Pictures, Sony Studios. And they were like, "Come over there and we'll do an interview with you." Off the top. I was like, "Do I need a resume?" He's like, "Don't even dress up. Wear a polo shirt, jeans, and tennis shoes and take your ass down there." I'm like, "All right." So I go down there. What he did not tell me was it was going to be a 10-person panel interviewing me. So I literally sat, but there's an arch of people. And I interviewed very well. And they said, "All right, we're going to take lunch. Come back in 2 hours." I came back, and those same people were super mean to me, throwing questions, and then I explained it, and they cut me off just to see how I would handle it. Handle it like a G, man. I didn't say nothing. I just rolled with the punches. I'm like, "Man, I smell a setup, so I'm going to let them do the little thing and see how this goes." And they loved how I handled it. And I didn't get flustered or upset or pissed off, and I got hired on the spot. So I went from Westwood One, and one of my friends, the great Jubal Fresh, he runs. He's #1 morning show up in Seattle right now, and he's a comedian. We went to radio school together. He ended up going to Fox Sports Radio working weekends. He got hired by Tony Bruno's show to work full time. He's like, "Hey, Jake, part-time opening's coming. Won't you come work there? Just come work the board show, and we can do it for free for like 3 weeks, and you'll have the job." Got the job there, worked my ass off, got full time. And then I met someone by the name of the great Tom Bowman, who runs Learfield Sports, all the college broadcast play-by-play. He runs that whole thing. He was an executive producer on the show we were working at the time. He gets hired by the Dodgers. So I'm pissed at him because he left. I'm like, "Oh, man, he just left me in the wind." And all of a sudden, he's like, I wasn't going to leave you, bro. Come on, let's go."
That's
Worked
amazing.
for the Dodgers. Did my 2 seasons there. I wanted to work longer. I chose family over work.
I mean, you can't have a true family life with that job. You can't.
Yeah, you really can't. So, and I wanted a baby at the time, so I went back to Fox Sports Radio because I did not burn any bridges.
There you
And then I
go.
worked there for another-
Smart man. Smart
Right?
man. Never burn a bridge unless you have to.
Never. And even though people didn't like me that still worked there, I was the first one they thought about, like, "Yeah, come through." So then I left, stayed in radio part-time, doing freelance work at Staples Center for visiting teams, being an audio engineer. And I went back to my alma mater because I went back to school and got my degree so I could have that in my pocket so my kids can't say, "Oh, you don't have one." No, I got one. And I got this damn certificate.
Shout out to Laverne.
University of Laverne, baby. Leos for life.
I was working with you when you were doing those classes,
Oh,
man.
yeah. You'd see me doing term papers working the board, bro.
You were grinding, bro. Grinding.
I literally wrote my thesis while I was running the board.
I watched
for
it
Amy
happen.
and Rob.
Yeah.
Hard times, crazy.
And was having full conversations with us like he wasn't actually doing. And talking on the air.
Yep, on the air.
Never missing a break. It was the most incredible. It was like Rain Man.
Yeah,
Just like the numbers coming in front of his face.
Right. So I was doing that, and I realized I missed doing it full time. And the same people that hired me for the Dodgers came back and said, the guy that does the Clippers and Kings, he quit. Just quit. We have no one else in mind. We want you. I didn't even care how much they were going to buy. I said, I'll take it because I want to get back in the game so bad. He's like, we didn't even discuss that. I don't care. You can pay me $1 a game. I'll take it. And they were like, well, we're not going to do that. So they took care of me.
Pay you more than $1 a game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, they take care of me. So I'm good there. And then the great Sean Gosser, which I worked with his dad at Fox Sports Radio, works at Podcast One. He's like, hey, we need an editor. So I was like, man, whatever you need. So they said, you have a home studio? Yeah, you can work from home. Just come to the Beverly Hills studio, once or twice a week. I'm like, okay. Did that. And then I came up with a podcast on October 1st, 2018, the Big Brother Jake podcast. And I sold them on it. I waited a year and a half because I didn't want to make it look like I was doing, whatever. And they loved it. They signed me. So now, not only do I work on a whole bunch of other shows for them, one of the shows is mine. And it's just
amazing.
Been an awesome run. 21 years. I'm not tired of it. I don't hate it. Of course,
dude, but here's the thing, like what you're doing now, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I know you well enough. Like you're doing exactly what you want to do right now. Like you're hosting your own podcast, and you still get to go to games. Like I remember you telling me about how much you missed doing play-by-play stuff when you were doing the overnight board stuff. Because like, look, we had a good time doing overnight boards, but like, nobody wants to do overnight board forever.
No,
it's depressing. It's depressing.
And at the time, I'm like, man, I'm 37 at the time. I'm like, this is not where I envisioned
it sucks.
in my career.
You were way too talented and had way too stacked of a resume in my mind to be doing. Like I always, and I probably, if I didn't say it to you, I thought it at the time. Like, why in God's name is Big Brother Jake stuck on freaking overnights? Like, I remember, and I forgive me for not remembering the producer. I don't some of the producers, and that's indicative of what I think of them as producers. Don't remember their names, but there would be some producers I was working with, and I was like, why isn't Jake just the producer of this show? Like, what are we doing?
Well, I was telling producers what to do because they were clueless, and I knew how I wanted the show to sound.
Yeah,
I'd be like, look, man, you need to pay attention, and a lot of them be scared to talk to talent, and that's one thing you couldn't do. I remember when we hired Stephen A. Smith, and I told Stephen A. Smith, I said, look, are you all right there, man? You can hear me?
Yeah, it looks like, yep, you got me, Jake?
Yeah, I got you.
Cool.
So I remember when we hired Stephen A. Smith, and everybody was scared to talk to him. And so I do this with every talent I would work with. When they come in, I was like, there's two things I won't do. I won't lie to you, and I won't get you coffee. If we can do those things, we can work together. And they're like, what the hell is this guy?
He probably loved that.
Oh, I loved it. I love telling people to their face.
No, but I mean, Stephen A. probably loved when you said,
he did, and we're still friends to this day.
Because he's legit. So I worked on his radio show a few times at ESPN as a fill-in, and when he's in his mode at ESPN like he has when he was doing the radio show too, crazy days. He'd do first take 2-hour national radio show and then do like Sports Center 6 times before he'd go home. Like that dude is a hard ass worker. So like it's not like I tried to fraternize too much with him because I was just filling in and just give him his space. But super down to earth, wicked nice guy.
He is. He actually he's one of the reasons why I made the most money I ever made at Fox Sports Radio. I will say this, and I said it on my podcast, even though he's a little Hollywood now, we barely talk. Like, we don't talk as much as we used to. And I know he's busy, and he pops off at the mouth sometimes and gets himself in trouble. But we won't go there. But I came into work one day, and I was pissed off. And Stephen A. was like, what's going on, Jake? And I was like, man, I don't want to do this no more. I'm done with this place. I don't want to be here. I'm tired of working the board. I can do more. And I just feel complacent. I'm not happy here. And he says, well, what's it going to take? I said, man, I got kids, bro. Kids, multiple kids. And I can't be here with kids making what I'm making. He said, all right, after the show, we're going upstairs. We went upstairs, talked to Don Martin, my man, you know. And shout out to Don Martin because he's one of the reasons why I'm with the Clippers and Kings. I love Don. And he's like, my man, what's going on? He's like, my man, Jake ain't happy here. And if you can't take care of him, I will leave. He put his neck out in the line.
Wild.
And I was like, no. He's like, no, I got this. He said, you don't take care of my man, I leave. I don't need this.
What a power move.
He was already talking to ESPN, so he had a deal.
He knew.
But
he knew.
He didn't have to do that for me anyways, because they could have just been like, all right, bye, and paid him out and sent him on his way, and he did that for me. So I'm forever indebted to Stephen A. Smith. You know, and I've got to see a lot of things. I've worked Super Bowls. I've got to work NBA Finals, MLB playoffs, Sports Tour, NASCAR. I've been blessed to do a lot, Tommy. And I'll say this much, man, like, you remind me a lot of myself when I was younger, and that's why I always got along with you. And I've watched your career grow. You know, I'd hear you get shout-outs on ESPN Radio. I'd turn on my TV, like, that's my dude right there. And I love everything I've seen out of you and what you've become in this business, man. And I'm very proud of you because you've earned it. You didn't beg for it. You didn't have it handed to you. You grinded. And now look at you, man. Like, I'm so proud of you and everything you've become. And it's an honor to sit here. Like, when you hit me up and say, hey, would you do this? I was so damn happy. And I was like, dude, I can co-host the whole damn thing with you if you want. You know, if I didn't have kids, I'd have sat for 24 hours with you. I'd have flew out there and been like, I got time.
Hey, you know what? I'm holding you to that, dude. We're doing this next year. Yeah. When I come in last place again, you're coming on for the full 24 hours.
You know, I hope you don't come in last place, but if you do, I'm there with you. You got it on tape. I will go out there.
You heard it here, people.
I'm not even kidding. This ain't for show. I will go out there and ride with you, dog.
Done.
I don't have a problem with it.
It's happening. I love you, buddy. We got to do this more often. It's ridiculous that it's been this long since we talked.
We do. We just need to talk in general, and I need to have you come on the podcast, man.
Do it. Hit me up, dude. We'll find a time. I'm down.
Absolutely, bro.
Awesome, dude. That's Big Brother Jake, one of my mentors, one of the best people I know. Go to bed.
It's 2 a.m. in LA. Yeah, I think I'm going to crash out. I got to be up in 4 hours.
You should do that.
But yeah, thanks for having me on, man. And keep going strong, man. And do you need to use the bathroom? I can cover for you, man. I told you, I promised you one.
You know what? I don't need to yet.
How many times have you used the bathroom since you've been there?
I've only gone to the bathroom twice.
Holy crap! And I've seen you pounding waters and damn, bro, you're
crushing it, man.
I know you're young. You're young because I had these two things right here, and I gotta be already, bro. I'm old. But no, man, thanks for having me on. You know, it's a pleasure. I'm proud of everything you've done and what you've accomplished. And man, y'all gonna see this dude at the top of the top. And you can say, I remember when he sat at a Denny's having to pee on himself because he did 24 hours straight. And you're gonna be a superstar, baby. You got this, man. And I love seeing your manifestation and your maturation, brother. And it's been a pleasure. I love you. And anything you need from me ever in life, you know you can come to me, man.
Love you too, dog. We'll talk soon.
Yes, sir.
See you, Jake.
Peace out.
That is my man there. Love that guy like family. And the next person we're bringing up, we're going right to the next guest here. One of the more legendary figures in the history of ESPN. You might know him as Outsider Mike. You might know him as Mikey C. I use both nicknames interchangeably. He is my friend, Mikey C. He looks like he's asleep right now. Mikey C, it is 5 a.m. Eastern. Are you in bed? Are you in an Uber? What's happening here?
It's 5 a.m. I'm in bed. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, buddy. What's going on, dude? So the last time I saw you, it was when I was living in Connecticut still. I was leaving to move back to Boston. It was my pseudo going away party. And I think we were ripping some heaters in the garage at my house there in Farmington. And we had just done that. We had just done the hair sprinkle thing on your head. And it looked fire as hell. And now I see on social media you're yoked The hair looks fire as hell. What was this awakening that has come over Mikey C since I left Connecticut?
Oh wow, you want to get deep right off the bat, huh?
Let's go. Let's go
Waking up.
deep, baby.
Oh,
I'm
man.
10 hours and 5 minutes into this thing, and I
First
want to
of
know
all-
what happened. Why did Mikey C get hot after I leave Connecticut?
First of all, I am going to be the total opposite of the person you just had on because I was not happy when you asked me to do this. I was horrified. You told me I could do this at 4, 4:30, or 5 a.m.
I gave you some great time slots.
Yeah. So I was mortified to hear from you and ask to do this, but I'm here, so let's do it.
You're the best.
Mm-hmm.
So my reasoning before we get into
Yeah.
your hotness here, my reasoning for giving you early times. Well, it's twofold. One, I need to fill 24 hours, so people are bound to have some bad times. But I also know from working with you at ESPN Radio that you, like myself, would have like horrible times to work. So I figured that you might be up super late from working a horrible shift or be up super early for working a horrible shift. So I thought, okay, Mikey C might be the type of guy that's awake at 5 a.m. who'd be willing to just like shoot the breeze with me for a half an hour. And here you are.
Honestly, this would have worked out great, except it's just randomly, this is the one day that I get to sleep in and don't have to be up at like
Not
5
anymore,
a.m.
baby. Not anymore.
So thanks for ruining that for me. I look pretty good though for 5 in the morning though, actually.
Dude, you're crushing life, man. Like
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'll answer your question. Like, how did I all of a sudden?
Are you taking roids, dude? Are you taking PEDs?
Right? Isn't that the best compliment to get that question asked to you?
Do you have multiple people asked you if you take steroids?
I've had are you the natty or not, questions thrown at me. And yeah, like I said, I take it as a compliment. But yeah, last time you saw me, I was like, I mean, I'm still smoking 2 packs a day, but back then I was smoking 2 packs a day on top of not exercising, eating like 3 Hungry Man a day, and like basically just waiting for myself to die.
Yeah.
And so like one time, so somebody came up to me because I was doing a podcast on my own, the Outsider podcast. God bless
What
it.
happened to that?
Yeah, I just got bored of it, I guess.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Look, when an artist gets bored of something, you don't want to force it. Then it's not good art at that point.
Yeah, when it becomes work actually, and you're not getting paid for it. But
exactly. Makes sense.
So so somebody came up to me and asked to be a guest on the Outsider podcast at the time, and was like, "Oh man, I'm just like you. Nothing goes my way. I'm just, I don't want to name any names, but his name was John Ryder, and he was like." Nothing goes my way.
I love
I'm
Ryder.
probably gonna die tomorrow and everything. And I was like, God, you sound like horrible. And I was like, something snapped in my head. That was like,
wait, I sound like that.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like, all right, one last time, hit the gym, get yoked, and then of course I did all that, and we went into like a quarantine lockdown for like 6 months, and I was looking the best I've ever looked, and like nobody got to see me. But if you go to my Instagram, you can see plenty of hot thirst trap pics.
Yeah, 100%.
23. So
go.
that's why I'm like
so John Ryder was your wake up call.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever told him that. So if he gets into this.
That is amazing. I love that guy. Is he still doing stuff at ESPN, or like I know that they've cut back a lot on like anchors and stuff.
Yeah, he actually just stopped doing stuff. It was his last day, just last week actually.
Oh man!
But he's still doing things in Boston.
Okay, good, good.
All right, I'm getting
awesome,
I'm awake enough now. I think I'm gonna have a cigarette with you.
All right, good. If you didn't smoke a cigarette on this stream, there'd be no point in having you on here, Mikey. Let's be real. It's your signature. Speaking of that, smoke breaks with Mikey C. Did those
legendary?
Did those end when Stu left, or are you going to carry that on? I think if you relaunched that as like a micropod that came out once a week, like 10-minute podcast, numbers would be nuts. Like Meadowlark should hop on that.
Yeah, no, I still think I have creative control over smoke breaks somehow.
Yeah.
Something amazingly, nobody else picked it up or wanted to claim it. So I'm claiming that I still have the rights
You
to
own
it.
the rights. You own the rights. If you want to bring it back, you can bring it back.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just waiting for the right platform to relaunch it on. Maybe I'll do a
love it.
review. Maybe I'll sell it to a higher bidder. Who knows?
Yeah. Hey, my people are interested. My people will talk to your people.
Yeah. So
but
how
what-
are you making out today?
I'm good, man. Let's see, I'm 10
We're in a
hours and
Waffle House?
11 minutes. No, so it ended up being a Denny's because Waffle
Denny's.
House, which I didn't know, doesn't have Wi-Fi at any of its locations. I didn't know that until going to a couple Waffle Houses to see if I could do this. And they all told me, no, we don't do Wi-Fi at Waffle House. I'm like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
It seems like a weird play in 2021, but all right. But it makes sense. Like they don't want people sitting around all they don't want people doing what I'm doing, basically. Right?
And where can people see this then? Like, am I going to be on something, or is
So this is a live stream. It's happening right now. You are smoking a cigarette live on YouTube. So the way the platform I'm using to record this, so it's called StreamYard. So for the first X amount of time, this was being broadcast on multiple platforms, but as the time continued, like Facebook only allows 8 hours of streaming. So so that ended after 8 hours. I think Periscope, which is connected with Twitter, I think that ended after 4 hours. We're still going strong on Twitch and YouTube, but at 7 o'clock, this stream will end because you can only go up to 12 hours on YouTube. And then a new stream is going to start at 7:30, and that's going to be, the last 11 and a half hours of the 24 hours.
Because you sent out a guest list, and I thought I was pulling in the anchor leg. I thought that was me because you had me listed as the last guest.
No, so it was a thread. So the next, I couldn't fit everyone. So the next set of tweets had the people that are on after you. So,
so I wasn't even on that list.
No, you're not the last guest. It was like the full guest list took up like 6 tweets. So you're within the thread in order of when you were coming on. So,
boy, this just gets worse and worse that I woke up for this now. And you've been at it for now. You said 11 hours.
10 hours, 13 minutes, 45 seconds.
That's my nightmare, dude. To talk for 10 hours.
It's kind of crazy, dude. I haven't been able to shut up for 10 straight hours. But it's been good because I've had a few guests that like to talk as well. So I get breaks. I get to listen to them.
Not me.
Dude, you love to talk. Are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
When the Outsider Mike podcast was clicking, the episode you did with Rosillo is maybe my favorite piece of audio that ever existed.
That was a good one.
Amazing.
Now, I'll tell you, I don't like to talk. I just don't like losing my airtime, which kind of isn't a good combination. But
that doesn't make any sense, Mike.
It doesn't. I like airtime, but I don't like to talk. That's probably why I'm not making millions in this business yet.
Yet is the key term there. I'm shocked that Stu Gotts didn't try and bring you aboard. Why didn't that happen?
There was rumors of things, but we'll just keep them as rumors.
Okay. We don't want to talk publicly about it. I understand. We can talk off the record later.
Yep.
So what are you working on now?
Somebody just dropped what are they called? The $4 stackers at Denny's or something?
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the beauty of being here at Denny's. You hear all the background noise. I'm actually pretty close to the kitchen. Things get dropped. People are having a good time. A huge group of people just walked in.
Yeah, do you have security with you or anything? Or are you just there
just
a man
me, man?
Yeah?
It's just me here down in South County here in St. Louis. It's definitely been interesting. It's definitely been interesting.
Especially this time at Denny's, you never know what's going to walk in.
Well, did you ever come with us to Denny's in Bristol? It was always kind of a rough scene after those late night shifts. I think you were working weekdays at that point, though.
Yeah. No, I didn't like you guys that much to hang out with you guys.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
No, but I've been to Denny's. In fact, I met the Iron Sheik. You know the wrestler, the Iron Sheik?
I'm not familiar.
Don't you remember? You don't know the Iron Sheik? He beat, or Hulk Hogan beat him for the World Cup. God, no, I guess
I'm not really a wrestling guy. James Steele's your wrestling guy.
James Steele, I know. Oh, I got pitched because one of the things now I'm happy too. I don't know if you know this. I'm the producer of Marty and McGee on Saturday morning.
Oh, very nice. You're producing, not board hopping?
Yeah, well, no, I'm board hopping too.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Oh, okay, a little bit of both. So I know, things are different.
You know
nowadays.
how things are a little short-handed.
Yeah. Okay. Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, but James Steele used to produce that, so I actually just got pitched a bunch of WWE guys for the show, and I feel bad because James would have jumped at it. He would have been going nuts, and I was
James
like, all right, yeah, we'll see. I think SummerSlam is coming up.
Ryan McGee's a big wrestling fan too, isn't he?
I think they're like those old-time wrestling fans, which probably are still into it. I'd say I used to like wrestling, but then I stopped watching it, and I haven't really. My life hasn't gotten any worse from not watching it. So,
my buddy Jake Bennett on YouTube asking, "When am I on?" Never, because you sent me an apple crisp dessert when you know I'm not a big sweets guy, thus forcing me to eat apple crisp on camera, thus implicating me as a big sweets guy when you know I'm not. So, Bennett, you are banned from joining this chat. This stream as a guest.
Apple crisp because I was big into Hungry Man, and that was one of the desserts inside of the Hungry Man dinners was apple crisp, and it was actually pretty good.
So are you still eating Hungry Man's?
No, and they had given me a sponsorship. I
remember
like a lifetime supply and everything like that. So many calories in those damn things, though, and I would eat them at 2-3 in the morning.
Yeah. Crush a Red Bull. Are you still drinking only Red Bull?
Oh yeah, I got my Red Bulls right here. Yep, Red Bull.
That's the last part of this, dude. You gotta start drinking some H2O, dude.
Oh, I'm sure I tell him. Oh, you sound like my doctor now.
Come on, man.
Oh man. My doctor says, he goes, doesn't look like you can. He goes, you still need to drink more water. Last time I saw my doctor, I go, I know you're going to tell me I still need to drink more water. He's like, how'd you know that? And I told him, I said, because I haven't really drank any more since the last time you saw me.
You're like, remember that last glass I told you about right before our last thing a year ago? Yeah, that's the last glass of water I've drank.
But I've told you this many times. My body doesn't absorb water like you guys. So
yeah, I remember. I remember there was I think I was working on the show where you just couldn't hear out of one of your ears at one point, and you left, and we all attributed it to you not drinking water.
Yeah, no.
In hindsight, you probably just needed to get some earwax removed.
Yeah.
But
but not drinking
we're
water.
all like, oh, dude, that dude doesn't drink any water, so he can't hear out of one of his ears. So
I've known you for a long time. It's going back. Wow.
Long time, dude. Mike Bizzle on YouTube asking, or he just wanted to let you know, Mikey C, I shared a hot tub with George the Animal. Pause.
Oh, see, he was big during the Iron Sheik days. Have you heard of George the Animal Steel? That's another one you never heard of?
I think I've heard of it. I don't know who he is or what he looks like, but I've definitely heard the name George the Animal. So you got to give me some credit there.
I don't know. What did you do when you were a kid and everyone talked wrestling?
I didn't really watch wrestling. No, I was. I mean, I loved obviously Boston sports. Super into the Pats. Super into the Celtics. Sox, Bees, and then cartoons and stuff. Like Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon, Disney Channel. That was my stuff. When I was a kid, it was the Boston teams and it was the cartoon channels. That's what I watched.
Didn't have time for wrestling.
No, I can't fit wrestling in there. Come on, I got to watch Tom Brady.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess when you're a kid, you got limited time. Yeah.
So what's the schedule looking like these days? You're doing Marty and McGee, so I assume they're bringing you on the air. Like, where can the people find Mikey C on the ESPN radio airwaves these days?
That is the best place to find me on Saturday mornings at 7 a.m. doing Marty and McGee.
I have to imagine
leave it
they
on
bring you on. I mean, they both have known you forever.
Yep, they'll bring me on and do some wacky stuff. Sometimes it's even on the SEC network, and I get some TV time. Yeah,
perfect.
So that's the best place to catch me. During the week, I'm kind of doing hodgepodges of things, but Marty and McGee is the best place to get your Mikey C fix. Did you say you're in St. Louis? I thought you were in Rhode Island.
So I'm moving back to Rhode Island on Labor Day.
Oh, okay.
So I'm still here in St. Louis for coming up on exactly a month, just over a month away. Morgan and I got a place.
Now you've been there for a little bit and you're leaving, so you can say good and bad things about it. Would you recommend St. Louis?
Yeah, I'll say this about St. Louis. It grew on me, for sure. At first, it was definitely a transition because it's nothing like, where you and I grew up in New England. And there's like no ocean for thousands and thousands of miles. And people are like nice out here, which is weird. And, we're used to the New England coldness of both weather and people wise. People are obsessed with baseball out here, and people like baseball where you and I are from, but like they really like baseball out here. It's kind of creepy.
Like even when they're not winning, they like baseball. I mean, we like baseball here when the Yankees are in the World Series and stuff, but that's about it.
Yeah. It's just a different vibe, man. So
when they say they're going to the beach, what do? Go to a lake or something?
They go to the Ozarks.
Oh, the Ozarks! I watched that show. The Ozarks actually seem pretty fun. Did you ever get to go to the Ozarks?
Never went to the Ozarks. It's really not that close. It's like almost 3 hours away. So
so it's still not close.
Yeah. So you're smack dab in the middle of the country here. So with all of that, it took some time to get used to, and obviously when you move somewhere where you don't know anybody and you're in your mid to late 20s, it's hard to just like meet new people,
Yeah. You were crushing that Tinder for a while, I bet. I'm sure.
A lot of Tinder, dude. A lot of Tinder. But like, what else was there to do, right? So I was just swiping more so to meet human beings than actually like pursue things. But thankfully I was doing that because that's how I met my fiance.
Yeah, I heard. God bless you. Congratulations.
Thanks, man. So I got so lucky that because usually, I mean, you're on the swipe game as well. So or at least you were.
Don't tell my girlfriend.
So you understand. You find most of the people you meet on those things are awful because of course they are because you met on an app, so there's little to no expectation that you're going to connect with this person on like a spiritual or like mental level. So
it's so
I got very lucky.
I would think about it and I'm like, all right, I think I'm pretty normal. Well, in my head, I think I'm normal, but I feel like my friends are normal and they're like swiping on Tinder, but every single broad I meet on this thing is freaking crazy. How does that work out? Where are the normal people? But I eventually found one that was pretty normal, I guess.
Yeah. So did you meet your girlfriend on Tinder?
Yeah, well, Bumble to be exact, but they're all the same.
Okay. No, Bumble is different actually. Bumble, they choose to talk to you.
Yeah. Which I don't know why, but I've had better luck on Bumble than Tinder for some reason.
By the way,
because I don't like to talk.
Exactly. So the work's all done for you.
Yeah, that was
by the way, Paul, my friend Paul Bovey with Vegas Insider, he's in the Ukraine right now. He was trying to join us about an hour ago, and for whatever reason, the technology wasn't allowing me to connect him to this stream, and I think it's because he was in the Ukraine. He still's there, but it is allowing me to connect him now. So
so I can go back to bed?
So you can go back to bed, my friend. I appreciate you coming on. You are an absolute legend. Outsider Mike. Go check him out on Twitter at Outsider Mike. You can find him on Instagram at MC Snoop 23.
Yeah,
I believe. So
yep, you got it.
Mikey
Lots of
C,
thirst
dude.
traps and pics. You'll love it.
Check him out on all of those platforms. And thanks for the time, buddy. We should meet up whenever I'm back in New England.
Yeah, definitely. Get in touch with my people. We'll get it to work.
We'll get a Hartford hangout situation going on.
Yeah. All right. Good seeing you, Tommy.
All right. Go to bed.
All right, good luck. Thank
See
you.
you, Mikey.
Bye-bye.
Mikey's gone. He's the best. I love Mikey C. I love that Connecticut crew. I love the ESPN people. But here we go. I believe this is going to work, and it does. Paul Bovey, my friend from Vegas Insiders, joining me live from the Ukraine. Paul, do you have me? You are connected. I believe we are good to go here.
Tommy, I got you, buddy. I got you. We're all good.
Yes. I don't know what the heck was going on before. This is the first time I've ever used this platform. For whatever reason, I felt like the American government was not allowing this Ukraine feed to join StreamYard, but we've gotten through that hurdle. You're here. What's going on in the Ukraine? So is this like a normal place for you to go visit? Is it like a good vacation spot? Like, give me the lowdown on the Ukraine.
You know, Tommy, about 10 years ago, I was in Frankfurt, and I actually flipped a coin, and I said, heads, I'm going to Odessa based on a recommendation from a friend of mine, or tails, I'm going to Portugal in the Algarve. I like to travel a lot. I've been to 36, 37 countries. I got to count the stamps on my passport. So I came here, and the architecture, the vibe, the ambiance, and of course, the women actually passed the litmus test. So I've been coming back here for the last, I'm going to say decade, and I actually own a condo here on the Black Sea. I bought it pre-construction. Yeah, I bought it pre-construction 3 years ago, and I couldn't get here to renovate it because in Ukraine, when you buy a pre-construction condo, basically all they're giving you is a shell. So you walk in, you see just cement on the walls, and you have to install everything. But fortunately, I found a very honest real estate person who put this place together. I was in there last night for the first time, and I was actually mesmerized. She did such a fine job. I have a great view of the Black Sea. It's about 200-300 meters from all the clubs. It's in a very vibrant area, very touristy, so it rents out very well. Since its completion, which was a couple months ago, you know, we're knocking out $100, $125 a night, which for Ukraine is pretty damn good.
Yeah, damn, dude. Wow, that's amazing. Got to view the Black Sea and all that stuff. That's very cool. So the last time you and I talked, you got done telling me why the Suns were not going to do anything in the postseason. And they were up 2-0 in the finals. I was like, oh, man, I can't wait to have Paul back on the pod when the Suns win the championship. Obviously, they fall short, but I forget. What's the name of the fake diamond that people buy for
Zirconian.
Zirconians. You're saying the Suns are zirconian.
The one your fiance busted you on when you tried to hand it to her. You know, so, you know, back in the day, they talk about Zerks. You know, I was only giving you the business. I'm sure you went out and spent $25,000 on that ring. It's probably 3 carats with baguettes all around. So, Tommy, I know you're a generous guy, and you probably did the right thing.
A lot of money was spent on that. Not a zirconia, opposite of zirconia.
Exactly.
So, I have to imagine that. That was early on in the postseason, that as a shrewd handicapper, you adjusted based on the run you saw the Suns going on. You're like, oh, okay, wait a second now. It looks like they got this thing figured out in the Western Conference.
Look, I took a position.
Okay.
I maintained the position. They got by the Lakers. Let's face it, AD was out. It just seems like they caught teams at the right time, and timing is everything. You know, the
Totally.
Nuggets didn't have a true point guard, so I just think they got through the conference through circumstance, favorable circumstances. Took the first 2 games against the Bucks, but if you look, the Bucks shot poorly. And of course, they come back and win the last 4 games. Did I come in and take the Bucks when they were down 2-0? No, I did not. All I did is take over. I think it was the Bucks plus 2.5 games. That was my biggest bet for the series. It didn't look good early on, but it was a cash. And I was just betting game by game, team totals, props. Caught Bobby Portis in the last game.
Nice.
So things worked out. Holiday I played twice. Once he went over. His shooting for the series was basically abysmal, but he did contribute on the defensive end. So look, you got to hand it to Milwaukee, and you got to hand it to Giannis, because in that last game, he made his free throws. And, there's all these conspiracy theories, and, I fed into it. I said, yeah, did you see the rim? They were actually expanding the circumference of the rim on every free throw attempt. It was kind of a joke. Everybody feeds into this, plays into this conspiracy theory in the NBA. And I understand it because, I was doing a podcast for 5 years with Tim Donaghy, so I get the whole thing. But the Bucks won the series fair and square, and cream rises to the top. And on the other side, I think the Suns were exposed.
Giannis is the real deal too, man. I think that guy's about to go on a run. I really do. So people are asking in here. Mike Bizzle on YouTube wants to know if you have any Olympics bets. If you're following maybe Olympic basketball or any other sports associated with the Tokyo Games happening right now.
No, okay, because I travel and I like to enjoy this time of year, and I actually struggle to get in the football groove. I'm doing it now. I played a few win totals. They actually went in my favor. But, I don't try to be a jack of all trades. I try to master a couple sports. I'm an NFL. I'm a college football guy. I'm very good at it. I move some numbers, and that's what I'm looking forward to in a few weeks. Preseason kicks off. Preseason is a great time of year for NFL bettors because there's value in the numbers and they'll move. It shows because they will move dramatically because certain coaches play for the preseason, certain coaches retreat, and basically just they don't take it seriously, and that's where you have to dial in. And anytime somebody says to me, "Oh, anybody that plays the preseason, how can you play preseason?" They're a novice bettor. You have to take advantage of situations, and the preseason is definitely a time of year where you could take advantage of motivation, which is critical in trying to be a successful handicapper.
So them losing preseason games as the years go on here, as it becomes less and less important. What, are we down to 2 now? I mean, that's got to bum you out.
Oh, well, it is what it is. I just, I play the hand that's in front of me. So there's an extra NFL game. There's 17 games this year. And I think there was some value in the win totals. Look, I took the Steelers under 9. Great number. I do not see them getting to 10 wins. So, and you can go over and get some value too. I took the Redskins over 8. All I have to do is get a 9-8 record to cash that. So, just play the hand that's in front of you. When the preseason games go down, so you get an extra regular season game in there. I mean, don't get me wrong. There is advantages to the preseason, but there's nothing you can do about it. And, you just move forward.
So tell me about your career as a competitive stair climber. I want to know everything there is to know about this. Because you are the only person I know that has that in their Twitter bio. So
all right,
I got to know.
So I did stairs this morning. Okay, I did. Because there's a great set of stairs. There's the Potemkin stairs here, and I look forward to doing those stairs every time I come to the Ukraine. So let me tell you. In 1989, I ran the corporate challenge in Central Park. I couldn't finish. It's about a 3-mile race. Okay. I just was, caught up in all the Wall Street type extracurricular activities. And I just wasn't an in shape guy. So one day I hurt my back in the gym and I says, you know what? I'm going to start running. Okay. And I started running. Believe it or not, running helped my back. It loosened it up. Within 5 years, I was doing 5Ks under 19 minutes, which is like 6-minute miles. So it was, I went from my inability to run and finish a 3-mile race to running. Okay, so fast forward a few years, and now I have no cartilage left in my hips. And my knees are shot. So I said, I got to figure something out. I was told not to run on the pavement. I used to love running on the pavement. In Vegas, I would run from like downtown, to the Strip, or I'd run down from the Stratosphere to the Mandalay and back. I just loved it. It was very invigorating to just run on the Strip.
I was going to say, that's got to be really cool.
It was great, especially when the temperature was in the 50s. So I would go at the right time of year. I wouldn't run in the summertime because you're just asking for a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
So then as my joints became more, shall we say, challenged, I started to look for other things. And I got into stair climbing because there's an event in Las Vegas where you climb the Stratosphere. So I started training, and it's tough to train because unless you have access to, multiple floors, you got to make do. And I made do, and I did the first Stratosphere event, I'm going to say about 7 years ago, 108 floors. And what was great about it was I actually finished in a flurry. Like I underpaced myself. And I had a lot left at the end, and I just shot by people, finished in the top 15 or 20%. So I knew I had work to do. So the next Stratosphere, I finished in the top 10. My most recent stair climbing event was I think it was the Union Bank building in LA, 3,800. And I finished, I think, number 80. And I was in the elite 100 in terms of they'll let the top 100 compete based on past performance. And I finished, I think, number 50 out of 100 in the elite group, which was good enough for 80 out of 3,800. So I really get into stair climbing. I'm not a guy that likes marathons or half marathons. I just don't have the patience to train. That's why I don't play golf, Tommy. I simply like fast, furious, give me the 10, 20-minute grueling competition. I'm done, and I'm on to the next thing.
That makes 100% sense to me because I don't really think I have the patience for golf either. Honestly, as a kid, I barely had the patience for baseball. So I'm sort of with you on that. I was the guy out in the outfield. They'd put me in the outfield because the ball would never get hit there, and I'd just be out laying in the grass.
You got to go to but you got to go to right field because right field is where
no one's hitting the right field. Yeah, they'd
exactly.
stick me out there. If they put me in the infield, I'd be like making dust balls, in the air, making dust fly everywhere, kicking my feet. So I'm totally with you on that. Like, I need it to be in and out, done. Like this 24 hours is killing me.
Yeah, you're gonna make. You're a young guy. You're gonna make it. But just getting back to the stair climbing thing a second, I absolutely love to compete. I've played everything for money in my lifetime, starting with bowling when I was 15, and on to tennis and basketball and everything is about competition. And probably the only thing I haven't played for money is golf. So this to me is a way to challenge myself. And I always love to challenge myself. Even though I'm an old guy now, I feel I can compete with anybody because I can push myself through walls. And that's just the way I am.
Age is just a number, Paul. You're a beast.
I tell the girls that here all the time. Okay. Age
So-
is just a number. Okay.
The
Yes.
Ukraine living up to its reputation. So of all the places that you've gone, because you said you love to travel, your passport's running out of places for stamps. What is your favorite place on earth to go visit?
Okay, I get that question a lot, and it depends on what I'm looking for. Like if I'm looking for a beach vibe, I would say Ukraine is pretty good, but probably not the best. It depends on which day of the week you catch me. But I do like the Ukraine a lot, but there are always going to be pros and cons to every place. The one thing I don't like about the Ukraine, number one, there is a language hindrance because a lot of people don't speak English, and a lot of the menus are in Ukrainian, and you know, sometimes it's just a little bit difficult. Same thing with Japan, by the way. I mean, the first time I landed in Japan, got on the subway, and everything is in Japanese, and some people choose not to help you or don't speak English. You're going to go through some, you know, highly tense situations there. But the one thing I don't like about Ukraine is probably a third of the people smoke. So
Wow, that's
sometimes
really high.
you are engulfed in cigarette smoke, and I don't like cigarette smoke. I get away from it wherever possible. It bothers me. I think that's from sitting in the casinos so many years and inhaling it, and now I find my lungs react whenever I'm around it. So it tends to be a very unhealthy country with respect to diet and lifestyle. So that's the one thing I don't like about it. Like I'll sit outside in a restaurant, all of a sudden some guy will perch himself next to me and I actually have to move the table. So that's the one thing I don't like about it. But, you know, there are pros and cons with every place. I've been to some wonderful destinations. You know, I've been to Bali. I've been all over Europe, you know, and these are great places. Colombia is a place I've been to 6 or 7 times. And oftentimes people will tell me that I'm crazy for going places. Meanwhile, I sent out videos of my condo last night to a few people, and they're like, wow, that's pretty nice. How much did you pay for that? You know, because what you get here for X amount of dollars buys you a closet or a parking space elsewhere. You know, so that's the way you look at it. And, you know, the
it's
vibe
crazy.
in Europe, the vibe in Europe and the vibe in a lot of these places, it's really great. And people in America sometimes think, well, you know, everybody from overseas lives in grass huts and, you know, there's 10 people to a bathroom. It's not true. Okay. There's some great places.
Yeah. And you live in Southern California, right? You're in San Diego, I believe.
I'm actually in Laguna Beach, and I
Laguna Beach. That's right.
By the way, Tommy, I apologize for the attire. I didn't know this was going to be video, but you know, okay.
Oh, dude, it's fine. You're on vacation, man. You're having a good time in the Ukraine. It's cool, dude. We're on a 24-hour live stream. It's going to be casual.
Okay.
So you know firsthand how crazy real estate can be living in Southern California. I mean, it's nuts, especially right now. It's a seller's market.
Well, I actually, you know, funny you say that. My house is for sale.
There you go.
I just dropped the price by 100,000 because I do want to move it. Okay, I sold a place in Florida, but yes, I know, and especially in Texas, all of my friends who live in Austin have told me how much money they've made over the last few years because people are actually getting out of California now because they simply can't afford it, and they realize they could take this huge chunk of cash, get the same size house elsewhere, or even a little bit bigger for a lot less money, and then, you know, have money in their wallet for spending purposes because, you know, California has become exorbitant in terms
it's
of
nuts.
look, gas is just through the roof. And look, my house in Florida would cost 30% the price, but it is Laguna Beach. It's expensive. It's midway between San Diego and LA, and of course, it came into prominence with the TV show back in the about 15 years ago. So it's a destination point for tourists, and so it's made the real estate valuable.
So are you looking to live in Florida full time?
Oh, I'm not going back to Florida. Look, the cockroaches are just too big and they fly. I did that. I'm a graduate of FAU, and I spent time in Fort Lauderdale. And I have to tell you, if you spend time in Florida, then you go to California, it's kind of like going to Ruth Chris, going to, dining at the Sizzler, going to Ruth Chris, and then going back to the Sizzler. It's very hard to do. I'm sorry for anybody that lives in Florida. I've lived there, and that's just the way it is.
That's like the best analogy I've ever heard. I love that so much. Hey, man, our headquarters, Vegas Insider, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. We love all our friends there in Fort Lauderdale.
Look, I go back to Florida every now and then, and I'm sorry, it's really taken a step down now. I mean, look, I take a trip down memory lane. A lot of the places that I spent time I moved down there in the late 70s and spent time in the early 80s. Then went back there, lived in South Beach for 7 or 8 years in the mid 90s. Had a great time, but it's just been there, done that. And now I'm going to be on to the next thing. I'm not sure where, but I'll be on to the next thing.
I love it. You're just go time all the time, baby. That's why I love Paul Bovey. So you gave us some leans for over-unders heading into the NFL season, some of them. Who do you have a team that you think you can get good Super Bowl odds on right now? Or do you feel confident enough to lay down some cash in that market, or do you want to kind of wait and see?
I'm not big on futures at the beginning of the season. I'm just not. I tend to focus in on the now more than anything else. And Tommy, I play a lot of horses. I play 5 days a week, and I'm very good at it. And I have friends that play horses, and they play pick sixes, pick fives. They call them verticals. I concentrate on race by race. If somebody asks me who I like in the 5th race today, I don't even know who's in the 5th race. So I tend to focus in on the now. I'm not saying I don't play futures, but usually I wait a little bit. And if I do play a future, understand I want to get value on it. I'm not looking to play a 6, 7 to 1 future. It's just not worth it. Too many things can happen. Think about the people that played the Lakers on futures this year. You get injuries. You got to look at the backup quarterback situation on these teams, because if you inherit a backup, of course your chances of cashing are gonna they're gonna plummet if you're going on a future. So I think there's a lot of variables there, which unless you're getting prohibitive odds, I tend to stay away from them. Now on a division future, I do play those because I think you're
more predictable too. I think
they're more predictable. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Like with I'm sure if you were a divisions guy, you must have cashed in on the Pats for 15 years there. When in the AFC East,
I didn't play it. I just wasn't. I didn't play a lot of divisions. I played them sporadically over the years. But no, I wasn't cashing in on the Pats. I cashed in on Buffalo. I do well with these win totals. I do. I pounded Buffalo 2 years ago. It was my biggest play. It was the easiest cash. I played him again last year. And I think when you look at these win totals, one of my rules is don't go over a high win total and don't go under low win totals. Look for value. Look for something where there's a margin for error, and you could be a little bit wrong but still cash a ticket.
I like that. So I'm going to be sitting here for another 14 hours or so, something like that. I don't know, 15 hours, 13 hours, something. Have you had a similar experience to this ever? Have you ever been at like the diner at 3 a.m. and you're there until like 6 a.m. or have you been finishing up a night at set? Like, I want to know the best 24-hour diner story that Paul Bovey can share on the air here.
The only diner stories I have, okay, is I was the typical guy, went out to the club, went to the diner after, and just in an inebriated state, wreaked havoc in there, put tips under a glass of water. I mean, this is cruel. So when the waitress picked up the water, water would spill all over the table. Just juvenile stuff. And this was before I became a server myself. But I really don't have any diner stories, except I would walk in the diner, and again, I'm inebriated, and there's lobsters in the tank, and I'm pulling the lobsters out, and just nonsense. I really don't have any good diner stories to speak of.
Pulling lobsters out of tanks at diners, that's good enough for me. I love it. So, all right, man. Well, hey, I have kept you too long. For whatever reason, this software wasn't allowing us to connect sooner. But I appreciate the time. I appreciate spending time with you whenever you join us on Great Day Nation. You're a blast, man. And keep on keeping on out there in the Ukraine. And I'm sure we'll connect again when you're back here stateside. And I hope you get the house sale thing situated at some point here, and you put down some roots. Maybe you settle up in Rhode Island. We become neighbors here in a few weeks when I move back to Rhode Island.
I did. I have been to Rhode Island. Okay?
Oh, there you go.
I watched
what do you think?
Giant Niners championship game there. I think it was in like 1990. Okay. And I just remember it was this 2-level place, and there was sawdust on the floor. And it's probably way before your time.
1990, I was minus 2 years old.
Okay. But I just remember it being a really cool place. And it's kind of like I drove through it, stayed a few days, and you're there and you're gone. It's one of those states where what happened? Did I just go through a state? You
can miss Rhode Island. The whole thing is 30 miles long by 40 miles wide. There
you go. Okay.
So small. You can drive the whole thing in an hour. I haven't lived there since graduating high school in 2010 on like a full-time level. I went back for a couple summers. So I'm pumped to move back. Like it's not like the guy that moves back after, college and just it's different this time around. I don't feel like you know what I mean? Like, how there's like stigma about moving home. Like for me, I'm excited to move home. Like I'm choosing to move home because I work remotely now. I can live anywhere I want in the whole world. But it's been too long since I was in the smallest state in the union. I'm ready to call it home again. So I'm excited, man.
Well, you could go to your reunion and you could actually stick your chest out and puff on it and say, hey, I'm TommyFreezePops. Look what I've accomplished. And all those losers are going to be walking around with big pot bellies and I'm working for the lighting company, but the benefits are great. But you're now a big household name. So
and I'm like, hey man, I'm sitting here at Denny's for 24 hours. So who's winning, right? So
yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
Okay.
Well, Paul, you're the man. We'll keep in touch, man. Thanks for joining me.
Hey, thank you, Tom.
Appreciate it.
Ciao.
Paul Bovey, everyone. He's a legend, just crushing it out there in the real estate market in the Ukraine. Sounds like an awesome place. Very, very cool spot. Gonna have to do a little reading on that once I can make my brain work again after the 24 hours I'm about to endure here. We're at 10 hours and 55 minutes on the stream. Gotta admit, starting to feel it a little bit. I think this This is the first time where I've really started to hit a wall, if you will. So we're going to take a quick break. I am going to run to the bathroom. While I do that, we are going to hear my man, fellow Rhode Islander, Billy Andrade, who joined Morton Andersen back around the Masters. I think this is Billy talking about how he doesn't like that the PGA doesn't get to set their own rules. He thinks it's ridiculous that the USGA still has control over the rules in the PGA. So we're going to listen to this clip here, the great Billy Andrade, and we'll be right back.
But just the thing that just kind of strikes me funny is that the PGA Tour, you know, at the Players Championship came out and said, okay, we're gonna make number 9 on 18 out of bounds, because DeChambeau was saying he was going to think about cutting the corner and going over to the 9th hole because it's a better angle in to the 18th hole at Sawgrass. And the night before the tournament, the PGA Tour rules official said that that's out of bounds. So they made a local rule that that hole was out of bounds if you went left, which brings me to a great point, which is it's 2021 and the PGA Tour, the Champions Tour, and the Korn Ferry and all the tours under the PGA Tour umbrella, all the rules, we go by the USGA and the RNA. That's where we go. We don't have our own rules. The NFL has their own rules versus college football. Pro basketball is different than college basketball, but the PGA Tour, we're under the umbrella of rules made by amateur golfers. And in this is a perfect situation where, okay, we said we're going to throw this local rule in that, boom, you know what, you can't hit it left on that hole, so that's a local rule. So it brings to the point of, why can't we make our own rules? So if it's the way DeChambeau putts, you know what, there's a big debate on what that's like anchoring, and he's just got it locked in there below the elbow, and he sits there and he rocks his shoulders. Is that any different than a guy that's up here, rocking his shoulders and anchoring here? Could we make a local rule on our tour that the shortest club in the bag has to be a putter, or the longest club in the bag can't be more than 47 inches, or whatever we want to make as professional golf, not for amateurs, juniors, college. This is just for our tour and our, in pro golf. This is what we're doing. And it's just amazing to me that, in 2021 that we don't make up our own, we don't have our own rules that we should have, and we should be able to dictate how we want to play instead of going by the USGA and the RNA, which changes rules every 4 years. So a new rules change is going to be coming up, and it'll be interesting to see. But the last rules changes some of them were just crazy ridiculous. Like, you can ground your club in a hazard. If you double hit your ball, it doesn't count as 2 strokes. It's just 1 stroke. There's so many funny, you can tap down every spike mark. That never was a rule. If you had a spike mark in front of you, tough crap, you got to just figure it out. You got to try to bounce it off the spike. Yeah, stick it up. You go, oh, I got to hit this off the left side of that, that spike mark. Now you can tap down anything you want. So there's all these different new rules, and it's just interesting. And it's a conversation we could have for hours.
We are back on the Diner Stream, and I am joined by a man who, in my mind, is a legend in the radio world. It is Ben Maller, Fox Sports Radio. Ben, thank you for joining me at this time of need here on the 24-hour stream here. I am exactly 11 hours and 5 minutes into this thing. And I still have 13 hours to go.
No, it's good to be here. Have you fallen asleep at all? Like I haven't been able to keep track. I've been up all night myself, but I'm up all night every night. Like have you sampled everything on the menu? I mean, what have you been doing here?
Okay, so we have our menu here. I've only sampled three menu items at this point. One of which was the Grand Sandwich, which for my money is one of the best sandwiches that you can get in the world. Fantastic stuff. The second thing was an apple crisp that was sent to me by my friend who was trying to catch me. There's this weird inside joke that my friends have where they try and catch me as being a guy that likes sweets, even though I'm not a big sweets guy. So huge commitment to the bit there. Literally ordering an apple crisp to my table while I'm on a live stream, forcing me to eat food because, of course, I'm going to eat food that's being ordered for me. And then I was asked to do a review of the mozzarella sticks on the stream, so I had to buy an app sampler. And so here we are. We're at 5:06 a.m. Central, 6:06 Eastern. You're 3:06 West Coast time, but like this is the end of the day for you. Like you're about to go home, eat dinner, and go to bed, right?
Well, not only that, it's the end of my work week. So like I have the entire weekend. This is my last. I just bloviated for the last time, so now I can put my feet up and relax. But I have to say I do honor your grit here. That you're actually a man of your word. You're following through on this. And now where exactly are you, by the way? Like what city are you in?
So I am in St. Louis, Missouri. I moved here about 3 years ago for a job at the ESPN affiliate here, working as the third voice on the morning show. And the pandemic happened. Jobs get lost. We know how it goes. And by the grace of God, I landed at Vegas Insider as Morton Andersen's co-host, doing his podcast, and I do some stuff with DraftKings now too. But I've remained in St. Louis. I'm moving back to the East Coast on Labor Day because I work remotely now. I can live anywhere. So I've been doing these jobs remotely from St. Louis for about a year, and so I am at a Denny's in the South County area in St. Louis.
Let me tell you something. I used to do the weekend. Oh, I'm looking here. Look at this. This is outstanding. So I used to do weekend overnights for years, like at Fox Sports Radio. And when I got married about, I think my 8th anniversary just happened. So
congratulations.
Well, thank you. I never thought I'd get married working in radio. So anyway, when I was single, I would do the overnight show, and then I would go to Denny's. There was a Denny's, as you know, you worked at our place. So down the street in Sherman Oaks, there's a Denny's, and a very interesting clientele. I'm guessing in St. Louis, it's a little calmer, but in LA on the weekends, like you had, let's just say, working professionals that were, after a night of hard labor, decided they needed a Grand Slam breakfast at Denny's.
That's right.
So,
no, that's the big times right there. Like, if we're ranking 24-hour Denny's night crowds, the Sherman Oaks late night Denny's crowd on a weekend, that's got to be really high up there.
Yeah, no, it is. And more importantly now, you're at a Denny's in St. Louis. Did you get approval from the people that work there, or are they all looking at you like you have some kind of illness?
So I showed up here on Monday to scout out the location and see if it was okay. And the manager on duty was awesome. She gave me the employee Wi-Fi login. So I've been having the best Wi-Fi I can possibly have for a Denny's. and it was great. She's like, I'm going to be here on Thursday night. Yeah, I'm going to help you out, all this stuff. So I show up here about an hour before we get going. And I'm like, hey, is so-and-so here? And they're like, who? And they're like, oh, okay. So we're off to a great start. So I've had to like re-explain to people over and over again what's going on here. They haven't really been bothering me lately, though. So I think word's gotten around. Like, yeah, just leave that loud guy in the corner alone. I don't think he's going anywhere for a while.
Well, I actually have that in common with you because seriously, I used to do local radio before I got into the syndicated stuff, and we used to do remotes like all the time. Yeah. Like, doing local stuff. They send you everywhere because that's how they make a lot of money. And so we went to like oil repair shops. We went to, lumber yards, you name it, tire stores. Yeah. And at that time, there was another radio station that had a similar name than us. And so there were times we would show up to radio remotes and they would be like, who are you? They thought we were the other station. It was very bizarre.
That's hilarious. So for those that don't know, my man Ben Maller is the overnight radio host for the Fox Sports Radio Network, heard nationally on how many stations at this point? 200 plus? Crazy?
No, that's old. That's an old number. We're like at over 400 now. I don't know how that happened. When I started a long time ago, I didn't have any gray in my beard, and we were on like 10 stations. So it has nothing to do with me. I think it's all like Colin Cowherd and all those people. I'm just like along for the ride. I don't have any control of it.
They bring on Colin Cowherd, your affiliate number goes up, everyone wins. So there you go. Because when I was at Fox Sports Radio, so my semester there was the fall of 2013. And
has it been that long?
It's been a long time, dude. Long time. So my lineup, and I might be getting it wrong, but to my knowledge, the lineup was at that point Fox Sports Daybreak with Mike North and
Andy Furman, right?
Andy Furman.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's a Cincinnati radio legend, Andy Furman.
And Mike North is a legend up in Chicago too.
Mike North was the highest paid radio guy in the entire business when he was in Chicago in his heyday.
Yeah, wild. That guy, I only worked with him like twice because he filled in a few times in some shows when I interned. That guy is insane. I love that guy.
No, yeah, but all good radio people have to be insane. You
have to be a little insane.
Yeah, no, as you know, because you've had shows and lost shows. You got to be nuts to stay in this business. Anybody with a brain gets something else.
Yeah,
is there food coming? I feel like there was food that was dropped off right now.
Sprite.
Oh, okay, Sprite. Nice.
Need it right now. I'm fading. Actually, wait, is it Sprite or a water?
Big reveal.
Water.
Okay. Nah.
I actually probably I think I said water. See, I don't even know at this point. I'm 11 hours and 13 minutes into this thing. But yeah, so it was Fox Sports Daybreak. Then it was Dan Patrick. And then it was Jay Moore.
Jay Moore on sports. That's right.
Yeah, Moore on sports.
Yeah.
Then it was Pat O'Brien and Steve Hartman. So I interned on that show.
Around POB. Pat O'Brien.
POB.
Yeah. A legend.
It's such a legend on so many levels.
Did you ask Pat to come on this? Because he probably would do it. If you would, you should have asked him.
I didn't, but he definitely would have said yes. And I actually feel dumb for not asking. Nicest guy ever. So quick Pat O'Brien story. When I was doing the semester at Emerson out in LA, doing the Fox Sports Radio thing, I was in an entertainment journalism class, and we had to write a feature story for one of the projects. And I asked Pat if he would, sit down for some time with me. Was like overwhelmingly nice with his time in between breaks, because he'd run out and smoke a cigarette during every commercial break. Like, didn't matter how long the break was, he'd leave part of a cigarette lit in the plant outside to finish smoking it, even if it was a quick break. Like, it was amazing. Legend. And he made me run outside with him every break. I have like old videos somewhere on my laptop of just Pat O'Brien ripping through cigarettes and me interviewing him outside Fox Sports Radio, where that that big window is.
Yep. Right
So-
on the street there. Yeah, I worked with Pat a few times. I've known Pat for years. I knew him when he worked on those tabloid TV shows, and we actually had a race. Here's a fun story. So we had a race. I filled in on that show a lot with Pat, and so a few times, and so we had a race to get verified on Twitter. Me and Pat O'Brien, and we were going back and forth, and there's like all these hoops you have to. This is, I don't know, 7-8 years ago, maybe longer than that. But we had to get, we had to go through Twitter police and all that to get verified, to get that dopey little blue check mark.
Right.
And so, Pat knows more people than me. I don't know many people. Pat knows everything. But I'm
Pat O'Brien.
Exactly. I mean, TV's Pat O'Brien, and so, and I'm trying to figure out who to talk to at Twitter. We're going back and forth. He's texting me, busting my balls. I'm going back at him, and I'll never forget. He beat me by like 2 weeks, and he was so happy. You would have thought he was broadcasting the NBA Finals for CBS. He was that excited. It was insane. Just
a Twitter verification alone.
Yeah.
What
exactly.
a great dude. And then it was, I believe, at the time, Petros and Money was still national.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Then it was Rob and Amy and JT the Brick.
Yeah.
And then
it started over again. I think
started all over again. Fox Sports Daybreak. We ran it back. So the crazy thing about it is, like 10 days after my final day as an intern there, all of the shows changed. Like they had the crazy like shift that they made. And this was still for me super early in my like radio business. So to me, I was like, oh my God, like this is crazy. But then, 6 months later, it happened again at another place I was at. And then 6 months after that, like this is just what happens in radio. So not as crazy as I probably realized. But all of that is to say, the fact that you've been in this spot for as long as you have at this point, that's a testament to you, dude, and the great work that you do.
I appreciate that, Tommy. And it's good that you're on. The key to radio is to be on when your bosses are sleeping and they cannot hear your show. And you can talk to drunk people all night and they will not even know about it. And that's the secret to a long career. No, I always told the interns, I don't know if I told you this, like the key to success in radio is to not self-destruct, because so many people end up self-destructing. And I've seen it, friends of mine, enemies of mine, it happens. So it's a wacky business, as the old line goes. But I'm glad that you seem like you're doing well, even though you're sitting at a Denny's in St. Louis at 5:17 in the morning or whatever it is. So
it's look, it's going great professionally. I have no complaints. Clearly, I have issues with fantasy football. The fact that I am not finishing higher than last, and I work in the field of sports media, it's probably a problem that I need to address. Now, one thing I loved that you did when I was an intern there was every year, and I don't know if you're still doing this, but every year you'd allow your listeners to choose which team you were a fan of.
Yes, I did that. I did that for many years. I grew up a fan of the Los Angeles Rams, and ironically, you're in St. Louis. So
right.
When the Rams left to go to St. Louis, I was devastated, and I'm like, listen, I'm not a St. Louis sports fan. I'm an LA sports fan, so I'm not going to support the St. Louis Rams.
How could you do that?
Yeah, of course, they then went on, had the greatest period of time in Rams history where they won the Super Bowl and all that. They had the greatest show on turf with Kurt Warner. Of course, but I was like, no, I'll just have listeners vote me as a fan. And it worked really well, Tommy, for a while. And because I would be like, why don't I pick a popular team? I'd be like, let me be a fan of that team. And the rules were I couldn't be a fan of the same team twice. Mm-hmm. So I figured I got this for 32 years. I could do this, right?
It's a 32-year bit. That's like impossible in radio.
Yeah, but then at some point, the listeners decided to bust my balls, and they started voting me. Whoever the worst team was supposed to be, they would vote me a fan of that team.
Well, I remember when I was working there, you were a Jags fan.
Yes, that was about the time. Yeah. For a while, it was like the first couple of years, it was like a high profile. I was a Patriots fan. That was great. I was a Cowboy fan. I was like, pretty good, high profile team. And then eventually they were like, wait a minute, we can bust Maller's chops here. And so then I became like a Browns fan, a Jags fan, Oakland Raiders fan when they were god awful. And then my saving grace here, though, Tommy, was the Rams moving back to LA, and so then I had an out to end the bit. So then at that point, I was like, all right, I'll jump back on.
So you're back. You're back with the Rams then.
I am back.
There you go.
The Rams.
You must be happy that you have your team back. Like you probably thought you were never. Well, that's not true. I'm sure when Stan Kroenke bought that land in Inglewood, you immediately knew it was going to happen at some point. But for a while, I'm sure you never thought you were getting your team back in LA and you were just going to be this nomadic fan.
Yeah, no, I did. And it's weird now because you watch sports as a kid through the eyes of a child, and it's an amazing experience. I grew up in Orange County in California. The Rams had training camp. They still do, by the way, but in Orange County. And my mom, this is how laid back the NFL was. My mom would drop me off. I was a little fat kid. She dropped me off at training camp. There was like one security guard, and I guess I'm getting old. And I would go there and watch. I'd hang out with the offensive linemen because I thought I was going to play in the NFL as an offensive lineman. But those guys were like, they were farting and telling jokes, and I'm a little kid, and it was like a really amazing experience as a child. Now you go to training camp, and it's corporatized, and I get it. They're trying to make money, but it was so laid back. And now it's everything's about squeezing every dollar you can out of it. And so it's changed a lot. I guess I'm doing a grumpy old guy rant.
Yeah, get off my lawn.
Yeah, I've become that guy. You're going to become that guy too, Tommy. You're going to become that guy. Yeah, it's going to happen.
So how pumped are you about Stafford? You must be just elite.
Well, I'm happy because he's not Jared Goff. So I had enough of Jared Goff, and Sean McVay got as much as he could out of Jared Goff. The fact that they made the Super Bowl, I mean, that is an amazing thing with Jared Goff guiding the offense. And so if I'm right about Sean McVay that he is actually a offensive messiah, then the Rams are in good shape because Matthew Stafford's a much better quarterback than Jared Goff. And obviously the Rams think he's better because they gave up all his first-round picks. So I'm excited to see what happens.
I love it. So
yeah,
I'm going to show you the over-under numbers that we placed on this experience here.
Oh, okay. I like this. Now, this is right in my wheelhouse. This is good.
So I'm not going to let you know where I stand on any of this. Just you knowing what I'm embarking here.
Yeah.
Heading into the day, let's go bet by bet here, and you tell me where you would have placed me in each spot.
Okay, so this is what I would do if I was you. So I would definitely go over the plates of food, that over under at 5.5. I think it would be close because that's a lot of meals in 24 hours. Most people only eat 3 meals, but you're at Denny's. When in Rome, act like a Roman. So you got to eat the food. So I'd take the over on that. Now, I'm not a coffee drinker, and so for me it would be the under. And the fact that you were looking for Sprite tells me I've got a little advantage here that you're probably not a big coffee drinker either. So I'm going to take the under 6.5 on the coffee. The bacon, you got to go over. You got to go over the 9.5 because bacon you can go through 12 pieces of bacon and that's nothing, right? You're a big guy. I'm a big guy.
Yeah.
Bread. I'm trying to think. I haven't eaten at Denny's in a while, so I'm not sure how good the bread situation at Denny's. I'm going to go under on the bread.
Okay.
And then that's a lot. That's a high total on the all the drinks there at 14.5. But still, like you're talking to idiots like me all night, and all day, so you can drink while you're talking. You're probably drinking right now while I'm talking. So I'm gonna go over. I'm going to go over. Napkins used, you're a radio guy, so I'm going to go under. I'm going to go under the 15.5 napkins. Bathroom trips, that's a good one. Well, if I said you went over the 14 and a half, I don't know how you hold your bladder there. So I'm going to say that you're still young. You're much younger than I am. So that's close. That's a lot, 9.5 trips to the bathroom. But if you're drinking that kind of liquid, you know what? I'm going to take the over on that. I'm going to take the over on that. Server visits, boy, that's a lot, 23 and a half. Now you said you gave me some intel that they don't really know like what's going on. So that would tell me that they're likely not coming over to see you, but they do have good Midwestern hospitality, right? St. Louis, nice, salt of the earth, unlike the evil people on the East and West Coast. So I am going to go. By the time you're done, that's like almost 1 an hour. That seems about right, though, because some hours you'd probably get a couple of visits. So I'm going to go over. That's a high total, but I'm going to go over on that. Guest no-shows, considering I almost forgot to call in. I'm going to go over because people are, unless you're paying them, likely don't do this stuff. And then how many plugs? Well, I mean, listen, if you don't have it, what I do on my show, Tommy, is if I don't have anything to say, I just give out the number or plug something. So I think I'm going to go over. I think, I definitely an over on that. So.
Okay, so I like your rationale on everything here, but there's some surprises.
Okay.
I'm at 3 plates of food right now. If I hadn't gotten the dessert sent to me, I'd probably still be at 2. But I still think that I'm on pace to go over there. I have drank 0 coffee, and I do think at some point,
good job.
At some point, I'm going to drink a coffee because, I mean, on the last part of this thing, like on the final leg, it's gonna be grind time, and I'm just gonna need a jolt. So coffee will come. I'm not gonna get anywhere close to that total. Bacon strips, I'm actually at 0.
What?
Which is shocking because the Grand Slamwich typically comes with 2 strips of bacon on it. But for whatever reason, this one was made with bacon bits instead of bacon. So
now, wait a minute. Now, does bacon bits count as 1 strip of bacon or half a strip of bacon?
I personally said it didn't, but we can have that discussion.
All right. So I'm going to go that. And how many bacon bits did they go cheap on the bacon bits, or was it a lot of?
There's probably 1 strip's worth of bits.
All right, so you've answered your own question. So then, I'll give you a half. You can put it 1. I'll say it's a half a strip. How about that?
I'm gonna put 0.5. Yeah, I think that's fair. See, all night I hadn't been even really thinking about that, but this is why Ben Maller is an important person to have on this stream.
Well, and the other problem though, Tommy, too, is you started at what, 6 o'clock local? Was it?
Yeah, 6 Central. Yeah,
okay, 6 Central. So, most people eat bacon in the morning, but you're heading in. This is prime bacon eating time here.
Yeah.
And I hear them cleaning up in the kitchen, but this is the time here, Tommy, to eat the bacon.
Yeah, I'm about to hit the bacon prime time here, so we'll see how much bacon goes down the gullet here. I'm only at 2 pieces of bread because I only had that 1 Grand Slamwich sandwich. But I think that number goes up at some point. I'll have another sandwich or 2 at some point here. Let's be real.
Sure.
But I think that still would put me at the under if I even had 2 more sandwiches. Drinks, I'm only at 6 at this point. I've been talking so much with so many people that I haven't really had time to sit down and pound a drink. But there's going to be a half-hour break for me coming up here once we hit the 7 o'clock Eastern mark. So I'm looking forward to drinking an entire pitcher of water. So that'll be good. Napkins, I'm only at 5, but that feels like I'm on pace to go over there once I actually start eating more, which will happen once I start getting bored.
Now you can control this, Tommy, and you're a radio guy. Radio people, by definition, are slobs, so you don't need to use a lot of napkins. Yeah. You can use a couple. You don't have to go crazy. You can reuse a napkin, right? You're going to be there all day, so yeah.
Yeah, great call. Bathroom trips. I've only gone to the bathroom twice, but that number is going to skyrocket at some point here.
Well, you have an age advantage, though. If you were my age, you would be going a lot more often. So, yeah, okay, that's 2, and you got till 7 o'clock Eastern tonight. Yeah, I don't think you're going to get.
I bet I go 4 more times. If I
yeah,
had to guess.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Server visits, we are at 10, 11, 12. We're at 13 total. That actually might not be completely accurate, but I think I'm going to end up going over there.
Yeah, that sounds like an over. Yeah.
No shows. Shockingly, 0. 0 so far. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's impressive. See, people love you, Tommy. They want to be on this thing here.
We are pacing towards missing the over on that, which I'm excited about. We came close. So I had Paul Bovey on, one of our handicappers from Vegas Insider. He's out in the Ukraine. He has a vacation house in the Ukraine on the Black Sea, and he was trying to get on the stream here, and it wouldn't let him connect internationally. And I don't know what was going on, but I have to imagine there was some sort of Ukrainian internet limitations. But he joined an hour later and it worked. So,
great! Yeah, you got to get you got to get a VPN when you're in the. And
I think that's what
Europe
it was
or whatever. But I use that website, by the way. That's in my rotation of gambling information websites, so I do check it out.
They
Vegas
are
Insider. They do a
Vegas
great job.
Insider. It's one of the OGs in the space, man.
Yeah.
And then I am at 18 plugs for the podcast. By the way, Great Dane Nation, check it out. Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts. That's now 19. So yeah, come on, we're going way over on that.
So tell me, how many episodes do we get? 1 a week of the Great Dane? I mean, how many do we get here? What are we looking at?
We're looking at about once a week, Wednesday evenings. We release the pod. We've been on kind of a summer vacation, I've been calling it, instead of hiatus, where we banked a lot of stuff that's evergreen. I did a 4-part interview with Morton that we've been releasing throughout the summer. We did some other stuff, top 7 nicknames in NFL history, top 7 number 7s in NFL history.
Okay.
I did a whole episode where Morton was just talking about the best kickers in the league, and so that was fun. And then this upcoming week, we're doing a Hall of Fame weekend preview because him and I are actually meeting in person for the first time ever at the Hall of Fame. On Wednesday, because we've been doing this show remotely for the whole time. He lives in Atlanta. So that'll be fun. So yeah, once a week, our guest list has been crazy. We've had Hall of Famers up the wazoo. We had Bill Murray on the show.
Nice.
We had Charles Barkley on the show. We had Dan Patrick and Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, Archie Manning. I mean, it's been crazy.
So what was Bill Murray like? Now, I heard he's very hard to get a hold of. Like, he doesn't have a person that books him, and he's, like, rarely answers his phone. Like, how did you track him down?
So Bill Murray was incredibly interesting to track down because he just got a number very recently, like within the last we'll say 2 years. Like just now, one of the most famous actors in the world got a cell phone. So let that sink in for a second. But Morton golfs with him quite a bit. Not quite a bit, but like once a year, they'll meet up at this Pro-Am outside of Atlanta. So they've gotten to know each other. And so he acquired this number, and he was just like shot in the dark. I think actually we were recording an interview with Billy Andrade, the former PGA golfer. He's on the senior tour now. And Billy had mentioned that he talked to Bill Murray that morning because they know Bill from the same golf tournament. And I think the wheels were clicking in Morton's head. Like, okay, if he's talking to Bill Murray on his number, I'm going to try it. So he shot him a text, didn't hear anything for weeks. And then just got a text back from him out of the blue. It just said, okay. So then Morton was like, great, let's lock in a time. And then, again, radio silence from Bill Murray.
Yeah, sure.
So he got okay, and then nothing. And then it was like maybe 3 weeks after that initial okay text, and I get a call from Morton out of the blue. It's like a Thursday afternoon. He goes, "Hey, can you be ready to record Bill Murray in 20 minutes?" And I'm like, "Yep, we're going to make this happen." So we get all set up, whatever. And he wasn't going to be able to join us like on the normal platform we use because he's Bill Murray. He was like, "I need to be on the phone." I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
So we get all ready, good to go. And then just never calls, no idea. And come to find out, he didn't specify time zone with Morton.
Okay.
So we didn't know what was going on. So then Morton was like, "All right, just be on standby. On standby. I don't know what's going on." I'm like, "All right." So like 3 hours later, Morton gets in touch with me. He's like, "Hey, Bill's going to join us. He's in between flights. He's at the Denver airport. We're going to bang this out." Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we finally get him on. He's hiding in a utility closet at the Denver airport, conducting this interview with us. He goes with us for like 40 minutes. He was awesome. He was exactly what you would expect from Bill Murray. Just an absolute legend. And
well, that is awesome.
He crushed it.
Yeah, I'm a huge Bill Murray fan, so I love all the old movies back in the day. I grew up watching Bill Murray on as most people did back, my age. So yeah, that's awesome. And he's the man of the people, Bill Murray, right? He's the man of the people. He was
great. He was so good. So the fact that we got anything with him, period, just huge, massive win for us. So it's going well, man. We're coming up on exactly 1 year. I think our first episode last year was in conjunction with week 1 of the season. So we're getting close to that 1 year mark, and couldn't be happier. Morton's an awesome guy to work with. Hey, we should get Morton on your show. I think you guys would hit it off.
I would love. I put Morton on. I do a podcast. I actually interviewed. This is a good one. Tommy John on my podcast. You know Tommy John, and
yeah, of course.
I thought it would be great because how many people have had a medical procedure named after, like the Lou Gehrig's disease or whatever, but Tommy John surgery, and so many people. I think a lot of younger people are. It's like John Madden. People think of the John Madden video game. They don't think of it as that he got coached in the NFL and all. You should get John Madden on your. On the Great Dane podcast. But yeah, so I had Tommy John on. He was telling the whole story. He's quite the character.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I asked him how he was doing, though. The podcast is actually dropping later today. So I asked, it's called the Fifth Hour. So I said, "Hey, Tommy, how say a throwaway question, Tom. We all do that. How you doing?
Yeah.
And normally the person, I'm doing fine today. Tommy John says, "I almost died of COVID. Last year," and
that's the first thing he says.
Yes. Well, the first thing he said was, "Do you have time?" I said, "Yeah, it's a podcast. I have endless amounts of time." And then he started spilling his guts. It was unbelievable. I did not expect that. That was
incredible.
That was wild. So
I'm glad he didn't die. That's called the Fifth Hour. You got to check it out. Ben Maller's podcast. Yeah, dude, hit me up. We'll get Morton on there. I think you guys would be great together.
I would love to. And Morton, I watched him kick against the Rams. Well, he played forever in the NFL. How many years was he in the NFL? He was
25 years. He's played in more games than anyone in NFL history.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, my entire youth into my adulthood, he was playing in the NFL with different teams and all that. So that's cool.
It's insane, man. So Ben, I've kept you long enough. Go enjoy your weekend here. 3 a.m. So what? You're at 3:30 a.m. Pacific right now.
Oh no, it's almost 3:40 now. Not that I'm counting, but it's 3:38 and something. So yes.
I love it, man. Well, hey, it was great catching up, dude. Seriously, and let's keep in touch, and we'll make that pod happen.
All right, and get the chicken fingers. That was my go-to at Denny's. I get the chicken fingers and the fries. So that's they have a solid foundational meal at Denny's. And good luck. I hope you make it. All right, don't fall asleep over there.
11 hours and 38 minutes in. I can't quit at this point. So
all right, I'm pulling for you. Tommy.
Thanks, Ben. I appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy. All right.
See ya. Ben Maller, everybody, the king of overnight radio for Fox Sports Radio. Absolute legend. Love that guy. Here we go. The final guest of part 1 of the stream. Live from, are you in the UK or are you in Copenhagen right now?
So right now I am in Copenhagen. So I've got the posters behind me. You can see cross between UK and Copenhagen.
Copenhagen, Joe Ryan, bettingexpert.com. I needed to have someone from Europe on this stream at some point. I mean, Better Collective is a European company. I talk to Europeans all the time. It would not feel right if I did not have a European flavor to this stream. And look, out on the West Coast, it's super late. On the East Coast, it's super early. You're right in the heart of the day here. It's just perfect right now. Joe, what's going on, dude?
It's great. Yeah, this timing is perfect for me. I mean, it's middle of the day here, so yeah, really good. But how are you getting on, man? 11 and a half hours in?
11 hours and, let's see, 39 minutes. About to be 40 minutes. So we're 11:40 into this thing. I feel pretty good, to be honest. Like, I don't feel like absolute crap yet. I've been saying to everyone that we've been talking to on the stream here that it's going to be the last 12 that really kills me.
Yeah.
Like, that's when it's really going to start to hurt.
How many coffees deep are you now?
0. I haven't had coffee yet. No coffee yet. I have decided that I don't want to drink coffee until I feel like I have to drink coffee.
Okay.
Because then if I started drinking coffee early, I feel like I'd be like, I don't know, 14 coffees deep, you know? Once you start, exactly. You're just so reliant. So no coffees yet. I'm actually hitting a lot of unders right now when it comes to the props that we had out there. Only 2 bathroom trips, only 5 napkins used, 6 drinks. So, we're doing all right. We're surviving here.
That's really good.
Joe, you and I work together with Better Collective. You oversee a lot of video stuff that the company does. But you do on-air stuff. I mean, you are an on-air contributor, an on-air presenter for Betting Expert. So why don't you give the people here, I'd say probably a majority of our stream right now is U.S.-based viewers. What it is you do for Betting Expert, what your expertise is, and we'll go from there.
Sure. I mean, yeah, so like you kind of touched on already, a presenter for, as well as Betting Expert, other brands around the group, but mainly our main focus is for Betting Expert. So it's we call it the global brand because we do actually touch on American sports as well. And basically what we do is kind of host a tipping or handicapper community. I need to get the terminology right. So I need to make sure.
Yeah, I've never understood what handicap, like why is it called handicapping? It always kind of made me feel uncomfortable.
That sounds like, yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, so we call them tipsters over here. But anyway, it's
I like that.
Right?
I like that a lot more.
Yeah. So I mean, you're making predictions on sports basically, and then what our system would do is basically judge you based on the results that you make. So as if you're placing a bet on the website, but it's all for free, and then we'll rank the tipsters based on the quality of their tips. So if obviously if they know what they're talking about across all different sports, then they'll get top of the leaderboard, and there are prizes on offer as well. So it's a little plug as well. If anyone wants to test out their skills, they can go on the website and do that. But what I do is video content basically for that website. So whether that be kind of tutorial content, so kind of introducing people to betting through our Betting Expert Academy, to more kind of advanced strategies and things like that, looking at different markets, different explanations on different sports as well. And what we're trying to do more of now as well is similar to, I guess, what the guys at Vegas Insider do as well, is more kind of preview shows for big events. So the show that I host is called The Big Stage, which we ran throughout the Euros, so the European Championships of, I want to say football, but if we want to change it up to soccer, I'm happy to do that.
Yes. We call that soccer here in the U.S.
We might get into that debate soon, yeah.
I mean, it's funny to me because literally everywhere in the world calls it football except us, and I've never really gotten a good explanation why that is the case. And yes, I know we call another sport here football, and it's funny. The reason why they call it football here in the U.S. is because the ball is exactly a foot long, which is really dumb. When you really, really boil it down, that's so dumb. But soccer was around before football. So, like, football is still first, even though we have foot-long ball. Like, I just don't, like, why did we decide that this football, like, trumps kicking a ball and calling it
Yeah,
football.
yeah,
It
with your
doesn't make
foot.
any sense. It
No,
doesn't
exactly.
make any sense.
I mean, the closest explanation I have is that it's derived from association football. Like that's the rule of, and then if you shorten association to soccer, there's some sort of tenuous link there. So I'm not like, I know some people in England are really adamant. If any American calls it soccer, no, it is football.
Yeah.
Do not call it soccer. But I can accept it based on that kind of abbreviation. As obviously, that's it.
That's funny. So you mentioned the Euros. I'm not a soccer/football fan. I don't follow it, but I watched the Euros this year.
Oh, that's great.
And I feel like it might have been because we didn't have like international competition happening last year. So I was just so excited to see that type of stuff happening again.
Yeah.
Riveting, incredible. Our friends in Copenhagen are probably devastated at the exit they had, but the fact that they went on the run that they went on was so cool after what they dealt with early in the tournament. And then I have to imagine you are still probably reeling from what happened in the final there. So if you don't want to talk about it, I get it.
But yeah. Yeah, so of course I'm from England. So I mean, the Danes that I work with are still a bit salty about it, to be honest, because we knocked them out.
They were rooting hard against you guys, probably.
Yeah. Like, but it's weird because like normally everyone's civil and everyone kind of likes England over in Denmark, but then as soon as that happened, that game has just been hate nonstop.
I mean,
pretty much. But no, the final obviously started amazingly, but then I don't know why we kind of switched to a different tactic of like sitting back and letting Italy play. It was a bit strange. So disappointing, but I feel like we overachieved almost from where we were expecting us to finish. So yeah, like you say, it was amazing to see it come back.
And it was such a good tournament. And England is this team, I feel like, and again, I don't follow the sport, but just being a sports fan, you hear about English soccer being like the team that has this drought. It's soccer. I don't know if it was invented in the UK, but I mean the EPL is there.
We claim it.
It's like they claim soccer as theirs, and they haven't won the World Cup or the Euro in a long time. How long is it now? I mean,
we've never won the Euros.
Okay, they've
won
won World Cup, right? 66.
Yeah.
So, getting to the final, obviously, it's devastating. But as an English soccer fan, are you looking at the program going, okay, like we have a real shot at the World Cup once we're playing games in Qatar here, or
definitely, yeah, for sure. Because if you look at the kind of the whole like the basis of this squad, they've played a lot of youth football together, and they've kind of been going through. They had a lot of success at the youth level, so like under 20, under 21, like they did really well. So I feel like now they're coming to the stage where this experience of the Euros should help them progress even further to then actually go and secure it. Because obviously, if you watch back the penalty shootout, it was the three young kids almost that like didn't let us down, but they missed the penalties, the crucial ones at the end. But now the experience they've got and the fact they are such a close-knit group compared to previous like England teams, then I feel like, the World Cup should be one that we can be a bit more of a more established favourite. We were actually joint favourites for the Euros, but I feel like the home advantage was probably a big thing there as well. We only played one game away from England. So now that isn't a factor for anyone. I don't think we're going to be anything to worry about in terms of their footballing ability. So with that in mind, I feel like England should be a really strong favourite.
Okay, this is a complete 180 here, but I'm just curious. Do you guys in the UK watch Ted Lasso on Apple TV?
No, I know of it, but I don't watch it.
Great
myself.
show.
No. Okay.
As a soccer fan, you should watch that. Okay.
I'll have to check it out.
Just needed to throw that in there. So what, again, I know nothing about soccer. So when does the season kind of start and end for you? I feel like soccer's always happening, like year round. I'm hearing about tournaments and like, that's why it's so like, okay, you got your international team, then you have Champions League, and then you have the regular Premier League, And I honestly, I can't keep it organized as a guy. And I'm not actively trying to follow it per se, but as a guy that works in sports, you want to know sort of what's going on with the sport that's the most popular sport in the world.
Yeah.
So, like, break that down. Like, what's the simple explanation for how I can try and keep track of all of this stuff?
Well, I mean, of course, like this last year has just been complete anomaly. So maybe don't base it on the last year.
That's
It's been
made it
pretty
even
crazy.
harder. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But usually it's just start in August, so kind of middle of August, all the way through till May. That's kind of the main domestic season. And then in between May and August, sometimes you have those international tournaments. So yeah, like the World Cup every 4 years, and then the Euros or Copa America, even if you're looking over there. In between, so yeah, basically every 2 years there's a major tournament in the off season, I guess you call it, and then yeah, so the main season is August through to May.
Okay.
I mean, the thing is, like, they're also playing, like you say, yeah, the Champions League runs during.
Well, that was going to be my next
period.
question. So,
Yeah.
where does that factor in?
Yeah, so that kicks off kind of when is it, sort of October time, the group stages. I mean, the thing is, it's crazy. They're playing qualifiers now. So they've already started. Like, it's almost as soon as the Euros end. I think the next week even there were Champions League qualifiers, because now almost anyone can get into the Champions League. It feels like it's not so much for the champions. So like teams that finished fourth in their league could qualify for the qualifying stages, and then they have to progress through a lot of different games to then get to the main event sort of thing. So yeah, like you say, there is just games always. I
cannot keep up with it at all. It's incredible. I don't want to say it's frustrating. It's just like it's almost demoralizing, right? Because, and I'm going to use the word soccer here for a second, so forgive me. But
cool.
Soccer guy in the U.S. is always like so offended that football guy like me doesn't know anything about what's going on in the football world.
Yeah.
But from my perspective, how the heck am I supposed to know what's going on in the football world, given all of the okay, this is the Champions League and that's what that is. Okay, this is the Premier League and that's what that is. And then you got all these international things you have to worry about, and this is a qualifier and this is a tournament. Yeah. And it's like, look, I'm used to a 17-week season in the NFL, exactly. A playoff, and a Super Bowl. Because you guys don't even do a playoff, right, for the Premier League, isn't it? Like a point system type thing, and that's how they.
Yeah, exactly.
Like can a team lose a game that week and then like still be crowned the champion depending on like what's happening around the rest of the league?
So basically,
how does that work?
For the Premier League, you have the 20 teams in that, and then each team will play each other twice. So one at each home ground. And then, it's basically just based on the ranking. Like, if a team wins, they get 3 points. If they draw, they get 1 point. And if they lose, they get 0 points. And whoever's got the most points at the end of the season, that determines who's top. And then who also gets relegated. I know you wanted to touch on that concept a little bit.
Yes. That was going to be my next point. So there's no playoff. It's whoever has the most points at the end wins, which is wild to me. And then you have relegation.
Yes. So this is the bottom 3 teams at the end of the season based on points. And
3 is so many. Like, I feel like that's a crazy number.
3 of 20. But then also, I mean, from the league below, then 3 will get promoted, right? So they swap over positions.
True.
Just a small tip for your kind of following the game. Like, obviously, for me, it's fairly straightforward, but I follow one specific team. So my team is Aston Villa, and I kind of just follow their progress or their program. So if you want to pick a team, I heavily suggest Aston Villa. They're not the best, but they're also not the worst.
Okay.
So then you can kind of follow their program throughout the season. I
like that. But
then the concept of relegation, it means that those teams that are lower down, like so not so good, they have something to play for, or they're playing for their survival, basically, like towards the end of the season, and that makes it really dramatic and really interesting, as well as then the teams in the division below have something to play for to go up as well.
So in the relegation league, is it like a minor league almost, or so how many freaking teams are there in the United Kingdom? You got 20 You got 20 EPL teams
Yeah.
that play in the Premier League, and then how many
Yeah.
play in the relegation league? And then you said there's a league below that too.
There are 92 football clubs in the whole top league structure. So there's 20 at the top, so in the Premier League, and then there are 3 leagues below that, each with 24 teams in. So yeah, there's a lot of football.
Crazy.
Like all the time, there's matches basically.
I mean, it's not that big of an island.
No, no, that's true.
How do you fit all of those professional teams on one island?
It's basically one per town almost.
Yeah.
And then they're obviously in major cities, there's 8 or 9. So London, they will have, I think there's 10 professional teams based in London or in and around London alone.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That is so wild.